Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 151, Betray the Planet. Smack. The dream shattered, and Edward jolted awake. Hugh. He exhaled slowly, calming the lingering dread in his heart. If it weren't for his immunity to corruption, he wouldn't have dared to divine anything about the castle built atop what looked like the entrance to the Chaos Sea. At least now he was sure, the location was correct, and the wraiths truly existed. But the problem was, the Sanguine had handed over the address far too easily. Could this be a trap? But I'm just after those two wraiths, simple as that. Maybe, I should let it sit for a while. After all, I haven't fully digested the astrologer potion yet, and the rest of the ritual materials aren't in place either. No need to rush. Or maybe I could force the outcome using Madman to the right, and use the cloak of invisibility to silently take down the two wraiths. Just as Edward was tangled in these thoughts, a voice came from his pouch. Audrey. Edward, I need to talk to you. Can I come out now? Hold on. He quickly left the Harvest Church, Apparat, and returned to the villa. Lilith, who had been lounging on the couch, perked up the moment he arrived. You're back. Edward opened the pouch and helped Audrey out. She had barely lifted her head when she noticed Lilith staring at her with a pouty, wounded gaze. What's wrong, Lilith? Nothing at all. She turned her head away and flopped back down. Edward leaned close and whispered a few words into Audrey's ear. She immediately smiled gently and stroked Lilith's head. I won't stay long, all right? Don't be upset. Miss Lilith is not upset. Two of them shared a soft chuckle. Then Edward turned serious. What's going on? Audrey's expression shifted into solemnity. Helena sent me a letter a few days ago. She said the woman who seduced Prince Edisac, Trissy, has vanished. Of course, we already knew that. But the strange part is, the prince soon brought back another woman. It's like he completely forgot about Trissy and poured all his affection onto this new one. Helena says, the new woman gives her the same eerie feeling that Trissy once did. Edward's brows jumped. Another witch. Most likely. So the Church of Evernight has given up on chasing Trissy. Makes sense. Trissy only served two real purposes, being the scapegoat for the coming Great Smog, and acting as a vessel for divine descent. If they can't recapture Trissy, the divine descent will have to be delayed. But the Great Smog cover-up and the human trafficking scheme still need to proceed, so they've simply swapped in a new witch. What on earth did Prince Edisac do in his past life to be tormented this much? Audrey continued. Yesterday, Furs and Miss Zio came to me. While investigating that tall man, they uncovered something else. What did they find? They followed someone who had previously interacted with the tall man, all the way to a hotel in the Hilton Borough. She quickly recounted what Furs and Hugh had experienced the previous night. Edward froze. Bodes. The Saint of Secrets of the Aurora Order. So he was really looking for me all this time, wait. His face darkened dramatically. He slaughtered everyone in that hotel. Those maniacs at the Aurora Order. Audrey's face paled slightly, she was both furious and frightened. She'd read many times in the papers about the Aurora Order assassinating this person or doing that deed, but seeing Bodes' actions firsthand had shaken her with just how terrifying the cult truly was. Edward's first reaction wasn't even guilt over implicating others. It was fear that if Bodes could murder an entire hotel for a single clue, then tomorrow he might kill everyone Edward had ever interacted with. Furs, Zio, Klein, Dunn, and Audrey. No. This can't go on. Then, Edward suddenly recalled his earlier conversation with the Serpent of Mercury, Will Septon. Will had told him to take the initiative, but hadn't specified what that meant. Thinking deeper, their discussion had been about another massive serpent, a Sequence 1 angel. So Will couldn't possibly have meant that target. Who else was a major threat to him? Bodes, of course. The Saint of Aurora Order, who was still hunting him. So now I have to find that, better at divination, person, to help me hunt down Bodes. Hunt, a demigod from the apprentice pathway. Audrey took a deep breath and added, oh, and one more thing, they mentioned the Rose School of Thought. Said something about a possible collaboration. Bodes wants to collaborate with the Rose School of Thought. Is this a personal decision, or is this the rational side of the true creator, trying to form an alliance with the Mother Tree of Desire? Suddenly, Edward remembered what the frenzied consciousness had once said. He's collaborating with that hateful bastard. That hateful bastard, was it the Mother Tree of Desire? To kill me? The rational side of the true creator, once the human side of the ancient sun god, actually partnering with an outer deity. How is that even possible? In the world of mysteries, there's a common consensus: the churches of the 7 orthodox gods hate the true creator, the primordial demoness, the dark side of the universe, and other evil gods. But they loathe the primordial moon and the mother tree of desire even more. It's the same on the other side. The Aurora Order, the Demoness sect, the Sanguines, and the Moses ascetic order don't get along with the Rose school of thought either. That's because the primordial moon and the mother tree of desire are outer gods, foreign invaders who want to seize Earth and the spheroid sealed within. The 7 gods and the true creator. That's just internal conflict. But the real threat lies in resisting invasion from outside. If the rational side of the true creator is really cooperating with the Rose school, that's planetary betrayal. Am I really that much of a thorn in their side? A cold chill ran down Edward's spine. For a moment, he could only hope he was overthinking it all. You thought of something? Audrey asked cautiously. Phew, this could be serious, he exhaled. You should head back for now. I need to pay a visit to the Church of the Evernight Goddess. All right. Once Audrey was safely back in the pouch, Edward operated straight to St. Samuel's Cathedral. Back at the villa, Lilith looked blank and dazed. She pouted. Humph. I hate Edward. I hate Audrey. I hate Susie. Susie, dozing at home, sneezed several times in a row. She lifted her head warily and glanced around, but seeing nothing out of the ordinary, slowly drifted off again. Edward headed straight for the library, where he normally prayed to the goddess. He set up the ritual circle with a solemn expression and began his prayer. I pray for the power of the night. I pray for the power of secrecy. I pray for the favor of the goddess. I have just received word that followers of the true creator may be cooperating with the Rose school of thought. Does this indicate an ominous change in the true creator's disposition? Night Vanilla, flower of the crimson moon. Please carry my prayer to the goddess. Moonflowers, blossoms of the crimson moon. Please carry my prayer to the goddess. Hum. A formless energy swirled throughout the room. The ashes of the burning herbs and surrounding soil lifted into the air and assembled into a single word. No. Edward instantly let out a sigh of relief. But then, the ashes shifted again, rearranging themselves into a sentence. They simply reached a shallow consensus: to kill you, that's all. Don't worry. No. Lady, was that final "don't worry" meant to be reassuring? How am I supposed to be reassured? Even if you were the one being targeted by those two, I doubt you'd be at ease, right? Or are you just showing off how well your humanity is functioning? Though his mind was grumbling 1,000 complaints, Edward's lips could only form a respectful response. Then what should I do? The ashes rolled once more, forming new words. No one dares make a move against you in a church. A gust of wind swept through the room, taking everything with it. Edward stood in place, frowning in confusion. No one dares make a move against me in a church. Was she telling him to hide out here? But he couldn't possibly stay in a church forever, doing nothing. So the unspoken message was, if you want to be safe, stay in the church, but if you want to solve the problem, you're on your own. TCH. That was the same attitude the goddess had toward Klein, wasn't it? Fair enough. The big shots in this mysterious world, no matter how much they wanted to invest in or cultivate you, would never babysit you. No one was going to spoon-feed you everything. If you didn't have the strength, then you dying was simply what you deserved. If the Rose school of thought is involved now, I should go find Sharon and Merrick again, hope they're still at the Bravehearts bar. He moved to a secluded corner and summoned his messenger bird. The moment it appeared, Edward noticed that its feathers were visibly different from earlier that morning. Not only were they brighter, but faint crimson streaks had begun to appear at the tips of its wings. So this is the evolution from eating phoenix feathers. Can a Pidgey really turn into a Ho-Oh? Do you need to send a message? To whom? Edward paused. Come to think of it, the bird hadn't seen Sharon before. So he said, please deliver a message to your headless friend. Ask her if she knows whether Sharon and Merrick have been targeted by the Rose School of Thought's Indulgence faction. If she knows, ask where they are now. If she doesn't, warn them to relocate ASAP, and tell me where I can find them afterwards. The black bird blinked, hovering in the air with a blank stare as it tried to process the lengthy instructions. Edward rubbed his forehead, gave up, and scribbled everything down on a piece of paper. He handed it over. Here. Just give her this. Got it. It spread its wings and vanished into the spirit world. A few minutes later, it reappeared. She says she's already informed those two to move. Where did they go? She says, you don't need to know. Edward blinked. What? The black bird hovered and spoke with mechanical inflection. The headless woman says, you are full of misfortune, must, stay away, the Rose School, matter, they, will, handle, themselves. It tilted its head after speaking. That's exactly what she said. Seriously? Then why did you even bother delivering my message? She also said, Sharon owes you. Edward quickly waved his hand. No need to mimic her. Note, here's the extra chapter. Enjoy, and, if you guys want one tomorrow, we'd need to hit 640 POW stones. Go, vote. And if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Trust me, it's awesome. Link, patreon.com/eiseblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 152, a new member of the Tarot Club. The little bird quickly switched to a more normal tone and said, oh, she also said that as for the commission Sharon owes you, she can help you once, but it'll cost £10,000. Cancelling a debt, and charging an extra $10,000 on top. An angel, albeit a fallen one, charging that price wasn't exactly outrageous. But she hadn't mentioned gold coins. I understand. I don't have any other messages to send. You can return. Goodbye. It chirped gleefully and flew back into the spirit world. Was it just Edward, or did the bird's personality seem completely different now? It wasn't just the improved service attitude, it genuinely felt more human somehow. Backlund, St. George Borough. Klein flushed the toilet and stepped out of the washroom, a joyful expression on his face. Just now, Little Son had informed him that he'd acquired the true root and juice of a Miss Trent. That meant all the ingredients for the Sequence 7 Magician Potion were now complete. Tonight, he could proceed with his advancement. Wiping his hands dry, Klein walked over to Leopard. Sorry, the weather's getting colder and it messed up my stomach. This was Klein's first investment project since arriving in this world, a bicycle design based on Roselle's manuscript, significantly improved and modernized. He had test-ridden the newest prototype earlier today and found it practically indistinguishable from the bikes of his previous life. Negotiations were already underway to move the project into mass production. Leopard chuckled. That's quite normal, especially at my age. The body just starts to give out. Ah, we do have a significant age gap. Then Leopard straightened up, adopting a more serious tone. All right then, let's officially name the vehicle the pedal bicycle. Sure. It's your invention, I have no objections. As long as it turns a profit, Klein didn't care what they called it. Just as he stepped out of the living room, he suddenly heard an ethereal, layered voice. Someone was praying to him. A girl's voice. Could it be Miss Justice? He hesitated, then turned back around. Under Leopard's puzzled gaze, he clutched his stomach again and headed for the washroom. Sorry, my stomach's acting up again. Leopard opened his mouth, then said hesitantly, perhaps my digestion is better than yours. Klein couldn't help but rub his forehead. At this rate, with more and more people getting to know him, it had soon become common knowledge that Detective Sherlock Moriarty has a weak stomach. Damn it. He shut the door, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and entered the world above the grey fog, only to find that the prayer wasn't from any existing member of the Tarot Club. Amid the boundless sea of grey mist, a crimson star was pulsating faintly. Someone outside the Tarot Club. Klein extended his spirituality and cautiously responded to the call. The moment his vision shifted, he saw that same little girl in black with short hair he'd encountered once before. Klein's brows lifted slightly. Her again. Last time, she had abruptly cut the connection and fled before he could get a good look at her. He had tried contacting her afterwards, but couldn't locate her again. Should I try bringing her up here this time? It had been quite a while since anyone new had joined the Tarot Club. Edward had been the last. Since advancing to Sequence 8 Clown, Klein's spirituality had increased, and he could support adding one more member. But, a little girl. Would inviting her to the world above the fog really serve any purpose? Klein hesitated for a moment, then manifested his topaz crystal. On the parchment, he wrote. Bringing this girl into the Tarot Club is harmful to me. Bringing this girl into the Tarot Club is harmful to me. Bringing this girl into the Tarot Club is harmful to me. After repeating it 7 times, the topaz began to spin counterclockwise, a sign that not only was there no harm, but there might be benefit. He drummed his fingers lightly on the table before reaching out and tapping the corresponding crimson star. A surge of spiritual power flowed into the star-like water, and the short-haired girl's figure instantly appeared beside the bronze-long table, seated on a chair that didn't belong to any of the current members. Klein immediately activated his spirit vision. Wah! The abrupt shift in scenery startled the girl. Like a startled cat, she leapt backwards out of the chair. That's certainly a unique way to make a first impression. Who are you? She demanded, wide-eyed. She glared at Klein, unafraid, from beyond the grey mist. Are you trying to kidnap me? I'm warning you, Mr. Azek is really powerful. He'll come to save me. He's a super strong beyonder. Mr. Azek. Klein hadn't expected that name to come out of the little girl's mouth. Wait. A realization struck him. Back when he last contacted Mr. Azek, the latter had mentioned finding a descendant of his bloodline, a little girl who used to live next door to Edward and had been caught in that meteorite incident. Priscilla. So this little girl, was that Priscilla? Hey. The girl tilted her chin up and gave a smug grin. Scared now, huh? You better behave and send me back. Or else Mr. Azek will definitely teach you a lesson. Is adding a little troublemaker like her to the tarot club really a good idea? Her greatest asset seemed to be Mr. Azek, but Klein was already well acquainted with him. Did he really need to go through such a roundabout way? Well, maybe not. Or maybe, just maybe, yes. After all, with how thin-skinned he was, unless it involved matters of life and death, he typically wouldn't trouble Mr. Azek. But with her around, could he perhaps delegate certain important tasks to Mr. Azek through her as an intermediary and essentially borrow his help without directly asking? Ah, but wouldn't that be tantamount to scheming against Mr. Azek? No, absolutely not. He had to cast such thoughts from his mind. What he really needed to consider now was, how should he explain the existence of the Tarot Club to Priscilla, and how to persuade her to join? If I told you I'm not afraid of this Mr. Azek you mentioned, what would you say? She blinked, surprised. Huh? Why? Because I'm stronger than him. No way. Then go ahead, try calling him now and see if he comes to save you. She scratched her head, then began shouting, Mr. Big Skeleton. Come out. Take me to see Mr. Azek. Big Skeleton. She must be referring to that enormous skeletal messenger. As expected of Mr. Azek's descendant. Every time he summoned the messenger, he had to use a copper whistle and act respectfully throughout the process, yet she simply shouted at the top of her lungs. After a few more cries yielded no results, the little girl began to panic. Are you Mr. Azek's enemy? No. Then why did you kidnap me? Klein said calmly, this isn't a kidnapping. It's a selection. You've been chosen. Chosen for what? In order to maintain the dignity of the fool, he thought for a moment and replied, go ask Edward. He was chosen as well. With that, Klein prepared to sever the connection. The little girl gasped in surprise, shouting, Big Brother Edward is a member of this organization too. So she really was Priscilla. Wait. Did I even say the word organization? Yes. Priscilla immediately dropped her prior attitude. She bowed seriously and said, Oh great and mysterious being, please forgive my earlier offense. Damn. Klein's lips twitched. This little girl had been acting the entire time. She even fooled his spirit vision. The great fool was completely taken in by a 6 or 7-year-old girl. If word got out about this, one must never underestimate any beyonder. Even if they're just a child. He exhaled quietly and said flatly, You're more mature than I expected. She scratched her head, It's nothing. May I ask how I should address you, oh great being? Mr. Fool. She replied crisply, Great Mr. Fool, I am willing to join this organization. It's called the Tarot Club. I'm willing to join the Tarot Club. Klein's lips quirked. But I've just decided, I don't need you to join anymore. She was stunned. Cough, 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 no, he still had to maintain his mystique. Even great beings enjoy a bit of humor now and then. Klein tapped lightly with his left index finger, materializing the remaining tarot cards on the bronze table. All members of the Tarot Club use tarot cards as code names. These are the ones left, choose one. Priscilla hesitated for a few seconds, chewing on her finger, then pointed to a card depicting a skeletal figure in a black cloak wielding a scythe. The Death card. Despite its somewhat grim appearance, the Death card actually conveyed a very positive meaning. It symbolized endings and transformation, letting go of the past and embracing the future. Our meetings are held every Monday at 3 p.m. Monday. That's tomorrow, right? Okay. Priscilla raised her hand enthusiastically. Oh right, Mr. Fool. Could we not tell Big Brother Edward about me joining the Tarot Club just yet? I want to surprise him. How childish. Klein said calmly, Fine. I'd love to see Edward's face when he finds out. Backlund, Empress Borough. In a quiet villa, only the gas lamp buzzed softly. Lilith lay sprawled on the table, eyes fixed on the door. Occasionally, she'd yawn, roll over, flick her tail in boredom, or glance at the book nearby. Suddenly, her ears twitched, and she sprang up. Edward, you're back. Didn't take a nap, Lilith? Nope. She instantly perked up and rubbed against Edward, asking nonchalantly, You were gone for so long, what were you doing? ran into a few troublesome matters. But it's been handled, for now. Oh. She wrapped her tail around her legs and sat obediently, as if listening intently. But her eyes clearly said, I don't care one bit. Sorry, one thing after another lately. You've been waiting long, haven't you? Lilith shook her head quickly. Not at all. Miss Lilith just went out and caught a mouse. Edward removed his coat, went to the washroom to rinse his face, then rolled up his sleeves as he came out. All right then, Miss Lilith, are you ready for your test? The little one's eyes lit up. I'm ready. Then let's begin. The human and the cat sat facing each other, one with a serious expression, the other even more serious. As if this weren't a preschool-level literacy test, but a battle between titans. Let the challenge begin. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 153, Chapter 153, A Child. The next day. Morning. As the first rays of sunlight slipped through the gaps in the curtains, they landed squarely on Lilith's face. She immediately rolled over, using her forelegs to hug her head, and continued snoring peacefully. Atop her head sat a dainty little red flower, her reward for passing yesterday's assessment. Though she claimed she didn't like it, she still wore it with great delight the moment she received it. After finishing his morning routine, Edward took out a gold coin and flicked it lightly. Today feels like a good day to visit the vampire castle. The coin landed in his palm, numbers facing up, indicating a no. All right then. Besides, there was a tarot club meeting today anyway. Meow. Lilith had somehow woken up and was already leaning in with concern. Edward. Did I wake you? She rubbed her sleepy eyes with her paw and let out a big yawn. Last night, to celebrate winning her little red flower, she had gone out to catch mice all night and didn't return until nearly dawn. Edward strongly suspected that she hadn't been catching mice at all, but rather instigating another gang of small animals into a turf war. Just then, her paw brushed against the red flower on her head. She froze, as if trying to remember what it was. A moment later, the memories of last night returned, and she hurriedly adjusted the little flower, looking up at Edward. Edward, quick, help me check, did my flower get crooked? Nope, it looks great. Hee hee. The little one squinted happily in a smile. Lilith is amazing. She passed the assessment without breaking a sweat and won a red flower. She's obviously the smartest cat around. Of course. She lifted her chin proudly, and the red flower gleamed in the sunlight. Even Susie doesn't know as many words as Lilith now. Lilith's caught up and even surpassed her. That's incredible. Exactly. Caught up and surpassed. So. Edward revealed his fox tail. That means the next test, twice as hard, will still be a breeze for Lilith, right? Of course. A breeze, huh? She froze mid-sentence, slowly turning to him stiffly. There's another test. But of course, Edward replied calmly. Yesterday was just the most basic test. Next week, the difficulty will increase. If Lilith can pass that as well, she'll truly be the smartest cat. Lilith wavered. Edward pretended not to notice her inner struggle and gently patted her little head. Just then, Audrey's voice came from outside the coat closet, Edward, open up. Today, she was dressed in a simple pale blue dress and wore a small veil hat, a common outfit among the daughters of middle-class families in Backlund. Edward looked at her curiously. What's got you so cheerful this early in the morning? Audrey showed a hint of smug pride. I successfully advanced to psychiatrist last night. Edward was surprised. You didn't even tell me beforehand. At least let me watch over when you take the potion. Relax, don't forget, I'm your senior in mysticism. I only took the potion after fully digesting the telepathist potion and confirming the psychiatrist potion formula was correct. Didn't you say yourself? The spectator pathway is the least likely to lose control. Well, truthfully, it's also the most easily prone to losing control. But based on the original story, Audrey didn't have much trouble. She went on, the psychiatrist potion gave me 5 abilities right off the bat, awe, frenzy, psychological cue, placate, and telepathy. Plus, with my dragonbone wand, my combat powers gotten a real boost. Impressive. Lilith strutted over and lifted her chin. Audrey, Miss Lilith passed the test yesterday. Audrey crouched in front of her. What test? A literacy test. I even got a red flower. She shook her head to display the little flower, then immediately asked, can Susie pass the test? I think, probably not. Lilith immediately struck a commanding pose. Then Susie needs to work harder. I'll make sure she gets the message. Seeing Lilith still staring at her expectantly, Audrey suddenly caught on. Ah. Lilith, you're amazing. Right. The little one instantly beamed with pride. Edward. Audrey finally remembered why she came. Madame Norma invited me to another salon tonight. I came up with an excuse to decline last time. If I say no again, it might seem a bit rude. Yeah, a little bit. Edward thought for a moment and pulled out his divination crystal. Will Audrey face danger if she attends tonight's salon? After repeating it 7 times, the crystal began rotating counterclockwise. From the results, it seems there's no danger. For now, it's likely you'll only come into contact with the outer circle of the psychology alchemists. At most, they're just sequence 7 psychiatrist. Since you're also a psychiatrist now, it won't be a big deal. I'll go with you, just in case. Audrey hesitated. But once we arrive, they always pick a private room for the meeting. Even the maids aren't allowed in. And also, your disguise as Annie is still kinda obvious. Edward suddenly recalled that the last time he disguised himself as Annie to visit Viscount Glaint, he had been seen through by Trissy with just a single glance. And Trissy wasn't even a spectator pathway beyonder. Let alone those who specialize in observation. Well then. He shrugged. Rejected again. Once I advance to sequence 6, I'm definitely going to record a few faceless abilities, make sure nobody can see through me. Audrey gave his head a habitual pat. Keep it up, oh, right. Tomorrow is the memorial exhibition for Emperor Roselle. Want to go check it out together? Edward blinked in mild surprise. That soon. He remembered reading in the newspapers that it was still 2 weeks away. So that meant, tomorrow Klein would obtain the Black Emperor card. Or had Edward's appearance already nudged the course of events onto a different track? A faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Sure. I've been wanting to see the glorious deeds of our dear Earthling for a while now. Afternoon. At exactly 3 p.m. Backlund time, one crimson beam after another flared to life within the grand and ancient palace, outlining hazy silhouettes of various figures. Class Representative Audrey, in her ever-cheerful voice, greeted them one by one. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Good afternoon, Mr. Tower. Good afternoon, Mr. Hanged Man. Klein nodded slightly. Through his spirit vision and the unique perspective afforded by the grey fog, he noticed something new about Miss Justice's astral body. It appeared that the surface of her spirit body had changed again. She had advanced to sequence 7. At that moment, Audrey's greeting suddenly paused. She noticed an extra figure beside her, a new member. That height, could it be Miss Zio? No, that wasn't right. Even Miss Zio isn't this short. Wasn't this new member just a bit too petite? The hanged man, Alger, also noticed the tiny figure nearby and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Little Son, on the other hand, was astonished. He had already thought the people of the outside world were short enough, but now this. Could it be a goblin, one of the supposedly extinct ones? But the person most shocked of all was Edward. What stunned him wasn't the girl's height, but the fact that there was a new member at the Tarot Club who didn't exist in the original novel. He had long known the plot of the Mysteries world was gradually going off the rails, but the Tarot Club gaining a new, non-canon member. That, he truly hadn't expected. Noticing Edward's reaction, Klein smiled with satisfaction and began the introduction. This is our new member of the Tarot Club, Miss Death. Priscilla gleefully waved her tiny hand. Hello, big brothers and sisters. Big brothers and sisters. Judging by her voice. This tiny figure was a child. The fool spoke with his usual calm. As you can see, our new member is indeed quite young, but you should all understand, age means little among beyonders. Alger was the first to adjust his mindset. If the fool had brought her here, then she must have his reasons, just like when Miss Justice first arrived, she'd only been an ordinary person. If this child had no special qualities herself, then her identity must be what set her apart. Now calmer, Edward turned his thoughtful gaze toward Miss Death. Her voice was clearly disguised, and her appearance obscured by the grey fog, but something about her still felt incredibly familiar. And in this world of mysteries, there was only one little girl he felt that familiar with. Priscilla. The corpse collector pathway, and the card corresponding to it was the death card. That basically confirmed it. Unbelievable. The little girl who used to live next door to him in Tingen first turned out to be a descendant of Mr. Azek, and now she'd joined the Tarot Club. This world really was full of wonders. Priscilla chimed in brightly, "Don't treat me like a child, you can all talk to me normally." A brief silence followed. Then Alger, the hanged man, was the first to speak. Honorable Mr. Fool, may I present to you the final page of the diary? Soon after, Klein manifested the diary and began reading silently. January 14th. I've discovered something. The first entry detailed Roselle the Great's speculations about the mutual attraction between beyonder characteristics. It immediately brought to Klein's mind several strange events that had happened around him, prompting him to wonder whether some of his experiences were due to the mystical grey fog above. Unfortunately, there was not enough evidence to draw any real conclusions. Klein quickly reined in his thoughts and moved on to the next entry. January 16th. The taste of a demoness ain't bad. Klein. Oh, really now? The great Emperor Roselle. So you've even dabbled in riding the bull, huh? Absolutely no shame at all. Note, no extra chapter. I feel bad, but rules are rules. If you guys want one tomorrow, we'd need to hit 730 POW stones. Go, vote. And if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. You'll thank me later. Link, p-a-t-r-e-o-n.c-o-m/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 154, Chapter 154, The Strongest of the Tarot Club. If he really was still alive, Klein truly didn't know how he'd face that fellow countryman when the time came. The rest of the diary recounted how Emperor Roselle created the first card of blasphemy, disguising it as a bookmark and placing it inside a highly valuable book. Unfortunately, it didn't mention which book it was, or what the bookmark looked like. Wasn't there a Roselle Memorial exhibition tomorrow? Maybe something could be discovered there. Klein leaned back slightly with a faint smile. You're free to converse as you wish. Surprisingly, little son Derek was the first to speak, turning to the World. Mr. World, the mystical weapon you gave me was far better than I expected. I've already saved enough merit to exchange for materials. I'm ready to advance to sequence 8. Klein was pleased and, through the World, gave a small nod. Good. And thank you for the true roots and sap of the Miss Trents. Derek then turned to Edward. Mr. Tower, the chief has made initial progress in researching the Hand of Glory. It might be of great help to us in the City of Silver. The hangman silently shook his head at that. You gave away something of such high value right at the start. Aren't you just begging to be ripped off later? That's good to hear. Derek continued, as for the brain of Asman you requested, I've confirmed it does exist in the City of Silver's archives. But with my current merit, it may take a while to exchange for it. He hesitated, then added, but a few days ago, Elder Lovia came to see me. She said that, to thank me for bringing back the Hand of Glory, she'd personally reward me with an item. In her spectator state, Audrey caught his anxious expression and curiously asked, that sounds like a good thing, Mr. Sunday. Why do you seem worried instead? Derek bit his lip. I suspect that Elder Lovia might have discovered something and is testing me. The hangman immediately asked, did you do anything after the last tarot meeting? I didn't do anything. Derek quickly defended. I haven't even seen Elder Lovia these past few days. That's why I'm still wondering, maybe I'm just overthinking it. Edward thought for a moment and said, Mr. Sun, could you describe in detail how Elder Lovia approached you? All right. Derek recalled and recounted the entire process of how Elder Lovia had come to find him. By the time he finished, he was even more anxious. That's what happened. Could it be that Elder Lovia began suspecting Derek simply because of the Hand of Glory? Did your chief have any particular reaction to you bringing back the Hand of Glory? Derek pondered a moment, then shook his head. He was definitely surprised at first, but he didn't say much, nor did he ask many questions. Then it's possible Elder Lovia was sent by the chief to test you, Alger suggested, stroking his chin. Derek was puzzled. Why test me? Sometimes, saying things directly can leave no room for retreat, Edward muttered. He suddenly had another thought, could it be that the true creator had instructed Lovia to probe him? The Hand of Glory originated from the Harry Potter world. Even though it had been cleansed by the Sapphira Castle before reaching the City of Silver, it wouldn't be surprising if a true creator-aligned individual in the City of Silver could still sense something unusual about it. Priscilla sat quietly at the side, resting her chin on her hands. Whenever someone spoke, she turned to look at them. When the speaker changed, she turned again. Clearly, she was following along, sometimes showing signs of confusion, but she never interrupted or asked questions. This little girl, Edward thought. She's far more composed than expected. This really isn't how a child her age should behave. Is it due to the influence of a beyonder characteristic? At that moment, the World spoke, his tone cold, but the meaning comforting. I think no matter what, the fact that you brought back the Hand of Glory benefits the City of Silver. You acted out of genuine concern for your people, therefore, you can withstand any suspicion. But what about the Tarot Club? The Fool finally spoke in a calm and lofty voice. If the situation becomes urgent and you have no other choice, I permit you to reveal the existence of the Tarot Club, within limits. Within limits. Derek didn't quite understand. The hangman immediately stepped in with advice. Derek nodded repeatedly as he listened. After Alger finished teaching him the trick of telling the truth to deceive, the World scanned the group and asked. Ladies and gentlemen, do any of you have leads on the spinal fluid of a dark-patterned black panther or the spring of the elves' marrow crystals? Alger pondered for a few seconds before saying, those two items aren't particularly rare. I believe both should be available at this week's pirate conference. The problem is, what can you offer in exchange? He paused, then added, I doubt you have the potion formula for Wind Blessed yet. And it'll likely be hard for you to get in the future. The two then began a round of bargaining, trading the materials, a partial sequence 4 formula and some high-level secrets. With the fool as witness, they reached an agreement. The hanged man then looked toward Edward. Mr. Tower, the buyer for the mystical storage item has paid the deposit. Once the tarot meeting ends, you can hand it over to me. Edward smiled. Thank you, Mr. Hangman. Alger gave a polite smile in return, though inwardly he thought, no, thank you. I just made over £1,000 by contacting a few people. Only then did Audrey raise her hand and speak, Mr. Sun, Mr. Hangman, and Mr. World, if any of you come across the formula for sequence 6 of the spectator pathway, please let me know. Alger was stunned for a moment before realization hit, Miss Justice has advanced to sequence 7 already. That was fast. From an ordinary person when she first joined the Tarot Club to sequence 7 now, how long had it been? This pace is outrageous, wait. There's someone here who's even more absurd than her. Congratulations. The fool was the first to offer his congratulations, and the others quickly followed suit. Audrey wore a modest expression, but inwardly, she couldn't help but feel a touch of pride. Thank you, Malfoy. Without you, I wouldn't have digested the telepathist potion so quickly. At that moment, Edward also raised a request. I'm looking to acquire another mystical item, one with the ability of a psychiatrist's placate ability. Ideally, it should be something I can wear and that will automatically suit me when needed. His animagus form was a powerful but destructive obscurus. The trouble was, he tended to lose control too easily. He was hoping that a calming effect akin to a psychiatrist's therapy might help. Audrey immediately chimed in, Mr. Tower, I'm already a psychiatrist now, I can help you anytime. But I'm worried that if I transform into an obscurus, I might hurt you. He thought it over and nodded. All right. At this point in past meetings, if no one else raised any trade requests, the exchange segment would wrap up. But this time, everyone's gaze shifted in unison toward Miss Death, Priscilla. After a moment of thought, Audrey asked gently, Miss Death, I'm not sure if Mr. Fool has mentioned this, but during the Tarot Club, we often engage in the exchange of materials, requests, information, or knowledge. Payment can be in gold pounds or through barter. Is there anything you need? Priscilla blinked in surprise at being called on. Things I need. But whatever I need, Mr. Azik always gives me. So she shook her head. No. But then something occurred to her. Do any of you know how to quickly digest low-sequence potions that haven't been fully absorbed yet? Her question made the others pause. It took them a moment to process what she meant. Priscilla grew anxious and began gesturing along with her explanation. Like, say you're already sequence 5, but you haven't actually digested the potions from sequence 9 to sequence 6, what do you do then? The hanged man frowned. That situation shouldn't even be possible. If it were, that person would have long since lost control. He caught himself mid-thought, suddenly remembering he was speaking to a child. He spread his hands. Your question, I'm not sure I have an answer for it. Audrey asked softly, did a friend of yours encounter this problem? Priscilla nodded and shook her head at the same time. Yes. If no one knows, then never mind. Ah. Off to the side, Edward's eyelid twitched violently. He finally understood why Priscilla had changed so drastically. So Mr. Azik actually made a sequence 5 potion using a sequence 5 beyonder characteristic and gave it to Priscilla directly, letting her jump straight up to sequence 5 in one go. That's kind of against the rules of the mystical world, isn't it? Then again, maybe not. In the world of mysticism, anything could happen. After all, sea god Calvetua had once risen to demigod status directly from a sea serpent, at the cost of descending into madness. And Catlia's second mate, Heath Doyle, had once survived being doused in a potion from the Rose Bishop without going insane or losing control. If Priscilla really is sequence 5, then right now, in the Tarot Club, she's actually the strongest among us. That's rather absurd. The trading segment concluded. The hanged man, Alger, was the first to speak again. Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalango's fleet has been subdued. A new pirate admiral has risen. He then described how Vice Admiral Ailment had taken control of Kalango's ships and gave a brief lecture on the 7 admirals and 4 kings of the seas. Klein's immediate reaction was, isn't this just like the Shichibukai and 4 emperors from One Piece? Another creation of Emperor Roselle. As for the 4th king, the one who commands the dawn, we only know that she is a beautiful woman. She was once an infamous warlock and has now stepped into the realm of the demigods. Her title is the Queen Mystic. At this point, Edward raised his hand. I've heard a rumor about this Queen Mystic. Oh. The fool propped his chin with one hand. Some say that the Queen Mystic is actually Roselle Gustave's eldest daughter, the former Intis princess, Bernadette Gustave. Everyone was taken aback. Klein quickly sifted through his memories of the Emperor's diary. The leader of the secret order, Zeradal, had once predicted that the Emperor's daughter would become a major figure in the mystical world. One of the 4 kings of the sea, commands a vast fleet, and is a powerhouse at the demigod level. Yeah, that probably counts as a major figure. It definitely does. He then recalled Edward once mentioning that the Emperor's daughter believed her father wasn't really dead and had been searching for his whereabouts all this time. Did she form her fleet just to search for Roselle Gustave? Unfortunately, no one had the answers to these speculations. After the topic of the sea ended, Derek spoke up. Recently, the City of Silver organized an exploration into the depths of darkness and discovered a half-destroyed temple. Inside, there was a statue of a naked man nailed upside down to a cross, with blood smeared all over him. Do you know which deity that might be? Oh, and besides the statue, there were many damaged murals and terrifying evil spirits wandering about. But they were all cleared out by 2 elders from the Elder Council. In the corner of one mural, there were some peculiar symbols evolved from the ancient Jotun. After a rough translation, the elders believed they meant Rose redemption. Audrey, the hanged man, and the world exchanged glances and shook their heads. We don't know. The fool tapped lightly on the bronze table and said calmly, that is the fallen creator. Alger and Audrey, who both knew of the true creator, were shocked. Wasn't the true creator the evil god worshipped by the Aurora Order? But the Aurora Order has only existed for a few hundred years. Yet the forsaken land of the gods disappeared thousands of years ago. Why would a statue of the true creator be there? Klein paused for 2 seconds, then deliberately said, we also have another name for the fallen creator, the true creator. The factions that worship him hold the apprentice, secret suppliants, and hermit pathways, which eventually lead to the one you mentioned earlier, Shepherd. Shepherd. Derek sat bolt upright, stunned. That's the sequence Elder Lovia currently holds, isn't it? So she also worships this evil god called the fallen creator. Is that why she's been acting so strangely? Then, her approaching me out of nowhere, could that also be related to this evil god? At that moment, the hanged man turned to Edward and asked, Mr. Tower, after you escaped from the true, fallen creator's saint last time, what happened afterwards? Did you encounter them again? Edward smiled. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I've temporarily joined the Aurora Order and become one of them. The hanged man nearly blurted out, are you kidding me? But he quickly sobered. If the fool still allows Tower to attend the Tarot Club, then clearly there's something deeper going on here that I don't yet understand, so he held back and waited for Edward's explanation. But right now, Klein was just as stunned. Wait, this is the first I'm hearing of it too. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 155, The Salon. Edward smiled and said, actually, it's not that complicated. As I mentioned before, I managed to escape the Saints' pursuit because of internal conflicts within the Aurora Order. My so-called joining of the Order was merely a stopgap measure. I wanted to use their infighting to eliminate that particular saint once and for all. But let me make it clear, my so-called joining is no more than acting as an undercover agent. Please don't change your views on the Aurora Order or the true creator because of this. The former is a cult, and the latter is an evil god. If you ever encounter them, you must be extremely cautious. Derek's expression darkened further. Klein was instantly relieved. To him, Edward was not just a fellow Tarot Club member, but also a close friend in the real world. He didn't want to see his friend actually join a cult. But, what Edward was doing now was just as dangerous. The hanged man, Alger, himself an infiltrator within the Church of Storms, glanced deeply at Edward and said, Mr. Tower, you really are quite bold. Edward then looked over at the little son and added, Mr. Son, I don't think you should burden yourself too much or assume the worst. Although Elder Lovia has become a shepherd, it doesn't necessarily mean she'll do anything to harm the City of Silver. In truth, Lovia's story in the original novel had been quite tragic. Though she worshipped the true creator, she had never truly betrayed the City of Silver. Even in death, she had fought with everything she had for its sake. Unfortunately, before that, she was always viewed with suspicion and guarded against. Derek nodded. I understand. After a moment of quiet, Alger suddenly recalled something. Mr. Tower, the pirate conference is scheduled for this Saturday. Have you decided where you'll board the ship? Edward smiled. When the time comes, I'll offer something to Mr. Fool. Through that item, I'll be able to instantly appear on your ship. He planned to place the vanishing cabinet inside a magical item with the undetectable extension charm and offer it to Klein, who would then pass it to Alger. Edward would travel through the cabinet from Audrey's side. Alger raised an eyebrow slightly. Got it. Looking forward to meeting you. At that moment, Klein, using the world's voice, spoke again. I want information on the criminal and prisoner pathways. Just a few days ago, he'd accepted Detective Isengard's invitation to help investigate a serial murder case. After piecing together clues from recent killings, they suspected the culprit might be a beyonder of the criminal pathway. Alger interjected, "If it's just the criminal pathway, I do know a few things." Little son Derek Berg looked over at him, straightened up, and declared, "I know both pathways well. In exchange, I want information on the fallen creator. Whether the two are of equal value shall be determined by Mr. Fool." There was nothing for Mr. Fool to say. In his usual calm tone, he simply replied, "Approved." The two then entered a private exchange. After a brief period, both obtained what they wanted. The difference was that Klein now had solid confirmation of his suspicions, while Derek seemed more confused. Could it be, the Lord hasn't abandoned us? Just, gone mad? Seeing their exchange end, Audrey turned once again to Priscilla. "Miss Death, this next segment is for sharing recent experiences and information. There are no limits on topics, anything is fine. Is there anything you'd like to share with us?" Priscilla lowered her head, seeming hesitant. "Not really, it's just that lately, I've been having this uneasy feeling, like something terrible is going to happen in Backlund." Several members who were currently in Backlund froze for a moment. Even though she was just a little girl, none of them dared to take her words lightly. Priscilla scratched her cheek in embarrassment. "Maybe I'm just imagining things." A moment of silence followed. Amid the thick gray fog, Klein gently knocked on the bronze table and smiled faintly. "This gathering ends here. By your will." Audrey immediately stood up, lifted her imaginary skirt, and gave a formal curtsy. The others rose one after another. Klein waved his hand, severing the connections as he watched everyone's blurred figures dissolve into light and vanish. He let out a long sigh. Even Miss Justice has advanced to sequence 7. I really need to hurry up. If this goes on, the rest of the Tarot Club will all be demigods, and I'll still be hanging around the mid to low sequences like a background character." As the Grand Palace and the gray fog faded from view, Klein returned to his bedroom. He glanced at the 3 rough paper figurines in front of him and sighed, muttering, "Didn't think I'd be this old and still have to relearn paper cutting. Good thing all it needs is a human shape." He folded the paper figurines and tucked them into a stack of sticky notes, then slid them into his pocket. Just then, the doorbell rang, the sound of its chime clear and pleasant. Klein walked to the door, grasped the handle, and as he did, the image of his visitor appeared naturally in his mind. A man approaching 40, extremely overweight, standing there as though merely staying upright was exhausting. "Don't recognize him." "A client." Klein muttered inwardly. Since his intuition sensed no danger, he opened the door. The portly middle-aged man took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Good afternoon. It's really hot today." Klein nodded politely. "Good afternoon. How can I help you?" "You're Detective Sherlock Moriarty, right? I'd like to hire you." The man forced a smile. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Rogo Koloman, a jeweler. I need you to protect my child until tomorrow afternoon. He's gotten himself into trouble with some lunatics." City of Silver. Inside Derek Berg's little cabin. After returning from the Tarot Club gathering, he simply lay on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, lost in confusion. Derek had always been a simple and straightforward person, not one who was particularly skilled at thinking things through. So when he suddenly learned that Elder Lovia believed in an evil god, naturally, he felt deeply unsettled, especially since that god might actually be the fallen version of the very god the City of Silver once worshipped. But then he recalled what Mr. Tower had said: though Elder Lovia believed in an evil god, she had, until now, been dutifully leading expeditions, tirelessly working for the benefit of the City of Silver. She hadn't done anything that directly harmed the city. Taking a deep breath at the thought, Derek leapt from his bed, stepped outside, and made his way straight to the City of Silver's library. He knew that Elder Lovia could usually be found either in the council hall or at the library, conducting research. Since he couldn't enter the council hall without a very important reason, the library was his only option. And sure enough, the moment he stepped through the doors, he spotted Elder Lovia wearing a black robe embroidered with numerous mysterious violet patterns, flipping through a thick book on mythology. Sensing his gaze, she looked up and gave him a small nod in greeting. "Elder Lovia." Derek walked over. "About what you mentioned last time, the brain of Asmon." Lovia's expression shifted subtly. She closed the book and asked, "You've made up your mind?" "I have," Derek said, avoiding her eyes. "Come with me then. I'll make the exchange for you now." She stood up, tucked the book back onto the shelf, and led Derek toward the City of Silver's storage facility. They walked in silence, the occasional boom of thunder echoing through the air. Just before they reached the warehouse's massive doors, Lovia suddenly turned and looked at him. "You seem like you have something you want to say." Startled, Derek mustered his courage and met her gaze, asking seriously, Elder Lovia, you won't ever betray the City of Silver, will you? Lovia froze for a moment, then gave a firm nod. Her voice was resolute, of course not. I swear on the name of my deceased husband, Lovia Tiffany will never betray the City of Silver. Not even the god she now served could change that. Backlund, a small villa in Empress Borough. Not long after the tarot meeting ended, Lilith finally relaxed when she saw Edward's soul safely return. Edward, I'm off to play with Susie. You're clearly just going to show off your new little red flower. When will you be back? Not sure. Miss Lilith is super busy today. Gotta play with Susie, pretend to be an instigator, catch some mice, and learn. Learn what? She quickly slapped her little paw over her mouth. Nothing. I'm off. With a flick of her tail, she leapt onto the windowsill and disappeared into the night. Little rascal. Not long after, a misty gray door appeared before him. Derek had just sacrificed a box to him, inside of which was the brain of Asmon. With the most difficult ingredient secured, the next step was to retrieve the cursed item of the ancient wrath from the Sanguine's castle. Once he had that, he'd have all the materials for the Sequence 6 scribe potion. The only thing left would be a beyonder characteristic of a polymath. He sacrificed 2 small leather pouches to the fool for Alger, then flicked a gold coin lightly into the air. Is tonight a good time to go to the Sanguine's castle? As expected, the coin landed with the symbol facing up. Tisk, so the Sanguines really do have someone keeping watch 24/7. Fine, if that's how you want to play it. Are you trying to force me to complete the acting and collect the material all in one go? Wait, I already finished digesting this potion. TSK, guess I've just gotten too used to it. Without further hesitation, he used Madman to the right to reverse the divination result, then calmly waited for nightfall. At 6 p.m., Audrey arrived at the salon venue in a luxurious carriage. The moment she stepped down, she was greeted by Helena. Audrey's expression shifted almost imperceptibly. She had always remembered Edward's advice to stay away from Helena and Prince Edisac as much as possible. So recently, she'd limited their communication to just a few letters. But now that Helena had approached with such a bright and friendly smile, Audrey couldn't simply pretend not to see her. She quickly donned a cheerful facade. Good evening, Helena. Good evening, Audrey. The 2 beautiful girls linked arms and walked into the villa together. Helena whispered, Audrey, it was such a pity you missed the last gathering. Oh. Did something interesting happen? Madame Norma invited a psychology teacher. He performed hypnosis for us, just a few words and the person was completely obedient. She lowered her voice. I suspect he used some kind of mystic power. Was it a psychological cue from a psychiatrist? Or was it a higher sequence hypnotic ability? But more importantly, Audrey picked up on the key phrase in her words. Us. Who else was there? Oh, quite a few people. Helena replied, there were several new faces last time, mostly people we often see at balls and parties. Huh. Audrey blinked in surprise. So the psychology alchemists aren't just targeting Helena and me, but the children of Loan's nobility as a whole. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 156, Another Door. After wandering around the salon for a bit, the 2 young ladies were led by Madame Norma's maid into a reception room. By the time they entered, there were already 7 or 8 people inside, all young and familiar faces. If Audrey remembered correctly, the parents of these young people all held significant positions within the Loan political and military circles. Good evening, Miss Hall. You are as beautiful as ever, Madame Norma approached and greeted Audrey warmly. She was a tall, elegantly dressed middle-aged lady with slender eyebrows and a naturally likable appearance. Thank you, Madame Norma, Audrey responded politely and sat down beside Helena with an obedient demeanor, quietly waiting for the real salon to begin. About 10 minutes later, there was a soft knock at the door. A middle-aged man with slightly brown skin, seemingly carrying some southern continent blood, walked in, wearing a pleasant smile. Ladies and gentlemen, it's good to see you all again, he said. He quickly scanned the room and added, I see there are a few new faces here tonight. Please allow me to introduce myself, I am Hilbert Alucard, a psychologist. Tonight, I will continue sharing some fascinating insights from the field of psychology and demonstrate how psychological techniques can be applied in everyday life. Meanwhile, in the form of Emlyn White, Edward donned his invisibility cloak and cast a disillusionment charm, silently making his way to the Delayer forest. What would have been a 6 to 7 hour trek on foot took him just over 20 minutes on a flying broomstick. Activating the concealment ability of the invisibility cloak, Edward moved like an invisible feather through the night, arriving at the half-collapsed, vine-covered ancient castle he had seen in his dream divination. This is it. Under the crimson moonlight, Edward was able to roughly make out the shape of the ruins ahead. Following the scenes from his dream, he circled around the castle and found a relatively intact section of the wall. There, he cast open door and phased through it. Picking up his pace, he quickly located the stone staircase that spiraled downward and began descending into the depths, one winding step after another. The deeper he went, the darker it became. Eventually, he had to light his wand with a Lumos spell. It was at that moment he found himself missing the hand of glory he had sold to Little Sun. After all, only the holder of that item could see its light. After a few more minutes, when the ground beneath his feet leveled out into a solid floor, Edward finally arrived at a massive underground hall. The surroundings were pitch black, and the faint glow from his wand barely illuminated the immediate area. This place is contaminated by the underground corruption. The vampires probably wouldn't dare chase me too deep, he mused. With that, Edward waved his wand and unleashed a surge of flames. Incendio. In an instant, the vast hall was bathed in firelight. The first thing Edward saw was a pair of massive bronze double doors, and beside them, two blurry, ghostly figures wandered back and forth. Suddenly, the two figures flickered and vanished. In their place appeared a monstrous creature made up of dozens, if not hundreds, of limbs and heads. The Medici descendant amalgamation. Edward's heart jolted in alarm, and he instinctively wanted to retreat. But he quickly realized, even if this was a Medici descendant amalgamation, it made no sense for it to suddenly appear here. Remembering how Furs and Zio had encountered illusions here in the original story, he immediately understood. An illusion. But among the spells and powers he currently possessed, none seemed particularly effective against illusions. Thinking fast, Edward first cast a Protego Diabolica to protect himself, followed by a Clear Mind spell. Then, from the tip of his wand, a wave of light rippled outward, Revelio. Wherever the light passed, the black-furred monstrosity flickered briefly, became transparent, but then rapidly solidified again. Edward leaned back, spreading his arms wide as if embracing the sun. Boom. A grand, pure, and blazing pillar of light descended from the heavens, flooding the entire hall. The Medici descendant amalgamation melted away instantly, like snow meeting fire. Moments later, the hall returned to normal. At that point, the two ghostly figures, a man and a woman, reappeared. After a brief moment of confusion, intense malice surged from them as they shouted, "Who's there?" The next second, they screamed and charged toward Edward. Though they couldn't see Edward under the activated concealment of the invisibility cloak, their instincts allowed them to accurately home in on his location. This was precisely why, in battles against powerful enemies, invisibility only helped Edward before he made a move. Once a fight started, Beyonders had countless ways to deal with invisible opponents. Just like Witch's invisibility, the most common countermeasure was wide-range attacks. In just a blink, Edward felt an icy chill form rapidly inside his body, freezing his flesh and joints. Unfettered. The discomfort vanished at once. Edward retreated swiftly while shouting, "Possession is forbidden in this place." At the same time, he cast theft, first stealing the various abilities of the two wraiths, then snatching their current thoughts. Taking advantage of the brief sluggishness that followed, he unleashed another burst of light of holiness. Boom. The underground hall was once again flooded with dazzling brilliance. The two wraiths shrieked miserably under the radiance but didn't immediately perish. Edward then swung his wand. Avada Kedavra. Two beams of green light shot forth. With two fleeting wails, the two wraiths dissipated, leaving only a scattering of dim, gem-like dust behind. Phew. Edward exhaled softly and flicked a coin into the air. The two wraiths have been eliminated. The coin landed heads up, a clear affirmation. He strode forward. In the brief time that had passed, the lingering, nearly invisible remnants of the two spirits had each condensed into a piece of ethereal crystal. Alongside the crystals and scattered dust lay two distinct items. One was a transparent, ring-like object, as if a corroded band, and the other resembled a crystal eye, with faint black mist swirling inside. Edward covered the objects with a piece of sheepskin, wrapped them up, and stuffed them into a prepared tin box. Perfect. Two cursed items from ancient wraiths, one for myself, the other I can sell to Miss Salted Fish later. As for the wraith dust, Klein will probably want it. Perfect. Mission complete. Just as he was about to leave, a series of thump, thump, thump knocks suddenly echoed in his ears. Edward frowned and turned to look at the massive bronze door, the one that had shown no reaction even under the purifying blast of light of holiness. Ah. A door. Edward gazed at it, and his expression slowly turned vacant. His thoughts first seemed to freeze, slowing to a crawl, then suddenly sped up, whirling chaotically. A faint burning sensation emerged once more from the square-shaped tattoo outlined in lines on the back of his hand. No way. Could it be that this cheat, the one that had allowed him to travel between two worlds, was somehow connected to that bronze door? While Edward was still dazed, the pounding behind the bronze door grew more urgent, each beat striking directly against his heart. He was startled to realize that his heartbeat had started syncing with the rhythm of the pounding. A horrifying thought struck him. If the pounding abruptly stopped, his heart might stop as well. Run. Now. But when he tried to cast apparition, he found himself unable to give the command. Instead, his body began moving against his will, one step at a time toward the bronze door. Meanwhile, the burning pain on the back of his hand intensified. A sudden crimson hue flashed before his eyes, and a whisper, one he hadn't heard in a long time, echoed in his ears. It was Mr. Door. Don't save me. 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 Immediately afterwards, Edward's skin began cracking and boiling like it had during previous episodes of losing control. His fingernails grew crazily, but, this time, the experience was not accompanied by the agonizing pain he had felt before. Still, without intervention, this would only result in a painless loss of control. Just as this realization struck him, Mr. Door's chant shifted. Don't save me. Don't save me. Don't save me. Don't save me. Don't save. Run. Suddenly, Edward regained control of his consciousness and body. Without the slightest hesitation, he cast apparition. Crack. His figure twisted and vanished. The ancient and massive hall instantly fell silent. The pounding behind the bronze door ceased as if it had never existed at all. Edward did not return to the inn directly. Worried that he might still carry some unknown pollution from behind the door, he chose an abandoned warehouse near the Backlund Bridge. Who? He slumped onto a battered crate. This time had been dangerously close. First, the bronze door's mind control, then, Mr. Door's whisper, and outside, there could very well be vampires lurking. But at the end, it sounded like Mr. Door said, run. Was that directed at me? Was it because of him that I managed to regain control? But why? Even if Mr. Door helped me for some reason, wasn't he banished beyond the stars? How could he possibly interfere with reality? And then there's the square-shaped tattoo on my hand, the door I saw during my advancement, and the bronze door here. What connection is there between them? And how does Mr. Door fit into all this? My cheat, what secrets does it hide? At this thought, Edward suddenly realized, the warning from today's divination, that it was an unsuitable day to visit the castle, might not have been because of vampires. Rather, it had something to do with that bronze door, or more precisely, something behind it. Perhaps the truth will only be revealed once I completely push open the door I saw during my advancement. Why does this feel so much like Klein climbing the steps to uncover the secrets of the Sapphira Castle? After resting for a while longer, Edward made his way to St. Samuel's Cathedral. He sat near the area closest to the goddess's sacred emblem for over an hour, then confirmed through divination that there was no problem with him. Only then did he head to Green Cemetery. Edward took out half of the wraith dust he had collected and buried it inside a tomb. He erected a headstone for the poor wraith lovers and, after hesitating for a while, copied a line he often saw online in his past life. Mountains and seas may part our ways, yet even mountains and seas can be crossed. But if it is the stars we seek, they shall forever lie beyond our reach. Edward placed his right hand over his chest and bowed slightly. My apologies, I'll be taking both cursed items. Thank you. Raising his head, he glanced at the yellowing sky. The images of the bronze door, the mysterious door glimpsed during advancement, and the square-shaped tattoo all flashed through his mind once more. He stepped back a few paces and apparat away. Just after Edward left, another figure quietly passed through the cemetery and headed toward the woods nearby. It was Klein. Note, enjoy the extra chapter. As usual, no extra chapter tomorrow. But don't let that stop you from donating Power Stones. And if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Thank me later. Link, patreon.com/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 157, Chapter 157, That Cat. In a secluded patch of woods outside Green Cemetery, Klein stood high amidst the treetops, gazing out at an open, flat clearing not far away. In his line of sight, 7 or 8 boys and girls in black robes were gathered around a corpse, performing a strange, twitchy, almost frenzied dance. The dance had a distinct rhythm to it, faintly tinged with a mysterious aura. Tonight, Klein had originally been tasked with protecting the jeweler's son, Adel Kalaman. However, after Klein had driven away the spirit clinging to him, he had gleaned information about a suspected gathering of the spirit cult. Initially, this gathering took place once a week, around 3 in the morning every Friday, conducting resurrection rituals near the outskirts of Green Cemetery. But 2 weeks ago, the schedule abruptly changed. Now they held rituals every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, at 3 different times, 9 p.m., midnight, and 3 a.m. And today was Monday. At this moment, the dance reached its climax. A bald, robed adult man lifted his head, removed his wig, revealing several eerie tattoos etched onto his bare scalp. He raised both arms high and chanted loudly. God of Death. Respected God of Death. Is about to return. Then they carried out a black cat with emerald eyes and threw it toward the corpse lying on the ground, trying to leap over it in a bid to resurrect it. Just then, a clear voice rang out. If you don't leave now, you might die later, you know. Everyone was startled, frantically searching for the source of the voice. Klein immediately looked up and spotted a short-haired girl in black perched casually atop a nearby tree, her little legs dangling and swinging idly in the air. A black-haired, black-clothed little girl. Klein was momentarily stunned. Such a coincidence. Seeing that it was just a child, the bald man, Kapusky Reed, relaxed slightly and called out, "Little one, it's so late. Shouldn't you be home sleeping? What are you doing here?" Priscilla lightly leapt down from the tree, looking up at the group and huffing, "Well, isn't it because you people are making such a racket in the middle of the night that I can't sleep?" She glanced at the corpse on the ground. "Hey, if you don't run now, in a moment." Before she could finish speaking, the black cat suddenly fluffed up, let out a sharp screech, and bolted. In the same instant, the corpse sat bolt upright. The group of young spirit dancers reacted not with fear, but excitement. It worked. It worked. The next second, the corpse stretched out a hand, grabbed the nearest person, pulled them close, and sank its teeth into their neck with a gruesome squelch, blood spraying everywhere. Oh. Only then did panic finally set in. Kapusky, the bald man, was visibly flustered. He hastily pulled out a brass whistle, put it in his mouth, and blew hard. Immediately after, he chanted in Hermes. "In the name of the God of Death, I command you." But after a brief moment of stiffness, the corpse abandoned the young man it was biting and instead roared and lunged straight at Kapusky. Priscilla, who had been coldly observing from the sidelines, only started to move when the corpse pinned the bald man to the ground. She rolled up her sleeves and began striding forward. At that moment, with a burst of flame, a garishly dressed clown, his face smeared with red, yellow, and white paint, appeared amidst the firelight. He made a finger gun, puffed up his cheeks and made a sound similar to the firing of a gun. Bang. The corpse's skull shattered partially, rotten liquid oozing out, but it still struggled to bite Kapusky. Bang. 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 Klein fired multiple air bullets in quick succession. First the arms, then the neck, and finally, boom, the head exploded entirely. The undead finally collapsed, lifeless, atop the bald man. Kapusky scrambled backwards, shoving the corpse away in terror, retreating in a frantic crawl. Klein tossed out a matchstick, instantly setting the corpse ablaze with eerie green-tinged flames, reducing it to ashes and waxy sludge in moments. "What are you all still standing there for? Never participate in this kind of thing again, and don't you dare breathe a word of it. Otherwise, you'll all die. Every last one of you." The group of young dancers fled in panic. Klein, meanwhile, approached the bald man, intending to interrogate him further. Priscilla stared at Klein, muttering under her breath, "Busybody." She then looked at the pile of ashes and waxy residue on the ground, frowning in dismay. Could she still digest the potion with what's left of the corpse? Klein was speechless. "Miss Death, I just saved these little children, you know." This corpse had clearly been different from ordinary undead, far beyond the strength of a regular corpse collector. But alas, such was the burden of being a caring fool. Klein stooped down and picked up the brass whistle Kapusky had dropped. At first glance, it looked somewhat similar to the one Mr. Azik had given him, though the differences were obvious. One was a legendary-grade artifact, the other, a cheap, plain knockoff. "Where did you learn the spirit dance? And where did you get this whistle?" Nervously and with painstaking detail, the bald man recounted how he had stumbled into the mystical world and obtained the whistle, allowing Klein to confirm that this man was just an extraordinarily clueless, unlucky normal person who had brushed against the world of mysticism by accident. "Take me to see the old man's corpse." "Why yes, of course." Having eavesdropped the entire time, Priscilla immediately chimed in. "I'm coming too." Klein replied calmly, "No, I think you should go home and sleep." Priscilla pouted, waving her tiny fists, "No way. You destroyed the corpse I was supposed to retrieve. I'm using this as compensation." "Compensation? Seriously? Fine. You're young, you win. Let's go." An hour later, the group returned to the home of the bald man, Kapusky Reed. Along the way, he more or less realized that while these two weren't ordinary people, they didn't seem like bad ones either. As long as he did what they said, he should be safe. As soon as they entered, he grabbed some tools, led Klein out the back door of the kitchen, and into the withered, overgrown garden. They stopped in front of a slanted tree, where he skillfully dug into the ground, slowly revealing the stone slab buried beneath the soil. Once the top layer was cleared, Kapusky used his tools to pry the slab open. A pale red moonlight, faintly filtering through the clouds, spilt into the shallow tomb below. Ah! Kapusky gasped and stumbled back, falling to the ground. Inside the grave, there was no rotting corpse, no bones. Instead, the bottom was scattered with white feathers tinged with a faint yellowish grease. Klein's heart skipped a beat. White feathers. An angel. Priscilla jumped into the grave without hesitation, pulling out a corpse-wrapping bag from her satchel and started gathering the feathers. Klein's eye twitched. "What are you doing?" "While packing," she replied matter-of-factly, "the person buried here has already left on their own, but these feathers are a sign that they've died once. Collecting and properly burying them is still part of a corpse collector's duty. Did Azek not teach you that many things in the world of the Beyonders are extremely dangerous?" "All done." Priscilla slung the half-filled bag of feathers over her back, scrambled out of the grave in a few swift moves, and waved a small hand. "I'm off." After a few steps, she suddenly turned back to Klein. "Oh right, that bronze whistle you picked up earlier, it's very dangerous." Klein asked, "Then what should I do with it?" She thought for a moment, then stretched out her small, pale hand. "Give it to me. I'm not afraid of danger. Why does it feel like you're trying to scam me again? If you won't, then forget it." She spun on her heel and skipped away with light, fluttering steps. A strange smile crept onto Klein's paint-covered face. "Good night, Miss Death." Priscilla stumbled and turned around with a shocked expression. "Eh? You. Klein turned to Kapusky. "About this whistle. Keep it." Kapusky hurriedly waved his hands. "It's yours now." "All right. I'll make sure it's properly handled." Klein pocketed the bronze whistle. "As for what happened tonight, I suggest you forget everything. And never try dancing the spirit dance again, or sooner or later, something strange will kill you." I understand," Kapusky said, pale and nodding rapidly. "Good night, Miss Death." With a snap of his fingers, Klein vanished in a burst of flame. Priscilla shouted and chased a few steps, "Hey! You haven't told me who you are, hey!" Seeing the confused look on Kapusky's face, she glared at him. "What are you looking at? This is all your fault." Kapusky. Yes, everything you say is right." With that, she turned around, kicking her little legs as she quickly vanished into the distance. Elsewhere, Klein first returned to the jeweler's home to make sure everything was in order, then headed home to the world above the grey fog to divine the origin of the bronze whistle. Sigh, what a busy night. The night deepened. Even the crimson full moon quietly sank westward, as the world approached the darkest hour before dawn. In a dim, spacious grey hall of the Sanguines. From a heavy, iron-black coffin forged like cast iron, a powerful yet decayed aura occasionally leaked from its seams. A well-dressed middle-aged gentleman in a black tuxedo, with blood-red eyes, quickly entered the hall. He bowed respectfully toward the coffin and spoke softly. "Grandfather." After a brief silence, an aged and deep voice slowly sounded from within the coffin. "Well. We've monitored the area for days but found nothing, until just now, when we sensed a burst of Beyonder power from the underground of the manor. So, the person who was asking Emlyn questions, slipped past all of you and entered the manor unnoticed. I'm sorry, Grandfather. It's fine. I was just curious anyway." The middle-aged man hesitated, then suggested, "Should we assign someone to follow Emlyn? He'll eventually come into contact with that person." "No need," the voice in the coffin rejected firmly. "That's enough. You may go." "Yes, Grandfather." The gentleman left quickly. The grey hall returned to its long, silent stillness. After some time, the sanguine Marquis let out a faint, confused sigh. "Ancestor, in the vision you gave me last time, what exactly does that cat mean? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated." Chapter 158, the day of the Roselle Memorial Exhibition. Tuesday. For most people, it was just another ordinary day. But for the admirers of Emperor Roselle, today was nothing short of a holiday. The Roselle Memorial Exhibition was opening at the Royal Museum, displaying numerous artifacts and documents that the Emperor had either invented or personally used. For the citizens of Lone, so far from the Intis Republic, such an opportunity was a rare and precious event. Edward had gotten up early, dressing meticulously in the standard attire of a lone noble gentleman. After all, he was accompanying Audrey today. If he dressed out of place, standing beside her would only look awkward. Lilith sat perched on the desk, her tail swishing idly as she examined Edward up and down. Suddenly, she asked, "Edward, humans are so strange. They don't have fur, but they're always wearing the skins and fur of other animals." Edward immediately replied, "I don't have a habit of wearing animal skins. This outfit is pure technology. It's all the same." She waved her little paw in a grown-up manner. You spend all that money and effort dressing up so nicely, but then, after meeting for a little while, you tear it all off and roll around together. Edward's eyes widened in shock. What nonsense are you talking about, Lilith? Where did you even see that? While I was out hunting mice at night, I saw it all the time. Edward fell silent for a few seconds, then walked over, cupped her furry cheeks in his hands, and said seriously, seeing things like that too often will rot your eyes. Lilith's face squished amusingly between his palms. She twitched her whiskers and said proudly, Miss Lilith is not a child. You are a child. You're just over 2 years old, that's a child. Not true. Miss Lilith is a big cat. Roar. She broke free of Edward's hands and pounced at him playfully. Anyway, you're not allowed to watch. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked lightly. Edward patted Lilith's head and walked over. Is that Audrey? Didn't we agree to meet directly at the Royal Museum? As he reached for the doorknob, a familiar face flashed through his mind, and he froze for a moment. It's her. Meanwhile, at 15 Minsk Street. Klein had also woken up early in preparation for the Roselle Memorial Exhibition. After preparing some butter and toasting 2 slices of bread, he didn't immediately sit down to eat. Instead, he opened the door and retrieved the morning newspaper from the mailbox. Tucked inside the newspaper was a letter from Detective Isengard Stanton. It contained Stanton's theories regarding the serial killings. Klein considered for a moment, then penned a reply addressing his speculations. Only after that did he pick up the now butter-soaked toast and, with red tea and the newspaper, leisurely enjoyed his breakfast. Sigh, that devil's existence is seriously disrupting the lives of Beyonders in Backlund. Hopefully, Detective Isengard Stanton picks up on my hints and finds something useful. Klein set down the paper, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and tidied up to head out. Today was the day of the Roselle Memorial Exhibition. He intended to try his luck, perhaps he might even find some clues about the card of blasphemy. Fully dressed and carrying his black cane, Klein had just stepped outside when he noticed a lady approaching. She was impeccably dressed and wore a sheer veil that obscured her face. Hello, are you Detective Sherlock Moriarty? She asked. I am. May I ask? I was referred by Detective Stewart. I'd like to commission you to investigate someone, she said gently. I want to know how he's doing lately, whether he's safe, whether he's living well. Klein blinked in surprise. This kind of commission is quite novel. He pulled out his pocket watch to check the time and said, Madam, I'm actually on my way to the Roselle Memorial Exhibition right now. Could you perhaps come back later, once I return, so we can discuss the details? Just half a minute of your time. The woman extended a fair, slender hand and offered a few banknotes. This is a £50 advance. If you can find useful information, I'll pay you another £500. £550. Klein's first reaction was pure delight, followed immediately by caution. Someone willing to pay that much, the person she wants investigated must be extremely unusual. May I ask who it is you want me to investigate? He asked. His name is Edisak. That's all I can tell you, you'll have to find the rest yourself. She turned and walked a few steps away, then added, oh, and focus especially on the woman around him. I'm counting on you. Investigate a woman. Is this another affair? Watching the woman's figure disappear into the distance, Klein turned and went into the washroom. There, above the grey fog, he performed a divination. The result indicated that this commission wasn't particularly dangerous. If it weren't for the possibility that the Roselle Memorial Exhibition might provide clues regarding the card of blasphemy, he might have abandoned the exhibition altogether and started working on the commission immediately. Meanwhile, the veiled woman, after turning into an empty alleyway, removed her hat and exhaled softly. Had Edward been there, he would have instantly recognized her. It was Trissy. She let out a self-deprecating laugh. I really must be crazy, I clearly hate that fool, and after all the effort it took to escape, here I am, inexplicably hiring a detective to check up on him. She kept telling herself that she merely wanted to understand whether the demonist sect had once again planted an agent at Edisak's side, but whether that was true or not, only she knew for sure. Trissy had originally believed that by clinging to a powerful figure, she could finally escape the vortex of Backlund. Yet that figure had coldly told her that until matters in Backlund were truly resolved, there would be no place for her to hide, and promptly dragged her back. She sighed. Sigh, one step at a time, then. Empress Borough, the Hall family's luxurious estate. With the help of her personal maid Annie, Audrey had changed into a relatively simple long dress, a soft fur coat draped over her shoulders, and a hat adorned with delicate gauze. At her side, Susie sat obediently, a satin bow tied neatly around her neck. My beautiful little princess, where are you off to today? Earl Hall descended the stairs, twirling his immaculate mustache as he spoke. Audrey replied cheerfully, Daddy, I'm going to see the Roselle Memorial Exhibition. Though the halo of admiration she once had for Emperor Roselle had long since shattered, upon further thought, and recalling what Edward had said, she realized that even if some of his accomplishments were borrowed, the fact that he led an entire era single-handedly was still quite extraordinary. The Earl stroked his mustache thoughtfully and asked in a casual tone, "Going with friends?" "That's right." Viscount Glaint, perhaps. Yes. The Earl chuckled knowingly and nodded. "Would you like me to arrange something with the Church of Steam? After the official hours, I could get them to extend the exhibit for you and your friend." "No need, Daddy," Audrey laughed. "An event like this is more fun with a crowd." "Very well. Just be careful." Just then, Susie, who had been sitting patiently, suddenly stood up. She trotted off toward the outside, only to return a few minutes later, wagging her tail. As she brushed against Audrey's hand, she slyly slipped a small note into it. While Annie stepped away, Earl Hall sat down to seriously read his newspaper. Audrey quietly unfolded the note. "Sorry, Audrey. Something urgent came up. I might not be able to go to the Roselle exhibition with you today. Edward." Audrey froze. The bright excitement on her face visibly faded. She puffed out her cheeks and muttered, "Untrustworthy fellow." "What was that, darling?" Earl Hall looked up from his paper. Audrey quickly said, I was just thinking, maybe I'll do as you suggested, Daddy. I'll wait until after the official exhibition hours and go see it then. Would that be all right?" "Of course, my little princess." Audrey propped her chin on her hand, her mind drifting far away. What could Edward possibly be up to? At that moment, Edward was feeling rather helpless himself. He had already packed up and was just about to leave when an unexpected guest arrived, the lady who enjoyed listening to his stories. Although he wasn't particularly surprised that she had tracked him down, compared to their previous, chance encounters, this direct intrusion into his private life left him more than a little annoyed. "You're disturbing my personal time." "My apologies," she said very politely. "I recall mentioning a few days ago that I hoped you could come to a certain place to tell me stories." Edward frowned slightly and declined tactfully, "I'm sorry, madam. Today won't work. I have plans with a friend. I can offer you a satisfactory payment." Edward's voice grew firmer. "This isn't about money. I've already promised someone else. £10,000. Edward shook his head again without hesitation. "No." Her pupils flickered faintly, and at once, a barely perceptible barrier rose up around them. "My apologies. Today is extremely important to me as well. If you insist on refusing, I'll have no choice but to use my own methods to persuade you." "Bloody hell." Edward cursed inwardly. "It's just telling a story, is this really necessary?" He quickly weighed the odds. Could he defeat a demigod-level powerhouse? If not, could he escape? If he escaped, would he be hunted down afterwards? If caught, would she still be this polite? Seeing Edward's darkening expression, the woman realized she had spoken too harshly. She quickly added, with sincerity, "I can promise to grant you a favor, within my capabilities." Edward said irritably, "A grade 0 sealed artifact, would that do?" She paused for a few seconds, then surprisingly nodded. "Yes." Edward's breathing nearly stopped. "You're serious?" Her deep blue eyes met his squarely, calm and unwavering. "Of course. Note, if you guys want an extra chapter tomorrow, we'd need to hit 125 POW stones. Go, vote. And if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Thank me later. Link, p.n.c.o.m/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 159, Chapter 159, Their Own Moves. The idea of fighting a demigod flashed across Edward's mind, but was immediately dismissed. What a joke. He couldn't even beat a demigod on a normal day. If she casually pulled out a grade 0 sealed artifact and smacked him with it, he'd be dead in an instant. All right, he agreed. Edward beckoned to Lilith, the cat crouching under the table. "Lilith, help me deliver this to Audrey." He quickly scribbled a line onto a slip of paper and handed it to Lilith. Gripping the note between her teeth, Lilith leapt up to the windowsill. She glanced back at Edward with worried eyes before jumping down and disappearing into the distance. The room fell into silence. The lady folded her arms and sat quietly, gazing out of the window, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Edward's mind was spinning rapidly. Since she was willing to offer a grade 0 sealed artifact as payment, maybe he should seize the opportunity to wring some more benefits out of this. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. She was at least a demigod. Although he had faced demigod-level powerhouses before, he had never actually fought one, mostly because he wasn't even qualified to. In any serious confrontation, he would have been flattened in seconds. But this raised a problem. He genuinely didn't know how much effect his magic would have against a demigod-level opponent. "Madam," Edward sighed at this moment, "you can treat that talk about grade 0 sealed artifacts as a joke. But, I do have a small experiment I'd like you to assist with. You're a demigod, right? That's correct. Perfect. Oh, just a heads up, I can't guarantee this experiment won't cause you any harm, but please, whatever happens, don't retaliate. The lady drew in a shallow breath. All right. Then. Edward took a step back and pulled out his wand. Petrificus totalis. A beam of light shot out, striking the lady's arm. The spot of contact began to slowly turn to stone. She frowned slightly, her gaze shimmered briefly, and the petrification instantly dissipated. Conf undo. Tarantaligra. Stupefy. Impedimenta. Spell after spell shot out with crackling sounds, but unfortunately, most had little to no effect. Fiend fire. A fierce, finger-thick stream of fiend fire surged toward the lady. She calmly extended a hand. At the moment of contact, her palm flickered unnaturally, as if glitching. Despite the fiend fire relentlessly burning, it didn't harm her in the slightest. Sectum sempra. Slash. Finally, a real effect, an invisible curse tore through her clothes, leaving a gash that faintly revealed a red mark on the alabaster skin beneath. That one's not bad, she commented lightly, brushing at the torn fabric. Flavius. The next second, the lady's body showed a brief sign of warping, but it quickly corrected itself. She frowned slightly. That last spell, I felt a hint of threat from it. Of course. Transfiguration was Edward's strongest magic. Edward didn't bother trying Avada Kedavra. By now, he had a rough understanding. It wasn't that the spells had no effect, it was that he hadn't infused them with full spiritual force. Otherwise, if he poured everything into a shot and actually landed a hit, it could definitely inflict damage, provided the opponent stood still and let him cast. Now for the real test. Edward took out a gold coin and flicked it into the air. Let's see if my magic will successfully affect her. The coin spun through the air. Edward caught it deftly. Heads up, meaning no. Without hesitation, he activated Madman to the right. At the same time, he swung his wand. Flavius. Tarantaligra. The lady's expression changed drastically. She was about to speak when a beam of light shot straight at her. The next second, a snowy white Persian cat appeared out of thin air and began performing an absurd tap dance. A few seconds later, the Persian cat reverted back to human form. The lady was no longer calm and composed. With a face full of astonishment, she stared at Edward. How did you do that? Edward, massaging his temples and enduring the headache caused by the exhaustion of his spirituality, managed to squeeze out a grin. Secret, he said. She frowned slightly but did not press further. Damn it, Edward thought grimly. He had intended to lightly test a few spells, but due to an accidental misfire, he ended up overloading and nearly drained his spirituality dry. Madman to the right was indeed full of uncontrollable surprises. Although it successfully altered the divination result, it also forcefully changed Edward's original plan when activated. In an actual battle, if something like this happened, say, after forcing the opponent into a few seconds of immobility, Edward would simply be waiting to die afterwards. Especially if the enemy was a spectator pathway powerhouse, even transformed, their combat capability wouldn't be affected much. Just like how Hermes had been turned into a rabbit during his fight with Miss Rain at Tyne-Cur, but even as a rabbit, he remained a sequence too insightful beyonder. Still, this technique could definitely serve as a last resort life-saving move. Is your experiment finished? The lady asked. Yeah, Edward replied. She studied him for a moment and said thoughtfully, you weren't simply testing abilities. You were trying to simulate fighting a demigod-level enemy. Edward shrugged. Pretty much the same thing. You have a demigod-level enemy? Her ocean-deep blue eyes gazed at him calmly. I owe you a favor. You can use it to have me assist you in one battle. Huh. That didn't sound half bad. Deal. Edward thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. All right, but I'm not sure when my enemy will actually make a move. Could we perhaps change the condition to you protecting me for a period of time, until they appear? She gave Edward a cool, sidelong glance but said nothing. All right then, I'll just wait a bit longer, Edward muttered, shrugging helplessly. A few minutes later, she pulled out a stack of cash and placed it on the table. Tell me another story. Sure. Since he had nothing better to do, Edward thought for a second and began, this one is called 1001 Nights. Her eyes shimmered ever so slightly. A long time ago, there was a tyrannical king. Every day, he would marry a young maiden, and by dawn the next day, he'd have her executed. Though the people were furious, there was nothing they could do. Most just tried to flee the kingdom. One day, a brave girl volunteered to marry the king. That night, she told him a story. Just as it reached its most exciting point, dawn broke. Curious to hear the rest, the king spared her life. The next night, the girl finished the first story and started a second one. Again, just as it reached its climax, morning arrived. The king spared her again. And so it went, night after night. The king was enthralled, always eager for the next tale. After 1001 nights, he was finally moved. He fell in love with the girl and decided to marry her properly and live happily ever after. The lady elegantly crossed her legs and asked, "So, you're saying I'm the tyrannical king, and you're the clever girl?" The story's not over yet, Edward said with a grin. On the night of the grand wedding, as the king was about to formally marry the girl, she pulled out a pair of scissors she had hidden for a long time, and slit his throat. The end. She leaned back and smiled. Interesting. Edward placed a hand over his heart and gave a slight bow. Thank you for the compliment. By 6 in the evening, the Royal Museum had said farewell to the last of its ordinary visitors, only to welcome a much more distinguished group, a tour of high-born guests, including the daughter of a count, the son of a duke, and a number of young viscounts. Audrey, who had been feeling a little sour over Edward bailing on her earlier, instantly perked up after receiving a task from Mr. World. She behaved like a noble girl who knew nothing but adored Emperor Roselle. She wandered the museum at a relaxed pace, stopping constantly to admire exhibits, asking all sorts of curious questions, and wanting to touch everything. Of course, before touching anything, she would always politely seek permission from the staff, and only after receiving it would she carefully, delicately, reach out, as if afraid of damaging these ancient treasures. Compared to the other boorish noble youths who were more hands than eyes, Audrey's gentle behavior quickly won over the museum staff. As expected from the most dazzling gem of Backlund. Soon, she stopped before a golden, intricately carved toilet. The image of Roselle's diary popped into her mind. No one would ever guess that the reason Emperor Roselle went to such lengths to invent the modern toilet was because he had nearly fallen off one while using it. She couldn't help the amused twitch of her lips. Glaint looked at her with curiosity. Audrey, I know you're a big fan of Emperor Roselle, but it's just a toilet, is it really that fascinating? Audrey immediately pressed her lips together and said primly, No, Glaint, you don't understand. This is the brilliance of human civilization. Glaint shrugged. Looking around the empty museum, Audrey couldn't help thinking, it would have been more fun to come during regular hours with the general public. That way, she could hear all the other fans lavish praises upon Emperor Roselle, his culture, his inventions, his science, his military prowess, and secretly giggle to herself, none of it was originally his. According to Edward, the emperor wasn't some brilliant innovator, just a diligent porter, hauling knowledge from another world. If only this world had petroleum, if only the emperor had lived a bit longer, perhaps today's world wouldn't be that different from Edward's. This line of thought brought her a trace of worry. The Church of the God of Steam and Machinery was clearly cozying up to Edward for the sake of another industrial revolution. But modern science depended heavily on petroleum. Even if Edward proposed a shift toward electric technology, there were still many technical hurdles left unsolved, especially in a 1991 version of Britain. What if they eventually realized that Edward had reaped all the benefits, yet brought no real change? Would they turn on him? As the group slowly moved on, they entered a faithfully reconstructed study. Audrey maintained her role, asking a few casual questions here and there, always full of wide-eyed curiosity. When the tour guide began introducing the original manuscript of Creative Ideas, Audrey's eyes lit up. That's the one. She took a step forward, laid a hand on the manuscript, and casually slipped out the bookmarked page while flipping to another, just like any curious visitor might do. At the same time, she shot a quick look at Susie. Your cue. Woof. 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 Night had quietly fallen. After confirming through Miss Justice that the bookmark was indeed problematic, Klein decided to take action that very evening. He had previously used divination to locate an abandoned building near the Royal Museum. After arriving, he scattered starlight powder, releasing his spirituality to seal the entire room, ensuring nothing inside could be heard or sensed from the outside. Then, he lit a candle, placed it on a box before him, and, following the rituals of magic, summoned himself. Above the grey fog, he responded to his own summoning. Using this process, he subtly altered his projected spiritual body. His face now appeared faintly painted, as if smeared with grease paint. When everything was ready, Klein grabbed a random box of matches he'd picked up on the street, and sliced a transparent door into the spiritual wall before stepping through. He drifted like a true ghost through the wall, heading straight for the Royal Museum. Let's begin. Elsewhere. When Edward arrived at the Royal Museum with the mysterious lady, he couldn't help but freeze. Then he turned to her, dumbfounded. Don't tell me, you brought me here just to tell you another story. He stared at the massive poster of Emperor Roselle hanging outside the museum, then glanced at the woman beside him. A vague, uneasy suspicion was beginning to form in his mind. No way. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 160, Chapter 160, oh no, I've become Emperor Roselle. She nodded slightly. Actually, I'd prefer to go somewhere else, but it's too far. Wait, even if one of us is here to tell a story and the other to hear one, do you think the guards in there will believe that? No. With a flick of her fingers, a strange-looking hat appeared in her hand. That's why we'll need to sneak in using beyonder methods. Put this on. One after the other, the two of them walked straight toward the Royal Museum. The ordinary guards stationed outside couldn't see them at all. Once they stepped inside, a phantom-like chessboard unfurled from the lady center in all directions. In the blink of an eye, everything in Edward's vision slowed down as if cast in slow motion. Everyone around them began to move sluggishly, completely unaware of the change. We're here. Soon, they arrived in front of an exhibition styled like an office. According to the display sign, this was a recreation of Emperor Rozel's personal study. Every piece of furniture and decoration inside was authentic. At that moment, the lady spread her arms, and vibrant peach blossoms began to rain down from above. Within moments, the display transformed into a blooming paradise, overflowing with lush greenery and fragrant flowers. A moment later, the flora gradually faded and disappeared. But Edward knew very well, this space was now completely cut off from the outside world. Holy crap. It really is her. Isn't this the peach blossom spring? Sigh. She glanced around the room, a glimmer flashing across her eyes before she let out a soft sigh. She walked over to the sofa opposite the Emperor's desk, then leaned back, curling herself up into the cushions. She pointed at Rozel's seat and said calmly, "You sit there. Seriously. You're one of the 4 pirate kings, the former Intis princess, leader of the element Dawn, a sequence 3 demi-angel at the brink of godhood, and you're dragging me into roleplay." Naturally, the mysterious Queen Bernadette had no idea what was running through Edward's mind at that moment. She gently closed her eyes and said, "You may begin your story." Edward squirmed uncomfortably in his seat. He glanced at the creative manuscript sealed under glass on the desk and knew that the Black Emperor card was tucked inside, as the bookmark. "Can we switch places?" Bernadette remained silent. He sighed in resignation. "What story should I tell?" She opened her eyes, an odd glint flashing through her gaze. "Need me to pick?" "All right, start with Snow White." "Okay." Edward let out a long sigh of surrender and cleared his throat. Once upon a time, there was a girl named Snow White. Her skin was as white as snow, her lips as red as blood, and her hair black and glossy like a waterfall. Time flowed by silently. Within the sealed space, only Edward's voice could be heard. And so, Snow White and the prince lived happily ever after. The end. Bernadette, eyes still closed, murmured in a tone very unlike her usual self, "Cinderella. Once upon a time, there was a beautiful girl who had a wicked stepmother and 2 cruel stepsisters. One day, the prince held a grand ball in the city. She rode in a pumpkin-turned carriage, wearing a pair of glass slippers, off to attend the ball. And later, Cinderella and the prince lived happily ever after." Bernadette's breathing became softer and more relaxed, as if she had drifted off to sleep. She mumbled like someone lost in a dream, "Sleeping Beauty." What else could Edward do but indulge her? This story takes place in an ancient kingdom. A noblewoman gave birth to a lovely daughter. She was a beautiful, kind-hearted, and loving princess, but an evil fairy, jealous of the girl's beauty and goodness, cursed her. On her 16th birthday, she would prick her finger and fall into a deep sleep. Only a kiss of true love could awaken her. Edward tried his best to narrate these fairy tales with energy and flair, tailoring them to sound fun and vivid, like stories told to a little girl. Meanwhile, Bernadette lay curled up on the couch like a real child, slowly falling asleep with the comfort of bedtime tales. He imagined old Rozel must have told stories to his daughter like this too. He probably claimed every fairy tale as his own invention, proudly declaring, "Daddy made that up for you." TSK. Wait a minute. Edward suddenly froze, a sinking feeling rising in his chest. Except for Snow White and the magic mirror, I don't think I've ever heard any of these fairy tales mentioned out in the world. Could it be that some of them were stories Rozel only told to his daughter? And with the Emperor dead, that would mean only 2 people in this world still know them, his adopted daughter, Katlia, and me. So then, why the hell do I know them? Oh crap. Just the thought of it made Edward go numb. He quickly tried to recall the circumstances under which he first met this lady, Bernadette Gustave. Their first encounter had been the night he went to eliminate this manger party. He'd found that stack of suspected Transmigrator diaries in the group's vault. He'd barely finished the first page when Bernadette suddenly appeared, took the journal, and left him with one sentence. "May you have sweet dreams tonight." The second time was when he was chatting with Audrey in a carriage and mentioned the idiom, plugging one's ears while stealing a bell. She grew curious, and he ended up telling her the story behind it. The third time was that same afternoon at the Brave Bar, when he told the story of the idiom, pretending to play the lute in a group. The fourth time was at the restaurant, when he told the fairy tale about a cat and a mouse becoming friends. And today was the 5th time. First came 1001 Nights, then Snow White, Cinderella, and others. Looking back on it now, could it be that the very first time they met, when he looked at the first page of the diary and reacted like he could read Chinese, she had already taken note of that? And the second time, wasn't it actually her who sought him out, and just so happened to overhear him mention the idiom, plugging one's ears while stealing a bell? What's even more uncanny is that Emperor Roselle very likely mentioned that idiom to her in the past. Then, one after another, idioms and fairy tales that only Emperor Roselle could possibly have known started coming out of his mouth. And to Bernadette, a man who could read Chinese, who knew idioms and fairy tales only her father had known, and who just so happened to have no background whatsoever, as if he had appeared out of thin air. What would she think? Most crucially, she had never believed that her father was dead. Crap. Was Bernadette seriously starting to believe that he was Emperor Roselle? In that moment, Edward felt like he was sitting on a bed of nails, with thorns in his back and a fishbone stuck in his throat. Why did you stop? Bernadette opened her eyes. Her blue irises seemed even deeper than before. You suddenly look very nervous. Edward forced out a smile and gave a dry laugh. What are you talking about? It's just, I've talked too much. My throat's a bit dry. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. He faked a few more coughs. So, what kind of story would you like to hear next? She blinked. Why don't you tell the kind of story you think I'd like to hear? I think you'd love the tadpole looks for his mother, father. Ah, how would I know what you like? Then tell me the story of the men who waited by a tree for a rabbit. Suddenly, she sat up on the sofa. The blossoming peach trees and greenery reappeared around them, then vanished again in a flash. Then, with a casual flick of her wrist, the strange hat materialized once more and landed squarely on Edward's head. Boom. A dull explosion rang out from the first floor, followed by a commotion of chaotic footsteps echoing from all directions. Edward knew it had begun. Klein had started his operation. And the target of tonight's action was that very bookmark tucked inside the creative manuscript, just a few dozen centimeters away from him. But Bernadette was right here waiting by the tree for a rabbit. No way. Edward suddenly realized she had really been about to say that idiom just now. Damn, how fitting. With the Sapphira Castle, Klein should still be able to escape, right? Moments later, a semi-transparent figure descended through the ceiling, half floating, half dropping until he landed just before Roselle's desk, encased in glass. His face seemed covered in some kind of grease paint, making it impossible to make out his exact appearance, but who else could it be besides Klein? Klein crept forward cautiously, believing he had already successfully drawn the museum guards away. Little did he know, there was one person in front of him, and another behind, two very real people, watching his every move. He extended both hands, one reaching for the bookmark inside the creative manuscript, the other going for a second one that looked like it had been drawn by a child. Then, he began trying to wrap both in his spiritual body. But Bernadette had already quietly moved to his side, preparing to give him a huge surprise. Wah! 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 Shrill, piercing cries of an infant suddenly echoed through the exhibition hall. One by one, eerie eyeballs emerged and floated in midair, densely packed and staring down at Klein with cold, indifferent gazes. Klein's body abruptly froze, and even in his spiritual form, he felt as though he had been encased in ice. His grasp on the bookmarks halted completely. At that moment, a soft but emotionless woman's voice whispered in his ear. Why are you only taking the bookmarks? Frozen in place, Klein stiffly turned his head to the right, and saw, just half a meter away, a woman with an unremarkable face, dressed oddly, and wearing a strange leather hat. Was this a powerhouse from the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery? No. Maybe a high-sequence powerhouse. Bernadette spoke again, her tone even colder than before. Why are you only taking the bookmarks? How did you know to take the bookmarks? So close. Just one step away. If he had managed to absorb the bookmarks into his spiritual body, he could have cancelled the summoning and returned above the grey fog immediately. But because of this one step, he now stood at the edge of catastrophe. Just then, something seemed to occur to Bernadette. With a flick of her hand, the hat on Edward's head disappeared, and with it, his figure became visible. Klein's pupils shrank. Edward. He was here. He had been here the whole time. Everything I just did, he saw it all. Thankfully, I still had that paint on my face. But why was he here? And who exactly was this high-sequence woman? At that moment, Bernadette turned to Edward and asked, Do you know what's hidden inside the bookmark? Edward shook his head with an innocent look on his face. She didn't seem surprised. She nodded, then looked back at Klein again. This is your last chance. Why only the bookmarks? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 161, Bernadette's Prophecy. At the same time, the bloodshot eyeballs floating around rapidly expanded, seeming as if they were about to fill the entire space. At this rate, Klein might not be able to retrieve the Black Emperor card. Without the Black Emperor card, whether or not it could be borrowed was secondary, the crucial issue was that Mr. Fool wouldn't be able to use the Paper Angel. Without the Paper Angel, the Tarot Club would be in serious danger after each gathering. Realizing this, Edward gritted his teeth, suddenly reached out to lift the glass cover, and made a move to snatch the bookmark that Klein had already mostly enveloped. As he did so, he shouted, "I'll help you get the bookmark back." Klein inwardly groaned, "Edward, we're on the same side." Just as Edward's fingers were a few centimeters from the bookmark, he silently activated the Spectre ability of the Resurrection Stone. His spirit body fingers slipped through his physical hand, lightly brushing the bookmark and nudging it toward Klein's own spirit form. Exclamation point. Klein immediately understood, seizing the fleeting opportunity to fully envelop the bookmark within his spirit body. Then, he flashed a wide grin at Bernadette. In the next second, the nearly transparent figure, along with the Azek copper whistle and the two bookmarks it held, vanished instantly, returning to the world above the grey fog. Edward hurriedly waved his hands at the empty air, putting on a look of exaggerated shock. Damn, he got away. Bernadette simply stood there, watching him silently. Under her gaze, Edward's scalp tingled with numbness. He stammered, aren't you going to chase after him? You're still the same. You haven't changed one bit. Leaving behind only this faint remark, Bernadette's figure also disappeared. Edward stood frozen on the spot. Still the same. Haven't changed. Was she, acknowledging me as Emperor Roselle? What a damn surprise fatherhood moment. If Audrey found out she had suddenly gained a daughter who was over 100 years older than her, she would probably be very surprised. At that moment, the sound of footsteps approached from afar. Edward's figure immediately twisted and vanished. Meanwhile, above the grey fog, in the grand and ancient palace, Klein's figure abruptly materialized at the head of the mottled long table, and he let out a long, quiet breath of relief. Since his spirit body was anchored to the grey fog, he could summon and respond to himself. As long as the enemy didn't kill his spirit body instantly or knock him unconscious, he had no fear of not being able to return. But if he had come back empty-handed, and leaked information about the bookmarks possibly being the cards of blasphemy in disguise, it would have been a huge loss. Fortunately, Edward secretly helped me at the last second. So he really recognized me after all. Even with my face painted like this, he still recognized me. Could he actually be the true Spectator Pathway Sequence 1? Still, it was precisely because he recognized me that he knew how to help. Without his last nudge, tonight would definitely have been a bust. Let's head home first, and study the bookmarks slowly later. Without further hesitation, Klein left the grey fog and returned to his room, slipping out quietly into the night. Little did he know, the real excitement of the evening had only just begun. After returning to the villa, Edward grabbed a water jug and chugged it dry. Earlier, when he told Bernadette that his throat was dry from talking too much, that hadn't been just an excuse. Hearing the noise, Lilith, who had been in the bedroom, scampered out. "Edward, you're back." She glanced around. "Where's that woman?" "No idea, probably off chasing the thief." "Thief?" Lilith jumped into Edward's lap, kneading softly with her little paws as she asked, "What were you two doing? Why are you catching a thief now?" It's a long story." Edward set down the empty jug with a wry smile. It really was a long story. Who could have imagined that telling a few stories could lead to such a complicated mess? No wonder Bernadette treated me so kindly, even willing to lend a grade 0 sealed artifact. Sigh, for Roselle to have such a good daughter, he must have saved the world several times in his past lives. But I'm really not him. As for Bernadette's misunderstanding, Edward decided to play dumb for the time being. He'd have to find a way to hint indirectly that he wasn't Roselle. If all else failed, he could just shift the blame onto Mr. Fool. After all, in the original story, Bernadette had suspected that Mr. Fool was Roselle. Wasn't that misunderstanding eventually cleared up? Better yet, if he could take her to that island in the fog sea, and show her the real Roselle's corpse, that would be perfect. In the meantime, it wouldn't hurt to make a little use of Bernadette's current goodwill, for instance, using it to deal with Saint of Secrets, Bodhi's. At last, Edward understood what Will Septon's other piece of advice had meant: find someone even better at prophecy to help. And who could be better at prophecy than a Sequence 3 clairvoyant like Bernadette? Now, he had two things to do: first, find Bodhi's; second, eliminate him before Bodhi's made a move. Nice and simple, just like putting a dead body into a refrigerator, 3 easy steps. Half an hour later, there was a knock at the door. Bernadette had arrived. "Did you catch him?" She shook her head lightly. "No." It was as if he had evaporated into thin air. After a brief pause, Bernadette asked, "Do you know where he went?" Edward shook his head without hesitation. "How could I possibly know?" She stared quietly at Edward, her cerulean blue eyes giving no hint of emotion. Lilith, who had been lounging on Edward's lap, silently retreated, crawling under a chair and crouching low as she stared warily at Bernadette. Half a minute later, Bernadette sat down across from Edward. "You know who I am." Edward quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He gestured with his fingers, forming a small gap between his thumb and forefinger. "By sheer coincidence, I happened to learn a little about you. You must be the legendary Queen Mystic, the eldest daughter of Emperor Roselle, Lady Bernadette Gustave." She didn't ask for details. Instead, she said calmly, "The favor I owe you still stands. Have you decided what you want?" "I'm currently being hunted by a saint of the Aurora Order." Edward got straight to the point. "At the moment, I don't know where he is, nor do I know if he's plotting something in secret. But I was fortunate enough to consult an angel, who warned me that if I don't take the initiative, I'll likely end up dead." Her voice was soft yet even. "Who is it?" "Saint of Secrets Bodis of the Aurora Order, a Sequence 4 secret sorcerer." "You want me to kill him for you?" Edward nodded. "If possible, of course, that's what I would hope for. But the first step is to find him, and for that, I'll need your help." Bernadette shook her head slightly. "My prophecy abilities can't precisely locate a person. At most, I can glimpse certain secrets hidden in the River of Fate. Otherwise, she would have long used prophecy to find Emperor Roselle." "Then, can we change the angle of the prophecy?" Edward suggested. "Hunting Bodis will definitely trigger at least a demigod-level battle, and that will inevitably cause destruction. Could you perhaps prophesy where in Backlund such a disaster is about to happen?" She thought for a moment. "I can try. At that time, I'll set up in advance at the predicted location and lure Bodis out for the final strike." Edward smiled. "That way, the loop closes perfectly." Bernadette frowned slightly. "A closed loop." But soon, she smoothed her brows and asked indifferently, "Are you confident you can handle a demigod?" "Hey, now, that's a bit much." Edward shrugged. "I'm only Sequence 7. What could I possibly use to deal with a demigod? All I can do is run around begging others, owing favors, or paying a price to seek help from various people or forces." He chuckled, looking a little sheepish. "So, if you're willing not to count this prophecy toward the favor you owe me, I'd also love for you to lend a hand when the time comes." Bernadette gave a rare smile. "Fine." Edward froze in surprise. "Really? But I have one condition." With a slight flip of her palm, a stack of papers materialized out of thin air and landed on the coffee table. "Help me translate these Roselle diaries." Edward's face stiffened. He forced a laugh. "Milady, surely you jest. The language used by the Emperor is a mystery that hasn't been cracked for over 100 years. How could I possibly know how to read it?" Bernadette gazed at him serenely. "I've named my condition. You can consider it at your leisure. TCH." After a long while, Edward sighed. "Let's do the prophecy first." Bernadette waved her hand gently. The diary pages disappeared. Then, her deep blue eyes suddenly became even more unfathomable, momentarily losing focus, as if gazing across the currents of fate beyond Edward. "The location is in the Bridge district of Backlund, somewhere in the East Borough." 2 or 3 seconds later, Bernadette abruptly closed her eyes, as if a dazzling light had burst in front of her. A faint trace of bloody tears seeped from the corners of her tightly shut eyes, making her already pale complexion look even more ghostly. Still keeping her eyes closed, she spoke in a slightly ethereal voice. "I have seen it, Backlund is about to suffer a great catastrophe, a truly apocalyptic disaster." Bernadette's eyes snapped open, and her gaze was as vast and profound as the night sky. In a soft murmur, she said, "I have seen the hope for my advancement. Backlund is about to face an apocalyptic disaster. Hold on. All I wanted was to cheese the system a bit to find Bodis. How did a full-blown disaster pop out of nowhere? A smog apocalypse? No. The timeline doesn't match." Edward suddenly slapped his forehead. Now that Trissy had fled, Lady Despair was injured, and Prince Edisac had fallen for another witch, the original storyline was already completely off track. "Are you sure this disaster has anything to do with me?" "I just wanted to deal with just one saint," he asked, exasperated. "If you hadn't found me today," Bernadette said calmly, "you would have been ambushed in a month, and on the same day, the disaster would unfold. In other words, while those evil gods, outer deities, and royal fuckers were stirring up chaos, they had conveniently decided to clean me up too. What an honor, huh?" At that moment, Edward finally understood why the Snake of Mercury, Will Septon, had urged him to strike first. Note, the promised extra chapter. Enjoy. If you guys want another one tomorrow, we'd need to hit 255 POW stones. Go, vote. And if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Thank me later. Link, p.atre.o.n.co.m/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 162, Shifting the Blame. If I manage to hunt down Bodhi's ahead of time, will I be a little safer? She shook her head. There are too many variables. This already exceeds the scope of my prophecy. You seem to have thought of something. Bernadette's eyes returned to their calm blue as she asked softly. Edward pondered for a moment. The disaster you foresaw is likely tied to multiple factions: Aurora Order, Demonist Sect, Psychology Alchemists, the Lone Royal Family, and even the Rose School of Thought. Bernadette fell silent for a while. No wonder. She had long sensed that something major was brewing in Backlund. That was precisely why she had come here. Her advancement ritual required her to stop a catastrophe. However, up until now, there had been no concrete clues. Her premonition had been vague and elusive. But today, through Edward, she had seen a clear glimpse of the looming disaster. Edward's mind spun rapidly. Very quickly, he made a decision. He looked at Bernadette with firm eyes and declared, "I accept your offer. I'll help you translate those diaries, and you'll help me through this ordeal." She nodded slightly. Very well. Bernadette left. Edward leaned back and rubbed his temples, troubled. Lilith crawled out from under the chair. Rising onto her hind legs, she placed her forepaws on Edward's thigh and asked softly, "Edward, have you run into some trouble? I didn't quite understand what you were discussing with that lady just now." "Yeah," he replied simply. "Miss Lilith will help you." All right. Edward scratched her under the chin, while inwardly thinking, judging from the original storyline, hunting Bodhi's might mean preparing to face multiple enemies at once. Not to mention, he's in possession of a Grade 0 sealed artifact, Box of the Great Old Ones. I need to start calling in favors. Let's start by contacting the ones I don't owe anything to. Without delay, he arranged a ritual and summoned the black bird. The little bird circled the room once before landing obediently. "Who do you want to send a message to?" Its eyes widened as it stared at the 20-odd feathers Edward was holding. "If I give you all these feathers," Edward said, "can you appear whenever I call you and help me traverse the spirit world?" The black bird gulped, thought seriously for a moment, then nodded vigorously. "I won't be super fast, but I can do it." "Good. They're all yours." Edward handed over all the feathers. The black bird was so overwhelmed by sudden happiness that it froze for a moment. Really? Of course. You've performed really well lately. These are your rewards." It immediately clutched the feathers tightly with its claws, then glanced at the resurrection stone ring on Edward's finger. I'll perform even better from now on. I'm counting on you." "Oh right, I forgot to ask, do you know what pathway you belong to?" The black bird tilted its head and thought hard. "I vaguely remember, something called, the Phoenix's Pathway." Phoenix's Pathway. Isn't that the old name for the death pathway? Its form matched, a bird, and it liked to eat phoenix feathers. Could this little black bird carry the bloodline of the ancient phoenix ancestor, Gigris? Edward had long suspected it, but still found himself a bit surprised. In the original story, there were very few mentions of Gigris. After being heavily wounded by the ancient sun god, she had fallen and died. Later, when the god of death, Salinger, ascended, he seized control of the death pathway, causing Greygrolly's attempted resurrection to fail and her imprint sink into the river of eternal darkness. Unlike other ancient gods, who left behind various descendants, there was no record of Gigris having any. "Do you know who your parents are?" "I don't." "Do you have a name?" "I don't know that either." Completely clueless, like someone who had lost their memories. It was oddly similar to Mr. Azik. Could it be that this bird had once been an undying as well? All right. Edward sighed helplessly. "Is there a way to summon you without having to arrange a ritual every time?" "I know summoning rituals can be attached to items, but it's still pretty troublesome." The black bird nodded. "Actually, you don't need a ritual to summon me. Just silently chant the last line of the summoning incantation, and I'll hear it." Why didn't you tell me earlier?" The bird looked confused. "You never asked me." "Fair enough. My bad. Also, help me contact your headless friend. If she's unwilling to meet, tell her I'll need her to help me out once in the next couple of days, and the reward will be the conditions she proposed last time." "Okay. And, do you know any other friends who are about as strong?" The black bird shook its head. "Nope." "All right then. Go deliver the message. Bye-bye." Clutching the feathers happily, it flew back into the spirit world. Next up. Just then, a misty gray fog rose before his eyes. High atop the bronze throne, the fool briefly flickered into sight. Then, Klein's figure appeared within the fog. "Honorable Mr. Fool, please help me relay a message to Mr. Tower. I need to meet him immediately at my residence." Klein wanted to see me. Because of what happened earlier. Good timing. I was about to ask to borrow the Black Emperor card. I'll be right there. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Klein's figure faded, and the fool reappeared. He paused for a few seconds before speaking lightly. Good work tonight. Ah, Mr. Fool, did you send Klein to retrieve those 2 bookmarks? That's right. Edward feigned curiosity. Is there something special about those bookmarks? They are cards of blasphemy, crafted by Roselle. Empress Burrow, inside the Hall family's luxurious villa. Around the same time, Audrey also received the news from Mr. Fool. She was instantly overwhelmed with shock and joy. It was a card of blasphemy. Edward had once said that each card of blasphemy equaled an entire pathway to godhood. Did this mean that the Tarot Club now held an entire divine pathway in their hands? Which pathway could it be, she wondered. If only it were the spectator pathway. But no matter which one it was, it meant that the Tarot Club had grown even stronger, and, more importantly, Edward would be able to borrow the card of blasphemy from Mr. Fool and acquire even more powerful mystical abilities. Edward is truly amazing, Audrey murmured to herself. He was only at sequence 7, yet he already possessed powers that only demigods, or even angels, could wield. As expected, this era belonged not only to Mr. Fool, but also to Edward. I wonder what he's busy with today. He still hasn't come to see me. He probably has no idea what a show he missed today. When Edward arrived at 15 Minsk Street, Klein had just finished brewing a pot of coffee. Come in, have a seat, Klein said warmly. He handed Edward a cup and lightly blew on his own before taking a small sip. Edward, meanwhile, gripped his cup, activated his freeze ability, quickly cooled the coffee, and took a large gulp. So, what's so urgent that you had to call me here this late? He asked. Klein set down his cup and said, after how I looked tonight, how did you recognize me? Buffed, you just had some grease paint on your face. One look at your eyes was enough. Next time you disguise yourself, don't forget, eyes are the windows to the soul, Edward said casually. Klein's mouth twitched. You think I didn't know that? As for that bookmark, the card of blasphemy, Mr. Fool must have briefed you about it, right? Yup. Edward gave him a big thumbs up. Amazing work, Kitty Klein. Quietly pulling off such a big job under Mr. Fool's orders. Don't randomly make up nicknames for people. What the heck is Kitty Klein? Klein grumbled. He muttered, it's all, thanks to Mr. Fool's guidance. I was just following instructions. Edward chuckled. You're selling yourself short. Escaping from the hands of a Sequence 3 saint is no small feat. Sequence 3 saint? That woman. Who was she? What exactly was going on there? Well, her name is Bernadette. Bernadette. Klein froze for a second. You mean Bernadette Gustave? The daughter of Emperor Roselle. The Queen Mystic, one of the 4 kings of the sea. Exactly. No wonder she reacted that way. Klein nodded in realization. But, why were you, of all people, hanging around such a big shot in the middle of the night? If I told you it was because we were cosplaying, you'd never believe me. Edward shrugged helplessly. To be honest, I only found out who she was tonight. Before that, I just knew she was a powerful and mysterious figure I'd gotten acquainted with for certain reasons. Klein could easily tell Edward wasn't giving him the full story. But out of respect for boundaries and privacy, he didn't press further. Instead, he asked, so, how did she react to the bookmark being stolen? Edward pondered for a moment before answering. She suspects that the person who took the bookmark might be connected to her father, Emperor Roselle. I mentioned before at the Tarot Club that Bernadette firmly believes her father didn't actually die. She's been tirelessly searching for every clue he left behind, and the cards of blasphemy are crucial to that. Now, all of a sudden, someone shows up and makes a beeline straight for the bookmark, as if they knew its significance in advance. Klein nodded thoughtfully. I see. And, Edward lowered his voice, what's even more coincidental is that Mr. Fool also understands Roselle's mysterious language. I swear I have nothing to do with that playboy Roselle. Klein cried silently in his heart. Edward leaned in and whispered, I have a theory, maybe Mr. Fool really did know Emperor Roselle personally. Maybe, after Roselle was assassinated in White Maple Palace, he didn't truly die. Maybe he was only half dead, and Mr. Fool is collecting his diaries in hopes of uncovering the truth and finding a way to save him. Ah, Mr. Tower, that's a fascinating theory. Unfortunately, I don't know Emperor Roselle personally. At best, I admire him from afar. Collecting his diaries is more about uncovering hidden knowledge from the mystical world. Of course, if it ever turned out that he was still alive and trapped somewhere, I'd definitely do my best to rescue my fellow countrymen. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 163, Chapter 163, The Black Emperor Card. Klein coughed twice and said, ahem, when it comes to matters at such a high level, who really knows? After a brief pause, he continued, "The reason I called you here tonight was to ask about that woman, Queen Mystic. You have no idea, after I escaped from the museum, I ran into her again. Fortunately, she didn't recognize me." Then I suggest," Edward said thoughtfully, "that for the time being, you'd better avoid moving around in today's appearance. She's likely to remain in Backlund for a few more days." Klein nodded quickly. "Of course." "Oh, right," Edward seemed to recall something. "That card of blasphemy, did you offer it up to Mr. Fool?" "I did." "Why?" Klein asked. Edward hesitated, then said, "Well, that means I can only request to borrow it through Mr. Fool." Klein was slightly surprised. "That card is the Black Emperor card, it belongs to the lawyer pathway. What do you want it for? You're not planning to copy down formulas and sell them for money, are you? Do you think I'm you, god of poverty?" "No," Edward replied seriously. "I just want to study it a little. After all, it's a legendary card of blasphemy." At that, his expression grew solemn. "Do you still remember what Miss Death said during the tarot meeting yesterday? She said, something terrible would happen in Backlund." Edward nodded. "Bernadette is a sequence 3 clairvoyant. She just made another prophecy, a disaster is about to befall Backlund. So you must be careful." "Disaster." Klein repeated the word softly. "What kind of event could be called a disaster?" "I'm not sure," Edward admitted. "All I know is that this disaster might be related to the Aurora Order and the Demonist sect, both evil cults." "The Aurora Order again?" Klein stared intently at Edward. "Didn't you join the Aurora Order? Could you get more information from them? Maybe we can report it to the church in advance." "I'll try." After returning to the villa, Edward immediately set up a ritual and prayed to Mr. Fool. "The fool that does not belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good fortune, I request to borrow the card of blasphemy you obtained today, for research purposes. I seek your benevolent grant." Moments later, Mr. Fool's voice descended. "You may." A phantom door composed of wind and light opened before him. Accompanied by a gust of surreal wind, a single tarot card floated silently into view. The door vanished soon after. "Thank you, Mr. Fool." "Praise the Fool," Edward said sincerely. He picked up the card. On the card's surface was the image of Roselle Gustave, seated upon an ancient stone throne. A black crown adorned with all kinds of gemstones sat atop his head. He wore pitch-black armor and a matching cloak, held a scepter in one hand, and stared coldly into the distance. In the upper left corner of the card, sparkling starlight formed a line of text. "Sequence 0, Black Emperor." Edward channeled his spirituality into the card. Immediately, the card expanded, turning into a miniature book. The pages turned without wind, displaying a myriad of Roselle's images, corresponding to the names, formulas, and mystical abilities of sequences 9 through 1. In preparation for today, Edward had deliberately reserved 2 empty slots after the cooldown of Silverfish had last reset. The abilities he currently retained were Theft, Prohibition, and Dawn Armor. He placed a finger on the surface of the Black Emperor card and activated Silverfish once more. Just like when he had devoured someone in Groselle's travels, a strange feedback surged toward him. His spirituality also issued a subtle warning: attempting to ascend straight to godhood was extremely dangerous. Since that's the case, let's be cautious. He first located the sequence 3, Frenzied Mage. After a brief hesitation, he decided to be even safer and instead targeted the sequence 4, Earl of the Fallen. He selected the abilities, Magnify, and Distortion. At once, a subtle and marvelous sensation washed over him. He knew he had successfully acquired the 2 abilities. Magnify, the ability to enhance the effects or impacts of certain actions, whether beneficial or harmful. Distortion, the ability to twist the meaning of a target's speech, actions, or intentions to construct a reality advantageous to oneself, thereby restricting or influencing the opponent. Edward drew his wand and casually cast a transfiguration spell at the table. At the same time, he activated Distort. Immediately, the direction of the spell twisted in midair, striking a nearby sofa and transforming it into a carpet. Lilith, who had been dozing peacefully on the sofa, plopped onto the floor, blinking in confusion. Edward took another step forward. Using Apparition alongside Magnify, he teleported instantly to Tingen City, something that normally would have required multiple consecutive apparitions. Crack. Returning to the villa with another snap, Edward frowned slightly. Good thing I didn't choose a sequence 3 ability earlier. Otherwise, my spirituality would have been completely drained. Silverfish was undoubtedly a divine skill, but there was a drawback: the devoured abilities could not have their spiritual consumption freely adjusted according to circumstances. The upside was that, even with the same distortion, Edward's use of it was significantly more potent than that of a sequence 6 Baron of Corruption. The downside was that the stronger the effect, the greater the consumption, and with his sequence 7 spirituality reserves, it was dangerously easy to burn himself out. That, perhaps, was the so-called balance. With magnify, strengthening my spells, and distortion, magnifying the effects on targets. This should significantly help in hunting down Bodhis. The next day. Inside the luxurious villa of the Hall family. Edward and Audrey were enjoying a hearty breakfast while chatting about the events of the previous day. After recounting her adventure, Audrey said happily, "So now, our tarot club has gathered a complete pathway to godhood." She was generous with her praise. Impressive, quietly pulling off such a grand achievement without a sound. She sipped her sweet iced tea and added, "Though, we still don't know which pathway that card belongs to." "It's the Black Emperor card," Edward said casually. "Its sequence 9 is lawyer." "The Black Emperor card?" Audrey blinked in surprise. "How do you know?" "Funny story," Edward smiled. "I happened to be on site yesterday when Mr. World retrieved the card of blasphemy." Audrey exclaimed, full of curiosity. "Remember the lady we bumped into during our stroll through the East Borough? The one who gave me £100 after hearing my story," he reminded her. She nodded quickly. "Of course. You said she was likely a demigod." "Exactly. Yesterday, I finally learned her true identity." Edward paused for a few seconds for effect before continuing. "She's Queen Mystic, the one we've discussed several times at the Tarot Club, Bernadette Gustave." "Queen Mystic, you mean, she's the daughter of Emperor Roselle?" Audrey was utterly stunned. "That's right. The reason I stood you up yesterday was because of her." Edward then recounted the whole sequence of events from the previous day. When he finished, Audrey was left gaping in astonishment. You're saying Queen Mystic may have mistaken you for her father, Emperor Roselle?" "Well, that's just a guess." This is too ridiculous," she muttered, but then she suddenly narrowed her eyes suspiciously, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "You're not actually the Emperor, are you?" Edward lightly pinched her soft cheek. "If I were, shouldn't you be kneeling before me?" "Humph. You might be the King of Intis, but you can't order around a citizen of Lone." She scrunched up her nose in mock defiance but quickly became serious, concern flashing across her face. "If she really thinks you're Roselle, and someday realizes the truth, wouldn't she get furious and kill you?" I think as long as I don't actually try to impersonate the Emperor in front of her, and if I help her a bit in her search for him, it shouldn't come to that." Edward's expression grew solemn. "Later, I'm going to see Mr. A. After that, I'm preparing to hunt the Saint of Secrets." Hunting a demigod. Audrey's eyes sparkled with excitement, although she knew she wouldn't be able to help much. She was only sequence 7 after all. "Lilith, you'll stay with Audrey for the next couple of days," Edward said, turning to the little cat who was playing with Susie. Lilith looked at him with her clear, water-blue eyes for a long moment, then nodded slightly. "Okay." Audrey leaned in and whispered, "Edward, be careful." "Of course. I'm just there to assist, the real heavy lifting will be done by the powerhouses," Edward said with a grin before flashing away in a swirl of light. After he left, Audrey clapped her hands softly to draw the attention of the two little ones. "Come on, Lilith, Susie. Let's go visit Anna. She's been feeling a bit anxious lately, probably because she hasn't been out in too long." Susie immediately took a step back. "Ah." Lilith, however, cheered, "Yay. Let's go." "You again." That was the first thing Mr. A said upon seeing Edward, his attitude almost identical to last time. It was clear he had no desire to entertain Edward's presence. Though Mr. A's faith in the true creator surpassed all else, it was undeniable that the Aurora Order had descended into chaos since Edward's arrival. Edward, oblivious to the complexities within Mr. A's mind, got straight to the point. "I want to hunt down the Saint of Secrets, Bodhis." "You?" Mr. A glanced him up and down. "You want to hunt a saint?" "Of course not me personally." Edward shook his head. "Weren't you eager to get rid of Bodhis?" "But I don't know where he is," Mr. A replied, frowning. "Besides, if he decides to flee, it would be very difficult to pin him down." "Why are you suddenly determined to hunt him?" Edward shrugged. "He's already trying to kill me. I'm purely acting out of self-defense, all right." After a pause, he added, "And I've secured help from a powerful individual. With you and this powerhouse together, 2 demigod-level figures, dealing with Bodhi should be feasible, right?" Mr. A lowered his head, lost in thought for over 10 seconds before asking, "How do you plan to lure Bodhis out?" Edward pointed at himself. "Didn't Bodhis want me dead? I'll use myself as bait." "That's too obvious." "Bodhis isn't an idiot," Mr. A said flatly. Edward chuckled. "If the Lord sent you to kill me, but for a long time you couldn't find me, and then one day you saw me walking around in broad daylight without a care in the world, what would you think?" "I wouldn't miss the chance, of course." Mr. A answered without hesitation. Then he quickly added, but I would be well prepared. Exactly. So this hunt will come down to who's better prepared. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 164, Chapter 164, Preparing for the Hunt. After understanding the hint from the Snake of Mercury, Edward immediately made up his mind. This time, he had to leverage every possible connection and resource to eliminate Bodhi's. Mr. A's lips curved slightly. Oh. Seems like you've hidden things more deeply than I thought. What's the plan? Starting today, I'll operate in the East Borough and south of the bridge. Then, I'll pretend that I've been exposed during a pursuit. You'll hide nearby, and we'll let the Aurora Order leak my whereabouts. Before Mr. A could respond, Edward continued, of course, this is an extremely clumsy act. I'm blatantly telling Bodhi's that I'm bait, and that I'm collaborating with Mr. A to lay a trap for him. Then we just wait patiently. If the evil god who's been manipulating Bodhi's truly wants me dead, I'm sure Bodhi's will show up. Mr. A closed his eyes, seemingly listening intently to something. After a moment, he nodded slightly. Fine. Then, this hunt officially begins now. Hillston Borough, Quelag Club. Ever since he helped Lady Mary photograph evidence of her husband's infidelity, Klein had officially become a member of the Quelag Club through her introduction. He even made a few acquaintances here, like the aristocratic riding instructor Talum Dumont and the surgeon Aaron Series. However, Klein wasn't particularly interested in the hedonistic lifestyle of the club. The main reason he came regularly was to practice shooting at the underground range. And the food. This morning, he had already started working on a commission he received yesterday from a lady. Unfortunately, all he had was a name. Without more details, even divination was out of the question. After all, in Backlund, a city with millions of people, the number of individuals with the same name was just too many. So, after flipping a few coins, he decided to try his luck at the club. Sadly, after wandering around for a while, he came up empty-handed. Oh well, since I'm already here, might as well get some shooting practice in. After a quick greeting to Talum, he was about to head down to the underground range when Talum hesitated and said, "May I ask you something, Mr. Moriarty?" "Of course, go ahead." Talum hesitated, then said, "I have a friend who suddenly seems like a completely different person." At first, he fell madly in love with a woman. Despite the vast difference in their social statuses, he was even ready to go against his family's wishes and marry her. Klein chuckled. "Sounds like a very passionate man." Talum shook his head. "That's just it, I've known him a long time and I'm familiar with his temperament. He is the kind to act impulsively for love, but..." He took a deep breath. He suddenly fell in love with another woman. The same kind of obsession, the same madness. And the first woman, he didn't forget her. When I asked about her, he clearly remembered, but his attitude had shifted from fanatical to indifferent. It's as if everything before had been an act. Ah, that sounds like classic scumbag behavior. Seeing the expression on Klein's face, Talum grew serious. I'm sure he's not the kind of man who loves every woman he meets. His behavior is absolutely not normal. Klein was stunned. If it really was as Talum described, then his friend's transformation might indeed involve some supernatural elements. You want me to look into this? Talum nodded at first, but then shook his head. I do, but his identity is far too special. Investigating him won't be easy. Even getting close to him may be impossible. Klein laughed. Talum, don't underestimate the capabilities of an experienced detective. Your friend's not a prince or a princess, right? Talum opened his mouth but said nothing, staring blankly at Klein in silence. Klein's smile froze on his face. He cleared his throat. Ahem, you can't be serious. That's a little beyond what a detective can handle. Sigh. Talum let out a long sigh. I know this sounds irresponsible, but if by any chance you can uncover the truth behind my friend's change, I promise you'll be handsomely rewarded. Ah. Klein could only give an awkward smile. He didn't even ask for more information and instead found an excuse to leave, heading toward the underground shooting range. Unexpectedly, he saw the surgeon Aaron there. It was surprising, every time they'd met before, Aaron had made it clear that his hands were meant to save lives, not to shoot guns. But he wasn't actually shooting. He was sitting on the side, watching a boy around 10 years old practice shooting. Aaron, what brings you to the range? Aaron nodded toward the child. Came with my adopted son. He says I'm always too busy, and that as the only man in the house, he has to learn some skills to protect his mother. What a good kid. Yeah, well really is everything I could ask for in a child. A rare smile crept across Aaron's face, but then he lowered his voice and said, Mr. Moriarty, I think I've encountered something strange recently. You're a famous detective, you must know quite a few people, right? Klein didn't quite get what he meant, so he casually replied, I suppose so. Do you know anyone like a village witch doctor? No, I mean, someone skilled in divination or who's into mysticism. I feel like I've been too lucky lately, abnormally lucky. Too lucky, to the point of being abnormal. Klein looked slightly confused. Aaron lowered his voice. Yes, every time I leave the house, I find gold coins, wallets, even checks. Recently, all the patients coming to my clinic have been wealthy aristocrats or magnates. Their illnesses weren't serious, yet somehow no other hospital could cure them. But when I perform even the simplest surgeries, they recover immediately. Then there are my investments. Projects that had been losing money for half a year suddenly shot up like mad. Even the value of my clinic building has multiplied 4 or 5 times because of some new road planning. As he spoke, he exhaled slowly. And that's just the beginning. Big or small, I've been bombarded with all sorts of good fortune. Klein. Buddy, if you're so troubled by this kind of luck, just give it to me. At first, I thought it was a blessing, a reward from the gods for the good deeds I've done in the past, Aaron continued. But, this luck came too fast and too often, it's unnatural. I looked into some books and found accounts saying that this kind of abnormal fortune could be borrowing from one's future fate. In the short term, things seem great, but it might all end in a catastrophic disaster. Hearing this, Klein's expression grew serious. Back in his previous life, there was a saying, the law of balanced luck, a streak of good luck was often followed by a stretch of bad, and vice versa. Of course, that was usually just a way for unlucky people to console themselves. But in this world, where the extraordinary existed, nothing was out of the question. He thought for a moment, then asked, Aaron, think carefully, when exactly did your streak of good luck begin? Aaron rubbed his chin and pondered for a while. Then his gaze shifted to his adoptive son, Will, who was still shooting. He muttered, I think, it started after I adopted Will. Klein instinctively looked over just as the boy turned his head. In that instant, those dazzling eyes glimmered with something strange. Hello, Mr. Detective, the child said sweetly. I think you might be running into some bad luck soon. For reasons he couldn't explain, a chill ran down Klein's spine. This child was definitely not normal. In the basement of a house in the West Borough, several candles flickered with a dim, yellowish flame, casting light over the surrounding altars, chairs, and round table. At the brightest spot, near the candlelight, a man sat quietly, draped in a mysterious black robe. His brown hair was slightly curled, stiff and bristly, and his deep eyes seemed to conceal countless secrets. He was none other than Bodis, the Saint of Secrets, one of the 5 saints of the Aurora Order. At that moment, near the edge of the candlelight, where the shadows were deepest, a thin, wavering silhouette began to emerge. It stretched and swayed like a living shadow, lacking thickness, barely visible to the eye. What do you want, Bodis? Bodis smiled slightly. The one the Lord wants me to hunt has finally shown himself. Oh. He happened to run out of spirituality while being chased in the East Borough, exposing his true identity. Coincidentally, members of the Aurora Order were nearby and discovered him. That's clearly a trap. I know that. Bodis maintained his gentle smile. He wants to use himself as bait to lure me out. So what do you plan to do? Why, play right into his hands, of course. A glint flashed through Bodis' eyes. Because, I'm bait too. 2 days later, in the evening. Near the docks of Backlund. Edward and Mr. A walked side by side along the street, heading into a long-abandoned industrial zone. Once the site of a large factory, the place had gone bankrupt for unknown reasons. All that remained were hollowed-out buildings and crumbling walls. Debris littered the ground, broken glass, peeling plaster, and scraps of rusted metal. Hey, you deliberately picked a deserted place like this. Mr. A sneered. You're that confident he'll show. Edward said nothing. He entered one of the factory buildings and walked straight to a wooden crate. With a wave of his hand, he brushed off a thick layer of dust and sat down on top of it. Mr. A's tone grew increasingly irritable. We're just going to wait here. Edward nodded. Do you have a better idea? Coldly, Mr. A replied, Bodis knows this is a trap, but that doesn't mean he'll walk into it the way you want. If it were me, I'd strike at a time and place where you'd be least prepared. Then I'll keep waiting here. If he never shows, I'll leave Backlund for good, and won't return until he's dead. Mr. A was silent for a moment, then suddenly chuckled. You said that for his ears, didn't you? You think he's already here? Edward shook his head. If Bodis heard it, then yes, it was for him. If not, then it serves as a reminder to myself. As he spoke, he took out a small palm-sized notebook with a green bronze cover and flipped it open casually. It contained handwritten notes of mystical abilities, the temporarily borrowed Laymanos travels. His voice was calm, almost like talking to himself, yet it clearly echoed in the still air. This is your last chance. Note, the promised extra chapter. Enjoy. If you guys want another one tomorrow, we'd need to hit 385 POW stones. Go, vote. And if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Thank me later. Link, p-a-t-r-e-o-n.c-o-m/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 165, Chapter 165, Chaos Erupts. Just as the words fell, a glass shard on the ground suddenly flared with light. In the very next moment, both Edward and Mr. A felt everything around them begin to freeze, time itself seemed to halt, and even their bodies began to stiffen, becoming doll-like. This was the power of the Grade 0 sealed artifact, the box of the Great Old Ones, in Bodhi's possession. At that instant, a soft chuckle echoed through the space. Found you. A second Mr. A appeared, his right palm raised toward the glowing glass. The vertical black pupil in his hand transformed into a mouth and let out a shrill, infantile wail. Wah. The next second, the glass shard and a concealed portion of space shattered completely. From the void emerged Bodhi's, clad in a black robe. Having taken the cry of the son of the evil god head-on, veins bulged on his forehead, and beneath the skin of his face, something wriggled grotesquely, like worms crawling just under the surface. He reached forward with his right hand and seemed to lift an invisible veil that had been draped across the space. Reality twisted again, and that area vanished, concealed anew, shielding it from the next cry of the infantile wail. Mr. A casually tossed a pebble, using the bribery ability to weaken Bodhi's spatial concealment. At the same time, the mouth in his palm uttered a vile and corrupt word. Die. At that very moment, a towering knight clad in full black armor burst forth from Bodhi's shadow. He held a massive broadsword, and in the hollows of his helmet, twin orbs of deep crimson glowed menacingly. It's Saint Tenebris, Kisma. He charged straight at Mr. A, tanking the demonic curse head-on. Traitor who betrayed the Lord, death is your only fate. Bang. Kisma collided with Mr. A, smashing through the factory wall and sending both of them hurtling into the distance. Back inside, Bodhi's once again opened the box of the Great Old Ones to its first layer, but Edward stepped forward unflinchingly. There was a faint shimmer around him, like an invisible garment swaying gently under the artifact's influence. It was mystical reenactment, the Emperor's new clothes. In the blink of an eye, Edward's form shifted, he transformed into a tall woman wearing a worn leather hat. The second, Mr. A, twisted and vanished. A sharp, piercing infant cry rang out once more. Strange eyeballs appeared one after another in midair, enlarging rapidly. A wave of maddening aura spread outward like wildfire, momentarily stunning Bodhi's as if he'd taken a blow to the skull. The woman, Bernadette, extended her slender fingers, and a long spear materialized in her hand. It was an ancient weapon, dyed dark crimson from tip to hilt, pulsing with an intense aura of destruction and bloodlust. Bodhi's felt his spirituality surge violently, as though boiling. He knew with chilling certainty, if that spear struck him, he would die instantly. Without hesitation, he activated his teleportation ability in an attempt to escape the fatal strike. But just as the door to the spirit world began to open halfway, Edward's voice rang out coldly. Teleportation is forbidden here. The portal before Bodhi shuddered, as if yanked by an invisible force, and slowly began to close again. Hidden from sight, Edward's face was grim. This part of the plan wasn't his responsibility, it was supposed to be Miss Raynette Tyneker who prevented Bodhi's from escaping. But she hadn't shown up. Plans never keep up with change. Bodhi's could only retreat rapidly, shape-shifting again and again, becoming layer upon layer of illusory doors. One after another, they overlapped endlessly like a labyrinth of shifting portals. But soon he realized, no matter what form he took or how many barriers he erected, he couldn't shake off the spear's lock. So he resorted to rapid short-range teleportations, each time creating a clone with the worm of stars to confuse the spear's trajectory. Yet the spear of Longinus spared no target, every clone it encountered was pierced through and annihilated. It was closing in. Suddenly, Bodhi's raised the box of the Great Old Ones to intercept the spear directly. Bernadette's expression immediately changed, she clearly sensed that if the spear struck the box, something unimaginably horrific would be unleashed. She quickly flicked her fingers, dispersing the spear of Longinus before it could land the blow. At that moment, thick grayish-yellow fog began to drift in from all directions. From within it emerged a woman in a simple, sacred white robe, yet her every gesture exuded enchantment and temptation. The Saintess of White, Katerina Pell. Katerina smiled faintly. Heh, I didn't expect to run into you here either, Bernadette. She paused, then added casually, are you sure you want to keep chatting with me? In a little while, your friend will die, of the plague. Bernadette's gaze turned icy. He won't die. And with that, peach blossoms began to bloom around them, vibrant and beautiful, forming a secluded world like a hidden utopia. The two women vanished within it. Bodhi's wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Whether it was being locked onto by the spear of Longinus, or the desperate clash involving the box of the Great Old Ones, the pressure had been immense. Thankfully, that woman had been held off by the Saintess of White, but he needed to finish this quickly. At that very moment, Kisma the Saint Tenebrous returned. Invisibility is forbidden here. Distortion. Wrapped in an invisibility cloak, Edward emerged from the corner and charged toward the men in the white shirt. He activated, unfettered, again and again, attempting to shake off the effects of control. Yet the disparity in their sequences was simply too great, his efforts yielded little result. Suddenly, the air before him split open with a sharp rip, and a bird, black and red all over, about half the size of a man, burst forth from the rift. It seized Edward in its talons and dragged him into the spirit world. Teleportation is forbidden here. Edward had just used this very command to prevent Bodis from escaping, but karma wasted no time. The messenger bird and Edward were promptly ejected from the spirit world, sent tumbling back into reality. Die. From the mouth of Kisma came a filthy, corrupted word. Edward once again felt the excruciating pain of his heart being gripped and his vitality draining away. Fortunately, Mr. A arrived just in time, interrupting the filthy utterance with a burst of madness followed by a frenzy. Before Edward could catch his breath, a tall man with a high-bridged nose, wearing a white shirt and black vest, stepped forward. He held a pocket watch in one hand, and with a flip of his palm, he tossed 4 coins into the air. 1 for bribery. 1 for gift. 1 for magnify. 1 for bestowment. But the true killing blow was hidden among the 4 coins, a bullet fired from his unique revolver, Rever's shout of despair. Over the years, this weapon had executed enemy after enemy, each one dying while tormented by Rever's final, hopeless wail. As the bullet and 4 coins sped toward Edward, a massive skeletal figure erupted from the ground. Its entire form was covered in dense bone plating, shielding Edward from the incoming strike. Bang. The next moment, the colossal skeleton shattered into a rain of splinters. In that instant, Isaac Eggers, with his bronze-toned skin, appeared beside Edward and whisked him away to safety. The man in the vest snorted coldly. What kind of person are you trying to kill? Where'd he even find all these helpers? Bodhi's expression darkened. I don't know either. Distortion. He twisted Isaac's direction, then tossed a few more coins and fired several rounds in rapid succession. Bang. The bullet pierced straight through the figure that had foolishly walked into the shot. A smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth, yet in that very moment, a spirit world creature he had failed to notice silently appeared behind him. He wasn't surprised. With a single step, he attempted to dodge, but failed. The floor beneath him, once flat, had unknowingly turned into a rising sea of inky black water. Beneath its surface, pale hands reached upward, clawing and dragging. In the blink of an eye, a legion of skeletal creatures surged from every direction, dozens, then hundreds, surrounding him in a suffocating tide. From within the skeletal swarm, Isaac emerged and gave Edward a brief nod. A second later, the black water and all the skeletal monsters wrapped around the vest-wearing men and vanished into a newly opened rift in the spirit world. Boom. Elsewhere, Kisma shook off the effects of frenzy, imprisoning Mr. A while simultaneously drawing forth a massive greatsword composed of magma and fire from the void. He spun it in reverse and thrust it toward Mr. A. Magnify. Distortion. Edward quickly distorted the trajectory of the flaming greatsword, causing it to fly from Kisma's grip and hurl straight toward Bodhi's. Bodhi sidestepped in a flash, then began blinking from spot to spot, his body scattering across the entire factory. The next second, the illusory pages in the eyes of every Bodhi's began to turn. Some unleashed violent lightning storms, others materialized blazing spears, yet others encased themselves in black armor and slashed with abyssal greatswords capable of cleaving through anything. Multiple projections, multiple abilities, attacks and control spells alike, rained down indiscriminately. As always, Bodhi's ended with a customary restriction. Teleportation is forbidden here. Edward immediately cast every defensive spell on himself, Protego, Protego Diabolica, Dawn Armor, and then amplified them all in unison with Magnify. Boom. 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 A torrent of destruction engulfed Edward, Mr. A, and Kisma. Moments later, silence returned. The entire factory had collapsed under the relentless assault, the ground looking as though it had been plowed and razed. Mr. A and Kisma had long since retreated to safety. Only Edward, the glass mage, had been unable to escape the range in time. Yet he remained unharmed. Every blow had been absorbed by an invisible layer of clothing that was the Emperor's new clothes, a technique recorded in Lamano's travel book. It created something non-existent to nullify all damage. Edward's figure disappeared again. Bodhi's instantly shouted, "Teleportation is forb." The rest of the sentence never came out. Edward had used Magnify and Theft to steal his ability to speak. Though it wouldn't last long, it was enough time for Edward, now invisible, to launch a flurry of attacks. Magnify. Stupefy. Distortion. Bodhi's mind momentarily blanked, and a stream of dazzling spells surged toward him. He tried to dodge on instinct, only for the very thought of evasion to be distorted. All he could do was raise a gossamer curtain-like gate before himself in a frantic attempt at defense. Stupefy left his mind further dazed. Petrificus totalis locked up his body, petrifying him limb by limb. Sectum semper sliced straight through the curtain gate, carving a deep, bloody gash across his throat, nearly severing his windpipe. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 166, Chapter 166, The Hunt Complete. What followed was a barrage of Avada Kedavra. Having taken the first one head-on, Bodhi's was instantly overwhelmed by a wave of weakness. The shock jarred his mind back to clarity, his body quickly turned incorporeal, teleporting out of the way. Even the fiend fire that followed couldn't catch up. No wonder they said that once someone reached the demigod level, they could no longer be considered human. His throat had been slashed, he'd taken an amplified Avada Kedavra head-on, and he still survived. At that moment, Edward once again opened Lamino's Travels notebook, his finger landing on the page that recorded the Spear of Longinus. Bodhi's heart clenched violently. His agitated spirituality screamed at him with one warning after another. Danger! 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 Without hesitation, he crossed his arms before him, forming the "Embrace the Sun" gesture, light of holiness. Boom! A searing beam of light rained down from the sky, engulfing the area. Edward had no choice but to abandon the release. He used apparition to retreat, then once more tried to steal from Bodhi's. This time, however, he failed repeatedly. Bodhi's rose into the air. Now that his speech had returned, the first thing out of his mouth was, "Invisibility is forbidden here. Teleportation is forbidden here." Edward's form immediately became visible again. He held Lamino's Travels, the open page displaying a blood-stained spear. Bodhi's pupils constricted. No wonder he had felt such intense danger earlier, the notebook clearly recorded the deadly spear used by the Queen Mystic. In other words, if it were successfully released, he'd once again be hunted relentlessly. At that moment, Edward's finger was already sliding across the page. Sigh. A weary sigh sounded by his ear. A masked figure flickered into view for a split second, and then Edward's movements froze. At the same time, a strange clarity dawned on Edward. Just a moment ago, he had intended to release Dazzling Hex and Stupefy while hidden, then immediately follow up with the Spear of Longinus. But now, that plan had vanished from his mind, and he found himself hurling spell after spell instead. So it had been a demigod spectator, quietly influencing him from the shadows. It seemed the spectator hadn't intended to act directly, yet hadn't expected that a mere mid-sequence beyonder like Edward could push Bodhi's into such a precarious position. Now, Edward was like a walking corpse, his eyes hollow and devoid of light, moving straight toward Bodhi's. Though his mind was fully aware, he had lost control over his body. Bodhi's once again took out the box of the Great Old Ones. At this point, he couldn't tell what other hidden abilities Edward might have, or if another demigod might suddenly jump in. Better to seal him in the box first. Scree. The messenger bird that had been hiding nearby let out a piercing shriek. Edward's steps faltered. His glazed-over eyes lit up again. Quickly, he retreated while frantically using theft on both demigods, and once more slid his finger toward the Spear of Longinus. Only, this time, instead of activating it, he snapped Lamino's Travels shut, then hurled it straight at the masked man. Damn. Smack. The notebook landed in a hand, but not the masked man's. It was Rainette Tyneker, arriving fashionably late. She casually tossed Lamino's travel notes back to Edward and opened her mouth wide to unleash a piercing shriek. Ayaha. The masked man's pupils instantly turned gold. Golden scales quietly crept across his skin. A deep draconic roar rumbled from his throat, transforming into a visible storm of wind and power that exploded outward. Even before the storm reached him, Edward was already hit by a wave of dizziness. He quickly cast a renervate on himself and tried to run, but the storm caught up to him in an instant. At the same moment, Bodhi's opened the box of the Great Old Ones. Rionette's figure flashed and appeared in front of Edward, now holding an intricate little cube that looked like a tricolored magic box. She casually tossed it behind her. The cube expanded rapidly in midair and snapped shut over Edward. Boom. At that instant, the full force of the psychic storm erupted, but sealed inside the cube, Edward was completely unharmed. He was just starting to feel relief, when a loud bang sounded, a tremendous noise like the sealing of a lid, coming from above. He had still been taken into the box of the Great Old Ones. Only, the presence of the magic cube had greatly delayed the onset of the box's puppetification effect. But it was only a delay, his muscles, bones, and movements were already stiffening at a speed he could clearly feel. Apparition. No use. Door opening. No use. He picked up Lamino's Travels again and flipped to the entry for the mermaid, sliding his finger across the page. In the blink of an eye, his body turned into seafoam and vanished, yet mere seconds later, he reformed into human shape, still trapped inside the cube. Laymanos' travels could only record 3 demigod-level powers, and the only one left now was the Spear of Longinus. He tried to target Bodhi's with it, but failed. He then turned the target to the box of the Great Old Ones. This time it worked, but then he hesitated. He remembered even Bernadette had stopped short when facing the box of the Great Old Ones. If someone like her had paused, should he really go ahead? Edward recalled that on the 3rd level of the box, there was said to be contamination from the stars. Huh. He suddenly froze. Wait a minute, I don't think I'm afraid of corruption. Outside the box of the Old Ones, Raynette Tyneker had transformed into a colossal doll, as large as a castle, clad in a black Gothic gown entwined with sinister vines and inscribed with countless mysterious symbols. Her eyes were a vivid blood red. She swept her gaze over the masked men. Her tightly shut lips parted, but no sound came out. It was a transfiguration curse. The masked man immediately felt a powerful surge of danger. Without hesitation, he activated the incomplete mythical creature form, a colossal mind dragon, then turned and fled at once. This woman was clearly not an ordinary demigod. If not for her unstable condition, he might have already fallen right here. Seeing the masked man flee, Bodhi's didn't hesitate either. His body blurred, turning transparent as he prepared to enter the spirit world. But just then, a headless figure appeared in his pupils, carrying 4 severed heads. Raynette had taken possession of him in her wraith form. She manipulated Bodhi's to throw the box of the Old Ones away. But before she could take any further action, she was expelled from his body. Having just used her massive transformation, Raynette Tyneker had fallen into a brief state of weakness. Bodhi seized the moment, flashing forward repeatedly and reaching out to snatch the box of the Old Ones. At that very moment, the box, which had been rolling on the ground, popped open, its first layer facing directly toward the approaching Bodhi's. The next second, Bodhi's felt his movements stiffen. He immediately recognized this as the onset of puppetification. But his first reaction was not fear, it was disbelief. He had specifically blessed good fortune from the angel of fate to use the box. How could this be happening now? There was no time to think. Fighting against the stiffness, he stretched out his hand to try and close the box. Raynette appeared once again in his pupils. Although the possession lasted even shorter this time, it was enough. Just before his consciousness froze, Bodhi's clearly felt himself turn into a puppet, the surrounding area with him turning into toy-like scenery, sealed into the first layer of the box. Almost simultaneously, the box of the Old Ones vomited, spitting out Edward along with the magic cube, right before he could activate the Spear of Longinus. It was afraid. It feared this lunatic who was utterly unbothered by pollution from the stars. Even Edward himself was caught off guard by the outcome. In the original canon, he didn't recall any signs of the box of the Old Ones having sentience. But this was no time to dwell on that. He hurried forward and picked up the box, only to be troubled over what to do next. The artifact inflicted severe side effects on its holder. Without the good fortune granted by Ouroboros, even Bodhi's wouldn't have dared use it. Sealing it away supposedly required placing it in the spirit world, then filling it with water and leaving it to play with the local microorganisms. Alternatively, maybe he should leave it with Raynette for safekeeping or consult Bernadette. At that moment, Raynette stepped forward, her 4 heads speaking in turn. Apologies. I was late. The Rose School stopped me. I couldn't reach you in time. Edward smiled. You've already helped me a great deal. Raynette gave a slight nod. Lady Raynette Tyneker, please take me to a safe place. We still need to deal with Bodhi's completely. Can do that. The final 2 heads opened their mouths but had nothing left to say. With that, she dragged Edward with her, slashing through the air into the spirit world. The enlarged messenger bird followed close behind. They traversed the overlapping blocks of color within the dense spirit world for over 10 seconds. When they emerged, they had arrived on the outskirts of Backlund. This place is safe. This time, Rionette's last head beat the third to the punch and completed the sentence. Thank you. Edward immediately took out the necessary materials and performed 2 consecutive rituals, summoning the messengers of Azek and Bernadette to report the situation. Before long, replies arrived from both. Their own battles had concluded as well. Edward let out a long sigh of relief. At last, this hunt had come to an end. Lady Raynette. He took out a prepared pouch and handed it over. Here are 10,000 gold pounds. Consider it the payment for Sharon and the others' commission, it's settled. She nodded in silence and stepped back, preparing to re-enter the spirit world. Edward summoned the messenger bird again. Help me inform Mr. Azek that our side has finished. As agreed, the creeping hunger now belongs to him. The messenger bird gave a nod and flew into the spirit world. Edward exhaled deeply. Phew, next up is to return and find Bernadette to completely deal with Bodies. A moment later, Bernadette arrived. Edward handed over the box of the old ones. Bodies is sealed inside. In 24 hours, he'll be completely turned into a toy. And turning into a toy meant death. Bernadette accepted the box and said seriously, this sealed artifact is very dangerous. If we allow Bodies to be transformed inside it, his precipitated beyonder characteristics might be contaminated, making them unusable for potion making. Was this a warning? You're suggesting we release him and finish him off again. But demigods of the apprentice pathway are notoriously hard to catch. If he hadn't come specifically to kill me, he would have run the moment he saw you. Note, we failed to meet our Power Stone goal, even though I was a bit late. So, no extra chapter. If you guys want one tomorrow, we'd need to hit 510 Power Stones. Go, vote. And if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Thank me later. Link, p.n.c.o.m/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 167, Chapter 167, as expected of Mr. Tower. Despite how fearful Bodies was of the Spear of Longinus, the truth was that in the original work, even after devouring Catlia's Spear of Longinus, he had only sustained severe injuries. Had he not been struck by a chain of disasters, mental plague, sleeping beauty, madness, and a fatal blow, sending him into a state of deranged dementia and leading him to open the third layer of the box of the Great Old Ones, he might still have had a chance to escape. Hearing this, Bernadette replied calmly, I have my own method. Well then, thank you for today. At that moment, Bernadette said, I'll organize the diary entries I need you to translate as soon as possible. Goodbye. Wait a moment, Your Highness, do you happen to have any reader pathway beyonder characteristics? Specifically, Sequence 6 Polymath. I'd like to buy one, I can offer a high value. She gave a slight nod. I'll ask around for you. Then, after a short pause, she added, I don't want money. Trade me 3 stories instead. Ah. Still playing the roleplay game, huh? But a Sequence 6 beyonder characteristic would normally cost at least £3,000. 3 stories for 1 characteristic, that's a 10-fold markup. Edward opened his mouth, but could only nod in the end. All right. With a single step, Bernadette called down thick pea vines from the sky, forming a path into a forest. The moment she stepped onto that forest road, everything vanished without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Meanwhile, the battle between Mr. A and Saint Tenebris, Kisma, was still ongoing. One of them had gained the power of a Sequence 4 Black Knight with the help of the true creator, while the other was a genuine Black Knight. Both were fanatical believers of the Aurora Order. And both regarded the other as a traitor, one who had betrayed their faith and their god. Once the fighting started, it was to the death. They had long forgotten their original goal of assisting Edward, Bodies, in hunting down Bodies, Edward. Mr. A blinked away once more, narrowly dodging Kisma's cleaving strike. In his palm, the energy accumulated by the son of the evil god unleashed another piercing shriek. Wah! Kisma staggered as though struck by lightning. Blood flowed from his eyes, nostrils, and ears, and his skin was quickly overrun by a layer of black, writhing keratin. He immediately switched abilities and cast several instances of Placate, coming the signs of going out of control. Just as he prepared to retaliate, his movement suddenly stalled. Without hesitation, he stepped backwards and teleported away. The Orthodox churches had arrived. Mr. A's expression slowly calmed. He glanced back at the abandoned factory a few kilometers away, the corners of his mouth lifting ever so slightly. Hey, he actually pulled it off. He clasped his hands again, reverting from his Black Knight state, and teleported away. Empress Burrow, inside the Hall family's luxurious estate. The moment Edward stepped out of the suitcase, Audrey finally let go of the anxiety she had held in her heart for days. She didn't speak right away. Instead, she entered her spectator state and carefully observed Edward, checking to see if he was hurt. Edward smiled at her. It's done. Her eyes lit up. Over the next half hour, Edward recounted everything that had happened not long ago. At first, Audrey had been nervous and excited, but once he finished, she rested her chin on one hand and sighed in amazement. I didn't expect you'd actually manage to hunt down a demigod-level opponent. Edward scratched his head. I was just playing a minor role, really. Nope. If it had been anyone else caught in the middle of multiple demigod-level battles, they wouldn't have even survived, let alone nearly reverse the situation and kill Bodies, she said, her tone turning serious. But this isn't praise, nor admiration, because it was far too dangerous. Edward sighed. It's not like I wanted to take such risks either. But the Snake of Mercury, Septon, clearly said that if I didn't take the initiative, the consequences could be even worse. Audrey fell silent for a while before furrowing her brow. Why is it that trouble always seems to find you? The son of an evil god, the true creator, in Sanguil, saints of the Aurora Order, Mr. A, and... As she spoke, she looked at Edward with a strange gaze and said softly, I think I'm starting to understand why you drew the tower card. Edward blinked, then was struck by a sudden realization. Drawing the tower card back then hadn't simply been a coincidence. Perhaps even if he drew 10 or 100 more times, it would always be the tower, just like Klein was destined to be the fool. If that's the case, maybe I'm actually suited for the witch pathway. Wherever I go, disaster follows. Bah. Hell no. He hurriedly cast that absurd thought out of his mind. Audrey took a deep breath. Let's hope Mr. Fool regains his strength soon, so he can help you turn misfortune into fortune. Edward nodded solemnly. Praise the fool. Praise the fool. Just as he returned to his small villa in Empress Borough, Lilith flew into his arms like a rocket. Edward, you're back. Edward caught her midair and gave her a big squeeze, inhaling deeply. Ah. Lilith, you have no idea how dangerous things got today. Lilith anxiously scanned him up and down, then raised her blue eyes with concern. Did you run into a big, bad guy? Yeah, quite a few of them. One of them was a pervert who's lived for thousands of years. How many thousands is a few? She stretched out her soft little paw pads, seemingly trying to count on her fingers. After a good 10 seconds, she gave up and declared with certainty, then it must be a very big, bad guy. I really wish that, the next time I run into someone I can't beat, someone would come help me. Lilith rubbed her head against him and, in a tone more serious than ever before, said, Miss Lilith will definitely protect you. Edward could tell she meant it more than ever before, and his heart warmed instantly. Lilith, you're the best. That's right. Holding Lilith, Edward collapsed tiredly onto the sofa and closed his eyes. Bodhi's was taken care of, there shouldn't be any other crises in the short term. Shouldn't be. Almost forgot. Bodhi's was the Abraham family's great enemy. If I take his head to Lawrence, no, to first teacher, it should be enough to trade for the follow-up potion formula, right? Then again, better wait to hear back from Bernadette. After all, the box of the great old ones was still involved. The next day, however, instead of a reply from Bernadette, Edward received an inquiry from the hanged man, Alger. The pirate conference was approaching. Edward had two goals for attending the pirate conference. First, to see if he could buy any useful mystical items, and second, of course, to meet red-haired Helene, who served on the Vice Admiral Ailment, Tracy's ship. She was the only direct descendant of the Sauron family Edward knew of. If he missed this conference, he'd either have to scour the seas for the Vice Admiral of Ailment, or search the world for another Sauron descendant, which would be a huge pain. Friday morning. Edward wrote a letter to Danitz. Dear Ace. Please send my regards to Lady Edwina. I'm pleased to inform you that I'm heading out to sea again, this time to attend the pirate conference tomorrow. I'll be traveling aboard a friend's ship, but I still need an experienced guide, and I trust you'll be very eager to help me, won't you? I hear you've been stuck at Sequence 7, Pyromaniac, for a while. Is it because your potion hasn't digested yet, or you're missing the Sequence 6 formula? Well, I just so happen to be able to help with both. So what are you waiting for? Click the link below, struck through. Use what I left you and come find me in Backlund. Here's my current address. Your captain, Gehrman Sparrow. He set the pen down and gently blew on the ink to dry it. Then he arranged a ritual and summoned the messenger bird. Send this to the blonde guy. Okay. The messenger bird had now grown into a messenger hawk. After just one day apart, the red fire-tipped feathers at the end of its wings had become more vibrant, and its tail feathers had grown longer. It seemed to be slowly evolving into something resembling a phoenix. Compared to before, it was clearly several levels more advanced. How many more feathers do you need to complete your evolution? The messenger hawk thought for a few seconds, then shook its head. The energy I can extract from feathers has reached its limit. No matter how many more I get, they won't help me evolve. Edward rubbed the resurrection stone ring on his finger and asked, besides this ring, is there anything else that could enhance your power? There might be. It sounded unsure and looked Edward up and down. My instincts tell me, sticking with you will give me a chance. Edward blinked. Stick with me? For what? Are you still planning to eat the ring? It nodded, then shook its head. Maybe. Maybe not. Fine. Edward took out Lamino's travel notes and handed it over. Also, return this while you're at it. He had borrowed Lamino's travel notebook from Lawrence specifically for the Bodhi's mission, not only because it could draw Bodhi's hatred more effectively, but also because of the useful powers it recorded. In fact, aside from the mermaid, the other two demigod-level abilities had proved extremely useful. Okay. It flapped its wings and flew into the spirit world. Lilith looked on with envy. Edward, why did it suddenly grow so big? She asked, tilting her head and gesturing with her claws. Last time it was only this small. Maybe its physique is just special. Edward didn't dare admit it was because the bird had eaten phoenix feathers. He was worried that the next time they went back to Hogwarts, Lilith would try to pluck poor Fox Bald. Lilith's eyes sparkled as she murmured, next time I see it, I have to ask. Sonia C. The Golden Dream sailed over the vast, endless waters. Danitz had been back on the ship for a few days now, and was still bragging to everyone he met about his recent, great achievements. With one leg crossed over the other, he held a mug of beer and grinned at a group of younger sailors around him. You have no idea. At that time, Burier, Tesla and Steele Mavady thought they were hunting me, but I'd already set up a trap, just waiting for them to walk right into it. Then, bam. 100 pirates were teleported at once. Guess where they landed? Third mate Jodson yawned beside him. The governor's mansion. You've said this like 10 times. Exactly, the governor's mansion. Danitz slammed the mug down. Ha. That's the infamous pirate raid on the governor's mansion that's been making waves at sea lately, my masterpiece. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 168, Chapter 168, Father Yutravsky's way with words. The one standing closest to him was Carlo, Danitz's little shadow. Compared to the half-hearted and impatient expressions on the others' faces, his eyes were sparkling with admiration. One day, I'll become a powerful pirate hunter too. Ahem, I'm a pirate, not a pirate hunter. Carlo blinked in confusion. But you took out so many pirates this time. You must really hit it off with Gehrman, no, that Edward guy. Danitz patted him on the head. All right then, pirate hunter. Go for it, aim to be as great as I am, ha 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 ha. Carlo scratched his head. But I want to be as great as Gehrman. Why? I don't like hiding behind schemes and tricks. I want to kill pirates with my own hands. Danitz immediately grabbed his ear and twisted it 360 degrees. Brat, open your eyes and look properly, everyone here is a pirate. Who are you going to kill? Carlo beamed brightly. You're not pirates. The Golden Dream isn't a pirate ship. You're all a bunch of adventurers chasing your dreams. Ha 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 ha. The entire crew burst into laughter. Danitz waved a hand. All right, next time I'll bring my, underling, Gehrman Sparrow on board so you can meet him. Awesome. Boss. Your underling. First mate Jodson snorted. Then why's your bounty not even a tenth of Gehrman Sparrow's? Danitz raised a finger and wagged it. That just proves you're not as smart as little Carlo. I'm the true mastermind behind the scenes. At that moment, second mate Orpheus let out a sinister chuckle. You know, I nearly forgot, Danitz's bounty is up to 20,000 pounds now, almost as high as the captain's. But he's so weak, why don't we just turn him in for the reward? Everyone immediately agreed. Great idea. Danitz panicked and backed away. You won't get gold pounds for turning me in. The bounty's for Fire Fist Ace. What does that have to do with me, Danitz? Yeah, right. It was Fire Fist Ace who pulled off all those stunts. What's that got to do with Danitz, huh? Then First Mate Brewall suddenly asked, Hey Danitz, you still haven't told us why the captain sent you to follow a stranger around. What's that guy's relationship to her? Don't tell me it's not. Danitz cut him off decisively. Then what is it? Everyone stared at him, looking extremely curious. Danitz grinned. Hey, if you're all so curious, go ask Fire Fist Ace yourself. There was a moment of silence, followed by an angry shout. Throw this bastard overboard. Yay. As the crowd closed in menacingly, Danitz scrambled toward the captain's cabin, yelling for help, Captain. Captain, save me. Carlo, go get the captain to rescue me. But everyone on the Golden Dream knew that unless someone actually died, Edwina rarely intervened in these little squabbles. Just then, a chill suddenly spread through the air. A few of the more spiritually sensitive crew members immediately activated their spirit vision. And saw a large black bird materialize from the air, dropping a letter in front of Danitz. Your letter, Blondie. Danitz was momentarily stunned. When he got a clear look at the bird, his expression changed. It's Gehrman Sparrow's messenger, though it looks even bigger now. He scrambled to his feet and rushed to the captain's cabin, handing the letter to Edwina. Captain, a letter from Edward. Edwina opened the envelope, scanned the contents, and her lips curled slightly. She handed the letter back to Danitz. It's for you. For me. Danitz looked down and read the letter. When he finished, his face had turned bitter. Captain, can I not go? Of course. Edwina nodded. The last time I asked you to follow him, it was to atone for the 2 times you offended him. Now you're even. You don't owe him anything. Danitz exhaled in relief. But I hope you'll think it through. You've been stuck at the pyromaniac stage for quite some time, with no sign of progress. If he truly can help you digest your potion, that's not a bad deal for you. But Danet's face drooped. That guy's a lunatic. Most people have some sort of reason behind what they do. If it's for money, I could understand. Even if he were challenging the major churches, I just think he was insane and bold. But him. He does things just for the sake of doing them. He's just a madman. Edwina, however, understood perfectly. If a Beyonder's actions were strange and you couldn't discern any logical pattern in their behavior, they were most likely acting. Danet's stagnation came from not realizing this key point. I'll think about it. He trudged gloomily out of the captain's cabin. The messenger bird flew over. Do you want to send a reply? No reply. All right then. Goodbye, Blondie. It tore open the air once more and flew back into the spirit world. Wait, what do you mean, Blondie? Danetz finally reacted and shouted angrily, did that guy teach you to call me that? Huh. I have golden hair because of my noble Intis bloodline. Ha 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 ha. The entire ship roared with laughter again, and the golden dream was filled with joyous energy. That night, Danetz still returned to Backlund, where he had been captured twice. It wasn't because he had come to any profound realization, he had simply thought, since the captain is going to the pirate conference anyway, whether I go find Edward or not makes no difference. Upon arriving in Backlund, Danetz first paid a visit to the Harvest Church. He had originally planned to stand at a distance and admire Emlyn's heartbroken state, only to find the vampire brimming with delight, bustling busily around the church, occasionally flashing inexplicable smiles. This surprised Danetz. From their time spent together those few days, the emotions Emlyn had shown when speaking about his precious collection hadn't seemed faked. It's only been a little over a week, how can he be perfectly fine already? Danetz rubbed his chin, deep in thought, either he was lying before, or he's completely lost his mind. The former wouldn't matter much, but if it were the latter, then his previous act of revenge felt a little sinful. Thud. A heavy footstep suddenly sounded behind him. Danetz's heart skipped a beat, he turned around while stumbling backwards into a defensive stance, only to see that it was the towering priest. Good evening, Father Yutravsky. Danetz quickly greeted him, then instinctively traced the sign of the Earth Mother across his chest. The priest gave a slight nod and smiled. It seems you are also one of the Earth Mother's chosen. Ah. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come back to the Harvest Church first thing upon returning to Backlund. Danetz hurried to explain, no, I just came to. Father Yutravsky simply nodded again. Everything is the mother's arrangement. Forget it, no point arguing with a fanatic. Danetz still vividly remembered that time he'd lost patience with Emlyn and was about to attack, only to be lifted off the ground by this priest with one hand. He squeezed out a strained smile. Praise the mother. You're not planning to see Emlyn? Ah, he probably doesn't want to see me, right? A strange look passed across Father Yutravsky's face. While he hates you, it seems he also holds a certain gratitude toward you. What kind of convoluted, twisted, ridiculous emotion is that? Wait, this vampire can't possibly. Danetz shuddered violently and began backing away, waving his hands. I just remembered I have something else to do. I'll be going. Goodbye, Father Yutravsky. And don't tell Emlyn I was here. Father Yutravsky thought for a moment, then walked into the church. Emlyn, Danetz was just here. Emlyn flung his broom aside with a shout, eyes blazing with fury. Where is he? I'll make him pay. The priest gave him a bland look. Emlyn bent down, picked up the broom, and carefully returned it to its proper place before shouting again, where is that bastard? I don't know. He just looked at you from the window for a while, and before he left, he specifically told me not to tell you he'd been here. Emlyn was dumbfounded. At the same time, on the Sonia Sea, the Blue Avenger was speeding along a safe route, expected to arrive by tomorrow morning at the Pirate Conference's location, an island crowned by a dormant volcano. As night fell, the crimson moonlight spilt across the waves ahead, illuminating their path. Yet all around, the distant sea remained pitch black, as if enormous beasts were lurking with gaping maws, ready to swallow everything whole. The hanged man, Alger, had dismissed all the crew and now waited patiently inside the captain's cabin. A few minutes later, a phantom door formed from wind and light opened. Accompanied by an unreal gust, 3 palm-sized pouches and a suitcase appeared before him. The pouches were for selling mystical items on behalf of Mr. Tower. The suitcase, on the other hand, was intended to help Mr. Tower arrive on the ship tomorrow. Praise the fool. Alger spoke with reverence and solemnity to the door of light. Seconds later, the door vanished. Only then did Alger look at the items before him. Though the suitcase piqued his curiosity most, years of discipline kept him from giving in. Trust was mutual. Since Mr. Tower chose to trust him, he shouldn't break that trust over a moment of curiosity. He picked up one of the pouches and opened it. Though he'd experienced it once before, the interior still felt wondrous to him. I must save up to buy one of these. Alger reaffirmed this thought with conviction. At the same time, in a house in the Cherwood borough, Furs was sitting cross-legged on her living room sofa, hair a tangled mess, munching on a new-style sandwich stuffed with meat and vegetables, while mulling over the plot for her next novel. Suddenly, the moonlight shining through her window grew thicker, redder, and her expression grew increasingly pained. Again. The whispers of madness that came with the full moon. Thud. She fell from the sofa, body writhing in agony. Her fingernails began to grow uncontrollably, her skin took on a strange, hardened texture, and her brain felt like it was splitting open with waves of searing pain. No. The surging spirituality within her told her clearly, this time is different from before. This time, she wouldn't just endure a brief pain and be free. She knew she was about to lose control. At that moment, a memory flashed through her mind, the note Edward had once given her, bearing the prayer of an unknown deity. The last full moon, she'd recited the first 2 lines in desperation, yet nothing had happened. But now, she could no longer hesitate. Using all her remaining strength, she whispered. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the grey fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Save me please. Moments later, Furs found herself standing in a grand palace wreathed in grey mist. Upon a bronze throne sat a figure whose face could not be seen, gazing down from above. In a calm, resonant voice, he said, "You may address me as Mr. Fool. Note, we failed to meet our Power Stone goal. Again. So, no extra chapter. If you guys want one tomorrow, we'd need to hit 600 Power Stones. Go, vote. Or 690 Power Stones for 2 extra chapters. And if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Thank me later. Link, patreon.com/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 169, Chapter 169, The Pirate Conference. The Sonia Sea. Saturday. Alger was sitting in the captain's cabin of the Blue Avenger, holding a glass of malt beer as he gazed toward the volcanic island in the near distance. Ships with raised masts and full sails were docking one after another, soon crowding the not-so-small harbor. Even from afar, one could hear the pirates singing, shouting, laughter, cursing, and cheers. The atmosphere quickly infected the crew aboard the Blue Avenger, and everyone became eager to go ashore and take part in this rare pirate gathering. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knocking sound came from the suitcase on the table. Alger immediately set down his beer and, as agreed with Mr. Tower, placed the suitcase on the floor. Half a minute later, the suitcase opened from the inside, and out stepped a young man in his early 20s. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and had a refined, scholarly appearance. A gentle smile appeared on his face. Finally, we meet in person, Mr. Hangman. Hearing his title from the Tarot Club spoken aloud in the real world for the first time, Alger was slightly caught off guard. He gave a small nod. Mr. Tower? That's right. The two shook hands. Since the potion of Madman had been fully digested, Edward no longer planned to attend the pirate conference wearing Gairman Sparrow's face. Better to avoid drawing unnecessary trouble. Just then, Danitz climbed up after him. The moment their eyes met, both he and Alger looked surprised. They hadn't expected to run into each other here. Blazing Danitz. Danitz immediately denied it. I'm not Blazing Danitz. I'm Firefist Ace. Alger froze. That was an outright lie, wasn't it? Wait, Firefist Ace, that name sounded familiar. Wasn't that the guy with the £20,000 bounty, the one following the unpredictable Gairman Sparrow, Firefist Ace? The next second, Alger stared at Edward in shock. You're that Gairman. Edward smiled. That's right. Alger fell silent. A saint of the Church of Storms had even specifically instructed him to keep an eye out for that man named Gairman. Who would have thought he'd end up on his own ship, let alone as a fellow member of the Tarot Club? According to Bishop Jace, that night Gairman Sparrow had brazenly provoked Lord John Cotman and even managed to escape. The Sea King had returned with a stormy expression and stayed moody for days. Based on the intelligence Alger had gathered over the past weeks, Gairman was, in his mind, a reckless madman. There were always a few like him on the seas each year, but they usually didn't live long. But upon realizing this madman was a fellow Tarot member, Alger's first instinct was to wonder whether Mr. Tower was carrying out some secret mission from Mr. Fool. You came to the pirate conference for? He glanced at Danitz as he asked. Edward shrugged with a smile. Just here to do some shopping. Alger, I don't buy it. Edward sighed at his disbelief and added, I've got a budget of £40,000 this time. I'm hoping to buy 2 mystical items, one defensive, one offensive. After that brief clash with Saint of Secrets Bodhi's, Edward had realized he still lacked the means to decisively threaten demigod-level opponents. Even with magnified killing curses and fiend fire, while they could threaten demigods, they weren't lethal enough, quickly enough. Not because the spells were weak, but because demigods were simply too difficult to kill. And once a demigod figured out his tricks, he'd be in grave danger. 40,000 pounds. Dannett's jaw nearly dropped. This guy's loaded. If he could rob him, he could retire comfortably for life. Too bad I can't beat him. Alger pressed his lips together. You want an offensive item capable of harming demigods? That's right. That'll be difficult, he said seriously. Even if such mystical items exist, they're basically not for sale. At that level, gold pounds have very limited value. Edward wasn't surprised. That's why I'm mainly here to try my luck. As they spoke, the Blue Avenger began to slow down, pulling into the dock at the volcanic island. At Alger's command, the crew rushed ashore excitedly. The pirate conference itself didn't have much to do with ordinary pirates, but the island offered pleasures and entertainment they couldn't usually enjoy. The three of them disembarked shortly afterwards and headed toward the lively volcanic island. This is actually only my second time attending a pirate conference, Alger said. As Alger spoke, he added, but at its core, it's just a beyonder gathering organized by pirates. The outermost circle is mainly made up of average pirates hawking so-called treasures they looted. Most of it is junk, of course, though there might be a hidden gem or two mixed in. Edward nodded in understanding. He'd read about this kind of thing in many novels, lucky finds at flea markets and such. Unfortunately, in the world of mysteries, the odds of that were minuscule. Anything with even a hint of mystical power would be instantly recognized by beyonders. Sure enough, as they walked along, casually glancing at roadside stalls, there were indeed items that seemed to come from ancient ruins, but sadly, they were just aged, ordinary objects. Alger then turned his gaze toward the pitch-black palace at the center of the island. That's where the supernatural gathering is held. Dannett should have attended it before, he can tell you more. Dannett thought for a moment before speaking. Actually, like Alger said, it's just a gathering of beyonders, though most of them happen to be pirates. The event is split into two parts, outer and inner. The outer one is open to anyone. Once inside the palace's main hall, participants can register what they want to buy or sell. You can browse everyone else's listings and make trades as you see fit. As for the inner circle, it's limited to pirate captains, no, to be precise, only those captains who have sufficient wealth. Inside, participants can directly propose requests or auction items. Don't be fooled by how packed the island is, there are really only about 2 or 3 dozen pirate crews total. Edward looked a little surprised. I thought only pirate admirals were allowed into this so-called inner circle. Dannett scoffed. As if. Most pirate admirals hate each other's guts. If only those 7 were allowed in, no one would be willing to sell anything, it'd basically be funding their enemies. Fair point. Edward spread his hands. But I'm not a captain. Should we just? No need. Dannett interrupted hastily. Didn't you say you have 40,000 pounds? Trust me, no one's turning away a rich buyer. Just then, a series of surprised shouts erupted from the pirates on the ships and docks. The trio turned to look and saw a pitch-black ship approaching the shore. A massive white flag with a skull flapped on its mast. The skull was set against a dark background, with ghostly blue flames burning in its eye sockets. Alger leaned in to explain in a low voice, that's the Black Death. It belongs to the new pirate admiral who replaced Vice Admiral Hurricane Calango's, Vice Admiral Ailment, Tracy. Edward's gaze immediately locked onto the ship, where a figure clad in a white linen shirt and dark red coat appeared at the bow. She was a strikingly beautiful and commanding woman, a Sequence 5 demoness. Though she wasn't deliberately exuding charm, the natural allure of a witch still captivated many nearby pirates. But Edward didn't linger on her. His eyes quickly scanned the bow for a red-haired figure, Helene, but she was nowhere to be seen. Soon, the Black Death docked, and a wide berth was cleared around it. The pirates knew well, wherever Vice Admiral Disease went, illness was never far behind. Tracy disembarked with her crew. They quickly dispersed, some to buy supplies, others to seek pleasure. Only Tracy herself walked straight toward the island's central Black Palace. Edward murmured thoughtfully, so, that red-haired Helene must be on the Black Death right now. Just as Tracy brushed past Edward, she suddenly turned to look at him, a confused gleam in her bewitching eyes, as if she had sensed something. It was a feeling she'd just experienced not long ago. Her witchly intuition told her that someone, or something, in that direction was more important than life itself. Blazing Dannett. Of the 3, she only vaguely recognized the blonde-haired Dannett, who had once served under Vice Admiral Iceberg, Edwina. Not him. The blue-haired one. Not him either. That left only, the one wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Without much hesitation, Tracy began walking toward them. Danet's face changed. Crap. Edward hasn't even done anything yet, why's the trouble coming to us already? Edward was also confused. I just thought about sneaking aboard the Black Death, and she's already here. Witches don't have mind-reading abilities, right? The hanged man, Alger, took a silent step back. Hello, Tracy greeted politely, surprisingly warm in her demeanor. Her peach blossom eyes stared straight into Edward's as she said plainly, my intuition tells me you possess something very important to me. Edward raised an eyebrow. I'm sorry, ma'am, I don't quite follow. I'm not sure either, she admitted, frowning slightly. Did you recently acquire anything unusual? I'm willing to pay a handsome price for it. Edward's mind quickly pieced it together. Due to the law of beyonder characteristics convergence, individuals or objects of the same or similar pathways were naturally drawn to one another. And to attract a sequence 5 demoness of affliction from the witch pathway, it could only be one thing, the remnants of the Red Priest card of blasphemy, fake, which had shattered during his battle with Medici's descendant amalgamation. Though it was broken, traces of its aura likely still lingered on him. Not to mention, he had memorized the entire Red Priest pathway, an irresistible lure to a witch desperately seeking to become a man again. Tracy blinked slowly, letting a faint seductive aura spill forth. Are you sure you don't have anything? Edward suddenly had the urge to spill everything. Thankfully, his unfettered trait kicked in just in time, breaking the charm's influence. He shook his head innocently. No, I really don't. A glimmer passed through Tracy's eyes. She nodded gently. I see. Thank you. With that, she turned and walked away, as if giving up. But Edward knew full well, Tracy had already set her sights on him. The moment she used her witchly charm, the situation became a deadlock. If Edward had failed to resist the charm, he'd have confessed everything. But since he had resisted, it meant he was not ordinary. Tracy was a pirate, she didn't need hard evidence. A single doubt was enough for her to act. TCH. Watching her graceful figure retreat, Edward rubbed his chin, coming to a decision. Looks like I'll have to strike first. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 170, Admiral of Blood, Senor. Ace. At the sound of the name, Danitz jumped in fright and quickly lowered his voice, saying, while we're here, just call me Danitz again. Or really, call me whatever you like, Danny, Ditz, even Yo D. Alger was momentarily speechless, looking at him as though he were a stranger. He still clearly remembered, last time they'd met, Danitz had at least managed to act like a proper man. Edward pulled out a pen and paper and jotted down a list of items, then handed it to Danitz. Help me register these in a moment. I've got something else to do. Danitz took the note, paused, and asked, where are you going? Something personal. Without another word, Edward turned and strode quickly toward the docks. As he brushed past several pirates, he suddenly vanished. Danitz and Alger exchanged a glance. It wasn't hard to guess, Edward was clearly headed for the Black Death. Danitz immediately started muttering, I knew it. I just knew there was no way he came all the way here just to shop. Alger shook his head. I still need to meet with a few acquaintances. I'll be going. Take care. Danitz was practically in tears. His only hope now was that whatever happened next, it wouldn't come back to bite him. Under the effects of the doppelganger charm, Edward silently donned his invisibility cloak, activating both its invisibility and concealment abilities, and made his way to the Black Death. He flipped a coin to check for danger aboard. Confirming it was safe, he leapt onto the deck in a single bound, moving noiselessly past pirate after pirate until he reached the captain's quarters. Outside the door stood a man wearing wide-legged pants and a brown jacket, short-browed and carefully polishing a spiked dagger. Peering through the glass windows of the captain's cabin, Edward found it empty. Magnify, Imperio. With the help of the Sequence 4-level magnified version of the Imperio spell, Edward easily took control of the man. The pirate's face lit up with an inexplicable joy. Where's that red-haired woman? Helene. The captain took her along. Huh. Edward was surprised. Tracy had clearly left the ship alone just now. The man went on to explain unprompted, the captain recently obtained a storage-type mystical item, a bag that can hold both items and people. She's carrying Helene in that bag. Edward's jaw dropped. He felt like he'd just shot himself in the foot. So, the undetectable extension charmed pouch that the hangman sold off, Tracy ended up buying one of them. But she didn't even seem to recognize Alger earlier. Oh, maybe it passed through several hands before reaching her. By then, the price must have been significantly marked up. Damn it. If not for that pouch, Helene would have had to stay aboard, and it would have been easy to get her blood. Now I'll have to confront Tracy head-on. Truth be told, Edward didn't actually hold much prejudice against Tracy, if she hadn't just targeted him. On the contrary, he felt a little sympathetic. Her family situation was a total mess. Her mother had her with her father. Then her father turned into a woman, found a man, and had a son with him. Later, Tracy herself turned from a man into a woman. And that little brother of hers would probably become a woman too. Growing up in such a twisted environment, it was almost incredible that Tracy still harbored a rather naive yearning for love. Back when she thought Klein was about to kill her, the final thing she asked was, did Helene know about the assassination? Call her a love fool, or just plain hopeless romantic? Unfortunately, she remained shackled by her mother's influence and the control of the demonist sect, constantly performing dirty work like trafficking humans, deeply sinful, one could say. Edward had originally planned to take Helene's blood, let Tracy go, take over the crew, sail out to sea, and then sink the Black Death. Now, he had no choice but to retreat quietly, no sense alerting the enemy. Meanwhile, after entering the Black Palace with the crowd, Danitz registered Edward's shopping list. The main and supplementary ingredients for a Mystery Prior Pathways Sequence 8, Melee Scholar and Sequence 7, Warlock, these were for Dumbledore. The ingredients for a Spectator Pathway Sequence 6, Hypnotist, those were for Audrey. And the materials for an Apprentice Pathway Sequence 5, Traveler, Edward wanted those for himself. Before long, several groups came seeking him out. The mystical materials in Danitz's hands piled up fast. Then he suddenly realized. Wait a second. Aren't I the one paying for all these materials? What if he ghosts me? What if he actually stiffs me? That's half a year's worth of savings, I was gonna use that to buy a new house. As he muttered and fretted, a woman in a black, classical robe stepped through the palace entrance. Her robe was embroidered with numerous arcane symbols and magical sigils. Danitz recognized her, that was Admiral of the Stars, Katlia. Wherever she walked, a faint starlight seemed to linger in her wake. Pirates nearby turned to look, one after another, their faces filled with awe, as though beholding a sorcerer from the fourth epoch. Pfft. Not even close to our captain, someone muttered. Just as those words left his mouth, the long-awaited Captain Edwina appeared. Danitz resisted the urge to approach her, worried that if Edward got into trouble, it might implicate his own captain. Sigh, in the end, I bear it all alone. Danitz let out a long sigh and turned again toward the entrance. Why hasn't that guy come back yet? Don't tell me he got caught red-handed doing something shady. At the very least, he could have paid me for those materials first. Suddenly, a figure entered his field of vision, a man with a pale face, sunken eyes, light brown pupils, and a worn-out tricorn hat on his head. Danitz immediately looked away and quickly moved toward the densest part of the crowd. Admiral of Blood, Senor. This was an old nemesis of the Golden Dream. Although the pirate conference operated under an unspoken rule against fighting, Danitz didn't dare to gamble that this ruthless butcher would honor that agreement. Catching a glimpse of Senor walking away, Danitz finally let out a breath of relief. But in the very next instant, his body froze, seized by a sudden paralysis. He had lost all control over his movements. His pupils shrank violently as the ghastly figure of Senor loomed in them, wearing a malicious grin. I see you. Danitz's right hand lifted against his will and grabbed his own throat. His 5 fingers clenched tightly, nails piercing into his skin, squeezing his windpipe shut, cutting off his breath. He couldn't resist at all, he could only experience the despair of inching slowly toward death. No possessions allowed here. Just then, Edward's voice rang out. In the next second, Senor's ghostly form was forcefully expelled from Danitz's body. Danitz collapsed to his knees, coughing violently in pain. Cough, 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 cough. Edward walked over slowly. I heard that fighting was forbidden at the pirate conference, he said loudly. His voice drew the attention of nearby pirates. Those who recognized Senor immediately backed away, afraid they might get caught in the crossfire. Senor looked at Edward with an unchanged smile. Found you. He suddenly opened his mouth and let out a piercing shriek. A phantasmal skull wreathed in dark mist shot toward Edward. Fiend fire. A torrent of roaring flame erupted, incinerating the skull into fragments. Senor charged forward like a speeding vehicle, but his target was actually the still-kneeling Danitz. Crack. Edward teleported to Danitz's side, grabbed his shoulder, and prepared to disapparate again, but his body suddenly stiffened. In both his pupils, the image of Senor had appeared. Unfettered. No possessions allowed here. Senor's ghostly figure was once again ejected from Edward's body. Confundus. Petrificus totalis. Avada Kedavra. Edward immediately fired off a flurry of 3 spells. Senor, dazed briefly, managed to evade the second and third curses with his spectral form, reappearing over 10 meters away, now choosing not to continue fighting. He clapped lightly, face expressionless. Impressive. As expected of the moody Gehrman Sparrow. Whoosh. All eyes turned to Edward. Gehrman Sparrow? That Gehrman. But he doesn't look like the man in the wanted poster. Probably disguised. So this is his real face. He's that young. Yeah, looks totally different from the descriptions. Hey, who cares? His bounty's 220,000 pounds. 220,000. My God, that's more than enough to last a few lifetimes. As the surrounding pirates' expressions grew increasingly dangerous, Edward frowned deeply. He couldn't quite figure out how Senor had so confidently confirmed his identity. After a brief pause, Edward's lips curled into a smirk. Oh. And how exactly did you recognize me? Senor answered calmly, I didn't recognize you. But I knew that Blazing Danitz is Fire Fist Ace, so the one who saved him must be Gehrman Sparrow. If he hadn't arrived just in time, Danitz would have really strangled himself to death. Danitz, still clutching his throat, slowly stood up with a grim expression. Cough, 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 I only mentioned that identity on the Golden Dream. So, one of Edwina's simps ratted him out. TCH. Even simps aren't reliable these days. At that moment, Senor once again turned ghostly and fled swiftly toward the depths of the palace. Gehrman Sparrow, we'll be seeing each other again very soon. His voice was loud, as if making a public announcement, to the pirates nearby, and more importantly, to the pirate admirals inside. Edward narrowed his eyes. No need to wait. How about right now? Distortion. With a flick of his wand, Edward forcibly distorted Senor's trajectory, pulling him right back toward himself. Then came another string of incantations. Steal. He cast multiple, theft, spells in quick succession, stealing Senor's current thoughts. Magnify, Avada Kedavra. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 171, Chapter 171, the strongest pyromaniac of all time. A beam of green light shot straight toward Senor's face. Yet just as it was about to hit him, the angle mysteriously shifted slightly, grazing the edge of his tricorn hat before flying past. Senor quickly recovered from the distortion and mind theft. Clenching the pendant in his hand, he let out another piercing shriek and waved his hands repeatedly, directing several corpses to charge at Edward. Meanwhile, he himself didn't hesitate to use Mirror Blink, vanishing on the spot. Edward blinked backwards and unleashed several jets of fiend fire, reducing the undead to ashes. TCH, he runs pretty fast. He glanced around at the pirates nearby and said, What? Just going to watch. I'm worth 220,000, remember. The pirates fell silent. One by one, they backed away without a word. Are you kidding? Even the Admiral of Blood had to flee for his life from you. Well then, see you around. Edward grabbed Danitz by the shoulder and apparat to a deserted area. You okay? Won't die. What about that man, Alger? Said he was going to meet a friend. Danitz suddenly asked, Captain, did you really come to the pirate conference just to shop? Edward nodded. Yup. But plans never keep up with change. He was already considering whether he should change identities again. A strange light flickered in Danitz's eyes, something that had never appeared before. Hey, interested in stirring up some trouble? Huh. Now that's rare, you actually want to cause trouble. He let out a sly laugh. Senor nearly killed me. Shouldn't I return the favor? Edward was slightly taken aback. He'd nearly forgotten that Danitz was, after all, a bona fide pirate who had made a name for himself. What do you have in mind? Danitz grinned. I want to burn down his pirate ship. You probably don't know this, but Senor rarely leaves his ship. Even when he travels, he brings along all 10 of his lieutenants. He almost never gives anyone a chance to catch him alone. That makes him harder to deal with than the other pirate generals. But during the annual pirate conference, not just him, his lieutenants and most of his crew disembarked to unwind. He grew more excited as he spoke. You can make people invisible, right? Hit me with one. You're going by yourself? Just to scout the situation. Edward thought for a moment, then handed over a small leather pouch. This was originally prepared for you anyway, to help you better digest your potion. If you think you have an opportunity, just light it and throw it, then run like hell. Danitz took the pouch, clearly surprised. What's in it? Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. Edward cast an amplified disillusionment charm on him. All done. Now go, deliver the goods. Elsewhere, Senor, now certain that Gehrman Sparrow wasn't pursuing him, let out a breath of relief. His expression remained gloomy and uncertain. Though they had only crossed paths briefly, Senor was sure he wasn't a match for the other men. So, Steele Mavadi's death was going to go unavenged. Losing a few subordinates didn't matter, but the Blood Admiral's reputation couldn't take a hit. With a grim face, he headed toward the docks. Transforming into a wraith, he casually picked a pirate ship and slaughtered everyone aboard in the shortest time possible. Then, using their heads, entrails, limbs, and blood, he assembled a crude sacrificial altar. Kneeling devoutly before the altar, he lit the prepared candles and muttered, "Lord Shanks, I need your help." Suddenly, the candle flames shifted into a swirl of colors, each one seemingly corresponding to a different desire within the observer's heart. The heads, organs, limbs, and blood on the altar began to move on their own, layer after layer stacking and melting together like wax. Moments later, a voice emerged from the flames. "Where?" Back in the palace, Edward, now wearing the face of a random stranger, slipped back into the venue and entered the high-end gathering room of the inner circle with a few pirate captains. As the saying goes, well, I'm already here. Might as well check it out, he might just find what he was looking for at this auction. The hall was a spacious 300 to 400 square meters, resembling a university lecture hall from the modern era. Around 30 to 40 people were seated in concentric arcs that rose gradually from the central platform. When Edward entered, the transaction in progress had already been going for some time. He quickly swept his gaze across the room, spotting Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina, Admiral of Stars Catlia, Admiral of Ailment Tracy and a few other well-known pirates, but Senor was not among them. What's that guy up to? His instincts told him whatever Senor was doing, it probably had to do with him. Ding. He flipped a coin lightly into the air. Staying here, will it put me in danger? Heads, no. At that moment, the previous transaction concluded, and a female pirate spoke up, "For sale, a revolver. I call it whale. As the name suggests, it inflicts unbearable pain on whoever is shot, often rendering them incapable of fighting. Starting bid, £2,000. 2,200. 2,300. At first glance, this didn't look much different from the Beyonder gatherings Edward had attended in Backlund, except most of the participants here were pirates. Edward quietly picked a spot to sit and waited for something suitable to appear. But after watching several rounds of trade, the best items that came up were barely at Sequence 5 level, and they were all snapped up at sky-high prices almost instantly. Looks like I overestimated the quality of the pirate conference. Thinking back, in the original novel, the items available for trade were mostly mid to low sequence. Once someone reached demigod level, money wasn't exactly useless, but in the realm of mysticism, it definitely had limited utility. Sigh, so much anticipation, wasted. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Someone plopped down beside Edward, wiping away sweat while muttering, "Phew, almost didn't make it." Edward froze at the familiar voice. He turned his head and was instantly stunned. Mr. Verdot. Yes, the newcomer was none other than Verdot, the man who had once collaborated with Edward in Bansi, but later vanished without a trace. Verdot looked at Edward with a puzzled expression. "Sorry, do we know each other?" After a moment of shock, Edward decisively used legilimency, only to find that the man genuinely had no memory of him whatsoever. "Do we know each other?" Verdot asked again. Edward paused for a few seconds. "We met once in Bansi. I suppose you don't remember me. Is that so?" He smiled politely. "Sorry, that's my mistake. I just rushed over from Bansi." So, he remembers Bansi, just not me. Was it because of that hand that appeared from the wooden door? If that hand belonged to the City of Calamity, could it mean that Verdot has already been corrupted? Edward recalled some analyses from his past life. Adam had turned Medici into a hotpot not just as a necessary sacrifice, but also because Medici had already been polluted by the City of Calamity. If even a king of angels could be unknowingly corrupted, how could a mid-sequence Beyonder like Verdot possibly be safe? "Everyone, I have information to sell." A male pirate spoke up. "It's about that sunken ship, the Laurel." Beside him, Verdot was immediately intrigued. He stared hard at the speaker and rubbed his eyes as if trying to see more clearly. Then, he took out a monocle and placed it over his right eye. In that instant, every hair on Edward's body stood on end, and even his breathing instinctively slowed. But after donning the monocle, Verdot simply studied the speaker more carefully without taking further action. Maybe, it's just a coincidence. Edward stood up calmly and began walking away as naturally as he could. "I'm just heading to the restroom." Suddenly, a voice sounded behind him, Verdot's, soft and eerie. "Are you afraid?" Edward's heart skipped a beat. He turned back with a puzzled expression. "What?" Verdot frowned. "You look surprised and happy when you first saw me. But suddenly, you made an excuse to leave. Like you're afraid of something." "Ah, you're overthinking it. I really just need the restroom." Verdot stared at him for over 10 seconds, then nodded. "All right then. See you in a bit." "See you in a bit." Edward quickened his steps, heading straight for the restroom. Boom. 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 Just then, a thunderous explosion erupted from outside. Everyone inside jolted in shock and turned toward the door. Moments later, 2 men burst in, panic written all over their faces. "The docks. The docks just exploded. Fire. Fire. Everything's on fire." Danitz was sprinting for his life, stumbling as he ran. Behind him, the dock had become a raging sea of flames. Damn it, damn it. What the hell was that thing? How can it be so powerful? It even set sea water on fire. Danitz had just snuck into the area where Signor's flagship, the Tree of Flesh and Blood, was docked. Sure enough, only a few small fry were left on guard across the 7 or 8 ships. Without hesitation, he had lit the leather pouch Edward gave him and tossed it onto the nearest pirate ship. Then came the explosion. In truth, the blast itself wasn't all that massive, but the flames it unleashed spread at lightning speed. The moment they touched the wooden pirate ships, they burst into flames like dry kindling. Under normal circumstances, a few mid-sequence beyonders with specific abilities could have quickly extinguished the fire, but at the moment, everyone capable was up on the island. By the time Danitz realized what was happening, the entire dock had turned into a blazing inferno. Even his own ship, the Golden Dream, wasn't spared. Damn it. I'm so screwed. Captain, she's definitely going to kick me off the Golden Dream. Wait, there's no Golden Dream anymore. No ship, no need to kick me out. You are. Danitz broke down in tears. And just then, a strange sensation welled up inside him. He had completely digested the pyromaniac potion. No. If the price of digesting a potion is this, I'd rather stay sequence 7 for the rest of my life. No. Edward followed the crowd of pirates as they rushed out of the palace, and was greeted by the sight of a raging inferno engulfing the entire harbor. Holy crap. Danitz really outdid himself this time. I hereby crown you the strongest pyromaniac of all time. But wait, there were only a dozen or so barrels of gasoline in that leather pouch. How did he manage to burn down the entire harbor? Note, and I crown you guys as the best readers. Thanks for the support. Enjoy the extra chapter. If you guys want one more tomorrow, we'd need to hit 750 POW stones. Go, vote. And if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Thank me later. Link, patreon.com/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 172, Chapter 172, You Don't Want to Be a Woman. At this moment, whether they were pirate generals or ordinary pirate captains, everyone was scrambling toward the harbor to help put out the fire. Only a few ghost ship captains remained calm. Most ghost ships were mystical vessels fused with beyonder characteristics. They possessed varying degrees of awareness and supernatural abilities. Such ordinary flames posed little threat to them. Edward, however, kept his gaze fixed on Verdot. He didn't seem the least bit concerned about the fire at the harbor. Instead, he weaved through the crowd of pirates, clearly searching for the men who had just offered to sell information about the sunken Laurel. This shouldn't be Amon, right? Edward secretly let out a sigh of relief. Also seeking information about the Laurel, also on the apprentice pathway, and last time, Verdot had even mentioned his family. Was he also from the Abraham family? Wait a minute. Suddenly, Edward remembered that the altar left behind by Medici's descendants back in Bansi had seemed to be the bow of a ship. And Verdot had shown a deep obsession with that bow. Could that bow have belonged to the sunken Laurel? But, wasn't it supposed to be resting at the bottom of the Berserk Sea or the Sonia Sea? How could it have ended up in Bansi, and even been turned into an altar during Medici's final days? One question after another rose in Edward's mind. He felt as though he had plunged into a dense fog. Maybe, I should go back and ask Christine. Elsewhere, the hanged man, Alger, stared at the flaming harbor with a completely bewildered expression. 1,000 curses ran through his mind. So this is what they meant by Gehrman Sparrow's unpredictable temperament. Is this guy really this crazy in the real world? I thought you were just going to pick a fight with Tracy over at the Dead Black, and the next thing I know, you've set the entire harbor, and every damn ship in it, on fire. Thank the Lord my Blue Avenger is a ghost ship. If it were an ordinary ship, holy crap, it might not have survived this inferno either. Alger broke into a sprint toward the docks, panic written all over his face. Meanwhile, Senor, who had yet to appear until now, finally showed himself. In his wraith form, a wave of frost spread rapidly from beneath his feet toward the 7 or 8 pirate ships engulfed in flames. In just a few moments, the fire was extinguished. But more than half of the ships had already been burnt through. Gehrman Sparrow. Senior's expression darkened. He spat out the name through clenched teeth, and his gray eyes swept swiftly across the scene, searching for his target. On the other side, Tracy's flagship, the Dead Black, and its fleet had been docked farther from the origin of the fire, so the damage wasn't as severe. By the time she arrived, her subordinates had already put out the fire on several of the affected ships. What happened? She asked coldly, her eyes narrowing at her third mate, the silver-tongued Missal. The flames spread from Senor's fleet, Missal reported. There was a layer of black oil floating on the water. The moment it touched fire, it ignited instantly, and couldn't be extinguished with water. Tracy's expression became contemplative. Was it Gehrman Sparrow? That Gehrman Sparrow? The unpredictable one. He's here on the island too. Senor had some kind of conflict with him just now, Tracy said casually. Everyone, get the fleet away from the harbor immediately. There may be more attacks. Huh? What about you, boss? A teasing smile crept onto Tracy's alluring face. I've still got a few things to take care of. Understood. With that, Tracy turned and left with a smile, quickly slipping away from the crowd to a deserted area. There, she began to undo the buttons of her shirt, revealing a stretch of fair and tempting skin. From her inner garments, she retrieved a leather pouch and held it out. Suddenly, her pupils contracted sharply, as if stricken by intense pain. She snapped her hand back and staggered backwards. Who's there? TCH. So close. A magnified imperious curse, paired with an invisibility cloak's concealment, should have been enough to instantly control even a Sequence 5 witch like Tracy. Once under control, she would do whatever he commanded, in whatever posture he desired. Ahem. Unfortunately, Edward had underestimated how important that leather pouch, her lover Helene, was to her. She had managed to break free at the very last moment. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Edward felt a discomfort in his throat. He hurriedly downed a bottle of potion and cast Protego Diabolica to ward off any invading pathogens. But the moment he moved, he gave away his position. Tracy's lips parted ever so slightly, and she let out a silent scream. In response, a ghostly blue halo burst from within her, freezing the air in her wake. Frost bloomed rapidly, layering over everything and forming thick ice blocks that sealed her off from Edward. Then she pulled out a shard of a mirror. As she flung it away, she shot a strand of spider silk to shatter it midair. Using the mirror substitution technique, she teleported several times in rapid succession, putting a great distance between herself and Edward. Because most of the mystical abilities she currently possessed were countered by fire, and her opponent could even use fire to form a protective shield around himself, Tracy didn't hesitate to retreat. Distortion. Edward muttered, twisting Tracy's escape route. Then, with a wave of his wand, the surrounding plants and branches grew madly, transforming into chains that lashed toward Tracy. Steal. Stupefy. He first stole her intent to use the mirror substitute technique, then immediately followed it with a stunning spell that left her stunned and motionless. By the time she regained her senses, she was already tightly bound. But Tracy hadn't given up. Her entire body ignited in a quiet black flame that quickly melted the chains binding her. At that moment, Edward pointed his wand at her head and said coldly, "Go ahead if you want to die." She stared at Edward, his face unremarkable, just like a common pirate lackey, and extinguished the black flames on her body. Gehrman Sparrow? Edward said nothing. I only want a bit of Helene's blood. You're not going to kill me. Killing you isn't as useful as keeping you alive. A cold smile tugged at Tracy's lips. You think I'll let you use me? Edward replied blandly, you will, unless you truly want to spend the rest of your life as a woman. The smile on Tracy's face froze. Her eyes widened with a mix of shock and excitement. You know how to turn back into a man. Don't be fooled by how easily that knowledge seems to be shared in the original works. It was extremely rare and profound mystical information in reality. Not many people knew that transitioning between neighboring pathways was even possible. Of course, Tracy's mother was the ageless witch who had lived for over 1,000 years. She definitely knew that a witch could transition to the hunter pathway at Sequence 4, but would she ever tell Tracy that? Yes, Edward smiled. That knowledge, in exchange for your cooperation, is that a fair deal? You were the one I ran into at the docks. The excitement in Tracy's eyes gradually faded. What do you want me to do? Let me think. Keep me informed of the Demoness sex movements, especially anything involving the Lady Despair Panatia and the Demoness of White Katarina. Every useful piece of information will unlock 10% of the process. After 10 pieces of intel, I'll tell you how to revert. Tracy fell silent. Edward stepped forward and took the leather pouch from her hand. She instinctively tried to resist, but managed to hold back. When he opened the pouch, he saw a red-haired girl sitting absent-mindedly in the cramped space. The moment she sensed the pouch open, she looked up immediately. The pirate conference ended already. Who are you? Come out. Helene hesitated for a few seconds before getting up and climbing out of the pouch. Then, her eyes landed on Tracy, who was still kneeling on the ground, bound in chains. Her first reaction wasn't joy, nor was it the satisfaction of vengeance. But under her gaze, Tracy felt a deep wave of shame and anger. She turned her face away. You're a direct descendant of the Sauron family? Helene withdrew her gaze from Tracy and nodded. My father was a member of Intis's former royal family, the Saurons. Edward handed her a dagger and a test tube. I need your blood. Just enough to fill this tube. In the world of the occult, giving someone your blood was a very dangerous thing. But Helene didn't hesitate, she sliced her palm open and carefully filled the test tube with her blood. Here. Edward corked the tube and tossed it into the pouch. Then, he turned to Tracy. Think over what I said. You can give me your answer the next time we meet. When? Where? Edward shrugged. I don't know. But I'm sure it won't be long, because... He turned to Helene. Let's go. What? Haven't you always wanted to get away from Tracy? Helene was at a loss for words. But I don't even know who you are. At least with Tracy, I knew I wouldn't really get hurt, but you. What if you're worse? Still, she understood she didn't have a choice. Head lowered, she followed him. Black flames rose again on Tracy's body. She broke free of the melted chains and stood up, her voice slow and forceful. Gehrman Sparrow. In that moment, she didn't know whether to hate German for taking Helene away, or to be grateful that he had given her hope. After a long silence, she muttered, first, become a man again, then repay every bit of today's humiliation. As Edward walked away with red-haired Helene, she too, changed her appearance into that of an ordinary pirate. By now, the fire at the docks had been completely extinguished. But more than half the ships had been reduced to wreckage. A new problem emerged, too many people, not enough ships. How were they supposed to leave? This volcanic island only saw such a large gathering once a year during the pirate conference. Supplies on the island were extremely limited. If stranded, they would soon face shortages of food and water. Soon, the look in the pirates' eyes began to change. Most of those whose ships had burned started to have a simple thought, my ship's gone. But yours isn't. And so, the fighting began. Using the dowsing rod, Edward located Danitz on the other side of the volcano island, sitting dazedly on the ground. Contemplating life, are you? Danitz turned around and was momentarily stunned at the sight of the two strangers. Then he said indifferently, my life's already over. No need to contemplate. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 173, Chapter 173, The Miracle Spell. Had this guy burned himself into an idiot with his own fire? Come on, let's head back to the Golden Dream. Heh, Golden Dream. What Golden Dream? It's already been reduced to ashes. Edward finally understood why he was in such a state. Relax, the Golden Dream wasn't destroyed in the fire. Really? Danitz's eyes widened instantly, and it was only then that he belatedly realized, while the Golden Dream wasn't exactly a ghost ship, it had already acquired some rudimentary mystical power. If they managed to save it in time, the fire might not have been enough to completely destroy it. So, my life isn't over yet. Edward chuckled. No, your brilliant life is only just beginning. You're the men who burned down the fleets of 7 pirate admirals in one blaze, the legendary Blazing Danitz, who took out dozens of pirate ships large and small. From this moment on, you've truly earned your title, Blazing. Danitz was utterly stunned. The Golden Dream had indeed not been destroyed, though it was far from unscathed. After all, it wasn't a true ghost ship at its core, merely a sailing vessel imbued with traces of spirituality. Fortunately, after the fire, its basic functions were still intact. As soon as the group boarded, they immediately set sail out of the harbor. Had they been a moment later, those pirates who had lost their own ships might have gone mad and stormed aboard to seize it. The instant Edward appeared on deck with Danitz and Helene, everyone who had been busy making emergency repairs instinctively drew their weapons and pointed them at the trio. Danitz. It is Danitz. How did he just appear out of nowhere? It was like whoosh, and then he was there. Was that a traveler's teleportation? No, looked more like a blink, but it's something different. Once the crew recognized Danitz, they all lowered their weapons and relaxed, their conversations overlapping in curious excitement. It was clear that under Captain Edwina's influence, this bunch had developed a strong thirst for the unknown. And this is. The speaker was the Golden Dream's first mate, Brew Walls, a particularly memorable man to Edward, because he, too, wore a monocle. Hey, didn't you all want to meet Gehrman Sparrow? Danitz extended a hand. Welcome, the moody and unpredictable Gehrman Sparrow. Silence fell like a stone. In the next second, all the weapons that had just been put away were drawn once again, this time, pointed straight at Edward. Danitz's face changed. He quickly raised his hands and stepped in front of Edward. Hey. What are you guys doing? This is Gehrman Sparrow, he's our Golden Dream's friend. Friend. The second mate, Orpheus, a man with chiseled, statue-like features and a head of golden hair, sneered. We don't consider the guy who nearly burned the Golden Dream to the ground to be our friend. Oh. So Danitz was being thrown under the bus. Edward shot him a sideways glance, then spoke up. Apologies, everyone. I originally only intended to torch Senor's flagship fleet. I didn't expect the fire to spiral out of control like that. Truly, I'm sorry. Danitz froze for a second, then turned back to look at Edward in disbelief. A surge of overwhelming emotion filled his chest, but he gritted his teeth and decided to come clean. Actually. Of course, just saying sorry isn't enough, Edward cut him off. So. He gently waved his wand. Reparo Maxima. As the magical energy spread across the Golden Dream, everyone on board witnessed a scene they would never forget. It was as if time itself were rewinding. Every scorched, damaged, or broken part of the ship began to mend at a pace visible to the naked eye. Within seconds, the Golden Dream had been restored to the exact state it was in before the fire. Danitz's jaw dropped. Helene kept rubbing her eyes in disbelief. This is a miracle. The lower sequence pirates murmured in awe. Edward smiled. It's not a miracle, just a mystical ability, that's all. But, what's the principle behind it? Was that really time magic? There's no trace at all of the fire, it's like nothing happened. If I could learn that, I'd make a killing as a shipwright. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the crew immediately began poking around the ship again, full of excitement and curiosity. You're telling me that wasn't time reversal? Danitz leaned in and whispered. Edward shrugged. Just a plain old repair spell. Plain old. Yeah, right. Magic in the world of Harry Potter was just that absurd. Many so-called ordinary spells, at first glance, really did look like miracles. Unfortunately, the repair charm only worked on inanimate objects. If the Golden Dream had truly been a ghost ship, the spell might not have worked at all. Having already witnessed plenty of Edward's miraculous abilities, Danitz didn't dwell on it too much. He puffed out his chest, lifted his chin, and grinned smugly. Heh. You saw that, didn't you? That's my friend, Danitz. Then, suddenly, his expression froze. Ah. Where's little Carlo? Get that kid out here, didn't he want to be Gehrman someday? The lively murmuring of the crowd died down again. One by one, their expressions dimmed. Danitz's heart skipped a beat. He swallowed hard. What do you all mean? He took a few steps forward, raising his voice. Carlo. You little brat. First Mate Brew Walls finally spoke in a deep voice. Carlo, he. Danitz turned to look at him, his face pale. He's dead. No, Brew Walls shook his head. Relief swept over Danitz. But, perhaps something even more painful than death happened to him, the first mate continued. After Carlo went ashore, he couldn't control his hatred when he saw Senor. That drew Senor's attention, and he was attacked. When Senor realized Carlo was a survivor of the ship he raided 6 months ago, he didn't kill him. Instead, he controlled the soul remnants of Carlo's deceased parents. He made them crush every bone in his body, piece by piece, leaving only his head intact. Then, he conducted necromancy. Edward froze. That was indeed worse than death. It wasn't just the pain of having your bones shattered, it was the fact that the ones doing it were your parents. Senor deserved to die. At that moment, he also understood how Senor had known Danitz's true identity as Fire Fist Ace. There hadn't been a traitor aboard the Golden Dream, Senor had learned it through necromantic rituals on Carlo. Danitz felt cold all over. He loosened his clenched fists. Then, where is he now? In the captain's quarters, Brew replied. The captain's taking care of him. Danitz immediately strode off and pushed open the door to the captain's cabin. Carlo was lying on Edwina's bed, eyes wide open. The spark of cleverness and mischief was completely gone, replaced by utter despair. Danitz stood frozen for a long moment. Then, with a deep breath, he turned back around, gritted his teeth, and declared. I own properties at number 12 through 16 Seawind Avenue, in Byam. He fixed his eyes on Edward. If you kill Senor, they're all yours. Everyone outside the captain's cabin gasped, not because of Danitz's real estate, nor even his determination to kill Senor, but because, it seemed like Danitz actually believed Gehrman Sparrow could kill Senor. Hunting down a pirate admiral. Among the 7 pirate admirals, Blood Admiral Senor was certainly one of the most powerful. Sure, Gehrman had done some big things recently, but none of them had really demonstrated that he could take on someone like Senor head-on. Edward frowned and pondered for a moment. You said before, Senor rarely leaves his flagship, and when he does, he's always surrounded by his subordinates. Honestly, with just my abilities, I'm not confident I could take on all of them at once. At that moment, Edwina stepped out and said softly, what if you added me to the equation? Edward stroked his chin in thought. Then his gaze drifted to Helene, who was currently munching on snacks at the side. With one more person, that should make it foolproof. Helene. But before that, Edward said, what we really need to do, is treat that child first. Danitz's eyes widened. You can heal Carlo. Edward pulled out a bottle of Skeelgrow. This potion can help him regrow all his shattered bones. But the process will be extremely painful, and we'll need to remove all the fragmented bone bits from his body first. The crew immediately burst into excited chatter. That kind of pain, Carlo can handle it. Gehrman Sparrow. I love you. I love him more. More than I love the captain. You want to say that again? Edwina merely nodded at Edward. Thank you. Elsewhere. Tracy had returned to the Black Death, sitting alone in the captain's quarters and staring absent-mindedly at the chair Helene usually occupied. After everything that had happened today, her thoughts were a mess, uncertain whether to feel anger or hope. And yet, she couldn't help but wonder, could what Gehrman Sparrow said, about knowing how to become a man again, really be true? But she didn't want to let go of this sliver of hope that had come so unexpectedly. At times, she'd think about asking her mother, Katerina. As a witch who had lived for thousands of years, Katrina had to know. But Tracy also knew, if she asked, even if there was a way to return to being a man, Katerina would definitely stop her. Crack. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of nowhere just a few meters away. Before she could react, Gehrman's voice rang out. First order of business, help me hunt down Admiral of Blood Senor. Tracy froze. Why do you want to kill him? Edward smiled, because he wants to kill me. So I'm just striking first. After a brief moment of silence, she furrowed her brow. Just the two of us. And Vice Admiral Iceberg, Edward added. Tracy didn't hesitate another second. Count me in. Meanwhile, the flagship of Senor, the Tree of Flesh and Blood, its hull blackened from flame, was speeding across the waves. Senor, wearing a battered tricorn hat, stood at the bow, his hawk-like eyes scanning the sea. First Mate Aird suddenly lowered his spyglass and called out, found the Golden Dream. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 174, Chapter 174, Fortune and Misfortune. Excellent. A rare smile appeared on Senor's face. Just follow them. As long as we don't lose track, everything will be fine. Captain, are you certain that Gehrman is aboard that ship? Of course not. He stroked the thin mustache at the corner of his lips. But that little brat spirit told me that Gehrman and Edwina are rather close. As long as we capture Edwina, he'll walk right into our trap. Boom. Suddenly, vivid crimson flames erupted from both flanking ships. These flames were vastly different from the ones they'd seen back at the docks, more intense, faster spreading, and brimming with mystical power. Mystical abilities. Ah. Soon, some of the crew attempting to put out the fire were swallowed up by the flames, their screams echoing across the sea. Senor's eyes widened in shock. Right, when Gehrman Sparrow first appeared on the open seas, it was precisely this kind of unquenchable fire that allowed him to easily plunder 5 pirate ships. Such a crucial and lethal piece of information, how could he have overlooked it? And yet, he'd given the order to relentlessly pursue the Golden Dream deep into the sea. It didn't take him long to realize the cause. That pendant. After bestowing a period of good luck upon its bearer, it always brought an equivalent dose of misfortune in return. Usually, after a battle, the misfortunes were trivial, stumbling while walking, choking on water, getting hit by falling objects. But this time, memory loss. Still, it was far too late for regrets. Without hesitation, Senor transformed into a wraith and drifted toward the burning ships. Frosty mist radiated from his body, slowly engulfing the flames and extinguishing them bit by bit. But just as he managed to put out the fire on one ship, he looked around, the remaining 7 pirate vessels were already fully ablaze. High in the air, concealed by an invisibility cloak and mounted on a flying broom, Edward swung his wand and repeatedly cast searing fiend fire. So, you dared chase us onto the open sea, Senor? Serves you right, today is the day you die. After bringing Tracy back to the Golden Dream, Edward was about to discuss how best to hunt down Senor when First Mate Orpheus had suddenly rushed over, announcing that Senor's flagship fleet had arrived. From his first voyage, Edward had been very clear on one thing: no matter what kind of ship or fleet it was, once it entered the open sea, it wouldn't survive his fiend fire. Wherever the fiend fire spread, even if they didn't burn to death, the ships would sink, and very few could swim back to shore alive. Senor quickly grasped the situation. He decisively abandoned the other 6 pirate ships, returned to the flagship, and put out the flames as fast as he could. Then he gave a sharp order. Hard turn. Return to the port immediately. Another pillar of fiend fire descended from the skies. Senor raised his hand and shot out a dozen icy arrows. They collided with the flames and exploded, erupting into a spray of freezing mist that halted the fire's advance. Then he opened his mouth and let out a shrill wail in Edward's direction. Edward instantly felt dizzy and disoriented. This wraith shriek targeted the spirit directly. Despite the layers of defensive abilities he'd stacked on himself, they were practically useless. First Mate ELD quickly launched a barrage of abilities, bribery, corrosion, distortion, all aimed at weakening Edward further. At the same time, he roared, "Fire the cannons!" Boom. 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 Cannons from the pirate fleet thundered, bombarding the sky around Edward. He immediately prepared to apparate, but his body froze. In his pupils, he saw Señor's shadow looming. Possession. Again. Unfettered. Possession is forbidden here. Edward forcefully expelled Señor's spirit from his body, but the pirate wasn't fazed in the least. He now held a pendant strung with an ancient coin and opened his mouth once more. Another wraith shriek. This time, the impact on Edward was far more intense than ever before. That pendant, it was the mystical item that granted good fortune. And now, a barrage of cannonballs was descending right on top of him. Animagus. In the blink of an eye, Edward's skin ripped open, and he transformed into a smoky, shadowy obscurus, suspended in midair. His mind became a chaotic blur. Everything in front of him twisted into a haze, and from deep within him surged a violent desire. I will destroy everything here. Boom. 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 The shells exploded in the sky, but they couldn't harm the transformed Edward. He surged forward like a black hurricane, sweeping straight toward Señor's flagship. Everything in his path was shattered and twisted by the terrifying magical force. A sharp shriek rang out again, piercing Edward's ears. His head buzzed violently, and his body stalled momentarily. Almost at the same time, a swarm of invisible spirit bodies had silently encircled Señor, then surged at Edward from all directions, carried by frigid, howling winds, from the skies, the sea, and all around. They howled and roared as they tore at the smoke that composed the form of the obscurus, devouring every wisp they ripped free. Two crimson glows flared within the obscurus's form. A violent hurricane composed of magic and spirituality burst forth from around him, scattering the spirit bodies while shredding them into pieces. At last, Edward began to regain control over his mind. Suddenly, Señor felt that something was off. Until now, aside from First Mate, none of his other subordinates had come to his aid. These were all capable, battle-hardened veteran pirates. There was no way they would be wiped out so easily by a sudden ambush. Ah! A miserable scream echoed from a half-sunken pirate ship nearby. One of the pirates had crushed his own throat and killed himself. A translucent figure emerged from the body. It was Edwina. She had mimicked Señor's wraith possession ability. Not far away, a bewitchingly beautiful woman, someone who would drive men mad with desire under normal circumstances, was walking calmly atop the sea. A faint mist surrounded her figure, and from her hands stretched out invisible, spider-like threads that quietly reaped the lives of pirates one by one. Edwina, Tracy. Fury surged in Señor's chest. He clenched the ancient coin pendant tightly, and his figure vanished, reappearing in the reflection of a pirate's eyes. He flashed several times in succession, all the while shooting ice arrows down at the sea. Each ice arrow rapidly froze into a palm-sized, mirror-smooth ice sheet, just reflective enough for him to use mirror blink again. He was actually using this method to achieve a kind of pseudo-infinite flash movement. Obscurus form Edward dove toward him. He had yet to arrive, but the terrifying destructive force had already stirred massive tidal waves. Distort. Magnify, steal. Magnify, teleportation is forbidden here. A full combo of spells followed, but inexplicably, they all failed to land. It was as if they vanished into thin air, completely ineffective against Señor's flashing movements. Edward was stunned. What the hell is going on? Right, Señor had that luck-boosting mystical item. Damn it, how is luck this unreasonable? Edwina's light blue eyes had now turned pitch black, and thick malevolent intent flowed slowly within them. She suddenly clenched her right hand toward the distant Señor. His flashing movement was finally disrupted, and his figure appeared midair, with black fluid trickling from the corners of his eyes and mouth. He let out a scream of agony. Apparate. The obscurus form Edward twisted violently and positioned himself right in front of Señor. His smoke-like body swelled like a gaping maw and lunged to devour him whole. At the same time, fierce fiend fire erupted, blanketing the surrounding sea and completely cutting off Señor's method of flashing by freezing ice into mirrors. Rampaging magic and spirituality tore through Señor's skin, invading his body and wreaking havoc from within. He tried to transform into a wraith to evade the damage, but it had no effect. After all, the obscurus was, in essence, also a type of spirit. He flung more ice arrows into the distance, but Edward, anticipating this, intercepted them with a sweeping blast of fiend fire. Sectum Sempra. Fiend fire. Avada Kedavra. Conf Ringo. Steal. Edward chanted spell after spell while continuously attempting to steal Señor's wraith possession and blink abilities, but under the influence of that damned good luck, or was it bad luck, every attempt failed. Then, a glimmer reflected into Señor's eyes from the distant sea. The rolling waves had, for some reason, become mirror-smooth for an instant. Without hesitation, Senor seized the opportunity to blink away. Midair, he twisted his body and released another wraith shriek while commanding several invisible spirits to once again pounce on Edward, who had just been stunned by the shriek. This damned luck. Edward wanted nothing more than to summon the folded paper crane on the spot and beg Will to give him some luck too. Just then, two of the spirit bodies flying toward Edward suddenly paused midair, as if confused. They glanced at Edward, then turned to look at Senor, and suddenly, immense resentment exploded from within them. They swiftly transformed from intangible spirits into black mist-shrouded wraiths. Their forms were unmistakably that of a couple in their 30s. "It's you." One of the wraiths shrieked and dove straight back, rushing at Senor and crashing directly into his body. He was completely unprepared. His body went rigid as he was forced out of his wraith state and plummeted straight toward the sea. The pendant he had tightly clutched in his hand finally slipped from his fingers and fell. Accio pendant. Edward didn't hesitate. He summoned the overpowered pendant straight into his pouch, then dove after Senor, intending to deliver the final blow. But just then, his spirituality suddenly pulsed violently. Without a second thought, Edward gave up on attacking and operated away. At that very moment, a figure stepped out of the spirit world. It was an elderly man with brown-toned skin, deeply lined with wrinkles like dry riverbeds, and sparse white hair, Shanks, a high-ranking member of the Rose School of Thought and a Sequence 4 demigod. Note, here's the extra chapter. Enjoy, and as usual, no extra chapter tomorrow. But don't let that stop you from donating Power Stones. It's for a noble cause. Totally. Yep. And if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Thank me later. Link, p-a-t-r-e-o-n.c-o-m/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 175, Chapter 175, The Not Red-Haired Shanks. His expression remained blank as he calmly watched the rapidly retreating Obscurus. This is a mythological creature form. No, it seems more like a special transformation akin to a werewolf or a wraith. But I've never heard of any pathway that has this kind of form, worth studying. At that moment, the old man stretched out his withered right hand and suddenly thrust it into his own left chest. Almost simultaneously, Edward's vision went black. An intense wave of pain surged through him as his smoke-formed body convulsed violently, then quickly faded and dispersed, reverting back to his original human form. This also meant he had lost his ability to fly, and plummeted downward. Crack! His figure twisted, and he reappeared on the only remaining intact ship. A searing pain flared from his left chest, and he hurriedly looked down. His entire chest was soaked in blood. Had he not layered himself with Protego Maxima and Dawn armor ahead of time, there would have been a gaping, fist-sized hole there by now. Run! It's a demigod from the Rose School of Thought. Edward truly hadn't expected that Senor had already called for reinforcements. What the hell? Aren't you supposed to be a vicious pirate admiral, infamous for all kinds of evil? Why the hell do you call your elders every time something goes wrong? What are you? Pine Clan's third young master. Have you no shame? Without hesitation, he pulled out a portkey and was about to activate it, when his body suddenly froze in place, wraith possession. Crack! The stone crumbled into fragments. Edward's eyes immediately reflected the wrinkled, sparse-haired old figure, one in each pupil. His mind turned icy cold. Though his thoughts weren't slow, he'd completely lost control of his body. Unfettered. 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 His remaining sliver of rationality repeatedly ordered the use of unfettered, but the gap between a sequence 7 and a sequence 4 was too great, it couldn't take effect in time. If that guy succeeded in fully possessing him, it would be over. Get out here and help me, ancestor. Edward shouted inwardly. The next second, his messenger bird flew out from the spirit world, trailing a faint trail of fire behind its tail. It let out a sharp screech as it dove toward Edward. Scree! The aged figure reflected in Edward's pupils trembled and began to blur again, but unfortunately, it quickly stabilized and continued its possession attempt. Go find your headless friend. Now. Edward roared inwardly. The messenger bird immediately tore through the air and returned to the spirit world. Unfettered. Suddenly, Edward felt a jolt of release, it had finally taken effect. Magnify, possession is forbidden here. Shanks's semi-transparent spirit form was forcibly expelled from Edward's body. His eyes flashed with mild surprise, and he opened his mouth, letting out a piercing shriek. In just a moment, Edward's mind went blank. Blood gushed from his nose and ears, this wraith shriek was far more potent than Senor's. Shanks reached out and grabbed Edward's arm. From his skeletal fingertips, a layer of icy frost rapidly spread across Edward's body. Protego Diabolica. Black-blue hellfire enveloped Edward, melting the frost and forcing Shanks to back away. Crack! Edward didn't hesitate to use apparition, leaping to another sinking vessel. He had just pulled out another portkey stone when Shanks followed with his own mirror blink, gently waving his hand, and dozens of soul bodies surrounded Edward from all directions. Then, Shanks reached into the spirit world and pulled out a damp, sticky, palm-sized humanoid doll. In that instant, boundless malice spread across the sea. Edward, who had been about to use apparition again, suddenly halted. His wildly pulsing spirituality warned him, if you teleport now, you will face a terrifying crisis. That doll, it was related to the Rose School of Thought's abomination, Sua. In the original works, it was through descending from the spirit world with such dolls that Sua had attacked Klein. Why hasn't Rainet arrived yet? Edward's face filled with anxiety as he kept blasting soul bodies away with fiend fire. She wouldn't seriously cut ties with me just because she saw the calamity on me, right? Or maybe it had to do with the doll. If Sua could launch attacks through it from the spirit world, then someone like Rainet, also in the spirit world, might be in even greater danger. No teleporting. No portkeys. With less than a third of his spirituality left, it was practically impossible to escape from a demigod. Wait. He dug into his pouch and pulled out that pendant, the one that supposedly brought good fortune. His eyes immediately landed on the phrase carved in ancient Hermes. The more luck you have now, the more misfortune you'll suffer later. But he had no time to worry about side effects. Fiend fire. Fulmin Dinger. One after another, the two spells finally cleared out the overwhelming number of soul bodies. Shanks, holding the doll, looked at Edward with a faint smile. Then his 5 fingers suddenly clenched tight. A terrifying pressure surged from all directions, as if an invisible, formless hand were gripping Edward tightly, threatening to crush him in the next second. This was the source of curses from a sequence 4, Puppet. Ah. He gave a low shout and cried out, "Magnify, curses are forbidden here." The next instant, the pressure around him dissipated. Gritting his teeth, Edward fixed his gaze on the old man not far away. With his left hand tightly clutching the pendant, he stretched out his right hand, fingers splayed. Magnify, steal. 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 The first cast stole Shanks's current thought. The second cast stole Shanks's mirror blink. The third cast stole the little figurine in Shanks's hand. The fourth cast once again stole Shanks's thought. The moment the figurine landed in his palm, Edward felt a burning sensation in his hand. An invisible force seemed to try spreading into his body. But it soon faded. This was the corruptive power of Sua lingering on the figurine. Crack. A sound of shattering echoed. Magnify, fiend fire. A torrent of dark blue flames engulfed the figurine. Its exterior instantly charred black, yet it wasn't destroyed. As expected, it wasn't going to be that easy. Meanwhile, Shanks was momentarily stunned. After 2 consecutive mental blanks, the figurine in his hand had vanished, and his mirror blink was gone as well. Shock and fury surged in his eyes. While stolen abilities would eventually return, the figurine, once gone, was lost forever. He reflexively tried to possess Edward again, but then realized he no longer had mirror blink and couldn't enter through Edward's pupils. He roared in fury and transformed into a vengeful wraith, shrieking as he lunged at Edward. Catch! Edward suddenly swung his wand, hurling the still-burning figurine forward. Shanks, halfway through his charge, hesitated briefly, then decisively abandoned Edward and turned to chase after the figurine. Taking the opportunity, Edward pulled out his flying broom and shot off in the opposite direction at full speed. There was no way the figurine's influence could extend infinitely. Once outside its range, he could immediately use apparition and the portkey to return to Backlund. Damn. I almost forgot the pendant's downside. Panicked, Edward shoved the pendant back into his pouch and pulled out the origami crane from Will. It was time to ask for help before his bad luck struck. Rip. The moment he took it out, the crane was shredded into pieces by the strong wind from his flight. Edward froze for a second, then realized the bad luck had already arrived. What the hell? How come you're playing favorites? That bastard Senor didn't get hit this fast. Just as he spoke, a fast-flying seabird suddenly appeared, slamming toward him. Edward jerked his broom upwards, barely avoiding the collision. But before he could catch his breath, a sudden crosswind blew in. His broom instantly lost control, plummeting with Edward toward the sea. Stop. Stop. I said stop. His usually obedient flying broom now seemed hell-bent on killing him. Protego Maxima. Dawn Armor. Splash. Just as his 2 layers of defense were cast, Edward plunged into the sea. The incoming salt water rushed into his nose and throat, nearly choking him to death. He quickly froze a large enough chunk of ice to support himself. The next second, the space before him rippled. Shanks had returned from the spirit world, holding the figurine. His expression was no longer calm, but filled with violence and a vicious glare. Oh no. Shanks's figure abruptly transformed into a puppet, then morphed into Edward's likeness. Without hesitation, it clutched its own throat. The puppet Edward coldly uttered a word. Die. An overwhelming sense of dread struck Edward, but the threat didn't come from Shanks, it came from the sky. Oh. Suddenly, Shanks let out a blood-curdling scream. His skin rapidly began to mutate. Right on the verge of losing control, he shoved the figurine into his mouth. His body turned black, his skin wrinkled and oozed a wet sheen. His hair and eyebrows withered and shed. His limbs became long and thin. In just a second, it seemed Shanks had been assimilated by the figurine, transformed into a large, black, grotesque infant. Its limbs were long and spindly, its bloated, shriveled body slick with moisture, exuding an unspeakable aura of mystery and malice. But he dared not hesitate, he immediately tore open space and dove into the spirit world. Yet his foot stumbled. From the pores on his back, thick black ooze began seeping out, coalescing into a black ribbon that drifted to the side. Only after the last drop of goo left his body did Shanks finally tumble headfirst into the spirit world. But Edward felt no relief at all. Because the being that had forced Shanks into such a desperate escape had gently descended. A pair of indifferent, emotionless eyes calmly gazed at him. Before him stood an angel, feathered wings layered and folded on its back. It wore a plain linen robe, its face was beautiful and soft-featured, with long silver hair flowing freely. In its hand was the very same figurine. Though it was the first time Edward had seen the being, he immediately recognized who it was. The not-useless serpent, tail devourer Ouroboros. Edward found himself flooded with complex emotions. He wasn't sure if this encounter was the result of the pendant's bad luck or the remains of Will's paper crane. Man and angel stared at each other for over 10 seconds. Then, lying on the ice, Edward raised one hand and waved, forcing out a smile. "Hello there, Lord Ouroboros. To be honest, I'm actually a believer of the Lord. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated." Chapter 176, Chapter 176, Dust Settles. He remained silent. It was unclear whether he hadn't heard Edward, or simply couldn't be bothered to respond. "Did the Lord send you specifically to pick me up? Coming all this way just for me, what a hassle. How about you go back first? I'll head over on my own." Ouroboros tilted his head slightly. That holy and serene face inexplicably took on a hint of adorableness. Sigh. Edward let out a resigned sigh, climbed onto the ice block, and cast a moisture-removing charm on himself. He looked like a man who had accepted his fate. "All right, fine. Take me to see the Lord." Ouroboros gave a slight nod and extended a slender hand toward him. But just then, his movement paused. He turned to look in a certain direction, where, unnoticed until now, a tiny paper crane was frantically flapping its wings, speeding away. A flicker of hesitation appeared in Ouroboros's eyes. He glanced from Edward to the paper crane. Edward was taken aback. "Holy shit. Will, you're a real bro, are you trying to lure the big snake away even if it costs you your life?" He cleared his throat. "Ahem, your holiness, why don't you go handle that first?" "I'll wait right here, I swear on the Lord I won't move an inch." Ouroboros stared at Edward for a long moment, then gave a slight nod. He casually tossed the small figure back to Edward. "Yours." And then, his figure vanished without a trace. "Ah, that easy to talk to." Edward scratched his head and looked at the black doll in his hand, feeling slightly baffled. Did he think this thing was mine and go out of his way to get it back from me? But this thing was clearly tainted with the corruption of the abomination, so wait a minute. That burning sensation is gone, and my spiritual intuition isn't warning me anymore. Did Ouroboros sever its connection with CAR? Even so, this thing still seemed useless to him. After a moment's thought, Edward tossed the figure into his pouch. The giant serpent had been so courteous from the moment they met, and so easy to talk into things, it almost made Edward feel bad about running away. Smack. He slapped himself hard across the face. Am I an idiot? If I don't run now, when will I? Ouroboros followed the paper crane all the way to the island of the dead volcano. He gently caught the powerless crane as it drifted down from the sky. With a slight pinch of his fingers, it transformed into a small bead of crimson blood. Upon closer inspection, one would see countless tiny, crystal-clear insects squirming inside, each one a silver snake devouring its own tail. Ouroboros held out his palm, letting the blood seep into his skin. Then, turning to leave, he stopped again, his gaze fixed on a man in the distance wearing a monocle. His brows furrowed slightly. The man waved at him. Yo. You showed up too, huh? Ouroboros's expression remained cold. He said nothing. Hey, I've told you, you should stop hanging around that lunatic all the time. Look at you, your humanity is practically gone. You should have come under me instead. He pointed toward the port with a grin. See that? My masterpiece. Just the tiniest nudge, and those people will do anything to survive. This game is way more fun than simply possessing another body like those other avatars. Ouroboros. So, what's your goal this time? Need a hand. That paranoid maniac hasn't shown up in ages. You know what he's up to now. Oh wait, right, you're always stuck with that madman. Say something. Ouroboros tilted his head slightly and stared at him, then spoke with a cool, detached tone. You really have changed. The man's smile faded. Heh. Blame the main body and the others. They threw all the blame on me in the council's vote. Whatever. No point talking to a blockhead like you. Go handle your business. Ouroboros gave a slight nod, spread his wings, and disappeared once again. Moments later, the man suddenly paused and scratched his head. Why did I even come here? His eyes lit up. He hurried toward the docks. Right. The battlefield of the gods. The remaining pieces of the laurel. They're there. I need to find them, to save our ancestors. But when he reached the port, all he found was a field of corpses and the wreckage of pirate ships. Not a single vessel remained to take him away. What the happened here? At that moment, a blond man stepped out from the side, chewing on a blade of grass. Hey. I thought I was slow to react when I woke up and found the sky had fallen, but looks like someone here's even slower. The blond man chewed for a second, then spat the grass aside. I'm planning to chop some trees and build a small boat to get out of here. Want to team up? Verduc considered it for a moment. There didn't seem to be a better option. Still, he remained cautious. Why me? The man laughed heartily. Because you don't look like a pirate. And I'm a pirate hunter. He extended a hand. I'm Anderson Hood. You've probably heard of me, the strongest pirate hunter on the seas. Vildo was silent for a few seconds. Never heard of you. Anderson didn't seem embarrassed. Now you have. All right, let's get to work. Ouroboros once again appeared above the sea, only to find Edward long gone. He stared at the bobbing ice below with a faint trace of puzzlement. Gone. Gone. His figure gradually faded. The time has not yet come. Senor drowned. One of the dignified 7 pirate admirals, the infamous Admiral of Blood, actually drowned. When everything calmed down and the Golden Dream arrived at the former location of the Tree of Flesh and Blood, they fished Senor out of the seawater. He'd been soaking for most of the day, and discovered he was already dead. Everyone looked at each other in stunned silence. Danet stood off to the side, wordless and dazed. His thoughts were all over the place. He had never expected to personally avenge little Carlo by killing Senor himself, but even more surprising was how anticlimactic the fearsome Admiral of Blood's end had been. Edwina looked at Danet and said softly, Senor was manipulating the soul forms of a married couple when he was caught in a backlash and fell into the sea, and drowned. Danet's eyes widened in shock. Don't tell me that couple was. I don't know either. So, does that mean little Carlo's parents personally avenged their son? First mate Orpheus laughed. If it was little Carlo's parents who did it, then it counts as little Carlo himself doing it. Spread the word. It was the Golden Dream's apprentice sailor, little Carlo, who took down the Admiral of Blood, Senor. After a moment of stunned silence, the crew suddenly burst into cheers. Well done, little Carlo. That's our Golden Dream crew. Attaboy, Carlo. From now on, all the seas will remember your name, apprentice sailor little Carlo, the pirate hunter who brought down the Blood Admiral. Pirate hunter, little Carlo. Little Carlo. As everyone shouted with excitement, Danet suddenly froze. A realization struck him. Shit, Edward really didn't give me the money to buy his stuff. Backlund, St. Samuel Cathedral. It wasn't until Edward saw the symbol of the Evernight goddess shining on the church wall that he truly let out a sigh of relief. Ouroboros probably wouldn't dare follow him into Backlund, right? The goddess hadn't yet begun to absorb the death pathway's uniqueness. If a king of angels actually dared set foot on her territory, divine descent would likely be instant. This pirate conference was way too exciting. Edward still couldn't understand how things had spiraled so quickly, from simply attending a gathering to shop around, to suddenly dealing with both the Rose School of Thought and a king of angels. If not for that paper crane, he'd probably be in the forsaken land of the gods by now. Right, Will. Is he okay? With that thought, Edward threw on his invisibility cloak and silently vanished from the cathedral, arriving at Dr. Aaron's home. You're here. Will's voice greeted him the moment he landed. Wrapped in a blanket and lying in a garden recliner, Will held a tub of ice cream and was basking contentedly in the sun. He looked to be in decent condition. Edward walked over and hesitated before asking, was it you who used the paper crane to lure Ouroboros away? Will sighed and sat up. Who else could it be? Ugh, my fate really is miserable. He scooped another spoonful of ice cream. The last two people I ran into who might have helped me, both turned out to be incredibly troublesome. In order to lead that serpent away, I sacrificed quite a bit this time. Thank you. Will shook his head. No need for thanks. You know very well, I helped you today because I'm hoping you'll help me in the future. How exactly am I supposed to help you? I don't know, Will said, shrugging. Like I said before, I'm not a prophet. I can only sense some fluctuations in fate and try to prepare for them ahead of time. In any case, helping you this time means I'll need to rest for quite a while. After a pause, he added, as repayment, just bring me some more ice cream, will you? Sure. Edward hesitated for a moment, then took out a broken pendant. Can you help fix this? Will stared at him blankly. I just said I'm injured and weak. And now you want me to work? You're trying to squeeze the last bit of value out of me, huh? Edward immediately looked embarrassed. No, I just blurted it out. Forget I said anything. My bad. Will sighed, then took the pendant and said, this thing's good fortune was borrowed by mortgaging misfortune. The good luck you just forced out of it was too intense, and it couldn't handle the backlash of bad luck, it's the balance of luck. Honestly, even I can't just enjoy good fortune endlessly. If I could, I'd be a god by now. So if it's broken, it's broken. That's its fate. Alright, I'll just let it go then. Edward then took out the small black figurine. And this thing? Will's expression changed at once. He shrank back a little and said, keep that thing away from me. Edward immediately backed up a few steps. Only then did Will speak. It's been imbued with Ouroboros's luck. For a time, it'll just be a regular doll. When you're in need, toss it, it might help you once. Then, Ouroboros will be able to instantly locate me through it. Edward's expression changed. He suddenly felt like he was holding a burning coal. Keep it, Will said, frowning after a moment of thought. At least this time, I didn't sense any malice from him toward you. It's still a lifeline. Holding onto it gives you one more option. All right. I'll take your word for it. Will waved a tired hand. All right, go on then. Don't disturb my sunbathing. Could I get another paper crane? The last one was destroyed. Will cursed silently in his heart, you bastard. After Edward left, Will lay back down, biting his spoon with a frown in his eyes. Ouroboros, that guy, something about his aura feels off. Odd. He's always rebooted beside that one, always been close to him. There shouldn't be such a noticeable change. Which means, the one who's actually changed, isn't Ouroboros, but that one. I can't figure it out. But fate tells me, this might not be a bad thing. Well then, time to properly enjoy the life I should be living at this age. Note, 125 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. And if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Thank me later. Link, patreon.com/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 177, Chapter 177, The Mutation of the Fire Dragon Anna. Just as Edward left Dr. Aaron's house, the messenger bird tore through the air, wheezing as it landed. A moment ago, there was a terrifying creature lurking near the spirit world. I didn't dare move. The friend without a head also left her usual spot. I couldn't find her. I'm sorry. It could even apologize now. I understand. It's not your fault. That was the brainless abomination, Sua, corrupted by the mother tree of desire, a sequence 1. Edward paused for a moment and then said, go check on Danitz for me. Confirm whether the golden dream is safe. Okay. After the appearance of the Rose School of Thought's demigod, that guy had been chasing Edward the entire time. He probably didn't have the energy to deal with Edwina and Tracy. Later, Ouroboros appeared and scared him off. There's no way he'd dare run back so soon. As for Ouroboros, he shouldn't be looking to cause trouble for the Golden Dream, either. Before long, the messenger bird flew back. They're fine. That blonde guy told me to tell you, the ownership documents for the Byam Seawind Avenue's property are hidden in the wall of basement 13. You can go retrieve them anytime. It dropped a black crystalline object. That preachy woman gave this to you. She said Senior drowned, and this is the Beyonder characteristic extracted from his body. Senior drowned. Edward was speechless. In the original plot, his death was already miserable enough. This time, not only was it worse, it was downright pathetic. A Wraith's Beyonder characteristic, huh? I could probably sell this to Marek. He weighed the black crystal in his hand. But judging from this pirate gathering, gold pounds are becoming less and less useful in the field of mysticism. I suppose they're still good for buying beyonder materials and traits before advancing to demigod. TSK, I guess now I can rightfully say, I don't love money, I'm not interested in money. Worst case, I'll just offer it all up to Mr. Fool's followers. I've already had to borrow the Black Emperor card every few days. Note plus minor spoiler, money will definitely still be useful. Alright, time to pay a visit to the Medici trio. 8 William Street. A faint light dispelled the darkness. Edward appeared in the basement, wand raised and glowing with lumos. Lord Medici, I've returned. After a brief silence, words formed in the dust on the ground. Have you gathered all the blood? Edward took out a test tube filled with Helene's blood. Just missing the direct descendant of the Einhorn line. At this, the dust twisted into jagged, angry lettering. So for my descendants, you wiped out an entire family, but for Sauron's you bring me just a drop. Edward was exasperated. It was circumstantial. Aren't there very few living descendants of the Sauron family left? It took me forever to find even this one. Ha 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 ha. Good. Serves them right. Medici, what the hell are you so happy about? That brat just wiped out your bloodline. Edward quickly defended himself, I didn't. That's not true. Don't slander me. The two distinct sets of writing on the floor bickered back and forth for quite a while before finally calming down again. Leave the Sauron blood here. Once you get the final one, you can obtain the card of blasphemy. But, Lord Medici, will you really give me the card of blasphemy? Of course. That thing's useless to me. Edward shrugged. That's not what you said last time after I left, though. TCH, crafty brat. What, you want a contract now? I figured it's probably hard to find a contract that could actually bind you. Then shut up already. The letters danced mockingly on the ground. I heard a term from one of the intruders before, sunk cost. You've already gone through all this effort and are just one step away. Giving up now would be a waste, right? True enough. Edward sighed and placed the test tube down. All right. I'll get the blood of a direct Einhorn descendant and help the three of you break free from your seals. He stepped back and gave a small bow. Until next time. The underground chamber fell back into darkness, silent once more. Meanwhile, at number 29, Severa's Street in Empress Borough. A man in his early 40s, with graying temples, sagging eye bags, and prominent wrinkles, suddenly opened his eyes from where he lay drunk on a couch. After a brief moment of confusion, something seemed to dawn on him. He quietly got dressed and walked out the door. At the same time, Heartlark Village. A seemingly ordinary rural village in East Chester County of the Lone Kingdom. Audrey, under the guise of a disillusionment charm, landed her flying broomstick in the woods near the edge of the village. A moment later, she emerged from the forest holding Lilith, followed by Susie and carrying a suitcase. The peaceful little village came into view. The Hall family visited East Chester County every April. The weather was mild, and the scenery picturesque, perfect for vacations and relaxation. But this time, Audrey wasn't here for leisure. Anna, the kindred calling you sensed, is it coming from here? She addressed the suitcase. Roar. Anna's voice came from the suitcase. But this is just a small village. Audrey glanced at Susie. Susie, do you sense anything? Susie sniffed the air. Nothing at all. What about you, Lilith? Lilith stared seriously toward Heartlark Village. After a long moment, she also shook her head. Nope. Let's head in and take a look around. One girl, one dog, and one cat quickly walked through the entire village. It seemed to be just a perfectly ordinary rural mountain town. Most of the villagers had never set foot outside East Chester County in their entire lives. They appeared utterly oblivious to the extraordinary world. But curiously, a tradition of dragon worship had apparently existed here for a very long time. Dragon statues and motifs could be found all throughout the village, and even the children chasing and playing in the streets were humming a dragon-themed nursery rhyme. The monsters dwell in your dreams. The dragons dwell in your dreams. The great palace imagined and floating in the air also dwells in your dreams. There, you shall have everything, until you wake. O curious children, brave adventurers. Go now, and seek the dragon in your dreams. As a beyonder on the spectator pathway, Audrey had only just reached sequence 7, but she had already learned much about the higher sequences from Edward. Upon hearing this nursery rhyme, she immediately understood, perhaps the kindred Anna spoke of was a powerful mind dragon. The reason they hadn't been able to find it, was because it was hiding within the villagers' mind world. Edward had mentioned it before, that was something called the collective subconscious, an extraordinary ability possessed only by demigods of the spectator pathway at sequence 4. Anna, are you sure it was your kindred who called to you? Roar. Then why won't it come out to meet you? Roar. Anna the fire dragon seemed to grow agitated. Audrey immediately soothed her with one calming placate after another. Easy now, don't worry. Take it slow. Roar. After a few moments, Anna quieted down and let out a low, rumbling growl. Audrey was surprised. You want to stay here? Roar. Audrey thought for a moment. All right, I'll hide the suitcase somewhere safe. If anything happens, you can retreat into it. Roar. Nearby, Lilith could no longer contain her curiosity. Susie, Susie. How is Audrey able to understand what that big lizard's saying? Susie replied softly, she's not actually understanding, Anna's transmitting her thoughts directly into Audrey's mind. That's amazing. Miss Lilith wants to learn that too. That's a unique ability of the spectator pathway. Lilith looked confused. But that big lizard doesn't seem to be on the spectator pathway. Susie blinked. That's true. At that moment, Audrey chuckled and said, Anna only just gained this ability last night. Ever since she first sensed the call from her kindred, she's been undergoing some kind of unknown transformation. Susie pondered a moment. Is it evolution? No, Audrey shook her head. Anna told me it feels more like she's reclaiming powers that were originally hers. That evening, in a small villa Edward had rented in the Empress Borough. After listening to Audrey recount the day's events, Edward was rather astonished. You actually flew all the way to Eastchester County on a broomstick. Didn't you always say flying on broomsticks was unladylike? Audrey narrowed her eyes and smiled. But it's so fast. You've no idea how much trouble it is every year when the Hall family goes to Eastchester County. With a broom, I got there in just 2 or 3 hours. Well, fair enough. Edward nodded and recalled the village from the original story, the one with the dragon-worshipping traditions. You guessed right. That mind dragon is indeed hiding in the collective subconscious. The psychology alchemist faction has been searching for it for a long time, trying to obtain some secrets from it, or perhaps something else. What kind of secrets? Can't say. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. Audrey puffed up her cheeks in protest. More than the village or the mind dragon, what I'm more curious about is that fire dragon's transformation. Edward furrowed his brows slightly. You must realize, it's not a normal transformation. Although she looks quite similar to a dragon, she's fundamentally different. A fire dragon is a magical creature, while a true dragon is a mythical creature. The difference between them is like. He glanced at Lilith. Like Lilith and an ordinary house cat. Meow. Lilith looked up curiously. Miss Lilith is the smartest cat. Yes, yes, of course. Edward patted her head. Audrey spread her hands. But the fact is, she just suddenly gained the ability to share thoughts with me, and she's even developed some spectator pathway abilities. She paused, then added thoughtfully, she said it all began when she first sensed the call from her kindred. Could it be that the mind dragon is the one who changed her? Edward thought for a while. If it were a sequence 1 author, then perhaps. Authors can write powers into existence, that's plausible. But currently, there was only one sequence 1 author in the world. Why would he do that? What would be the purpose? And if it wasn't him? Then what was going on? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 178, Chapter 178, Borrow. Audrey sat nearby, resting her chin in her hand and tilting her head slightly as she quietly watched Edward think. At moments like this, he seemed a little less childish than usual, and maybe even a bit more handsome. After a while, seeing the furrow in his brow gradually relax, she finally asked, Did you think of something? Not a clue, Edward shrugged. Didn't the fire dragon stay behind in that village? Maybe it'll all reveal itself in due time. I hope so. Then Audrey suddenly asked, When I arrived just now, were you about to head out? I was. Her eyes lit up with interest. Where to? Can I come with you? Edward considered it for a moment, then shook his head. Probably not. It's too dangerous. He was planning to return to number 8 William Street, the site where the fused Medici trio was sealed. His encounter with them earlier in the day left him uneasy. Those 3 conspirators seemed to have other plans. He had tried multiple divinations about the matter, but all of them failed, likely due to the involvement of high-level entities. It wasn't until he rephrased the divination question as something seemingly unrelated, someone will go to number 8 William Street tonight, that he finally received a definite answer. That was telling. After all, ever since the house had been sold to its current owner, renovations had been ongoing. The site had experienced halts, demolition work, and was currently a chaotic mess. So someone heading there in the middle of the night was clearly not normal. Ugh, not again. Audrey was visibly disappointed. That's the drawback of the spectator pathway, Edward explained. Low and mid-sequence beyonders don't have much in the way of offensive or defensive abilities. What you need to do now is be patient and focus on growth. Audrey pouted. Fine, then I'll head back first. Be careful. Don't worry. He watched her disappear into her handbag before handing it over to Lilith for safekeeping. Lilith, I'm leaving this to you, okay? Go on, don't worry, she replied, lifting a tiny paw to wave him off. Wait. Was that a blessing or a curse? Later that night. In the middle of William Street stood an abandoned chapel, its walls choked with withered vines, and grey stones littering the ground. Inside, it was a mess of filth and debris, a mix of collapsed masonry and dead grass. In a half-collapsed corner, a middle-aged man in tight black clothing moved aside the stones that hid a tunnel entrance. He carried digging tools, a lantern, and a basket for dirt. Careful and excited, he slipped into the narrow passage. His expression was dazed, as though in a trance, but his movements were precise, skillfully avoiding every bump and dip in the dark. His bloodshot eyes gleamed with manic excitement. He was Rafterpound, the former owner of No. 8 William Street. Half a month ago, he suddenly learned that the buyer of the old house had discovered a secret chamber in the basement. Remembering the long-faded glory of the Tudor family, Rafterpound returned to the house one night in secret and found the stone door in the basement. Unfortunately, his years of self-indulgent dissipation left him too weak to push it open. He had no choice but to leave. But that very night, he had a dream. In it, an ancestor of the Tudor family told him, gather the direct bloodline of the Einhorn family and a vial of holy water. Bring both to the underground chamber, and he would restore the glory of House Tudor. So he found this abandoned chapel and began digging a tunnel toward No. 8 William Street. After days of effort, he was finally near the end. Now, crawling through the narrow tunnel, he repeated his digging motions with mechanical efficiency. Dig. Haul. Carry. Suddenly, the earth ahead gave way, and a vast, dark underground palace appeared before him. Rafterpound's face contorted with ecstatic madness. He fumbled in his coat and pulled out a vial of blood and a small basin of holy water before eagerly climbing inside. At last, finally, I'm in. The glory of House Tudor will be restored, in my hands. His breathing grew increasingly rapid with excitement. Holding up the lantern, he walked through the eerie underground halls, eyes locked on what lay ahead. Soon, he passed through the palace and arrived at two heavy doors. On the ground before them were two test tubes filled with bright red blood. A voice echoed in his mind, whispering from the void, urging him to mix the two vials on the floor with his own blood and the holy water, and pour the mixture into the chamber beyond the doors. Without hesitation, Rafterpound grabbed the two vials, uncorked all three, and poured the blood into the basin. Then he stepped forward, unable to contain his anticipation. Suddenly, Rafterpound's steps came to a sudden halt. He turned mechanically toward the darkness in the corner and, in a strange cadence, hummed softly. Come on out. I saw you long ago. A moment later, Edward's figure appeared out of thin air in the darkness. He raised his hand in greeting and smiled. Yo, good evening, Lord Medici. Rafterpound's face was streaked with lines of blood, his grin eerie and twisted. Knew you wouldn't be that easy to fool, kid. Edward sighed. Lord Medici, we had a deal. I help you break free, and you give me the card of blasphemy. I've diligently found 2 of the required blood types for you. Why pull a stunt like this now? Rafterpound let out a low chuckle. Honestly, I do think you're a decent kid. But I don't trust Adam. Why would someone like him kindly arrange for someone to unseal me? Even if that person is a favored one of the Lord, there's gotta be some hidden agenda behind it. That caught Edward off guard. When he'd first received the commission from the Twilight Hermit Order, he'd been puzzled too. Later, he speculated that maybe Adam wanted to instigate a war fitting the tides of times by unleashing them, but that was only a theory based on later developments. With that in mind, Edward asked bluntly, so what kind of scheme do you think he's planning? How would I know? Rafterpound snorted. But I know it can't be anything good. Edward narrowed his eyes. Somehow, I get the feeling you're just making excuses, planning to go back on your word about the card. Rafterpound laughed mockingly. And what do you think I need that thing for? Edward considered it. Maybe to cooperate with the Demonist sect. Pa. What would I want with them? Then you're just plain reluctant to give it to me. Rafterpound fell silent for a moment. Then he suddenly laughed lowly. Wrong guess. You think I don't want to give you the card of blasphemy? His grin grew wider. Then I'll give it to you just to prove you wrong. As the words left his mouth, a palm-sized tarot card shot out from the innermost chamber, flying straight toward Edward. It struck his palm with a bone-chilling cold. Edward's heart filled with suspicion. He had no idea what the fused Medici trio was really planning. Rather than perform a divination, he chose to activate the card of blasphemy, selecting the iron-blooded knight at sequence 4 and using the ability of Bookworm. Since he already had 5 abilities stored and less than 48 hours had passed, he couldn't successfully consume a new one. But that didn't matter. What he wanted was to verify whether this Red Priest card could be eaten and whether it was genuine. There was a reaction. So it really was the Red Priest card. Ha ha ha. I love that look on your face. If every little scheme of mine could be guessed so easily, wouldn't that make you thousands of years older than me? Medici paused, then grinned. So, how does a genuine card of blasphemy feel? Like it? I do. Glad to hear it. But you know. His tone darkened. My favorite thing is stealing what others desire most. Edward's heart clenched, and the card vanished from his hand. A semi-transparent figure suddenly appeared a few meters away. At first glance, it looked like a man in blood-stained black armor, translucent, young, and handsome, with red hair. But his face was marred by rotting patches so deep they exposed bone, and a banner-like mark grew from the center of his brow. Every few seconds, the face would flicker, shifting into that of an old man, before reverting again. Cut the crap, you two, Medici growled at himself. Don't mess with me. Then he grinned slyly. Well. Surprised. Didn't see this coming, did you? Edward's nerves were taut as a bowstring. How did you break free? Just because I said the seal could be undone by mixing the 3 blood types in holy water, then pouring it into the chamber, did you think that was the only way? Medici laughed. Sure, that's the fastest method, but it doesn't mean there aren't other ways. Why do you think the 3 of us old geezers spent the whole night chatting with you, instead of just giving you the info right away? Damn. He'd still fallen into their trap. A sly grin crept across Medici's face. Are you scared? Relax. Since you've been running around helping me this whole time, I won't make it too hard on you. He paused, then began walking straight toward Edward. But before I find a suitable host, I'll borrow your body for now. Before Edward could react, he lost control of his limbs. Helplessly, he watched as his body turned and walked into the tunnel Rafter Pound had excavated. Oi, what's with the silence? Don't tell me you're scared stiff. Ha 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 ha, I actually quite like this kid. You really are a sassy little thing. 3 distinct voices, each in a different tone, sounded from his mouth. Edward's thoughts were racing. In the original lore, when Medici faced the Sequence 3, unaging, Caterina, he had only bluffed his way through. That meant his real strength probably didn't exceed Sequence 3. Having just broken out, they might even be weaker than that. So I still have a chance. With the right combo, he might be able to throw off the control of these 3 evil spirits. But that was all just speculation for now. Who knew what other tricks these old schemers had up their sleeves? Best to wait and observe for now. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 179, Who's the Real Prey? On the quiet, shadowed street, Edward walked alone in silence. The 3-in-1 Medici had initially tried to control Edward into using a Beyonder ability, only to discover that the kid was merely a Sequence 7 astrologer. This discovery made them even more intrigued, for the strength and skill Edward had displayed thus far were far beyond what a mere astrologer should possess. Lord Medici, I wonder where you've hidden the card of blasphemy. No sooner had Edward asked than his right hand automatically lifted. His index and middle fingers twitched lightly, and the vanished card of blasphemy reappeared once more. It was in your hand all along. Ha 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 ha. Watching his own fingers deftly spin the slate and play various tricks with it, Edward was momentarily speechless. May I ask where you intend to find a suitable body? He posed another question. Medici's voice chuckled, the ideal hosts for us evil spirits are the gatekeepers of the death pathway. Of course, if a suitable gatekeeper can't be found, a spirit warlock from the darkness pathway will do in a pinch. Note, this isn't directly stated in the original novel, but is inferred from certain plot points and expanded for storytelling purposes. But since this is the Church of Evernight's territory, let's forget the spirit mediums. Most mid to high-level Beyonders of the death pathway seem to be in East and West Balam on the southern continent. Are you heading there? It's not you, it's we. Edward thought for a moment. Actually, I know a friend from the death pathway. Perhaps you could try him. Ha 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 ha, no thanks. Coming from you, I know you're up to no good. Edward didn't give up. Well, I also have a messenger, also from the death pathway. Want to give it a shot? The 3-in-1 Medici fell silent for a few seconds, then suddenly chuckled in surprise. I can't tell if you're plotting something, or just casually selling out your teammates. Frankly, I don't see a difference. Look, it's here. The air ahead suddenly bloomed like a flower. A messenger bird flew out from the spirit world, its ever-brightening crimson tail feathers trailing in the air. It circled Edward once before hovering in front of him, its pitch-black eyes staring directly at him, more accurately, at the Medici within him. His steps halted instantly. This bird, it does seem like a decent fit for us. Idiot. Do you really think this brat is being generous? Hey, have you forgotten that we're Sequence 1 angels? Even if he's got some trick up his sleeve, what's the worst that could happen? Are you afraid we can't tame a mere Sequence 5 gatekeeper? I just don't trust anyone tied to Adam. Ha 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 ha, so the great king of Angel Medici is afraid of Adam. At least I'm not a pair of dickless hags like you two. The three evil spirits began bickering in turn, all using Edward's voice. Soon, Edward found that he couldn't keep up with the words coming out of his own mouth. He couldn't help wondering how Ensangwil had ever endured these three in the original storyline. After a long moment, the quarrel finally died down. Edward seized the opening and said, "Seems they're not interested in you. Off you go." Understood. The messenger bird ripped through the air and returned to the spirit world. Medici immediately cackled, "Hey, trying to summon help, are you?" Edward didn't deny it. "That's right. Ha 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 ha. Did you forget who we are? Who do you think could save you? The Lord." "Not exactly. I could probably only bring in one angel from the death pathway, one from the darkness pathway, one from the fate pathway, one from the full pathway, not really, and a few sequence 3 or 4 demigods." The 3-in-1 Medici simultaneously conjured question marks in the air. "You serious? I'm not much good at anything else, but I am good with people. You'll find out soon enough." The three evil spirits fell silent for a beat, then suddenly controlled Edward's body to bolt into a full sprint. "You'd better pray those people don't come. If they do, we might flee in panic, but you'll be the one who dies." Edward chuckled. "Honestly, I don't think it has to come to that. You give me back the card of blasphemy, and temporarily possess my messenger. It can carry you through the spirit world to the southern continent, where you can carefully pick out a host. Isn't that a win-win? Lord Medici, you are the Lord's most trusted confidant, and I am one of the Lord's blessed. We're practically family. There's no need for all this. And the two of you, Lord Sauron and Lord Einhorn, could you please talk some sense into Lord Medici? My proposal would surely benefit all of you. We can't just let him have his way, can we? Shut up. From now on, don't let that brat talk again. You too, don't believe a word he says." One of the evil spirits suddenly spoke. "Wait. Wait for what? Don't tell me you're falling for his words." "No." He controlled Edward's body to raise a hand and point in a specific direction. "I sense someone over there, someone very suitable for us to possess." "I sense it too." Medici scowled. "What are you talking about, HM? I think I sense it as well." Edward's footsteps halted instantly, then turned toward a narrow path. The surrounding buildings grew sparse, while the trees on either side thickened. Soon, a quiet cemetery came into view. This was Green Cemetery. Bathed in the crimson moonlight, a short black-haired girl in full black attire was energetically swinging a shovel, expertly digging a fresh grave. Next to the hole lay a body wrapped in a burial shroud. Heave-ho. Priscilla wiped the sweat from her brow and leapt out of the grave with ease, then gently placed the body wrapped in a shroud into the freshly dug pit. She picked up her shovel again, just about to fill in the dirt, when she suddenly looked toward the entrance of the cemetery. A figure was approaching quickly. "Huh? Is that Big Brother Edward?" As Priscilla recognized Edward, he too saw her clearly. The three evil spirits exclaimed in unison, "A gatekeeper that small? Did she inherit her Beyonder characteristic from her parents at birth? Or is she a naturally born Beyonder? Hey, not bad, I like her. Quick. Hurry." Edward immediately spoke up. "Yes, she's the friend I just mentioned. I knew she'd be a good match for you." The three evil spirits paused for a beat. Then Medici chuckled. "Kid, did you think that just because we're possessing you, we can only control your body?" "What do you mean?" "That emotional spike you had when you saw her, I caught it loud and clear. You know her, but you definitely don't want us to possess her, right?" Edward was taken aback. "I literally just told you to possess her. No way, don't tell me you really think I'm so stupid I'd just go along with whatever you suggest." Edward fell silent for a few seconds, then suddenly commanded, "Magnify. Distort. Possession is forbidden here." In an instant, the 3-in-1 evil spirit of Medici was forcibly expelled from Edward's body. His form twisted and reappeared beside Priscilla. "Big Brother Edward. Run." Edward grabbed her small hand and apparat. They reappeared in the apartment she shared with Mr. Azek. "What happened?" Azek stepped out, frowning faintly. "You too, what did you just encounter?" "Evil spirits," Edward replied bluntly, then briefly recounted the incident with Medici. "Medici, that name rings a bell, but I can't quite place it." He turned to Priscilla. "Do you feel any different than usual, Priscilla?" "Nope." Azek thought for a moment, then reached out and tore open the air, pulling a black spirit body from the spirit world. He had it circle Priscilla a few times before returning it to his hand. No problems. Edward flipped a coin from his hand and asked, "Is Priscilla in danger?" The coin showed the number side up, no. Although the smoothness of Medici's expulsion made him a little suspicious, Edward still breathed a sigh of relief. Should be fine now. Isaac nodded. Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on Priscilla. She'll be safe. You should be more careful, disrupting their plans might earn their enmity. I understand. I'll head back now. After Edward left, Isaac once again confirmed that Priscilla was fine, then allowed her to wash up and rest. Half an hour later. Dressed in pajamas, Priscilla lay in bed. A whispering voice barely audible rose in the stillness. Ha! I was suspicious of that brat from the start. He didn't panic at all after we possessed him, clearly hiding something. Too bad he's the prey and we're the hunters. His every move was exactly what I anticipated. Now, finally, no one can interfere. Suddenly, Priscilla opened her eyes, revealing Medici's signature grin. Never thought I'd get to meet Salinger's son, though he seems a bit off. Otherwise, how could he have failed to notice us? What do you mean, off? A crisp girl's voice rang out. The three evil spirits froze. The next second, the gate of the underworld symbol on Priscilla's forehead flickered briefly. She touched her forehead in surprise. Huh? Did I hear something just now? She sat up curiously and looked around, then lowered her head again. Why are there 3 extra spirits inside my underworld? She scratched her head. Mr. Isaac said he'd take me to capture appropriate spirits after I digested my previous potion, but they delivered themselves right in. Guess I'll say hi. The mark of the underworld flared again on her forehead. Almost at the same moment, Medici's trio of spirits frantically tried to flee. Run. Get out. Hurry. This girl is not normal. Quick, now. No way, this can't be happening. Priscilla waved cheerfully. Hi there. You damn. She puffed her cheeks. So rude. The next second, the gate of the underworld slammed shut again. Medici, who had barely managed to stick his head out, was instantly sucked back in. His face was filled with disbelief and shock. Impossible. How could this be? How could a little gatekeeper? Suddenly, a flash of realization crossed his expression. I see, so it was you all along, from beginning to end, we were the prey. Time to sleep. Priscilla lay back down, her breathing gradually slowing as she drifted off. The crimson moonlight outside the window cast a glow on her delicate cheeks, where a faint, mischievous smile slowly bloomed. Note, enjoy the extra chapter 260 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. And if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Thank me later. Link, patreon.com/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 180, Adam and Amon. Empress Burrow, inside a small villa. As soon as Edward returned home, Lilith, who had been lying sprawled across the sofa, curled around the pouch, perked up and darted toward him with a soft whoosh, the pouch dangling from her mouth. She leapt into Edward's arms. Edward, you're back. I kept all your things safe. Miss Lilith has been watching over them the whole time. Thank you, Miss Lilith. You're welcome. She sniffed at him with her little nose, her expression scrunching in curiosity. Ah. Did you go digging again? You smell like dirt. Edward had just been about to deny it, but then he remembered, after escaping the underground palace, he had come out through the tunnel Rafterpound had dug. So he simply chuckled. Sort of. Did you catch any rats then? No, but I did get something far better than rats. With a flip of his palm, the red priest card appeared in his hand. Medici's Trisol had been too arrogant. After possessing Edward, they hadn't even bothered to retrieve the card of blasphemy. So once Edward managed to break free and escape, the card had naturally fallen into his hands. But now came the real problem: could Medici track him through the card? Even if they couldn't, according to the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence, holding on to such a high-sequence red priest card would undoubtedly draw attention from Beyonders of both the hunter and witch pathways. That meant endless trouble. TCH, guess I'll have to ask for Mr. Fool's help. The Fool's card repository, everyone who used it swore by its quality, and still had to say thank you afterwards. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he saw Lilith lean in to sniff the card of blasphemy. Then, without warning, she opened her mouth and tried to take a bite. Edward quickly pulled the card away. Lilith. This thing's not for chewing. She sat with her tail wrapped around her hind legs, looking up in puzzlement. What is it? Miss Lilith thinks it smells delicious. Lilith was on the witch pathway. It wasn't strange for her to be attracted to the red priest card. Edward thought for a moment, then decided to play it up with a warning. Miss Lilith, you must stay away from this thing. Otherwise, you might accidentally turn into a male cat. Male cat? She tilted her head, intrigued. That's so strange. I want to try it. Edward immediately reached out and pressed a palm to her face, pushing her away. Go play somewhere else. Holding the red priest card with both hands, he began chanting softly. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the grey fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. 15 Minsk Street. Klein had just collapsed onto his soft bed after several days of running around. He was drifting off into blissful sleep when he heard a man's voice praying in his ears. Why do the members of the Tarot Club always like to pray in the middle of the night or at the crack of dawn? He muttered, rubbing his face and sitting up, groggy with fatigue. Your great Mr. Fool has been working hard for days trying to earn that lady's £500. Let me sleep already. Though full of grumbles, he didn't dare ignore the summons. Who knew if it was something urgent? He got out of bed and took 4 clockwise steps, arriving above the grey fog. The crimson star representing the tower was pulsing and expanding, flashing in a steady rhythm. Edward. Klein sat on the bronze throne and didn't delay another moment. He reached out and tapped the position of the star lightly. Edward's figure soon appeared within the mist. Honorable Mr. Fool, I've just obtained a card of blasphemy, and I wish to offer it to you. Did he just say, he got a card of blasphemy? Seriously, Edward, you're amazing. Klein waved his hand, pulling Edward fully into the space above the grey fog. Good evening, Mr. Fool. Edward took his seat and offered a polite nod. You said you've acquired a card of blasphemy. That's right. A red priest card. He materialized the card as he spoke. Red priest. Klein's heart gave a start. Wasn't that the card held by that evil spirit in the underground palace? How had Edward ended up with it? Knocking lightly on the table, Klein asked, where did you get it? From an evil spirit in an underground palace. I think the palace was built during the 4th epoch. It had several divine statues and what looked like sacrificial altars. Bingo. That was the same evil spirit. So, how exactly did Edward obtain the red priest card? Did he snatch it directly? Unlikely. Then perhaps he helped remove a seal, as promised. But was that evil spirit really that trustworthy? Mr. Fool was filled with questions, but couldn't very well ask outright. Instead, he nodded calmly. Very well. What do you wish to exchange for it? Edward scratched his head. Actually, this card is quite useful to me, too. But knowing how interested you are in cards of blasphemy, I decided to offer it to you anyway. Mr. Fool, you're going to make me feel bad at this rate. So I'd like to occasionally borrow it from you in the future. Just like the Black Emperor card. That won't be a problem at all, Klein replied. Then, after a slight pause, he added, from now on, you may freely borrow these 2 cards of blasphemy from me at any time. Saying borrow made him wince inside. After all, these were clearly Edward's cards, and yet here he was, pretending they were his to lend out. Truly shameless. No, he told himself. He had to find a way to properly repay Edward one day. Edward placed a hand over his heart and said earnestly, thank you, Mr. Fool. All right. You may return. Edward's figure vanished from the ancient palace above the fog. A few minutes later, a red priest card illustrated in Roselle's style appeared on the bronze table. Klein picked it up and unfolded it, scanning the sequences one by one. After a long while, he gently placed it beside the Black Emperor card. Folding his arms, Klein leaned back in his chair. From now on, our Tarot Club holds 2 complete pathways to godhood. This little cult of the evil god was starting to show real potential. On the other side of things. After offering up the red priest card to the Sapphira Castle, Edward suddenly remembered something he had long neglected. The reason he went to rescue Medici in the first place, while it was indeed to get his hands on the blasphemy card, this path had actually been pointed out by the people from the Twilight Hermit Order. Now that the mission was complete, shouldn't the Twilight Hermit Order show some kind of acknowledgement? Like, maybe, inviting him to join or something. He wasn't expecting to latch onto any big shot's coattails. He simply hoped Adam wouldn't treat him as an enemy or use him as a pawn. And if possible, he'd really love to get a glimpse of the second blasphemy slate. I'll find a spot tomorrow to send a message to the Twilight Hermit Order. He stood up and stretched, only to notice Lilith sitting on the desk, using her soft pink paw pads to flip through a book, muttering to herself as she read. Edward tiptoed over and sneaked a peek. Forget not one another in wealth and rank. While your parents are alive, do not travel far. If you must, travel with purpose. Wait, aren't those my Chinese books? He couldn't help but ask, Lilith, are you studying classical Chinese now? She turned around, puzzled. What's classical Chinese? This thing you're reading. Lilith shook her head. No idea, I just found it in your pouch. Can you understand it? She thought for a moment and used her little paw to gesture, a little bit. How much? She pointed to 2 characters. R, and not. Textbook example of a socially awkward guy trying to start a conversation. Edward rubbed his brow. All right, if you don't understand something, feel free to ask me. Lilith instantly looked wary and declared seriously, Miss Lilith is very smart. I don't need to ask you, I'll learn it by tomorrow. Good luck with that. Somewhere unknown, a cathedral rose from the earth. Every pillar, arch, and vault surface within the church was inlaid with the bones of various races, densely packed and crowding around a crucifix over 100 meters tall. This was a church made up of bones, yet not the least bit eerie. Rather, it radiated an almost sacred atmosphere. In front of the cross stood a man in a simple white robe, with light golden beard covering the lower half of his face. He looked like an utterly ordinary priest, quietly gazing out as if in compassion. One by one, over a dozen figures appeared in the church. They didn't disguise themselves in any way, yet each of their faces and bodies remained strangely blurred. An older person stepped forward and began. Jason Beria will likely attempt to assassinate Duke Negan soon. We will use the opportunity to push George III to implement reforms. Internal tensions within the Fasak Empire continue to rise. They're eager to trigger an external war to divert attention. Next month, George III will meet with the Church of the Evernight Goddess. The figures stepped out in turn, each reporting their latest actions to the priest. His expression remained gentle and calm, his eyes betraying not the slightest ripple of emotion. Until Gehrman Sparrow has released Medici. The priest spoke for the first time, I know. He wants to know what else he must do to join us. The priest paused for a moment. Then, in a warm voice, said, Free Mr. Dorr. The speaker was briefly stunned. Mr. Dorr. Though confused, he asked no further questions. Understood. Half an hour later, the figures left one by one, leaving only the golden-haired priest standing silently before the cross, slowly merging with his surroundings. Suddenly, he lifted a hand and placed a crystal-carved monocle over his right eye. His previously gentle expression gained a touch of amusement. How interesting. The next second, crack. The monocle shattered. A worm with 12 transparent rings emerged from within the priest's body, writhing as it fell to the ground. It squirmed for a while before going completely still. The priest looked down at it, expressionless, then slowly closed his eyes. Several kilometers away from the corpse cathedral, a scholarly-looking man with slightly curly black hair, a broad forehead, and a monocle was strolling leisurely. He paused mid-step, an odd gleam flashing through his eyes. The zealot left behind nothing but an imagined projection. Where did his true body go? What could be more important than the tide of his own era? Truly intriguing. Should I try to track him down? So then, what do you all think? In an instant, every living thing in the surroundings was wearing a monocle. Come now, let's have a democratic vote. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 181, Rescuing Mr. Dorr. After sending his application for membership to the Twilight Hermit Order, Edward knew it wouldn't yield an immediate response. Still, that afternoon, he went out and bought all the major newspapers available in Backlund. Unsurprisingly, there was nothing useful. He then wrote a letter to Christine, selectively recounting his encounter with Verdun and the discovery of what might be the bough of the laurel. On one hand, this was to demonstrate that he was taking her commission seriously, on the other, it was an excuse to fish for information about Verdun, especially whether the men used to wear a monocle. Just as the messenger bird took off from the spirit world, Lilith dashed up to it, looked up with bright eyes, and asked in her clear little voice, Hey! Can you tell Miss Lilith how you got so big? I want to grow up too. The bird froze, then reflexively said, Eat feathers. Eat feathers. Lilith looked down at the fur on her own legs, then up at the bird's plumage, and finally turned to Edward's hair. Edward. He quickly cut in, Lilith, it grew that way because it's special. You're different from it. Oh. Lilith nodded obediently, but the gleam in her eyes made it obvious she didn't believe him at all. Edward sighed and rubbed his forehead. Useless. That explanation was for nothing. He wanted to clarify further, but couldn't come up with a convincing reason. After a moment, he waved his hand and sighed, Do what you want. Meow. She tilted her head in mock confusion. This little thing's acting skills were getting better and better. Half an hour later, the messenger bird returned with a letter. A reply from the woman with no past. The woman with no past. Christine's nickname was a little strange. Why do you say she has no past? The messenger bird replied, She's missing some important memories from her past. Got it. Edward opened the letter and was a little surprised. He had expected Christine to explain things in person. Thank you, Mr. Edward. The Verdun you met is an older brother figure I've known since childhood. Our families were in similar circumstances, and he always looked after me. You could say we grew up together. In that regard, Verdun is a good person. However, he harbors a deep obsession with restoring the glory of the Abraham family. For years, he has been searching for a way to break the family curse. He firmly believes that the Abraham ancestor is still alive, and that once found, the family can regain the greatness it had in the fourth epoch. Regarding the sunken laurel, the information I've received shows no signs linking it to the curse or to the ancestor. If there were, our predecessors would have pursued it long ago. So Verdun must have been misled. Once again, thank you for your help. Sincerely. Edward set the letter down, suddenly recalling something. So this Verdun was the same Abraham from the later stages of the original plot who was tricked by Amon and Medici into releasing Mr. Dor. He looked at the messenger bird. When you delivered the letter, where was Christine? On a ship. No wonder. He muttered under his breath, could it be that Christine also found clues about the laurel? Back at the pirate conference, someone had offered information about the sunken laurel, but that was when the dock fire broke out. The conference ended abruptly, and no one knew whether the pirate who had that intel had survived. TSK. I remember the method to rescue Mr. Dor was learned later by Trissy after conversing with him directly. Before that, the Abraham family knew nothing. So why is Verdun so convinced the laurel holds the clues he needs? Amon. Considering Verdun had donned a monocle, it was easy for Edward to reach that conclusion. But if Amon was really involved, why go through all this elaborate treasure hunt charade with Verdun? For fun. Knowing that guy's personality, that might actually be the case. In any event, if Amon was part of the equation, Edward knew to stay as far away as possible. A king of angels who could steal fates and impersonate others might even be more terrifying than the outer gods themselves. With that in mind, Edward wrote a reply to Christine. Miss Christine. I've received word that the sunken laurel might be tied to a very dangerous angel. If you are on your way to investigate it, please think twice and proceed with extreme caution. After handing the letter to the messenger bird, Edward thought for a moment and added, after delivering this to Christine, could you do me a favor and visit Bernadette? Ask her about Bodhi's situation. Understood. Half an hour passed without a reply from Bernadette. Edward tidied up and left the house. Next on his list was conducting free astrology and divination sessions on the streets across various districts of Backlund, in order to fully digest the last remnants of the astrologer potion. Monday morning. As he had hoped, Edward once again found a similar classified ad on the last page of the Backlund Morning Post. Orlin Cafe in Eastborough is now hiring one new employee. A training fee of £3 and a £6 uniform purchase fee are required upon hiring. Working hours are from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. daily, with no weekends off. Salary negotiable. Interested applicants, please come to the cafe for an interview as soon as possible. No walk-ins will be accepted after the deadline. Even though Edward knew this was deliberately arranged by the Twilight Hermit Order, seeing this ad still gave him a mental whiplash, like the return of a long-dead memory of 996 blessings. 1. Any normal person, upon seeing this kind of job posting, definitely wouldn't apply. Good thing I'm mentally unstable. Come on, Lilith, let's go eat. Okay. Lilith stretched lazily, used her hind leg to close the book in front of her, looking as if she had just woken up. She bounded into Edward's arms on quick little feet. What are we eating? Steak. Steak again. The little one sounded disappointed. Can't you make some rat steak for Miss Lilith instead? That's asking a bit much. She lowered her head and stared at her own paws. If my paws were as nimble as humans, I could cook rat steak myself. Then you'd better work hard. Once you advance to sequence 7, which, there's a good chance you'll be able to turn into a human. Lilith seemed conflicted. But Miss Lilith thinks being a cat is pretty nice. Still, if I became human, I could make rat steak, roast rat steak rice, rat soup, steamed rat, baked rat. Edward instinctively imagined it for a second, and immediately felt nauseous. A few minutes later. Edward, now transformed into Gehrman Sparrow, stepped into the Orlin Cafe once again, holding Persian cat form Lilith in his arms. This time, the slim, blonde-haired man in gold-rimmed glasses was already waiting for him. Please, have a seat, Mr. Sparrow. Compared to last time, his attitude seemed significantly improved. Edward opened with a direct question. I fulfilled your request and released the evil spirit trapped underground. Now, may I have the card of blasphemy? Didn't you already get it? That was me retrieving it from the wraith using my own skills. Well, did you get it or not? The corner of Edward's eye twitched. Wasn't the Twilight Hermit Order supposed to be a high-level gathering of elites? How was this any different from barefaced sophistry? After a moment of silence, he asked, "Does this mean I can officially join you now?" The blonde man shook his head. "That was only a preliminary test to prove your capabilities. If you can complete the next task, you'll be able to join us." He handed Edward a slip of paper. Edward opened it, and was stunned. "Rescue Mr. Dorr." He looked up at the blonde man. "Are you serious?" The blonde man shook his head. "Apologies. I don't know what's written on it, so I can't answer that. But I can tell you this, once you join us, you'll be able to view the blasphemy slate immediately." Whoa. They were throwing out the blasphemy slate as bait now. Edward frowned deeply. What exactly is Adam trying to do? Releasing Medici was already a stretch, but rescuing Mr. Dorr? What kind of mission was that? Mr. Dorr was not someone who could be casually rescued. Edward held immense respect for the former angel, exiled to the stars and tainted by the mother goddess. If it were truly possible, he'd like to help him too, but definitely not now. Suddenly, he asked the blonde man, "How did you join the Twilight Hermit Order?" The man was taken aback for a moment. "I was inducted after I embraced the ideology of the Tide of the Times." "So, you didn't have to carry out missions like I do?" "Of course not." The man spoke seriously. "I proved my worth and abilities in my own way." After a pause, he added, "Each person's admission criteria is different. Each proves themselves differently. That is also the will of the Tide of the Times." Edward pressed further, "And if the task I'm given is literally impossible?" The man answered without hesitation. "Then the problem lies with you." TCH. No wonder they were part of the ancient sun god's two sides, they were also skilled at nurturing zealots. The blonde man stood up. "I hope you'll join us soon and become one of us." With that, he turned and left, leaving Edward frowning in contemplation. Rescue Mr. Dorr. This mission was absurd. At this point in time, even Amon hadn't gotten hold of the first blasphemy slate yet. If Mr. Dorr really were brought back now, the mother goddess's contamination would flood in uncontrollably. Even Amon, who was waiting to replace Mr. Dorr and become a god himself, surely understood that. Did that Russian priest not worry that I might be some hot-headed idiot who'd charge in without thinking? If something really went wrong, not even the seven gods could clean up the mess. Wait a second. That Russian priest knows I know how to rescue Mr. Dorr. If he doesn't, then maybe this mission has a different real objective. The sunken laurel. He wants me to go search for the laurel. After all, based on the intel I currently possess, clues about rescuing Mr. Dorr likely lie hidden within it. But aside from that, wasn't there another method, performing a ritual on a full moon to contact Mr. Dorr? The more Edward thought about it, the more confused he became. Just then, Lilith stood on her hind legs and patted his cheek with her paw. "Edward, Miss Lilith is hungry. I want rat steak." "Oh, right." He quickly raised his hand to flag down the waiter. "Excuse me, I'd like 2 servings of steak, and some fruit, please." The waiter had just turned to leave when another voice chimed in. "Add another steak to that." That voice. Edward paused and looked up. It was his daughter, Bernadette, who was over 100 years older than he was. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 182, Liars' Noses Will Grow Longer. Today, Bernadette had changed into a different outfit, something far less old-fashioned than before. She'd also shed the aged appearance she'd previously worn. At a glance, she looked like a modern career woman radiating confidence and determination. She sat down across from Edward. "You seem troubled. Have you ever heard of Mr. Dorr?" Bernadette replied coolly, "Father told me about him. A powerful beyonder, lost deep in darkness, trapped within a storm. He once shared a great deal of profound knowledge about the mystical world with Father, hoping to gain his help in returning to the real world. Did Emperor Roselle end up helping him? No. Father said that recklessly releasing such a mysterious and unknown being would be far too risky." At this, she glanced at Edward and asked, "Why bring up Mr. Dorr? Where did you hear about him?" Edward handed her the slip of paper. She took one look and raised an eyebrow. "This is a mission. Who gave it to you?" He hesitated for a moment. "A certain nameless organization, perhaps something your father once told you about." A flicker of understanding passed through her eyes. She nodded but didn't press further. "You came to find me, does that mean Bodhi's has been dealt with?" Bernadette took out a beyonder characteristic, shimmering like a gem from a dream. "This is the characteristic of a secret sorcerer. You can have a craftsman forge it into a mystical item, or use it to concoct a potion." "Thanks." "Great, I'll look for a chance to have the goddess shatter it for me. That way, I'll essentially have all the main ingredients I need for advancing to Sequence 5 and Sequence 4. Note, when the goddess shattered the psychiatrist's characteristic before, it caused a bug. It shouldn't have only resulted in one new characteristic for psychiatrist, it should have produced one each for sequence 9 through 7. Oh, right. Can I have Bodhi's corpse, or at least something that can prove he's dead? I need it for something useful. With that, I should be able to exchange it for something from that Lawrence guy. Sure. She took out another sheet of paper. These are the potion formulas for sequence 6 through sequence 4 of the apprentice pathway. Then she produced a multicolored gemstone. And here's the polymath's characteristic, just like you asked. What a generous little money fairy. Edward awkwardly rubbed his hands together. Ahem, thanks a ton. Bernadette's lips quirked. These aren't free, of course. Her tone was calm. You're the one who caught Bodhi's, so strictly speaking, his characteristic and formula should have belonged to you anyway. But you should understand, without my help, at best you would have ended up with a polluted characteristic. As compensation, the box of the great old ones will remain with me for now. Any objections? You're laying it out like that, how could I possibly object? As for the polymath's characteristic, you'll need to pay me with 3 stories in exchange. You'll tell me the first one in a moment. The second one, I want to hear in Intis. Edward blinked. Sure. As for the third, I haven't decided yet. She then took out 3 pages from Roselle's diary and slid them across the table to him. Help me translate them. Edward picked up the diary pages. May 13th. Once again, I found a page from that suspected transmigrator predecessor's diary. His entries are still dreadfully boring, all about what he ate today and how bad the food was yesterday. Back in my previous life, this guy would have been the king of filler. I'm desperate to collect more of his diary pages. I refuse to believe every one of them is just nonsense. I want to know what's become of him. Is he still alive? Why hasn't he left a single trace of his presence in this world after transmigrating? Could it be that, in this world of mysticism, there are people who specialize in erasing any trace of those who don't belong here? If so, am I being watched too? Will I also be erased? Will my inventions, everything I've left behind, all disappear one day without a trace? May 18th. Tomorrow is Bernadette's birthday. I saw the anticipation on her face early this morning, but I pretended to forget. Sure enough, the little one took it seriously, she pouted so hard you could hang a coat off her lip. In the afternoon, she kept circling around me. Honestly, I really did have things to do then, not ignoring her on purpose. Luckily, I'd already arranged a surprise party for her. When the time comes, she'll understand. How could her dad possibly forget his little angel's birthday? Hee, just wait for your surprise. May 19th. My little angel's birthday. Damn it. When I found Bernadette around noon, she told me she had already celebrated her birthday with friends and didn't want another party. She was clearly getting back at me, getting revenge on this poor old father of hers. Who am I? The most powerful consul of Intis. Whether she wants it or not, she will have her birthday. And sure enough, she was only pretending to be aloof, she was genuinely happy with the surprise I prepared. She blew out the candles and made 2 wishes. Then she pushed the cake toward me and said the third, most powerful wish would be for me. Hee, I guess all that pampering wasn't in vain. What was my wish? When I first came to this world, my only wish was to live out a grand, overpowered ice guy protagonist life. But as the years passed, I began to miss home. And now I just want to be by my little angel's side, watching her grow up healthy and happy. The 3 diary pages ended there. Edward couldn't help but sigh, Roselle really was a total daughter-con. Just look at how indifferent he was toward his 2 sons. He thought for a moment, removed the parts involving transmigration, then translated the rest truthfully for Bernadette. She rested her chin on her hand, reading patiently. Her deep blue eyes shimmered faintly, as if she were recalling fond memories from the distant past. But once Edward finished translating, Bernadette said coldly, he broke his promise. You mean his 3rd wish didn't come true? She shook her head. He said that to me. It wasn't a wish, it was a promise. Edward gave a helpless smile. She stared at him intently. But I know, the reason he broke his promise, the reason he became the way he did, he must have had his reasons, right? Maybe. It's possible he mentioned it in some of the later diary pages you gave me. But Bernadette continued to stare at him. You really don't know. How would I know? Just then, Lilith stretched up to the edge of the table, blinking curiously as she studied the diary. From time to time, she frowned or seemed lost in thought. After a while, she used a small paw to flip the first page aside and began reading the second one. Bernadette's expression suddenly turned peculiar. Your cat can read Loanese. Edward quickly pulled Lilith back. She's just a cat. How could she possibly read Loanese? Oh. Didn't she take a potion and become a beyonder creature? She turned to look at Lilith. Your name's Lilith, right? Lilith blinked under Bernadette's gaze, then glanced back at Edward. You can talk, can't you? Lilith once again looked at Edward. Edward sighed and rubbed his forehead. What are you looking at me for? If you want to speak, then just speak. Oh. You're the one who told me not to talk in public, stupid Edward. Miss Lilith can talk. Bernadette's eyes narrowed slightly. Do you recognize the words on this diary? Lilith nodded and gestured with her paw. A little. She twisted her body and hopped back onto the table edge, pointing at the entry while mumbling, May 13th, of the day. What on earth was that? Edward quickly added, I only just started teaching her, she hasn't been learning Loanese for long, but for a cat, she's doing pretty well. Lilith immediately pouted. Miss Lilith is the smartest. Just yesterday I even learned classical Chinese. Bernadette froze. What? Lilith proudly began to recite, Go Fugue Wuxiang Wang, Fumuzaibu Yuan Yo, Yobi Yo Fang. Edward nearly choked. Yesterday, she only knew 2 words, now she could recite it fluently. What kind of groundbreaking talent was that? Did she secretly go ask Audrey for help? Bernadette rested her chin on her hand, curiosity piqued. And what do those 2 lines mean? Lilith instantly grew serious. Go Fugue Wuxiang Wang means, if you get rich, don't forget each other like dogs. You should be like Lilith, a good cat who never forgets her friends. And Fumuzaibu Yuan Yo, Yobi Yo Fang means, your parents are in my hands, so you can't run. Even if you do, I'll find a way to catch you. Bernadette turned to Edward in confusion. She didn't understand Chinese, but something about this interpretation felt off. Edward, is she right? Lilith tilted her head and looked up at Edward, clearly expecting praise. Edward hesitated for a few seconds. Yes. She immediately beamed with joy. But both lines actually have a second meaning. I'll explain the other one to you later. Okay. Bernadette watched him thoughtfully, chin still resting in her palm. Have you always been this good at coaxing kids? At that moment, the waiter arrived with their steak and fruit. Enjoy your meal. Edward seized the opportunity. Come on, let's eat. Bernadette nodded, picked up her knife and fork, and said casually, I want to hear Pinocchio. Sure. Once upon a time, there was a lonely old woodcarver. One day, he found a piece of wood that could talk and laugh. Inspired, he carved it into a puppet and named it Pinocchio, treating it like his own son. The old woodcarver dressed Pinocchio in fine clothes, bought him a school bag and books, and sent him off to school. But on the way, Pinocchio saw a circus. He sold his books and bought a ticket to see the show. When the ringmaster asked why he wasn't in school, Pinocchio blurted out his first lie, and to his surprise, his nose grew longer. Later, he lied again, and again his nose grew longer. After going through all of that, Pinocchio finally learned to stop lying. One morning, he woke up and discovered he had become a real boy. Edward stopped there. That's the end of the story. Lilith, who had been in a fierce battle with her steak, looked up. Do liars really have their noses grow longer? Bernadette pressed her lips together and said calmly, yes. Ah. Lilith immediately reached up to touch her nose guiltily. Bernadette set down her knife and fork and stood up. She glanced sideways at Edward. Remember, those who lie will have their noses grow longer. She left the cafe and disappeared just as silently as she had arrived. Lilith suddenly stared wide-eyed at Edward and exclaimed, Wow. Edward. Your nose just grew longer. What the? Edward frantically reached up to touch his nose. Did Bernadette actually turn Pinocchio into a real mystical reenactment? Lilith tilted her head. Looks like it went back to normal. Edward was at a complete loss for words. For a moment, he wasn't sure whether his nose had really grown or if the dumb cat was just messing with him. Note, enjoy the extra chapter 400 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. And if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Thank me later. Link, patreon.com/eiseblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 183, Another Tarot Gathering. 15 Minsk Street. Klein set down 2 cups of coffee on the table and smiled at the man sitting across from him, Talum Dumont. Apologies, this is just some rather cheap coffee. Talum picked up his cup and took a small sip. I'm not particular about the taste of coffee. I didn't expect you to come all the way to my place for a visit. As he spoke, Klein added a few sugar cubes to his own cup. Is there something you need my help with? The acquaintance between the two of them was limited to the occasional casual chat at the Quelag Club. Klein hadn't been back there in days, ever since he ran into Dr. Aaron's adopted son at the shooting range. His intuition had screamed that there was something very wrong with that boy named Will. And his reason had warned him, don't be curious. Don't investigate. Stay as far away from that child as possible. Klein felt his reason was absolutely right. Talum cradled the coffee cup in both hands, absent-mindedly turning it slightly. Do you remember the friend I mentioned to you last time? Of course. A noble gentleman, romantic yet deeply sentimental. He seems to have fallen ill recently. Talum sighed. But when I tried to visit him, I was turned away. Right now, I know nothing about his condition. Well. Recalling the joke he had made about Talum's friend last time, Klein said, with his noble status, I'm sure he's receiving proper care even while ill. Perhaps he turned you away to avoid passing on anything contagious. My relationship with him isn't that distant. Talum downed the rest of his coffee in one gulp, as if he had finally made up his mind. I want to commission you to check on him for me. When you say check on, you mean sneak in, that sort of thing. However you want to do it is up to you. I just want to know the truth. As he spoke, Talum pulled out several pound notes and laid them on the table. Here's 30 pounds. If you succeed, I'll pay you another 170, 200 pounds in total. TSK. 200 pounds, not a small amount. If it was simply about investigating someone's condition, maybe it was worth considering. Klein furrowed his brows and thought for a long moment. Who exactly is this friend of yours? His name is Edisac. His surname is Augustus. He's the 5th child of His Majesty the King of Loan. A prince, huh? Wait a second. Hold on, did you say his name is Edisac? Klein froze for a second. Could it really be that much of a coincidence? In Klein's experience, coincidence was never a good word. He thought carefully for a few moments, then shook his head. Sorry. I'm afraid I won't be able to help. I'm sure you know better than I do just how well guarded a prince's residence is. I'm just an ordinary private detective. Is that so? Talum set down his empty cup. I suppose it was just wishful thinking on my part. He stood up. Sorry to have disturbed you, Mr. Moriarty. Klein quickly picked up the money on the table. Your payment. Talum smiled faintly. Consider it a fee for troubling you today. Goodbye. Klein didn't insist. He wasn't about to turn down free money. After seeing Talum out, he hesitated for a moment, then took out his yellow crystal and performed a divination on the commission Talum had proposed. The result was similar to the last time, not without risk, but not terribly dangerous either. Phew, I'll think about this later. Time to prepare for the afternoon's tarot gathering. 3 p.m. that afternoon. Within the majestic and towering palace, at the ancient and weathered bronze table, vague and mist-shrouded figures began to appear one by one in their respective seats. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Audrey was once again the first to speak. Then, in order, she greeted the others. Good afternoon, Mr. Tower. Good afternoon, Mr. World. Good afternoon, Miss Death. Once she had finished her greetings, she didn't bother to hide her curiosity. Glancing toward the newly arrived member sitting in the same row, she smiled and asked. And this is? Klein sat leisurely in the seat belonging to the Fool, scanning the table before speaking. This is Miss Magician, our new member. Then, he turned toward Furs and introduced each member one by one. This is Miss Justice, and this is Mr. Tower. As Furs nodded politely and matched the aliases to the people seated around the table, she silently observed them all, mentally profiling these future colleagues. When her gaze landed on Miss Death, who was even shorter than Zio, she couldn't help but think, if Zio could participate in this gathering, she'd definitely be thrilled. But she quickly realized she was mistaken. The reason Miss Death was so short was because she was only 6 or 7 years old. Furs was stunned. What kind of gathering have I gotten myself into? Why is there such a small child here? While she was secretly observing everyone else, the others were also observing her. The moment Edward heard her codename, Magician, he knew she was Furs, the salted fish lady. Audrey, through her hair color, attire, pronunciation, aura, and emotional hues, had also guessed her identity. The Hanged Man, on the other hand, felt that the development speed of the Tarot Club seemed to be getting a bit out of hand. If new members kept joining like this, he'd have to find a way to maintain his veteran status. The son remained as disinterested as ever. Miss Death, little Priscilla, rested her chin in her hands and stared curiously at Furs, making no attempt to hide her interest. A moment later. The Hanged Man turned to the Fool and said, Apologies, Mr. Fool, I have no new diary entries this week. Diary? Furs was confused. What diary? Is this mysterious Mr. Fool collecting someone's diary entries? Edward then projected the 3 pages he had obtained from Bernadette that morning. Mr. Fool, I've collected 3 pages this week. Audrey blinked in surprise, puffing up her cheeks in mild annoyance. That guy didn't even tell me he got diary pages. Still, she quickly projected the 2 pages she had memorized from the Roselle commemorative exhibition. I also remembered 2 pages of Roselle's diary. MHM. Klein gave a slight nod and accepted the pages from both of them. He looked down and began reading. March 6th, damn it, the food here is making me constipated. Klein's smile gradually stiffened. He had already seen these entries at the exhibition, so he quickly skimmed through and turned to Edward's submission. May 13th, I once again found a page of that suspected transmigrator predecessor's diary. The very first line made Klein's heart jolt. So Emperor Roselle had also encountered the diary of another transmigrator. Well, that makes sense. If even I can collect them, how could someone as powerful as the consul, and later emperor, of Intis not be able to? He continued reading, finding Roselle's speculation that the mysterious diary's owner must have been extremely cautious, never leaving any traces behind. Klein couldn't help but question inwardly, is it really possible for someone who transmigrates to do absolutely nothing? As Mr. Fool read the diaries attentively, Audrey's gaze drifted to the right-hand side of the bronze table where 2 tarot cards with intricate, luxurious back designs sat quietly. They lay there so casually, as if they were ordinary objects. Those must be the cards of blasphemy, she realized instantly. Cards that hold the path to godhood. She quickly put the pieces together. One was obtained by me in cooperation with Mr. Fool's blessed subordinate, and the other was from Edward. That means, both cards of blasphemy are related to me. A flicker of pride rose in her heart, and the corners of her lips lifted ever so slightly. Her subtle expression didn't escape Alger's notice. Following Audrey's line of sight, he too saw the 2 cards lying on the bronze surface. Though Mr. Fool seemed nonchalant about them, Alger was sure that anything placed so close to such a mysterious and lofty being couldn't possibly be ordinary. I must find a way to ask about them. Soon, Klein finished reading the 3 pages. He leaned back slightly with a faint smile and said, "You may now speak freely." Alger was the first to act. His gaze fixed on the 2 cards of blasphemy as he asked, "Respected Mr. Fool, may I ask what those 2 cards are?" Klein casually picked them up and said evenly, "These are 2 cards of blasphemy." Cards of blasphemy. Alger was instantly shaken. As one of the few tarot members who understood the true nature of the cards of blasphemy, he knew that the mysterious deck once created by Emperor Roselle held the secrets of divine paths, of becoming a god. And now, just 1 week later, Mr. Fool already had 2 of them in his possession. His mind raced. Could one of them be from the Sailor Pathway? Miss Justice immediately voiced the question he had in mind, "Mr. Fool, may I ask which divine pathways these 2 cards of blasphemy represent?" This one is the Black Emperor card. Its sequence 9 is the Lawyer, offered to me by the world. This one is the Red Priest card. Its sequence 9 is the Hunter, offered to me by the Tower. Even though she already knew the answer, Audrey still gasped appropriately to show her amazement. Alger was slightly disappointed, but still deeply astonished. Where in the world did the world and the Tower get such valuable items? And to think they offered them directly to Mr. Fool. If it were me, would I do the same? Meanwhile, Furz's head was full of question marks. Cards of blasphemy. Divine pathways. Sequence 9. What on earth is going on? Seeing her confusion, Audrey immediately switched into class rep mode to explain, the so-called cards of blasphemy, each represents a complete divine pathway. In other words, possessing one means. By the time Audrey finished each sentence, Furz was already in full-on, shocked reaction mode. She finally got a rough idea of the Tarot Club's true strength. Any organization that possesses 2 divine pathways definitely isn't simple. Also, Audrey added, the diaries we mentioned earlier are Roselle's diary entries. And you guessed right, our great Mr. Fool can read the Roselle script. Furz, still in awe, suddenly froze. She recalled how both Audrey and Edward had once commissioned her and Zio to help acquire Roselle's diary entries. She subtly glanced around the table. Could there be more connections among these people than I thought? Just then, Audrey smiled and said, Miss Magician, since this is your first time attending a tarot meeting, the knowledge I shared was free. But next time, any occult knowledge you wish to learn will have to be paid for, or exchanged with knowledge of equal value. Understood, Furz nodded seriously. Audrey's tone suddenly shifted with a playful smile. Very well, Miss Magician. Do you know about the acting method? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 184, what kind of organization did I join? Furz was utterly bewildered. Priscilla suddenly raised her tiny hand. I know it. Audrey hadn't expected someone to steal her business, so she gestured with a smile, Miss Magician, you can purchase knowledge of the acting method from Miss Death. Don't worry. It'll definitely be worth the price. Under Audrey's matchmaking, first spent a hefty sum of £200 to purchase knowledge of the acting method from Priscilla. I made money. Priscilla was overjoyed, even though she was still a bit muddle-headed throughout the entire process. But who cared? I just said a few things and earned enough for Daddy's dental clinic to work for several days. I'm a money-making genius. Klein, meanwhile, was secretly regretful. Damn it, someone beat me to it. That £200 should have been mine. Having already spent her first chunk of money, Furs gritted her teeth and spoke up boldly. Does anyone know the name and formula of Sequence 7 for the apprentice pathway? I'd like to buy it with money. Everyone's gaze turned to Edward. Edward nodded and replied, Sequence 7 of the apprentice pathway is called astrologer. I do have its formula. It's worth about £800 to £1,000. Do you want it now? Furs froze. Even if you sold me, I wouldn't be worth that much. She scratched her head awkwardly. I haven't even digested my current potion yet, so there's no rush. I'm just asking ahead of time. Miss Magician, you could have just said you don't have enough money right now. After that, Little Sun raised a question about the 7 gods, which greatly shocked Furs. There are actually people in this world who haven't heard of the 7 gods. Then came a discussion about the City of Silver and some unheard of ancient deities, which left her increasingly lost in confusion. Though she didn't quite understand what they were talking about, it all sounded extremely important. Once the topic of the 7 gods came to an end, the hanged man, Alger, suddenly chuckled and said, Mr. Tower, the events at the pirate conference have already spread across the 5 seas. Your name is now only ranked below the 4 kings. Hearing this, Klein recalled that Edward had indeed gone to see Mr. Hangman last week. So, controlling the world, he asked, what exactly did Mr. Tower do at the pirate conference? Alger smiled and explained, Mr. Tower started by setting fire to every pirate ship docked at the pirate conference, including those of the 7 pirate admirals. He shrugged. If my ship weren't special, I might still be stranded on that dead volcano island. Klein fell into silence. First shot a quick glance at Edward. This Mr. Tower must be incredibly dangerous. Pirates are already infamous for their ruthless violence, and he actually dared to burn their ships, and not just one, but the whole dock's worth. Alger went on, but even more shocking than that, Mr. Tower did something else that truly shook the 5 seas. He successfully hunted one of the 7 pirate admirals, Admiral of Blood, Senor. Now, there are only 6 pirate admirals left at sea. This time, Klein was genuinely stunned, so Edward has already reached the level where he can hunt down a pirate admiral. Thinking back to the recent battle with Rosego, where he and Sharon had barely survived only thanks to the sealed artifact, Language of Foulness, he couldn't help but reflect, they were both Sequence 7, but why was the difference in strength so vast? Wait a minute, is Edward really just Sequence 7? At that moment, Edward explained, Mr. Hangman, that fire at the dock wasn't started by me. I was at a Beyonder gathering in the palace when it happened. What about Admiral of Blood? Senor was hunted down by me and 2 other pirate admirals working together. I only contributed part of the effort. Even so, if you could cooperate with pirate admirals, your strength couldn't be much lower than theirs, right? Not to mention, according to survivors from the scene, the one who mainly fought Senor was German Sparrow. First glanced back and forth between them, pirate conference. Pirate admirals. Admiral of Blood. None of this has anything to do with me, but I have to force myself to pay attention if I want to integrate into this group. But soon she realized, she wasn't the only one out of her depth. The tall and burly son mostly kept his head down and seemed uninterested in anything, while Miss Death was just like her, silently watching the drama unfold. Alger suddenly remembered that Lord Sea King had ordered him to investigate Gurman's identity. So he asked, Mr. Tower, when you hijacked the lone military ship in Byam last time, did you encounter the Church of Storm Sea King, Lord John Cotman? Mr. Tower hijacked a lone warship too. What kind of person is he? Edward was caught off guard by the sudden question but nodded. Yes. That night, after I attacked the governor's mansion in Byam, I hijacked a warship and ran into Lord Sea King at sea. He attacked the governor's mansion too. Furs instinctively shuffled her seat farther away. This Mr. Tower, he must be a terrorist. And the Tarot Club, with actual terrorists among its members, could it be a terrorist organization? I'm done for. I've walked right into a den of wolves. Klein was a little numb at this point. Edward continued, at the time, to maintain my acting, I deliberately provoked Lord Sea King, but I ended up fleeing quickly afterwards. Klein couldn't help but have the world ask, may I ask, this Lord Sea King is? Alger took a deep breath. He is a Sequence 3 saint of the Church of Storms. Seriously? You were already being hunted by a demigod from the Aurora Order, and now you've provoked a saint of the Church of Storm. Klein, playing the fool, was feeling increasingly numb. At this rate, I'm going to get exposed just because of him. Seeing the reactions, Edward could only smile wryly. Actually, all those seemingly insane and terrifying things I did, they were just for the sake of acting. Now that the potion has been fully digested, I won't need to go on any more mad escapades. Everyone looked enlightened. After a moment of hesitation, Alger's expression turned complicated. I hope, at the very least, that Mr. Tower will refrain from going out to sea again anytime soon. Right now, more than half the pirates on the seas are after you. The bounty placed on your head by the church and the military has doubled. I've also heard that some people from the southern continent are asking about your whereabouts. Thanks. I understand. Alger nodded. The money from the sale of the 2 mystical storage items has already been transferred to the account you provided. I should be selling a few more soon. However, a few buyers expressed interest but complained that the internal space is still too limited. Do you have a solution, Mr. Tower? Edward nodded. That can be negotiated. Great. Alger's tone immediately became more enthusiastic. I'll wait for your update. After a short pause, he added, right, about the defensive mystical item you commissioned me to find. Edward's eyes lit up. Did you find one? Alger shook his head. Not quite. But I did come across a mystical item. It can take a fatal blow in your place when you're severely injured, essentially acting as a substitute. Klein was surprised. Isn't that the magician's paper figurine substitute? Edward's heart stirred. This might actually be more useful for staying alive than a simple defensive item. But it can only be used once per day. If it's activated more than once in the same day, it will be completely destroyed. If you don't exceed that limit, it will recover the next day. Alger continued, there's also a side effect, the longer you use it, the stronger your bond with it becomes. In the end, you might end up becoming the substitute that takes damage for it. If you transfer it to someone else for a while and then get it back, the accumulated time still continues from before. He spread his hands. Because of these limitations and side effects, I didn't buy it immediately. But if you're sure you want it, I'll help arrange the deal. How much? 7,800 pounds. But I think the price can still be negotiated. 7,800 pounds. Furs drew in a sharp breath. That was a number so high she couldn't even begin to comprehend it. Edward thought it over for a moment and decided to buy it. After all, this item practically meant 1 extra life a day. At that price, it was more than worth it. As for the side effect, well, he could always just stop using it once it became problematic. All right, I'll take it. Thank you, Mr. Hangman. No problem. At that moment, Audrey raised her hand. By the way, everyone, don't forget, I'm still waiting for the pair of eyes from a mirror dragon, the fruit of the tree of elders, and the formula for sequence 6 of the spectator pathway. The eye and the fruit were both for Susie. As for the sequence 6 formula, although Edward had told her that formulas for middle and higher sequences of the spectator pathway were tightly controlled by the psychology alchemist, she still wanted to try. Surely not all high-level spectators in the world belonged to that organization. Alger thought for a moment. I should be able to acquire the eyes of the mirror dragon and the fruit of the tree of elders soon. As for the sequence 6 formula, I've never seen it offered anywhere. Okay. I hope we can trade soon, Mr. Hangman. Then Klein, controlling the world, spoke in his usual hoarse tone. Help me keep an eye out for the mutated pituitary gland and blood of a thousand-faced hunter, the characteristics of a human skin shadow, and the hair of a deep-sea naga. Originally, he'd wanted to wait until the magician potion had fully digested before gathering materials for the faceless. But now that Edward had already gone and provoked a sea king, he felt a new sense of urgency. The sooner he got the materials, the sooner he could advance to sequence 6. Just as the Tarot Club meeting was drawing to a close, Miss Death raised her little hand. I have a question. Everyone turned to look at her. How do you get 3 people who love to argue to get along peacefully? Huh? Everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of question was that? Only Edward's expression changed. She's not talking about the Medici trio, is she? Audrey curiously asked, why do those 3 like to argue? And why do you want them to get along? Priscilla pouted. I don't know why they argue. Most of the time, I don't even understand what they're saying. But they're so noisy. That left everyone even more confused. Her childish tone was adorable, but also hard to interpret. Edward asked gravely, what are their names? She thought for a moment and replied, I think, Medici, Einhorn, and Sauron. It really is them. They actually succeeded. Are you being controlled by them right now? Nope. Priscilla answered. They're the spirits housed in my body's underworld. So, it should be me controlling them, right? Huh? What kind of twisted scheme is the Medici trio playing this time? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 185, Alger overthinks again. Klein listened to Miss Death's description with a faint sense of puzzlement. Using the underworld within oneself to host spirits, wasn't that the ability of a gatekeeper? But gatekeeper is sequence 5 of corpse collector pathway. Could Miss Death be sequence 5? Impossible. However, he quickly recalled an entry in Roselle's diary, which mentioned that his youngest son, Bornova, had been born with characteristics equivalent to those of a sequence 5 beyonder. It was a mystical trait left over from Roselle's excesses when taking potions. Could it be the same for Miss Death? No, that couldn't be right. When I first met her in Tingen, she was clearly just an ordinary person. And those names, Medici, Einhorn, Sauron, weren't those the three families mentioned by that evil spirit from underground? At this moment, the hangman spoke up. The three names mentioned by Miss Death, Einhorn and Sauron sound familiar. They're both ancient families, the former is part of Faceac's royal lineage, and the latter belongs to Intis' former royal family. But I've never heard of Medici before. Controlling the world, Klein's voice turned low and hoarse. Medici, Einhorn, Sauron. They were all angel families from the fourth epoch. Einhorn and Sauron once served the Trunsoist Empire and both walked the hunter pathway. As for the Medicis, though I'm not as familiar with them, their status during the fourth epoch must have been no less than the other two. The fourth epoch. The fool took over smoothly, his voice calm and detached. The Medici family once helped establish a secret organization we're all rather familiar with, the Rose Redemption. Derek, who had been spacing out, suddenly jolted in surprise. During their last exploration in City of Silver, inside the half-ruined temple, alongside statues of the fallen creator, there had been several murals. In the corner of one, there were peculiar glyphs derived from the giant language, one of which read, Rose Redemption. According to the chief's speculation, that might have been the name of the organization responsible for building the temple and the city-state it once belonged to. Yet here was Mr. Fool speaking with certainty, naming it as an actual organization, and confirming that it was the Medici family that had helped establish it. That meant, that family's origins might be linked to the City of Silver. Everyone looked toward Mr. Fool, hoping he would elaborate further on the Medici family. But he only offered a faint smile and said nothing more. The hanged man, grasping the connection, asked, so the evil spirit housed within Miss Death comes from those three families? Edward's tone turned solemn. To be precise, they are the angels of those three ancient families. Everyone thought they had misheard. Even the lofty Mr. Fool nearly lost control of his expression. Miss Death was housing three angels in her underworld. Wasn't that just too outrageous? Furza's jaw dropped. I knew it. I knew any child appearing in a secretive organization like this wouldn't be simple. But this wasn't just not simple, this was downright absurd. Priscilla scratched her head. Angels. Do angels all like arguing with each other every day? You're missing the point. Edward went on, however, these three angels perished during the War of the Four Emperors. What remains now is a fused evil spirit composed of their merged consciousnesses. It's far from angel-level strength. The world asked in a deep voice, roughly what level of power can it exert? Edward recalled the performance of the fused Medici in the original timeline. Roughly, demigod level. That's still insanely powerful. Klein massaged his aching temples. After dealing with the genius that is Edward, my tarot club has now welcomed a full-blown monster. The hangman Alger couldn't help but ask, Mr. Tower, where did you learn all this? Mem, actually, the evil spirit told me these things. I've met it, and know it quite well. Edward then turned his gaze to the red priest card resting near Mr. Fool. That card I sacrificed to Mr. Fool came directly from that evil spirit. Ah. Alger was momentarily stunned, then suddenly understood. So, this was all orchestrated by Mr. Fool. First, he had Mr. Tower snatch away the card of blasphemy from the evil spirit, then turned that evil spirit into something controlled by Miss Death. Hiss, three once glorious angels, now all dancing in the palm of Mr. Fool's hand. Meanwhile, Priscilla tilted her head in thought. Does Big Brother Edward already know I'm Priscilla? Ugh, boring. I wanted to give him a scare. Edward continued, in any case, based on what I know about that evil spirit, or rather, them, they're extremely fond of plotting and scheming. I'm worried that while Miss Death may have successfully housed them, there could still be some hidden agenda at play. Audrey immediately turned to Mr. Fool and asked, Mr. Fool, do you know what's going on? Klein felt his head throb. How would I know? He tapped his fingers lightly on the bronze table and said calmly, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. It wasn't an empty remark. After all, before pulling Miss Death into the tarot club, his divination had indicated that it would be beneficial to him. He turned to look at Priscilla and said, if you encounter any danger, you can pray to me at any time. Klein forced himself to say this. He had no choice, what else could he say? Priscilla nodded obediently. All right. Thank you, Mr. Fool. A short silence followed before little son Derek raised his hand and spoke up. Everyone, I've been thinking seriously about the suggestion Mr. Tower gave me some time ago. Edward blinked. My suggestion? What suggestion? Seeing the others look at him in confusion, Derek quickly explained, You said we could use the storage-type mystical items to offer food from the outside world to the City of Silver by sacrificing it to Mr. Fool. Edward suddenly understood. Oh. That. What about it? Derek looked a bit nervous. I want to know, how can I do that without arousing the chief's suspicion? My current strength is still far from enough to change the City of Silver's fate. But I hope I can start doing something, even if it's just a little. Alger stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, From what you told us before, your chief already has some suspicions. But the item you brought back, the Hand of Glory, right, was beneficial to the City of Silver, so he chose to suppress those doubts for the time being. That's actually a good starting point. As long as everything you do moving forward continues to prove beneficial to the City of Silver, even if your chief remains suspicious, he'll likely turn a blind eye. He paused and sighed. Because what City of Silver needs most right now is hope. Derek's eyes lit up. So, I just need to bring things back. Alger shook his head. You can still explain the Hand of Glory as something you found during an expedition. But what about a whole pile of food? How are you going to explain that? I could confess to the chief that I've received the favor of a great being. That all of this was granted to me by him. That he will save the City of Silver, and lead us out of eternal darkness, back to the real world. He looked earnestly at Mr. Fool. Would that be all right, Mr. Fool? Klein hesitated. I'm only sequence 7 right now, but City of Silver's chief is a demigod. I'm not ready to face a demigod as the Fool. If I get exposed, it's all over. Edward spoke up at just the right moment, take it step by step. After this tarot meeting, try revealing just a little to the chief. Test his reaction. But remember, you can, and should, only tell the chief. No one else. The hangman Alger's words had been right, what the City of Silver needed was hope. Chief Colin Iliad didn't care where that hope came from. Just like in the original timeline, he'd simultaneously placed his bets on both Derek's Fool and Lovia's true creator. So, even if Derek told him about the Fool's existence now, it wouldn't be a big problem. But there was one thing that couldn't be solved, Amon was in the City of Silver right now. Klein didn't yet have control over the paper angel. If Derek exposed too much too soon, Amon might sniff it out immediately. Edward had no desire to attend the next tarot meeting only to find Mr. Fool sporting a monocle. Derek nodded solemnly. All right. That's all for today. Klein ended the gathering. As the blurry silhouettes of everyone began to fade and vanish into light, he was just about to dismiss the clone of the world as well when he suddenly sensed it, someone was still watching him. It was Miss Death. Her body lingered in a semi-illusory state, and she, too, seemed confused by this, exchanging a puzzled glance with Klein before she faded away completely. Klein's heart skipped a beat. What's going on? I already cut the connection, how could she remain for a few more seconds? Was it because of that angel-level evil spirit? A sudden sense of danger surged within him. The space above the gray fog is my last refuge in this world. If a being at the level of an angel can invade this place, then that would be disastrous. With this in mind, he materialized the divination crystal and wrote on a piece of parchment. Someone just intruded here. He repeated the divination 7 times. The yellow crystal rotated counterclockwise. No intrusion. Klein was stunned. For the first time, he began to question the reliability of his divinations above the gray fog. He thought for a moment, then wrote another question. Will Miss Death housing the evil spirit bring danger? Still counterclockwise. Is there any hidden conspiracy in the evil spirit being housed by Miss Death? Still counterclockwise. No conspiracy. So Miss Death really did manage to house an angel-level evil spirit as a Sequence 5 gatekeeper. For a moment, Klein was at a complete loss. Just then, his spirituality began to wane. Rubbing his aching temples, he returned to the real world. Note, enjoy the extra chapter 540 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. And if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Thank me later. Link, patreon.com/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 186, Chapter 186, Derek feels absolutely confident. Empress Burrow, Edward's small villa. Lilith looked up and said, Edward, you're back. Nowadays, every time Edward attended the tarot club, Lilith would take the initiative to act as his security, guarding him during the meeting. Edward patted her head, then summoned Mr. Azek's messenger to inform him about the situation with Priscilla, how she had absorbed the 3-in-1 Medici evil spirit. Lilith, I'm heading out for a bit. She pouted. You've been so busy lately. Sorry about that. Once we're back at Hogwarts in a few days, things will quiet down. Lilith's eyes lit up. We're going back. Miss Lilith starting to miss McGonagall. After a second's thought, she asked, can we bring Susie back with us this time? I'll have to check with Audrey and Susie about that. She beamed. Susie wants to go. I'll bring her to play with McGonagall. All right. Lilith raised a little paw and waved. Come back soon. When Edward arrived at Mr. Azek and Priscilla's residence, Mr. Azek, having received the letter in advance, was already waiting outside. A trace of puzzlement marked his face. I just checked on Priscilla again. Her body does indeed contain an additional spirit in her underworld. It should be the evil spirit you mentioned. Do you think it poses a threat to her? Mr. Azek shook his head, tone firm, no. Edward was taken aback. Putting aside the power disparity between Mr. Azek and the Medici trio, just the fact that those three were all from the pathway of schemers meant they were inherently untrustworthy. So why was Mr. Azek so certain? His brows furrowed tightly. Because the relationship between that evil spirit and Priscilla is one of subordination. Forget harming her, he can barely even disobey her commands. Edward was stunned. He knew something had to be off, strangeness always meant something, but this 3-in-1 Medici stunt had him completely baffled. Can such a subordinate relationship really restrain the evil spirit? I mean, Priscilla is only sequence 5, while that spirit was once a sequence 1 angel. Mr. Azek thought for a moment before answering, but that angel has lost all the beyonder characteristics he once had. Right now, he's merely an evil spirit with a high level of authority. After a pause, he added, if you want, you can ask him directly. All right. The two entered the house side by side. Priscilla was putting on her shoes, looking ready to head out with her burial shroud in hand. Ah. Big brother Edward. She gave a delighted smile. What brings you here? Mr. Azek explained, Edward heard that you've acquired a powerful spirit and came to see for himself. Priscilla eyed them suspiciously. Did Mr. Azek tell you? Or did you just? Edward winked at her. The little one instantly pouted. Ugh, I knew I'd give it away. I wanted to surprise you. It's all their fault. Well, I am surprised enough already. Though her words made little sense, Mr. Azek grew curious, but didn't pry. At that moment, Priscilla crossed her arms, and the sigil of the gate of underworld surfaced on her forehead. With a blast of wind, a translucent man in blood-stained black armor stormed out from the realm of the dead. His expression fierce, he barked, Who do you want me to kill? Priscilla shook her head. No one. I just wanted to let you guys out for some fresh air. You little brat, you really think we're your prisoners? Then he noticed Edward a few meters away and froze slightly. You dare show your face again? Lord Medici, that's not fair. You broke our agreement and double-crossed me, what do I have to be afraid of? Two mouths appeared on either of Medici's cheeks. Quit wasting time, Medici. Kill him. Yes. Kill him. If it weren't for him, how would we be enslaved by this little brat? Kill him. Come on, do it. If you won't, give me control of the body. No matter how much the two mouths ranted, Medici remained unmoved. He stared at Edward darkly. Did you come just to laugh at me? Edward looked confused. Actually, I was worried you might harm Priscilla. Medici's expression turned puzzled. You really don't know. Don't know what? He scoffed coldly. That Adam set me up, of course. Edward was stunned. You mean your current state is his doing? Wasn't it he who sent you to break my seal? I was just fulfilling a mission to get the card of blasphemy. I didn't know anything else. Medici stared at Edward in silence. After a moment, he gave a cold, bitter laugh. No one walks away unscathed from dealing with him. With that, his figure slowly faded and returned to the underworld gate. Priscilla, acting like a miniature adult, clenched her fists. Humph. How dare they talk back? I'll teach them a lesson later. Edward was speechless. If the Medici trio had truly been set up by Adam to this extent, then, yes, it was tragically pitiful. But this raised another question, what exactly was Adam's purpose in binding the Medici trio as a spirit under Priscilla's control? Edward had initially assumed that Adam released Medici in preparation for the coming war. After all, once a person advanced to sequence 1, they would become a symbol of something greater. Just like what the Evernight goddess later told Klein. When he arrives, war shall engulf the land. The arrival of the Red Angel, the embodiment of war, in Lone meant the conflict was inevitable. It signified that the tide set in motion by Adam could no longer be reversed. Wait a minute. In the original timeline, the Medici trio was released by Insanguil and wandered the world with him for a time. Only after Ince's death did it return to Backlund with the Aurora Order, thus truly becoming the symbol of war. But now, Medici had been sealed inside Priscilla's underworld domain from the very start. He wouldn't be wandering the world. He wouldn't need to return to Lone because he had never left. Did that mean Adam's war would erupt earlier than in the original timeline? But why? Since arriving in the world of the Fool, Edward had done a number of things and influenced quite a few people, but had he really triggered such a major shift in Adam's grand plans? Just then, Priscilla walked over and gently tugged on his finger. In a small voice, she asked, "Brother Edward, what's wrong? Did they make you mad? Should I call them out to apologize to you?" "Ah, no need for that." "Really?" Edward quickly waved his hand. Priscilla was young and could afford not to understand the consequences, but he had to keep his wits about him. If he offended the Medici trio too badly, and it ever broke free in the future, wouldn't he just be adding a powerful enemy to his list? With that thought in mind, Edward said, "Priscilla, since that evil spirit is now your summon, you two are partners now. And partners should always treat each other with respect. Got it?" She nodded obediently, a picture of docility. Isaac, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. "I believe I know that spirit. But it feels like a memory from a very, very long time ago. Back in the War of the Four Emperors, Medici had supported Black Emperor Solomon under the true creator, while Isaac had stood by his own father, the underworld Emperor Salinger. The two likely had met, though they probably hadn't known each other well." Edward thought for a moment and said, "Mr. Isaac, from what I've learned, you and Medici existed in the same era before your memory loss. So, maybe communicating with him could help recover some of those lost memories. But, I feel an inexplicable repulsion toward him. Something deep inside me just doesn't want to recover those memories." Edward was momentarily stunned, then, he understood. Isaac, the death consul of the Fourth Epoch, had essentially been born devoid of emotion and humanity. He had existed as a backup plan for Salinger's resurrection, nothing more. In the original story, he had lived alone, single-mindedly chasing after his lost memories. But now, with Priscilla, his descendant, by his side, that desperate desire to regain his past no longer burned as strongly. Maybe that wasn't such a bad thing. Because in the later parts of the original novel, as Isaac recovered more memories, his humanity seemed to fade. "Well, that's ultimately up to you," Edward said softly. Isaac nodded, his expression complicated. Priscilla glanced back and forth between the two men, her eyes full of confusion. City of Silver. Derek had been back from the gray fog for a while now, sitting on his bed, still turning over in his mind how he could report all this to the chief. Just then, a knock came at his door, along with a cheerful voice, "Derek, it's me, Duck." Derek blinked. Duck. They were both members of the same patrol team and had recently explored that ruined city-state with the True Creator statue together. But that was the extent of their relationship. Why would Duck come looking for him? Opening the door, Derek saw the medium-built, slightly chubby boy smiling warmly. "Derek, Elder Lovia asked us to gather at the plaza." "What for?" Duck scratched his head. "Seems like we're going to explore the underground section of that half-destroyed temple from last time. When are we heading out?" "Probably within the next 2 days." Derek stepped outside. "Let's go, then." Maybe, after this exploration, when he reported back to the chief, he could use it as a convenient excuse to explain some of the strange things he knew, as if it were something he encountered during the mission. Derek thought it over carefully and felt that this plan was rock solid. Soon, the two arrived at the plaza. Including Lovia, the exploration team consisted of 8 people. After everyone gathered, she didn't say much, just briefed them on the departure time and what supplies to prepare, then dismissed the group. Just as Derek was about to leave with the others, Lovia suddenly called out, "Derek, did that brain of Asman you took last time prove useful?" "Yes, it did." "Good. If you ever need anything else, just let me know." Derek scratched his head. "For now, I don't think I need anything." Lovia's lips curved into a beautiful smile. "All right then, you're free to go." Feeling the weight of her gaze on his back, Derek felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't help but start to doubt, could Elder Lovia, who had now pledged herself to an evil god, truly be acting in City of Silver's best interest? The kindness she showed me. Was it real? Or was it just a test? And this upcoming trip to the temple ruins, would she do something to me? Derek, who was never particularly good at thinking things through, found his thoughts spinning into chaos. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 187, advancing to Sequence 6. Over the next 2 days, Edward spent his time both actively playing the role of an astrologer to digest the final traces of the potion, and preparing for his return to the Harry Potter world. According to his calculations, by the time he got back, it would be nearly Christmas. As for the Christmas gifts he planned to give everyone, Edward decided to purchase them all from the world of mysteries. After all, they counted as exotic souvenirs from his travels. Dumbledore's gift was a set of potion ingredients for the next sequence of the mystery prior pathway, along with a pair of fuzzy wool socks. Harry Potter would receive 25 exorcism bullets, 25 purification bullets, and a brand new revolver. As for Snape's gift, Edward was still deliberating. Should he ask Emlyn for some potions from the mystical world for Snape to study? Or, should he just go all in and give him the apothecary's formula and ingredients? He hadn't figured out what to get Grindelwald yet. Anything too mundane felt unworthy, but if he gave something with extraordinary power, he worried the former Dark Lord might stir up trouble. Cedric's gift was a coin imbued with a touch of luck. Even though the plot had already veered far off course, who knew if he might still end up just as unlucky as he had in the original story. As for everyone else he had a decent relationship with, he had prepared gifts too, though most of those were more like straightforward, local specialties. Upon learning that the Harry Potter world celebrated a major festival equivalent to New Year's, Audrey had also started bustling about, picking out gifts for her friends. On Wednesday afternoon, Edward had just returned home from closing up his stall, cradling Lilith in his arms, when a woman clad in a simple robe and a bark-belted waist appeared before him. It was the servant of concealment, Lady Ariana. "Good afternoon, Lady Ariana." "Good afternoon, Mr. Edward." Ariana gave a slight nod and handed him a piece of parchment. "This is from the lady." Edward unfolded it, another shopping list. But this time, the contents were drastically different: several barrels of crude oil, a number of generators, various household electrical appliances, several tons of grain, wind power technology, solar power generation tech. And the final item on the list made Edward's eye twitch: nuclear fission principles and related technologies. The Evernight goddess, what is she trying to pull? Edward strongly suspected this list had been suggested by the god of steam. It seemed that due to his presence, the Evernight goddess and the god of steam and machinery were likely entering a deeper phase of collaboration. Otherwise, this list wouldn't be packed with so much tech and machinery. At that moment, Ariana spoke softly, "The lady's will is, do your best, no need to force it." Edward drew the knight symbol over his chest. "Praise the goddess. I'll be going then." "Wait, my lady," Edward quickly called out. "I have a small, perhaps unreasonable request. Would you be willing to cooperate with me for a divination?" She nodded slightly. "Certainly." Edward took out his astrolabe and smiled gently. "What would you like to divine?" Ariana thought for a moment, then looked at Lilith. "The first thing, I want to know what she's going to eat tonight." Lilith, who had been sitting obediently, immediately lifted her head and stomped on Edward's chest with her little paw. "Lilith, you can talk." She immediately chirped, "I can just tell you what Miss Lilith is going to eat tonight." Edward chuckled. "Thank you, Lilith, but please allow me a chance to divine it anyway." "All right." Edward skillfully operated the astrolabe, then scratched Lilith's chin and turned to Ariana. "Lilith will start with some cat food tonight, then sneak out around midnight to catch 2 mice, and on her way back at dawn, she'll secretly snack on a dried fish treat." Lilith immediately pouted. Miss Lilith would never steal dried fish. Ariana gave a faint nod and spoke again. "The second thing I wish to divine is, does hope still exist for the future?" Edward froze. That kind of vague and obscure question was nearly impossible to divine. He pondered for a moment, then tried again with the astrolabe. Unsurprisingly, the result was dim and muddled, in other words, divination failed. But Edward acted as if he hadn't seen the result at all, and smiled gently. "The future will be full of hope. The road ahead will be smooth. Everything the goddess hopes for, shall come true." A rare hint of a smile appeared on her face. "May the goddess bless you." "Thank you, my lady." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Ariana's figure seemed to be erased by an invisible rubber. And then, a wondrous, mysterious sensation surged through him. He knew it. The astrologer potion had been fully digested. Lilith was still staring at the spot where Ariana had vanished, her little face full of amazement. "Wow. That was so cool. Miss Lilith wants to learn that trick too." "Ah, that's a power from the darkness pathway, Lilith. You can't." Halfway through, Edward suddenly remembered that the darkness and demoness pathways were half-neighboring pathways, which meant switching between them was theoretically possible. So he quickly changed his tune. "Once you advance to sequence 7, maybe you'll have the chance to learn it." Yay. 1 man and 1 cat walked along the street on their way home. Lilith lay obediently on Edward's shoulder, her sapphire-like eyes wide open, as if imagining what it would be like if she could also perform that eraser disappearance trick. "How's your instigator potion digestion going, Lilith?" She turned her head, looking a little disgruntled. "Just a little bit." "Ah. But haven't you been running out every day to incite people?" "Yep. Miss Lilith works very hard every day, but the results are just SOSO. Edward thought for a moment and more or less figured out the reason. Because of his strict requirements, Lilith's instigation had always been quite mild, she only stirred up small quarrels and occasional scuffles. But thinking back to when Trissy played the role of the instigator, she had incited the entire crew of the Alfalfa to slaughter each other in a bloodbath. He stroked Lilith's little head and said, "Next time we go back, I'll take you out to sea and find you a ship full of pirates to incite. Then you can incite them however you like. That should help you digest the potion quickly." "Okay." She tilted her head, looking at Edward with curiosity and asked, "Edward, do you really want to advance to sequence 7? "Of course." "Why?" "Because, then Miss Lilith might turn into a catgirl." "What?" "A catgirl, it means turning into a human." "So?" Lilith shook her head. "But Miss Lilith doesn't want to be human." "Why not?" "Because humans don't eat mice." But she soon looked a little conflicted. "But if I become human, I can make mouse steak, mouse soup, and braised mouse noodles by myself." "Edward. This little one's obsession with mice really is eternal." With both the madman and astrologer potions fully digested and all the ingredients for sequence 6 prepared, Edward decided to brew the potion for the bookworm that very night. Audrey arrived early upon hearing the news. As a newly advanced psychiatrist, she had gained the mystical ability, placate, and could offer support in case anything went wrong when Edward took the potion. As night deepened, the crimson half-moon cast a thin red mist over all of Backlund, mysterious and dreamlike, as though the entire city had sunk into a fantasy. Empress Burrow, inside Edward's rented villa. Edward took out a thoroughly cleaned cauldron and began adding the ingredients for the scribe potion, a complete Asmon's brain, a cursed object from an ancient wraith, 3 diary pages over 22 years old, 10 milliliters of mercury, 10 drops of honeysuckle essential oil and more, each ingredient added in precise order. After stirring, these ingredients, which had been solid, liquid, and powdered, miraculously transformed into a mass of transparent liquid glittering with starlight. It emitted a faint spiritual radiance and stirred in Edward an overwhelming desire to drink it all in one gulp. But he didn't. Because this was only the scribe potion, not the bookworm one. One final ingredient was missing, the beyonder characteristic of a polymath. Carefully, he dropped a prismatic gem into the cauldron. In an instant, the gem melted into a multicolored liquid, merging with the starry potion. Edward stirred once again, watching as the previously clear liquid took on a radiant, multicolored sheen. The desire to drink it intensified. Audrey, who had been holding her breath this entire time, finally couldn't help but whisper, "Is it ready?" Edward flipped a coin and said calmly, "Drinking this potion, I'll be advancing to sequence 6, bookworm." Clink, the coin landed in his palm, heads up. A clear affirmation. No problem. He carefully poured the shimmering potion into a beaker, then looked at Audrey and smiled. Cheers. He raised the beaker and downed the potion in one swift motion. The next second, his legs gave out and he collapsed onto the sofa. He felt his brain expanding rapidly, gray folds and ridges multiplying at an alarming rate. At the same time, his body began to disintegrate into countless glowing cells. These luminous cells surrounded his brain and slowly formed the shape of a door. In the haze, Edward once again heard the familiar murmurs of Mr. Door, though they were faint and distorted, not nearly as clear as before. They reminded him of the indistinct, Hornassus, Phlegria, whispers Klein had heard from Antigonus when taking the Seer Pathways potions, echoes of the high-level existences tied to the path. He didn't know how long it took, but eventually, Edward regained control over his brain and cells and could feel his body once more. At the same time, a flood of knowledge surged through his mind, and he immediately understood how to use the scribe ability. The mutated brain replicates the mystical powers of a target, then directs specific activated cells to form corresponding symbols, patterns, and markings to store them. This was, I came, I saw, I recorded, using the spirit as the pen, and the spiritual body as the paper. For others, the process would end here, they would have successfully become a sequence 6 scribe. But Edward's experiences didn't stop. Suddenly, a kaleidoscope of starlight exploded before his eyes. The next moment, Edward found himself adrift in a vast starry sky. Before him stood that familiar glowing door he had seen many times before. Without hesitation, Edward raised his hand and pressed it against the door, then pushed. Creak. This time, the door opened. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 188, Behind the Door. Even though the door refused to budge after being pushed open a crack, Edward could still see everything through that narrow gap. Before his eyes was a surging river, and above it floated one phantom-like, transparent figure after another. Further downstream, a figure clad in a black robe and hood, holding a scythe, hovered above the water, its glowing red eyes watching everything in silence. That figure with the scythe, why does it look so much like death? But why would he see death? Even encountering Mr. Door again would have made more sense. A moment later, the river vanished. Everything seen through the crack in the door seemed to zoom in rapidly, as if through a fast-forwarded lens. Everything blurred, until suddenly, everything stilled. What appeared was a towering castle crowned with familiar spires. Hogwarts Castle. Edward had imagined countless times what might lie behind that door, but he had never expected to see death, or Hogwarts Castle. This time, he wasn't even given the chance to think. The door slammed shut with a heavy thud, and the brilliant multicolored stars in the sky rained down toward him like falling meteors, just like when he advanced to astrologer, madman. Each streak of starlight was like a stream of information pouring into Edward's mind from every direction. Time, in that moment, seemed to lose all meaning. It wasn't until the starry sky faded away that Edward's consciousness returned. He realized he had successfully advanced to Sequence 6, and a brand new set of information had surfaced in his mind. Sequence 6, Bookworm. You wholeheartedly believe that the stories within books are reflections of the real world. The people and creatures within those stories exist with flesh and blood. Because of that unwavering belief, you can draw mystical power from the words that compose those tales. Abilities. Record, use your spirit as the pen and your spiritual body as the paper to record mystical abilities you've witnessed. Silverfish, when you consume words imbued with mystical power, you temporarily gain the ability they describe. Sequence 5, Wandering Mentor. Ingredients, Traveler's Potion plus Shepherd's Beyonder characteristic. Ritual, establish 4 special coordinates across 4 completely different worlds. That was the end of the information stream. But Edward hadn't forgotten that the Madman Potion allowed him to temporarily borrow an ability from the next sequence through delusion. He immediately activated delusion, and right away, another new ability was added to his list. Converging Paths. Knowledge and abilities you pass on will return to you in the form of feedback. However, the ability you gain will be somewhat weakened. Edward was stunned. Was this ability telling him to become a teacher? But, new knowledge and abilities. Did that mean he had to teach Potty-Wondering in the Harry Potter world, and magic in the Lord of the Mysteries world? If so, wouldn't his greatest advantage, being able to travel between worlds, become meaningless? Still, what kind of feedback would this ability provide? Would he truly gain what his students learned from him? That sounded a bit too powerful. No wonder it required the shepherd's characteristic. In a way, this was another form of shepherding. As he was pondering, he suddenly felt a wave of lightness sweep over him. The confusion and questions stirred up by converging paths gently faded. He looked up and saw that Audrey was using placate on him. "How do you feel?" Audrey asked, concern written all over her face. Lilith had also jumped onto the sofa, looking up at Edward with wide eyes. "Edward, you looked really scary just now." Seeing the worry in their eyes, Edward's heart warmed, and he smiled. The advancement went smoothly. "I'm now a Sequence 6 bookworm. The name of Sequence 5 is Wandering Mentor." Audrey sighed in relief. "Bookworm, so how are you supposed to act the part?" Edward chuckled, "Maybe, read more books." Suddenly, he froze, then murmured, "The bookworm potion, it's already been fully digested." Audrey was stunned. Again. Another early digestion. After a moment of confusion, realization struck Edward. The bookworm description was, you wholeheartedly believe the stories within books are real worlds. The characters and creatures inside are flesh and blood existences. The core idea was the unshakable belief that the worlds in books were real. Now, consider this, aside from rare spectators like the Dragon of Imagination, author of Groselle's Travels, who could create book worlds, who else could possibly believe more in the reality of fictional worlds than Edward? He had truly lived inside Lord of the Mysteries and Harry Potter. Every person he met, every story he experienced, every emotion he felt, it was all real. This was no longer a matter of belief or not. To Edward, the 2 book worlds were as objectively real as anything else, beyond question. That was why the bookworm potion had melted the moment it touched his tongue. But Edward couldn't bring himself to feel happy. A sudden thought emerged in his mind. The bookworm sequence seemed tailor-made for Harry Potter and Lord of the Mysteries, as if the cereal had been made just for the milk. But who would even have the power to arrange all of this? Even if the ancient sun god had resurrected, could he really connect the 2 worlds and specially create a brand new sequence? For the first time, Edward began to question his own existence. Could it be that he himself was a contingency left behind by some great being, a backup plan meant to ensure someone's return? What if, upon advancing far enough in the sequence, some primordial consciousness were to awaken within him? When that happened, would he still be himself? No. That would be no different from death. No, that would be even more despairing than death. Once that suspicion took root, it could no longer be suppressed. His mind spun into chaos, his spirituality surged out of control, and everything in his vision blurred and twisted. He was showing signs of losing control. Edward. 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 Suddenly, Audrey's voice pierced through the fog, as if calling from afar. There was fear and panic in her tone, as she cried out his name again and again. Edward's heart jolted. Audrey's figure gradually came into focus before his eyes. Her face was pale, and despite the pain of spiritual depletion, she continued to use placate without pause. Only then did Edward realize what was happening. He forced himself to concentrate and chased away all wild thoughts. As his anxiety and dread were gradually smoothed over, he finally awoke from that black hole of despair. The signs of spiritual outburst faded away. Audrey breathed a sigh of relief. Overwhelming exhaustion rushed in as she collapsed forward, drained of all strength. Edward quickly caught her, gently laying her down on the sofa. Holding her cold fingers, he whispered, "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, Audrey. I shouldn't have let my thoughts run wild like that." Her eyes fluttered open, revealing a faint smile. "As long as you're okay." Lilith cautiously placed her little paws on Edward's leg, looking up at him with big eyes. "Edward. Don't worry, I'm fine now. Really. It's all over. That was just some instability from advancing, it's a side effect." Audrey gave a soft hum of acknowledgement with her breath, eyes closed. Lilith whispered, "Miss Lilith was helping too, you know." "Thank you too, Lilith." "You're welcome." Audrey soon drifted into deep sleep. Severe spiritual depletion in a beyonder could sometimes lead to loss of control, but most of the time, it just left them physically and mentally drained. A good rest would usually suffice for recovery. Edward picked up a blanket and draped it over her. With his fingers, he gently stroked her pale cheek, then sat down on the floor beside the sofa, leaning against it, and began reviewing the extraordinary abilities he had just gained. Advancing to Bookworm had granted him 2 abilities, Record, and Silverfish. He had already tasted the Silverfish ability in advance thanks to Delusion. But now, at Sequence 6, the number of abilities he could consume had doubled, up to 10 in total. The duration remained at 48 hours, but the previous cooldown for switching abilities was gone. This meant that, purely from a beyonder ability standpoint, he was now at least on par with a demigod on both the Black Emperor and Red Priest pathways. Of course, due to limited spirituality, he couldn't sustain battles for long. He still lacked the spiritual reserves to eat Sequence 3 abilities. As for Record, it functioned similarly to an ordinary scribe. At the moment, he could store 1 demigod-level beyonder ability. For Sequence 6 and Sequence 5 abilities, he could record up to 8, though their effects would be roughly halved. For abilities from Sequences 7 to 9, he could store up to 20, with effects nearly identical to the originals. As his potion continued to digest, these limits would improve further. In the end, he would probably be able to store even more than what Lamino's travel notebook could contain. Disregarding the issue of spiritual consumption, a fully stocked Edward, maxed out with Silverfish and Record, would be equivalent to 5 or 6 beyonders from different pathways. And that's not even counting his spellcasting. He was basically a walking artillery unit, but again, that all hinged on having sufficient spirituality. With his abilities reviewed, next came the matter of acting and digestion. The bookworm had already been fully digested. All that remained now was the scribe. In the original novel, first digested scribe by traveling widely and recording local customs, blending it with recording beyonder abilities. As for that first part, he could travel between 2 worlds, which meant his digestion should be even faster. For the second part, he could directly record the abilities he devoured with Silverfish, self-sustaining. That meant he could soon digest scribe and advance to Sequence 5. Wait. Not quite. The ritual for Wandering Mentor was a lot more complicated than that of Traveler. The latter required setting up special coordinates in 4 vastly separated areas deep within the spirit world. But the Wandering Mentor needed special coordinates in 4 different worlds. And where on earth was he going to find 4 different worlds? The real world counted as 1. The spirit world could be the second. The Harry Potter world made 3. But what about the 4th? Note, enjoy the extra chapter 680 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. And if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Thank me later. Link, patreon.com/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 189, Chapter 189, Return to Hogwarts. Audrey slept all the way until the next morning. When she opened her drowsy eyes, the unfamiliar yet somehow familiar room around her left her a little disoriented. Then, she suddenly sat up straight. Where am I? Why am I sleeping here? But the memories of the previous night quickly surged back, and the tension in her heart eased at once. She lay back down again. No idea when Edward carried me to bed. She mumbled softly, a trace of shyness creeping into her heart. Though she had often spent evenings with Edward, this was the first time she had stayed the night at his place, and judging by how well she slept, it must have been in his bed. At that moment, a fuzzy little head suddenly popped up in front of her. It was Lilith. "Good morning, Audrey. I'll go tell Edward you're awake." Wait. Audrey quickly called out. Eh. She hopped out of bed, strode into the washroom, and used the mirror to tidy up her sleep-mussed hair and clothes. Only once she looked presentable did she smile slightly and say, "All right, now you can go." Lilith blinked in confusion, but still scampered to the door, jumped up skillfully to grab the handle, and pulled it open. "Edward, Audrey's awake." "Coming." Edward walked over holding a fresh toothbrush and towel. "Want to wash up here, or head back first?" "I'll do it here." Audrey took the items and returned to the washroom. Edward followed a couple of steps and leaned against the doorway. "How are you feeling now? Does your head still hurt?" She smiled with her eyes narrowed. "I'm fine. My spirituality's recovered, and I even digested a little more of the potion. If what happened last night happened a few more times, I might fully digest it soon. Let's not have a few more nights like that. A psychiatrist is more than just a walking tranquilizer, you know." Audrey paused mid-brush, then mused aloud, "True, do you think I should roleplay at a psychiatric hospital to speed things up?" "Ah." Edward immediately thought of Tinjin's infamous mental hospital and Hoodugin. That guy had tried to digest his potion by roleplaying at a mental institution, and ended up genuinely going mad. This time when we return to Hogwarts, you can really lean into the psychiatrist role. Teenagers all have psychological issues to some degree. Pfft. Audrey couldn't help but burst out laughing. "What? When you said that, did you forget that you're also a teenager?" "My cute little brother Edward." Edward had honestly forgotten. He chuckled, "Then I guess you'll have to analyze me too." "Deal." "Oh, and I know another place where everyone's psychological problems are off the charts." Audrey, still biting down on her toothbrush, asked curiously, "Where?" "Azkaban." "But isn't that where all the dangerous dark wizards are locked up? With dementors guarding the place? Isn't that way too dangerous? High risk, high reward." She spat out the foam, hesitated, then said, "Edward, I really think you might need intensive psychological treatment. This whole madman roleplay seems to have affected you a bit too deeply." "Ah." Edward had actually realized that himself a while ago. "Then, why don't you try helping me right now?" She nodded seriously at once. "All right." Then it suddenly occurred to Edward, could Audrey's psychiatrist abilities work on mental trauma caused by the magical side of things? Like Neville's parents, who had been tortured into madness by Bellatrix with the Cruciatus Curse, maybe Audrey could try helping them in the future. Soon, Audrey walked briskly out of the washroom. "Let's begin." The two of them sat facing each other in the living room. Just as Audrey was about to speak, Edward suddenly said, "Wait a moment." She blinked, confused, then saw Edward reach out and gently swipe a finger at the corner of her mouth. He smiled and said, "There was a bit of toothpaste left." Audrey's cheeks flushed pink. She coughed lightly. "That's not important. Now, tell me everything, about your time pretending to be a madman. What you experienced, what you thought. No hiding anything." Edward sat up straight, putting on a serious face. "All right. Number 15 Minsk Street." These past 2 days had been relatively relaxing for Klein. Though he was still brooding a bit over having declined 2 major commissions, the upside was that he had more time to roleplay as the magician and refine its acting principles. One of the key tenets he settled on was, a magician never performs without preparation. This wasn't just a rule for the magician, it would become a core combat principle for him moving forward. Just as he was resting his chin in his hand, pondering what the second tenet should be, a man's voice, praying with sincere reverence, suddenly reached his ears. It was Edward. Klein stood up, stretched lazily, and walked 4 steps counterclockwise to ascend above the grey fog. "Honorable Mr. Fool, I have advanced to sequence 6, Edward's voice echoed. "I wish to issue a commission to the other members of the Tarot Club. I'm looking to purchase 10 grams of trapped ghost residue powder, 10 grams of lemon balm powder, 80 milliliters of shadowless demonic wolf's blood." With the beyonder characteristic of the secret sorcerer of Bodhi's already in hand, Edward only needed the auxiliary ingredients to concoct the Traveler Potion. In addition, he continued, "I'd like to acquire the beyonder characteristic of a shepherd, as well as the formulas and ingredients for the low sequences across all paths." Seated in the fool's high-back chair, Klein clicked his tongue and muttered to himself. "I just finished figuring out the principles for the magician, and you've already advanced to sequence 6. Slow down a little, Edward. But why does he want a shepherd's characteristic, and the low sequence knowledge of all paths?" His fingers tapped unconsciously on the bronze table. Then, as usual, he projected Edward's image and voice to the other members of the club and responded coolly. "I see." Soon, Edward's figure appeared in the grey fog. He placed his right hand over his chest and said, "Thank you, Mr. Fool." Klein severed the connection and casually picked up the 2 cards of blasphemy at his side, flipping them over and over, his mind full of questions. Why does Edward borrow a blasphemy card every 2 days? He's on the apprentice pathway, what could he possibly be researching with them? Currently, the main use of the cards of blasphemy for Klein was during his self-summoning ritual. When he summoned and responded to himself to transform into a spiritual body, wrapping the card around him would lend its high-level authority to the spiritual form, solidifying it into something almost corporeal, allowing him to lift heavier objects and act more freely. I'll have to find a chance to ask Edward about this. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a faint knocking sound echoed, this time from reality, transmitted up through his physical ears into the space above the fog. A new client. Klein exited the gray fog and returned to reality. He walked to the door at a measured pace. Just as he touched the handle, the image of the visitor outside surfaced naturally in his mind. It was a well-dressed, middle-aged gentleman. His white shirt was crisp and immaculate, the thick gray-blue vest tightly fitted around his stomach, and his long tailcoat was impeccably cut, without a single wrinkle. Someone Klein had never seen before, but clearly of notable status, just based on his attire. He opened the door. The gentleman removed his hat and pressed it to his chest, bowing with textbook-perfect manners. I am a butler. I've come on behalf of my master to invite you, Mr. Sherlock Moriarty. Pardon me, sir, Klein responded politely, but do I know your master? The gentleman replied calmly, you probably do not. But you've likely heard of him, from one of his good friends. Who? Talum Dumont. Klein froze. A diviner's instinct immediately filled him with a sense of unease. May I ask who your master is? The gentleman straightened even further, chin lifting slightly. He is the heir of the founder and protector of the kingdom, a descendant of the Might Wielder, and the fifth child of His Majesty the King, Duke of Lastings, His Highness Prince Edisac Augustus. Holy hell, it really is that prince. I'm sorry, sir, but I don't understand, why would someone of the prince's stature invite me? Talum Dumont is dead. Klein's pupils shrank. He died while attempting to elope with a maid from the prince's estate. Eloped? With a maid? Talum came from nobility himself. To think he'd have an affair with a maid and actually elope. That didn't sound like something he'd ever do. The butler's voice grew heavier, there was nothing left at the scene. Just Talum's already stiff body. The footprints indicated the maid left the scene. His Highness hopes you can find her, and from her, discover what truly happened. Over the following 2 days, Edward spread his request to purchase low-sequence formulas and materials to everyone he could reach. His goal, of course, was to prepare for the converging paths of the wandering mentor. As for whether to pass on magical knowledge in the mysteries world, Edward was still weighing his options. After all, it involved the uniqueness of his own foundation and survival. But in the Harry Potter world, teaching potion making and knowledge about Beyonders could proceed ahead of time, since progression along the potion path required higher sequence formulas and corresponding ingredients. And those would remain tightly controlled by Edward himself. Without his approval, even if the secrets of mystical power were leaked, the consequences would be minimal. Whether to expand dissemination on a larger scale would depend on the feedback results from converging paths. 2 days later. After praying to Mr. Fool and receiving the Black Emperor card, 2 people, 1 dog, and 1 cat returned at 3 p.m. sharp to the room of requirement at Hogwarts. Before Edward could even take in his surroundings, a searing pain shot through his arm. As he looked down, information regarding the next transit time surged into his mind. This time, he would remain in each world for 28 days. Edward blinked, rubbing his eyes reflexively. Wait a second, didn't I just advance to sequence 6? Why is my stay duration shorter now? The rules behind this world-traveling duration, was there seriously no logic? Was it just completely random and whimsical? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 190, Dumbledore is planning something big. Susie, we're home. Lilith leapt out of the sling bag and said proudly to Susie, who was climbing up beside her, this is Miss Lilith's home, Hogwarts. Susie looked around curiously. Aren't we still in Loan? Is this Faceac? Or the southern continent? Neither. Lilith flicked her tail smugly. This is Britain. Never heard of it. Hee hee, of course you haven't. This is a hidden country. No one knows about it except us. This explanation was the agreed-upon story they'd all decided to tell Susie. As one of the participants, Lilith was extremely pleased with herself. When Susie eventually realized she was actually in a completely different world, she'd be absolutely stunned. Oh. In her spectator mode, Susie immediately saw through Lilith's lie. But who cares? I'm just a dog anyway. At that moment, Edward informed Audrey about the new time limit. The two of them discussed it in detail, but came up with nothing. Whatever, Audrey said. If it's 28 days, then it's 28 days. Let's go out and see what's happened in the past month. Although they had thwarted Voldemort's plot involving the Chamber of Secrets last time, eliminated Wormtail, and even used Voldemort's name to frighten the corrupt Ministry of Magic a bit. Voldemort himself was still alive. As for Fudge and the Toad, it wasn't likely they'd be scared into behaving permanently after just one incident. Sigh, let's hope old Dumbles is up to the task. On the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, a door suddenly appeared in the wall opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy teaching the Trolls ballet. Edward, carrying Lilith, stepped out, accompanied by Audrey, with Susie curiously following behind. They had just rounded a corner when several people appeared ahead, chatting and handing out leaflets. One of them spotted Edward and hurried over, handing him a flyer. Hey, interested in the Minister for Magic election? Get your family and every wizard you know to support the cause. He handed Audrey one as well. Minister for Magic election. Edward blinked. Since when did Hogwarts get involved with the ministry? He looked down at the flyer. The first thing he saw was Dumbledore's long white beard. He wore his signature half-moon spectacles and a gentle smile while raising a fist in the air, shouting, "Vote for me." Although the voice somehow sounded a bit like the Weasley twins. Next to the image was a bold headline. A political upheaval in the British Ministry of Magic. Following Minister Cornelius Fudge's 3-week medical leave, the ministry has announced an early election for the new Minister for Magic. Headmaster Albus Dumbledore has once again been invited to run, and this time, he hasn't declined. Students, friends, gentlemen, and ladies, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Let's vote together to make the great Professor Dumbledore our next Minister for Magic. Hogwarts forever. Dumbledore is running for Minister for Magic. Edward and Audrey looked at each other in shock. It was common knowledge that Dumbledore had been invited multiple times in the past to become minister, but he had always refused. According to him, it wasn't that he was some ascetic monk with no desire for power or authority, far from it. A man who once joined forces with Gellert Grindelwald to pursue a vision of the greater good, and who had once tried to reshape the world, how could he possibly have no ambition? Precisely because he understood himself so well, because he feared that too much power might bring out the darkness in his heart and endanger the magical world, he had always chosen to stay away from political power. But after all that had happened recently, he seemed to realize that constantly retreating and letting mediocre fools take over might lead to even worse outcomes. He had said as much last time they returned. What Edward hadn't expected was that once old Dumbles made up his mind, he'd move so decisively. If this early election was really happening, there was a good chance Dumbledore had pulled strings behind the scenes to set it in motion. Audrey smiled. Seems like Headmaster Dumbledore really took your advice to heart. I think it's more than that. In the original storyline, the crises Hogwarts faced were far more severe, Voldemort wreaking havoc with his Death Eaters, the Ministry practically issuing a warrant for Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix, and even Grindelwald's death. None of that ever made Dumbledore change his stance. He ultimately chose to sacrifice himself and pass the future to Snape and Harry. That just shows how deeply he could endure. But this was more like it. This was the great White Lord we all wanted to see. Soon, they arrived at the hideous giant gargoyle guarding the entrance to the headmaster's office. The stone beast had already moved aside, revealing the spiraling staircase beyond. Someone must have gone up just moments ago. Sure enough, as they reached the carved wooden door, they heard voices from inside. You've really decided, Albus. Decided what? To run for Minister for Magic. Actually, I'm still considering it. What's your opinion, Severus? Snape's voice was cold. I think it's a good idea. At the very least, if you win, you can immediately get rid of those damned Dementors from the school. Oh, I was thinking the same. There was a short pause, then Dumbledore asked in a light tone, have you found out what the Dementors are really after? Hey, either it's evidence that you're harboring criminals, or proof that you've violated the laws of the wizarding world. Cornelius Fudge really only knows how to play these kinds of tricks. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Dumbledore put on his half-moon spectacles and said warmly, come in. Edward and Audrey entered the office with a dog and a cat in tow. A smile immediately bloomed across Dumbledore's face. Oh, I was just counting the days. You were due back around now. Welcome, welcome. Good afternoon, Professor Dumbledore. Good afternoon, Professor Snape. The moment they stepped into the office, Lilith's eyes locked onto the Phoenix Fox, who was perched on a shelf grooming his feathers. A cunning glint flickered in her eyes, thoughtful and deliberate. In stark contrast, Fawkes suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, shrinking back his head with a visible shiver. Snape gave a brief nod and turned his gaze to Audrey. Miss Hall, I trust this excursion didn't interfere too much with your studies. Please rest assured, Professor. Good. Just as he said this, Snape suddenly felt a gaze fixed on him. It was from the Golden Retriever. His brow furrowed instantly, a strange sense of discomfort crawling over him. It didn't feel like he was being stared at by a dog, it felt like a person was boring into him with an unblinking gaze. Is this dog your pet? Audrey nodded. Yes, her name is Susie. She's not only my pet, but also my partner. Susie, say hello to Professor Snape. Unfortunately, Susie didn't understand English. She just tilted her head in confusion. Snape's mood suddenly soured. He was reminded of a certain someone he loathed, a man whose animagus form also happened to be a dog. This golden retriever, could it also be an animagus? He quickly shook his head, brushing away the absurd idea. Edward asked, Professor Snape, I overheard you just now, did you say there are Dementors at school? What, you didn't run into them on your way back? No. Snape sneered. They were sent here last week, right after Cornelius Fudge heard that Albus was running for minister. Officially, it's to protect the students. In reality, he just wants to dig up dirt that might hurt Albus's campaign. Dumbledore chuckled. Then I'm afraid he'll be disappointed. How many Dementors are there in total? Maybe a dozen. It's not that he doesn't want more, it's just that he was scared witless last time by Voldemort. These days, he won't go anywhere without a full escort of Aurors and Dementors. What about Azkaban? What? Edward scratched his head, looking genuinely puzzled. I mean, if he's pulling that many Dementors out all at once, are there still enough left guarding the dark wizards locked up in Azkaban? Do you really think Cornelius Fudge has time to care about something like that right now? Fair enough. Audrey facepalmed at the side. So much for the psychological counseling from a few days ago. Clearly, Edward still hadn't given up on the idea of going to Azkaban to bring warmth to those dark wizards. I'll be going then, Snape said. Can't have those Dementors getting too out of hand. Dumbledore reminded him kindly, be careful, Severus. Better let Minerva or Filius handle the Dementors. You're still not quite ready. Snape's steps paused. Understood. Edward could hear the subtext in their exchange. The best spell against Dementors was the Patronus charm. But dark wizards, especially Death Eaters, could almost never cast it. Snape, however, was a rare exception. With a wave of his wand, Dumbledore conjured 2 chairs and pushed aside the stack of thick letters on his desk. Please, have a seat. Oh, all of these are complaint letters from the Ministry and the pureblood families, dozens, even hundreds, every day. Absolutely dreadful. So, how was your journey? Any new discoveries? Edward thought for a moment, then replied half jokingly, half seriously. I suppose the biggest gain would be in strength. If Voldemort were to appear in front of me now, I think I'd have the confidence to defeat him. Oh. Now that is good news. Dumbledore laughed. In fact, after taking the potion, I too discovered that this power from another world is even more wondrous than I imagined. You've advanced to Mystery Prior? That's right. Dumbledore nodded with a smile. The Mystery Prior potion didn't grant me overwhelming power, but it has given me a deeper insight into the essence of magic. It's even helped me make some progress in my long-stalled research into ancient spells. Hearing this, Edward pulled out a piece of parchment and 2 pouches of ingredients from his pouch and placed them on the desk. This is the formula and materials for Sequence 8, Melee Scholar, and Sequence 7, Warlock. Once you finish digesting the Mystery Prior potion, you can use them for advancement. These were purchased from Bernadette before departure, though this time she charged money, since she also had to buy the lower-tier materials from her crew. Edward then hesitated for a moment before asking. Professor, if I want to pass this power of potion-based advancement on to more people, who do you think would be suitable candidates? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 191, The Choice of Potion Paths. Dumbledore raised his brows slightly in surprise. Oh. The sequence I've just advanced to requires me to play the role of someone who imparts new knowledge and abilities. In turn, I gain strength from the knowledge and abilities I pass on. I see. A thoughtful gleam lit Dumbledore's eyes as he stroked his beard. In that case, I believe you can start from within Hogwarts. Minerva, Flitwick, Severus, and Sprout, all 4 are trustworthy. Then there's Arthur Weasley, Lupin, and a few others. They were part of the Order of the Phoenix I formed to resist Voldemort, they can be trusted as well. And Grindelwald. What? Edward looked quite surprised. Although he regarded Grindelwald as his mentor, he had always maintained a certain degree of caution toward the former Dark Lord. Hey, Grindelwald did indeed commit grave mistakes in the past, but you must understand, he didn't act out of selfish ambition or personal gain, but rather out of hope for the future of wizardkind. And now, he's seen a different, brighter path forward. Edward trusted Dumbledore, but he couldn't help but feel a little skeptical about his opinion of Grindelwald. Is this what they call, beauty is in the eye of the beholder? Dumbledore chuckled, waving a hand. Of course, these are just my personal suggestions. The final decision is still yours to make, I trust your judgment. All right. Edward mentally calculated the potions and ingredients he'd brought back. If there were enough to go around after distribution, then Grindelwald could have some too. Sigh, let's hope all this effort pays off and the converging paths feedback effect really kicks in. Professor, do you have any suggestions as to what potions Professor Snape and the others should take? That's something best left for them to decide. Dumbledore suddenly chuckled. Take Severus, for example. Most people would assume he's perfectly suited to the apothecary pathway, given how it specializes in brewing and can even grant the ability to transform into a bat. But who knows, perhaps Severus might prefer the assassin potion path. If Snape really chooses the assassin path, he's probably planning to slip it quietly into Harry Potter's food. Dumbledore then glanced at Lilith and Susie, pondering for a moment before asking, I'm curious, have both of them, Lilith and Susie, also taken potions? Lilith, who was dozing on Audrey's lap, perked up her ears at the mention of her name and looked over. Yes. Lilith, say hello to Professor Dumbledore. Lilith immediately sat up straight, curling her tail neatly around her hind legs as she purred sweetly, hello, Professor Whitebeard. Audrey gently patted Susie's head. Sorry, Professor. Susie doesn't understand English. Still, Susie gave a polite greeting in Loanese. Dumbledore's eyes widened in astonishment. He murmured, incredible, truly incredible. To think that, after taking potions, a cat and a dog could gain the ability to speak, and even attain such intelligence. They were both ordinary animals before taking the potion, weren't they? Not some sort of magical creatures. Lilith tilted her chin and declared, Miss Lilith was just a normal kitty, but now I'm the smartest cat. Susie, woof. I'm just a dog. Anyone else would surely think they were animagi. After all, even magical creatures only possess certain unique abilities, yet these two. Lilith spoke again, I'm an assassin. Susie is a spectator. A spectator? Marvelous. No creature could fit the spectator's role better than a dog. And assassin, well, cats are born assassins. Audrey smiled faintly. Professor, do you remember how the assassin path forces a transformation into a female body after sequence 7? Of course I do. But Lilith is already a female cat, isn't she? Audrey cast a glance at Edward. At that point, Lilith might turn into a human woman. Now Dumbledore was truly shocked. You mean, a real human transformation? Not just transfiguration. Exactly. Merlin's beard, that's utterly unmagical. Then, with sudden realization, he turned to Edward with a meaningful look. Edward was instantly speechless. What's with that look? Shit, don't make me sneak Grindelwald an assassin potion. He hurriedly changed the subject. By the way, during the trip, I finally succeeded in completing the animagus transformation. But I didn't turn into a regular animal, I became an obscurial. Dumbledore's brows lifted. After a moment's thought, he made the same guess Edward had previously entertained. Because of your previous connection with the Obscurus? Not sure. How does it feel when you transform? Just like the legends say, chaotic emotions, an overwhelming urge to destroy everything in sight. But, I can slowly start to control my consciousness. Just like Cretans in the past. I imagine Gellert would be very interested in this. He looked at Edward, a thoughtful expression on his face. No wonder, when you returned, I could sense a strong wave of dark magic coming from you. Perhaps, it's the obscurial influence. Air. Edward froze, then admitted a little guiltily, actually, I did end up using quite a bit of dark magic recently, especially the Imperious Curse and the Killing Curse. Dumbledore fell silent for a moment, then said gently, it sounds like you faced many dangers over there. Audrey nodded in earnest agreement. Yes, Professor. There were terrifying beings and secret organizations, all targeting Edward. Edward sighed. You probably know that the excessive use of dark magic affects the caster, it makes people ugly, cruel, terrifying, less human. Audrey immediately looked at Edward in concern. Edward, meanwhile, recalled the killing curse he had cast when he first arrived in the world of mysteries. Back then, the spell's power was far weaker than it was now. Part of the reason was that his sequence had advanced and he could invest more spirituality, but it was also closely tied to his internal killing intent when casting the curse. After all, in the world of Harry Potter, magic is idealistic, driven by emotions. So, should I cut back on using dark magic from now on? Not necessarily. Dumbledore shook his head. Grindelwald used dark magic countless times throughout his life, yet he didn't fall to become some depraved dark sorcerer. Snape, too, was once a master of the dark arts, a textbook dark wizard, yet his Patronus was stronger than most. Of course, I'm not saying they were paragons of virtue. It's just that, they both managed to master dark magic without being consumed by it. They controlled the magic, rather than let it control them. Perhaps you could ask them how they did it. I understand, Professor. I'll find a time to visit Mr. Grindelwald. All right then, you two should get some rest. I'll go over the potion assignments again and give you the final list later. As the two stood up, Edward suddenly remembered something. Right, Professor, are you seriously planning to run for Minister for Magic? Dumbledore blinked and smiled. Why not? I think this might be the most straightforward way for me to charge into the ministry and clear the obstacles, all while keeping control over the situation. While I was away, has Voldemort appeared again? No. He shook his head. Actually, since I confirmed at the start of the year that he wasn't dead, we've been playing a dangerous game of cat and mouse. He wants the Philosopher's Stone I borrowed from Nicholas Flamel, and I want to know why he's still alive. The day I had Hagrid retrieve the stone from Gringotts, that was his first move. But after Quirrell was trampled to death by the dragon, Voldemort disappeared again, until the Chamber of Secrets was reopened. Edward asked in surprise, you knew something was wrong with Quirrell from the start? Of course not, Dumbledore sighed. If I were that clever, I'd have caught Voldemort long ago. It was all deduced after the Gringotts incident. He paused for a few seconds, then continued, the problem now is, I don't know what state Voldemort is in, nor whether he still needs the stone. But I'm planning to find out. You're going to use the Philosopher's Stone to lure him out? Exactly. This was the same tactic he used in the original books. Not only did it successfully draw Voldemort out, it also helped train the trio. Edward thought for a moment and asked, is there anything I can do to help? If I were 10 years younger, I would confidently tell you, absolutely not. Dumbledore's gaze lingered on Edward and Audrey. But now, if any children end up in danger, do what you can to help them. No problem, Professor. The moment they walked out of the headmaster's office, Lilith couldn't wait to drag Susie off to explore the castle and find Professor McGonagall to play games with. Seeing Susie's size, nearly as large as a standard golden retriever, Edward could only silently pray for Professor McGonagall's well-being. The two of them made their way down the stairs, past long hallways and the chaotic moving staircases, and finally exited the castle of Hogwarts. What met their eyes was a vast expanse of white. Everything was blanketed in thick snow, dreamlike and surreal. Audrey stood still for a moment, extending her hand to catch the snowflakes drifting down from above. She murmured, last time I was here, it was just late autumn. And now it's already snowing like this. No wonder they hadn't run into any students along the way. Everyone was probably either in class or huddled in the dorms trying to stay warm. She exhaled a puff of misty breath, gazing out at the snowy mountains, the lakeshore, and the towers of the castle. It's beautiful. Edward followed her gaze, but what surfaced in his mind was the image of Hogwarts as he'd seen it through that narrow gap during his advancement ritual. What exactly did that vision mean? Ah, it's freezing. Audrey suddenly pulled her hand back, rubbing it gently and blowing into her palm. Then, grabbing Edward's hand, she exclaimed, hey, your hand is so warm. Let me hold it. Vestis Tempestas. Edward tapped her clothing with his wand, and in an instant, she was wrapped in a thick, cozy coat. Still cold. Nope. She clutched his hand even tighter. The two of them leaned against each other, quietly admiring the snow-covered Hogwarts. Suddenly, an intense chill swept down from the sky, a chill so biting it felt as though it could freeze one's very blood, leaving an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Then, two tall, thin black figures floated down from the air. They were cloaked in dark robes, their heads completely hidden beneath hoods. From within each cloak extended a single hand, dimly glowing, grayish, skeletal, and crusted with scabs, as if it belonged to something long dead and rotting in water. Dementors. Note, enjoy the extra chapter 820 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. And if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Thank me later. Link, patreon.com/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 192, The Patronus Charm. The two Dementors were clearly ravenous. The moment they spotted the two young witches and wizards who dared to wander out of the castle, they swooped in without hesitation, intending to feast on every last shred of their happiness. Edward immediately shielded Audrey behind him and shouted, flying is prohibited here. In almost an instant, the two Dementors, usually as light and airy as mist, were suddenly pulled downwards by a powerful invisible force. With no means to resist, they crashed to the ground like puppets with their strings cut. Without hesitation, Edward leaned back, arms outstretched as if preparing to embrace the sun. He was about to cast light of holiness. After all, with their grotesque and undead nature, Dementors clearly fell under the category of filth and necromancy. Nothing would be more fitting than purifying them with divine magic. Expecto Patronum. At that moment, a beam of brilliant white light shot forward, striking the Dementors sprawled on the ground. Ah! The two Dementors shrieked in unison, a piercing, ghastly sound. They scrambled to crawl away, desperate to avoid the power of the Patronus charm. But unable to fly, they could only claw and drag themselves along the snow in a pathetic attempt to escape. A large bat stepped forward. It was Snape. No sooner had Dumbledore given him the warning than Snape had already responded with the Patronus charm. He looked at the pair, expression cold and stern. "Weren't you told there are Dementors around Hogwarts? Why are you wandering about?" Edward quickly explained, "We only wanted to take a look at the snow outside the castle. We didn't think the Dementors would be bold enough to come this close." "Avoid going out until they've been withdrawn," Snape said curtly. With a flick of his cloak, he turned and strode off. "Thank you, Professor." Snape didn't respond and soon disappeared down the corridor. Audrey stuck her tongue out and tugged Edward back inside the castle. That magic Professor Snape just used, was that the Patronus charm? That's right. Edward sighed helplessly at the mention of the spell. "It's one of those spells I just can't seem to master no matter how hard I try." In the Harry Potter world, the Patronus charm was primarily used against Dementors, but in the world of mysteries, with the addition of spiritual elements, it might have incredible effects against undead creatures. And beyond its offensive power, the animal form of a Patronus often had various practical uses as well. "No worries," Audrey said with a gentle smile, reaching up to ruffle Edward's hair. "I'll work hard to learn it. Next time we run into Dementors, I'll protect you." "Deal. I'm looking forward to it." Audrey clasped her hands behind her back and took a few steps away. "All right, I'm heading back to the Slytherin dormitory. You go say hi to your friends. See you at dinner." "See you at dinner." With a wave, she turned and skipped off toward the Slytherin wing. Edward took out his enchanted coin and flicked it into the air. The Dementors being at Hogwarts has something to do with Voldemort. The coin landed with the number face up, negative. He flipped it again. Voldemort is currently hiding at Hogwarts. The result was the same as before. The coin slipped from his fingers and clattered to the ground. Still too little information. Well, to be accurate, he had absolutely no information. It was pure speculation, divination from thin air. Rubbing his hair in frustration, Edward made his way to the Hufflepuff common room. "I really wish Voldemort would just show himself already. Then I could finish him off once and for all." By the time he arrived, the common room was already filled with Hufflepuff students. The presence of Dementors had clearly driven them indoors, forcing them to gather here to chat, play chess, and entertain themselves. Cedric was frowning in concentration over a game of wizard's chess when he looked up and spotted Edward walking in. He immediately pushed the pieces aside and jumped to his feet. "Hey! Edward, you're back." His chess opponent, Ernie Macmillan, rolled his eyes. "Cedric, I was about to win." All right, call it your win." "What do you mean, call it? I was literally one move from checkmate." Yeah, sure." Cedric hurried over and pulled Edward into a hug. "You were gone for ages." Ha, did you miss me?" Cedric instantly recoiled like he'd been electrocuted, putting on a disgusted face. "As if I'd miss another guy." Waving him along, he said, "Come on, go unpack your things." "What's there to unpack?" "Hey, since your bed's been empty for so long, I started using it for my luggage." "You're unbelievable." Edward tossed him a gold coin. "That's your Christmas present, early delivery. Don't ask me for another later." A gold coin. Cedric was surprised. Who gives money for Christmas? "I'm not taking this." "Keep it." Edward patted Cedric on the shoulder. "That's a lucky coin, enchanted to bring good fortune. It might just save your life one day." Cedric raised an eyebrow. "Why are you giving me this all of a sudden?" A thought struck him. "Wait, you didn't divine something bad about my future, did you? More or less. Can you tell me what it is?" "It's a matter of life and death." Without hesitation, Cedric clenched the coin tightly in his hand. "I'll take it." "How do I use it?" "Drill a hole and wear it around my neck. Carry it however you like. Just don't lose it." "Got it." Cedric gave him a thumbs up and grinned. "At least those 2 years of sleeping next to you weren't wasted." "Thanks. Next time I go to the Quidditch World Cup, I'll try to snag you an autograph kiss from one of the Vila." Edward's mouth twitched. "You've got a thing for Vila now. What about Cho Chang, have you won her over?" Cedric's smile vanished instantly. "She told me to stop distracting her from her studies." Ouch. Classic Ravenclaw. The two of them walked into the dormitory. Having been away for more than a month, Edward actually felt a little nostalgic. He took a couple of laps around the room where he'd lived for over 2 years. Cedric waved his wand with practiced ease, clearing off the pile of his belongings from Edward's bed and tidying everything up. "There. Just like you left it. Has anything happened at Hogwarts while I was gone, aside from the Dementors?" Cedric pulled a tin of candy from the cabinet and handed it over. "Well, Professor Dumbledore is running for Minister of Magic." "Yeah, I heard about that." Gryffindor won the Quidditch Cup this year. Professor Snape held a few more hands-on defense against the dark arts sessions. Over a dozen upper-year students got injured. There were so many complaints from parents, it nearly cost him the position again, if there had been anyone else to replace him, that is. There's a magic academy visiting Hogwarts next week for an exchange. Oh, and a couple of dark wizards snuck into the castle 2 weeks ago. Edward was startled. What? Who had the guts to do that? No idea. Cedric shrugged. Headmaster Dumbledore discovered them in time, but he wasn't able to catch them. Edward's eyes widened. Seriously? Even Dumbledore couldn't stop them. Could it have been Grindelwald? That's about it, Cedric said with a shrug. Classes, homework, spell practice, Quidditch training, pretty dull, honestly. He sighed. Now that it's snowing, we can't even play Quidditch anymore. Edward sat down, leaning back on his hands. Cedric, if you had the chance to learn a kind of power similar to magic, but not exactly magic, what would you want to learn? Similar to magic, but not magic. Cedric scratched his cheek and thought for a moment. I think I'd want to fly. He spread his arms slightly. I love flying. That's why I love Quidditch. But flying on a broom has too many limitations. I want to fly like a bird, truly free. Flying, huh? In the Sailor Pathway, once you reached Sequence 6, you'd gain temporary flight, and as a demigod, you could control the wind and fly freely. Just then, Cedric stuck out his tongue to reveal a green leaf pressed underneath it. So I've been trying again with the Animagus transformation. By the way, how's your Animagus progress going? Edward thought for a moment. I'm still waiting for a storm. If he told Cedric he'd already completed it, Cedric would definitely pester him to demonstrate. Maybe we'll end up finishing the transformation during the same storm. You just focus on getting through the first step. Cedric grinned. This time, I'll definitely pull it off. Slytherin common room. When Audrey entered, the previously rowdy room suddenly fell silent for a few seconds, then the upper-year boys erupted into cheers and whistles. Whoa, our most beautiful junior is back. No, Slytherin's most powerful dueling queen has returned. Audrey greeted everyone with a smile, then quickly spotted the Malfoy trio, Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, trying to sneak out unnoticed. Malfoy, Goyle, Crabbe, where are you three off to? Malfoy immediately yawned. Tired. Going to bed. Yeah. Bedtime, the other two echoed. Audrey nodded. All right, it's not like a few more minutes will matter. See you tomorrow then. Malfoy's steps faltered. He gritted his teeth hard. Damn it. Why is that she-demon back again? Couldn't she just stay gone forever? That way, no one would keep bringing up those nightmares I had. With that thought, he turned sharply and made for the exit. His two sidekicks scrambled after him. Malfoy, where are you going? Out for a walk. Don't follow me. He glanced at Audrey, lowered his head, and quickened his pace. He was heading for the Ollery, to send a letter home. His father, Lucius, had explicitly instructed him, the moment Audrey returned to Hogwarts, he was to inform him at once. Malfoy's emotional shifts didn't escape Audrey's notice. Her curiosity about his secret only deepened. Last time she was back, she'd only been a telepathist. She had to interpret shallow thoughts based on people's behavior, emotional hues, and auras. But now she was a bona fide psychiatrist. She could directly connect to a target's mental body. We'll see if you're still able to lie next time we talk. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 193, Grindelwald and Dumbledore. 7:30 p.m. Outside Hogwarts Castle, the cold wind howled through the darkness as thick snowflakes fell like feathers from the sky. The ground was buried under several feet of snow, and the black lake had frozen over into a sheet of hard, unyielding ice. Inside, young witches and wizards gathered in the warm, welcoming Great Hall, enjoying the steaming delicacies freshly prepared by the house elves. Laughter and chatter filled the air. Hermione, why do you keep looking over at the Slytherin table? Ron spoke with his mouth full of meat, then turned to Harry. And you too, Harry. You keep glancing at the Hufflepuffs. I'm looking for Audrey. I'm looking for Edward. The two answered in unison. Ron swallowed the mouthful with a gulp and washed it down with water. You two are so weird. Hermione's concerned about a girl, and Harry's focused on a guy. Shouldn't that be the other way around? The two of them gave him an exasperated look. What are you thinking? Just then, the Weasley twins stood up with food and drinks in hand, heading straight for the Hufflepuff table. They sat down on either side of Edward. Good evening, Edward. Glad you're back, Edward. They simultaneously plopped a pile of food in front of him. For you. Thanks, Edward said expressionlessly. Spit it out, what do you want? Hee hee. The twin on the left rubbed his hands together with a grin. Just one more reading. The twin on the right held up a single finger. One last time. Another Quidditch match. The left twin shook his head immediately. Of course not. We've learned our lesson. Never again shall we gamble. The right one said seriously, you've seen our flyers, haven't you? The ones about Professor Dumbledore running for Minister for Magic. We want a reading. Will he succeed? And if not, what's the problem? Edward blinked in surprise. Why are you two so invested in this? Hey, come on. Our dad works at the ministry, and he's been dying for a competent leader. Is there anyone more brilliant in all of Wizarding Britain than Dumbledore? And let's not forget, if he wins, with how well Dad gets along with the headmaster, he's bound to get a raise and promotion. Charlie might even get a nice ministry post, instead of being stuck in Romania all year. And Bill wouldn't have to put up with those goblins at Gringotts anymore. You don't know the half of it. Bill said those goblins have gotten even nastier since they lost the dragon. They used to pretend to respect wizards. Now they don't even bother. If I ever get into the ministry, I won't go easy on those greedy bastards. Oi, we agreed we were going to open a magic prank shop together. The twins fired off their words like rapid spellfire. Edward rubbed his forehead. Good grief. You two aren't supporting Dumbledore for minister, you're trying to turn the ministry into the Weasley family business. He considered for a moment before replying, the minister race involves too many people and variables to read in a short time. But I'll keep an eye out. If I see anything, you'll be the first to know. Deal. The Weasley twins came and went in a flash, leaving Edward staring at the mountain of food in front of him. Before long, he spotted Susie crouched beside Audrey, eyes narrowed, scanning the surroundings. He waved at her. Susie blinked, but eventually trotted over with her tail wagging. Students around them stared in amazement. It was the first time many had seen someone bring a dog to Hogwarts as a pet. Edward held up 2 plates the twins had left. Want some? Woof. She gave a soft bark and nodded. All right then, help yourself. He placed the plates on the bench, which was just the right height for her to reach. Where's Lilith? Didn't she come with you? Susie shook her head. Just as he spoke, a shadow darted in from the direction of the main doors, scampered up Edward's shoulder in a blink, and nestled there. It was Lilith. Her eyes shimmered with excitement as she leaned in and whispered into Edward's ear. Edward, Miss Lilith has avenged you and Audrey. What? Wow. Several young wizards dashed into the Great Hall, visibly thrilled. Leading them was Lee Jordan. George. Fred. You guys won't believe what we just saw. The Dementors outside are fighting each other. And they're going at it hard. I saw one get ripped apart and devoured by the others. No joke, it's still happening out there. If you don't believe us, come see for yourselves. Several Gryffindors who had finished eating sprang to their feet, ready to bolt, but just as they reached the doors, Professor McGonagall appeared, her face stern. Everyone stay right where you are. Do you have any idea how dangerous Dementors are? Oh. The Gryffindors trudged back to their seats, disappointed. Edward turned to Lilith, stunned. That was your doing. She raised her chin proudly. Meow. Amazing. Miss Lilith is absolutely amazing. Meow. She held her head even higher in pride. Dementors had always been a problem the wizarding world couldn't solve. Aside from the Patronus charm, there was no known way to truly destroy them. No one had expected Lilith to incite them into turning on each other, effectively wiping some of them out by proxy. Here's your reward. Edward handed her the other plate of food. She instantly lit up with joy. Hello, Edward. Just then, Harry Potter walked over. Long time no see. Hey, Harry. Want to sit with us? Harry glanced around at the unfamiliar Hufflepuffs and shook his head. At Hogwarts, Gryffindor usually had classes with Slytherin, while Hufflepuff was paired with Ravenclaw, so Harry wasn't familiar with most of the Hufflepuffs. Edward chuckled. What is it? Can't wait to get your new gun and bullets. No. He quickly denied it. I just think, we're friends, so I came to say hi. Like how Hermione goes to talk to Audrey. That made Edward freeze for a second. Last time, Harry had casually said, we're friends, and even offered up his family's heirloom, the invisibility cloak, without hesitation. That showed just how earnest and sincere he was. He clearly longed for friendship. But Edward had only acknowledged him because of Audrey and had given him the gun purely as a precaution, knowing that Voldemort would eventually target Harry. Realizing this, Edward felt a twinge of guilt. Seeing Edward fall silent, Harry hesitated. So, are we friends or not? Of course. Edward reached out and clapped him on the shoulder. Of course we're friends. When Christmas comes, or maybe even sooner, I promise I'll give you a gift you'll really like. Harry let out a breath of relief and grinned. I will too. Elsewhere, in the headmaster's office. It wasn't until 2 hours later that Dumbledore learned about the Dementors turning on one another. He had anticipated that Edward might clash with the Dementors upon his return, and he'd even prepared a statement for such a possibility. But the Dementors attacking and killing each other, with 3 dead on the spot, that was far beyond his expectations. Until now, the wizarding world had no known method of killing a Dementor. Even the Patronus charm merely drove them away. Now, at last, there was a new method, getting them to destroy themselves. Sigh, but will the Ministry even believe that they died from internal conflict? Dumbledore removed his glasses and rubbed his temples, sighing. He's just gotten back, and already he's given me a headache. An idea struck him. He quickly picked up a piece of parchment and started writing. Regarding the application for the Order of Merlin on behalf of Hogwarts. It is well known that Dementors have long plagued the wizarding world. Feeding off human happiness, they reproduce ceaselessly. As of today, the Dementor population within the British wizarding community has reached. Although the Ministry made a pact with their kind to guard Azkaban and feed off prisoners, as their numbers grow, how much longer can this agreement last? For years, countless wizards have searched for a way to kill or restrain Dementors. And now, I am proud to declare that Hogwarts has discovered a brand new solution. Dumbledore's quill flew across the pages as he elaborated at length, inventing stories of Hogwarts staff and students who had experienced failure after failure, but persevered relentlessly. Once he finished, he set down the quill and gently blew on the ink to dry it. Leaning back into his chair, a faint smile appeared on his face. Gellert was right, once you break out of old ways of thinking, the solutions will always outnumber the problems. He scooped up a handful of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, wrapped them in a bit of parchment. Fawkes, please deliver this to Gellert. My thanks. Fawkes took the package and vanished in a burst of flames. Nermangard Castle. Grindelwald lay in a rocking chair, frowning at the television while chewing one of the every flavor beans. Damn it. Booger flavored again. Despite his twisted expression, he forced himself to chew and swallow it. Then a faint smile crossed his lips as he recalled the time when a young Dumbledore had tasted a vomit-flavored bean. But the smile quickly vanished. He sat upright, passing the jelly beans to the man across from him. Want one? He asked smugly. These were just sent to me by your brother. The man across from him paused, then replied coldly, You seem to be doing better than I imagined, Grindelwald. Grindelwald put the beans down and said calmly, It's only gotten slightly better in recent years. Do you know, he began, after Albus personally destroyed all my life's efforts, I locked myself away here, waiting for death. Every day, the only thing I could do was stand by the window and let the icy wind blow over me while I remembered the past. No one dared come near. Even the house elves who brought food had to be placed under the Imperius curse beforehand. I spent decades completely alone. I once tried writing to Albus, but I couldn't even find a single piece of parchment in here. So I tore up my sheets and shivered through the cold nights. At first, I was still hopeful, waiting for his reply. But letter after letter went unanswered. I'm certain he received them. Maybe he was just too lazy to write back, or maybe he still hated me. Later, Riddle appeared and became the new Dark Lord. I'll admit, I was thrilled. I hoped he would defeat Albus, make him taste the pain of losing everything. Because it was Albus who nurtured Riddle. He knew from the start that boy was cold-hearted and saw himself above all others. But still, he insisted on using love and emotion to redeem him. Grindelwald suddenly laughed. To me, he showed only coldness and mercilessness, destroying the grand vision we shared. But to a truly twisted soul, he suddenly thought love might work. Tell me, isn't that ridiculous? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 194, Snape's Defense Against the Dark Arts Class. The person across from him spoke in a cold tone, Why are you telling me all this? That's just how people are. Once they grow old, they start rambling about the past. Especially after seeing one old acquaintance after another die, if I don't take the chance now, even I might be dead before long. With that, he lay back down again, leisurely swinging his legs. Later on, Albus came to find me. He actually asked me for help. That moment woke me up. We're both old now, who knows how many years we have left. Everything in the past, just let it go. After all, Albus had already bowed his head to me. He stretched out his arms. Once your mind is at peace, life naturally gets better. He pointed to the television, the bookshelf, the desk. Everything here was given to me by him. The other man was silent for a few seconds. Are you bragging? Of course. As long as you're happy. The man stood up. Goodbye. Goodbye. Grindelwald smiled. Looking forward to next time. The next day, Edward stepped into the classroom for the first time in a while. The first class was the one even a top student like Hermione couldn't bear, History of Magic. Professor Binns, the ghost, stood at the podium, reciting monotonously from the textbook in the same tone he'd used for over a century. Students all across the room were slumped over, catching up on sleep. Only Edward listened attentively, diligently taking notes. It wasn't that he had suddenly found History of Magic interesting, nor was he doing it out of respect for the professor who hadn't taken a day off in over 100 years. He was playing the role of a scribe. Scribe could travel far and wide, documenting local customs, and they could also complete their records based on accounts given by others. As dull as Professor Binns' lectures were, they still told the detailed story of the wizarding world's history and evolution. From his mouth, to my ears, onto the page, that is the duty of a scribe. That was the first rule Edward had summarized for himself. When the bell finally rang, students rushed out of the classroom in a stampede. Edward, prompted by Cedric, packed up his things and was about to leave when Professor Binns' voice drifted over. "Oh, young man." His speaking voice was no different from his lecturing tone. "You seem to have suddenly taken an interest in History of Magic." "Huh." Cedric looked surprised. Until now, the two of them had always spent the entire class napping. "You sly dog, trying to get ahead of me in secret, huh?" Edward said sheepishly. "Professor Binns, I just wanted to take some notes." "Oh. Are you researching something specific?" "Not quite. It's more of a personal interest." Professor Binns nodded. "Well, if you ever need anything, feel free to come find me. I can keep lecturing without rest." "Thank you. But I need rest, Professor." "All right then, goodbye, Mr. Riddle." With his head lowered, Binns drifted through the wall and disappeared. "Mr. Riddle? What the hell, did he just mistake me for Voldemort?" Cedric asked curiously. "Why'd you suddenly want to start recording all this stuff?" "Just interested," Edward replied with a smile. "This is only the first step. Next, I'm going to visit a few places in person." "That's amazing." Cedric looked envious. "I wish I could go wherever I wanted like you." Have you decided where to go first?" "Probably Godric's Hollow. I want to visit the hometown of the greatest white wizard in our world." In truth, Godric's Hollow was much more than Dumbledore's hometown. It bore witness to the meeting, romance, and eventual rift between the Light and Dark Lords. It was the birthplace of the protagonist of Harry Potter, the site of Voldemort's first downfall, and it hid secrets of the Deathly Hallows. It was, without doubt, one of the most worthy places to document outside of Hogwarts Castle itself. As they stepped out of the classroom, they saw that the square outside the castle was filled with students throwing snowballs. The pesky Dementors, however, were nowhere in sight. The Ministry removed them. Edward had expected Fudge to use this as an excuse to deploy even more of them. "Fantastic. I've been going stir-crazy these past 2 weeks." Cedric was visibly thrilled. He really was quite different from most Hufflepuffs. For most of them, heavy snow and roaming Dementors made for the perfect excuse to stay warm by the fire in the common room, nibbling snacks in cozy comfort. "Come on, let's go." He picked up the pace and ran toward the stairs. Just as they reached the first floor, Audrey walked up to them. "Hello, Edward." "Hi, Cedric." Cedric, seeing what was happening, shrugged understandingly. "Ah, I knew it. Once a man gets a girlfriend, his time is no longer his own." "I get it." Edward stepped forward and gently brushed the snowflakes from the top of Audrey's head. "You've already been out playing in the snow?" Audrey looked out at the snow-covered world and sighed in awe. "Hogwarts is so beautiful in the snow." "It really is." She turned back around. "Oh right, Professor McGonagall asked you to go to her office. Said she needed to speak with you." "Professor McGonagall? Don't tell me Lilith did something again." "You'd better hurry, don't keep her waiting too long," Audrey said with a wave. "I'm off to Defense Against the Dark Arts. Bye-bye." "Bye-bye." Watching her walk away, Edward turned and climbed the stairs to the second floor of Hogwarts Castle, where Professor McGonagall's office was located. Knock, knock, knock. Edward rapped lightly on the door. "Professor McGonagall. You asked to see me. Come in." The door opened on its own. McGonagall was seated at her desk, sifting through a stack of books. "Oh, welcome back, Edward." She had a great deal of fondness for this student, who had demonstrated remarkable talent in transfiguration, especially after Dumbledore mentioned he had mastered human transfiguration, a branch even she had never fully grasped. "You know, Edward," she said, adjusting her glasses a bit awkwardly, "Headmaster Dumbledore has been busy lately, with certain more pressing matters. So he's left a number of Hogwarts responsibilities to me, which has really cut into my teaching time. After discussing it with him, we were hoping you could help me with some of the teaching duties for a while." Edward froze, scratching his head. I'm not quite sure I follow, Professor. I mean, I need you to substitute for some of my transfiguration classes. Huh. She gently pushed a few books across the desk toward him. Mainly years 1 through 3. I believe, given your abilities, it shouldn't be a problem. But I'm still a student myself. Is that really appropriate? Just because I know transfiguration doesn't mean I can teach it well. How will you know if you never try? In fact, both Professor Dumbledore and I substituted for classes at your age. It's really not that unusual. One who is capable becomes the teacher, isn't that how it goes? Edward hesitated, thinking it over. But, I might be out of the castle frequently in the near future. And I have my own classes, too. That's fine. You'll be helping when your schedule allows, it's not a replacement for me. She smiled then. Of course, I'd love it if you stayed on to teach after you graduate. With things put that way, Edward had little choice but to agree. Excellent. Your first class is this afternoon. Don't be late. Yes, Professor. Audrey stepped into the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom and found Snape already waiting. He wasn't early, Snape had just arrived ahead of time. He stood at the edge of the platform, beside a tall, man-sized cabinet that rattled every so often, as if something, or someone, was trapped inside. Audrey took a seat at the empty desk next to Malfoy and turned to ask, "Do you know what that is, Malfoy?" "No idea." Malfoy shook his head, but seemed to find that answer too lacking and added, "It's definitely something for today's lesson." While you were away, he often brought in various dark magic artifacts for class. A few minutes later, the Golden Trio, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, came rushing in, panting and disheveled, slipping into their seats just as the bell rang. Hermione sat down beside Audrey in a flurry and turned around to scold the other two. "I told you to hurry. Next time I won't wait." Ron looked aggrieved. "How was I supposed to know the rotating staircase would shift again?" Harry simply apologized, "Sorry." "You say sorry every time but never change." Hermione snapped. "Sorry." Just then, Snape waved his hand and the classroom door slammed shut. His voice, harsh and phlegmy as ever, cut through the room. "Well. Should I invite you all to come up and chat in front of the class?" Ron's face paled. "Great, we're losing points again." Strangely, Snape didn't deduct any points this time. He glanced briefly at Harry, or more precisely, at those bright green eyes, then turned to the cabinet and spoke. "I thought that 1 or 2 practical lessons a week would correct your bad habit of rote memorization. That it would show you Defense Against the Dark Arts isn't something you can pass by reading and writing essays alone. But I was wrong. Because some of you don't even have the courage to stand on a dueling platform. Even when I force you onto it, you're defeated in an instant. For such people, no amount of practice will ever make a difference. That's why I've decided to bring forward a lesson originally meant for your 3rd year, to today." His gaze swept across the room, finally landing on the hunched figure of Neville Longbottom. Longbottom. "Step forward." Why yes, sir." Neville staggered up to the front, trembling. Snape folded his arms and stepped aside. "Open it." Neville hesitated. With a flick of Snape's wand, the cabinet doors burst open with a blast of wind, and a second Snape stormed out from within, fury etched across his face, eyes locked murderously onto Neville. "Aya!" Neville screamed and stumbled backwards, falling flat on his rear. His brain couldn't even process what was happening. There was a Snape in front of him, and a Snape behind him. He ran, they chased. He had no escape. He nearly passed out from sheer panic. Note, enjoy the extra chapter as usual, no extra chapter tomorrow. But don't let that stop you from donating Power Stones. Edward needs it. And if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Thank me later. Link, p-a-t-r-e-o-n.c-o-m/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 195, Chapter 195, Blood Doesn't Make You Worth Anything. By now, Snape's expression had turned completely dark. He truly hadn't expected that the image Neville feared most would be himself. Seeing everyone staring in stunned silence, he quickly waved his wand, sending the other Snape back into the wardrobe and slamming the door shut. Only then did he turn back to Neville and sneer, "There's not the slightest trace of your parents in you." Sorry." Neville lowered his head, his eyes glistening with tears as he repeatedly apologized. "Go back to your seat." Neville scrambled to his feet and hurried back to his seat, his face still deathly pale. Snape now spoke in a calm tone, "I believe some of you already know what was inside the cabinet." Hermione shot her hand into the air. "That's right. It was a boggart, a shape-shifting creature that has no fixed form. It transforms into what it believes will scare you most, that is, the embodiment of your greatest fear. So Neville's most feared person is Professor Snape, ha ha ha, what an idiot." Malfoy laughed in a low voice. Audrey frowned slightly and glanced over with a pointed look. I'm really looking forward to seeing what you'll face, Malfoy. Malfoy's smile froze. His pupils contracted. The spell to deal with a boggart is quite simple, Snape continued blandly. Just wave your wand and say ridiculous, or rely on strength in numbers to confuse it so it doesn't know what to transform into. Hermione slowly lowered her hand, looking miffed that Snape had just given the answer and not let her speak. Audrey couldn't help but chuckle. If Hermione were to take a potion aligned to a pathway, it would undoubtedly be the reader. Snape changed his tone. However, today your task is not simply to utter a spell and pretend you've conquered your fear. Quite the opposite, one by one, you'll come up here, and none of you are allowed to use ridiculous. I want you to confront your fear directly and use any other spell to drive it back into the cabinet. He paused, then added, whoever succeeds first will earn 20 points. Ah. A wave of surprise rippled through the class, especially among students who had heard how this lesson was taught in upper years. It had never been like this before. All right, next up. Patil, forward. Yes. Parvati Patil instinctively stood up straight, took a deep breath, and walked to the cabinet. Bang. The wardrobe flew open. A blood-soaked mummy, wrapped in bandages, began to shuffle slowly toward her, dragging one foot, arms outstretched as if to strangle her. Parvati shrieked, her reaction even more dramatic than Neville's. Silence. Raise your wand and fight back. Snape barked. Petrificus totalis. Locomotor mortis. Wingardium leviosa. Alohomora. She squeezed her eyes shut and flailed her wand, shouting every spell she knew. Unfortunately, except for the unlocking charm, none of them hit. As the mummy's hands neared her neck, Snape finally waved his wand and banished it back into the cabinet. Back to your seat. Next. Goyle. Dean. Crabbe. One by one, he called them forward. The fears varied wildly. Crabbe's, in particular, was a self-whipping cane that chased him around. But without exception, even the better-performing students only managed to fire off a few spells, the worse ones ran off in blind panic. Snape's expression grew darker by the minute. As he'd suspected, if a dark wizard ever invaded Hogwarts, a single battalion of boggarts would be enough to rout the entire school. Finnegan. Seamus Finnegan gulped and stiffly stepped forward. When the cabinet opened again, a ghostly woman with dragging black hair and a skull-like face floated out. Seamus froze like he'd stopped breathing, staring blankly at her. Only when she drew close did he suddenly jolt back to life and yell, Wingardium leviosa. Boom. With a loud explosion, the ghost, and the cabinet, was blasted clear across the room. If Snape hadn't dodged in time, even he might not have escaped unscathed. Seamus scratched his head in confusion, then suddenly exclaimed in excitement. Whoa. I did it. I did it, Professor. Snape's face twitched. Through clenched teeth, he growled, fine. 20 points to Gryffindor. He grudgingly awarded the points and restored the exploded cabinet. Then he looked at Harry Potter. Harry Potter. Harry took a deep breath and stepped forward. I'm ready. Snape's face remained grim as he opened the cabinet door. Out stepped a figure with a face seemingly burnt by fire, features twisted like melting wax, the whites of its eyes bloodshot. Harry's eyes widened at once. Before fear could even kick in, a sharp, burning pain seared through the scar on his forehead. The pain jolted him to his senses, and he shouted, raising his wand. Expelliarmus. A red beam shot from his wand, heading straight for Voldemort, but just before it hit, Snape stepped in and sent the figure back into the cabinet. Aside from Audrey, everyone in the room looked utterly bewildered. No one understood why Snape had suddenly intervened. Excellent. After a brief pause, Snape drew in a long breath. Very good, Potter. You're even bolder than your father. He forced out the next words through gritted teeth. Gryffindor gets 1 point. Ron looked stunned. The Gryffindors were equally dumbfounded. It was nothing short of a miracle. Snape, the great bat of Hogwarts, had actually awarded Harry Potter a point. Even though it was only 1 point, it was still unprecedented. Go. Sit down. Harry, still slightly trembling, bowed his head and walked back to his seat. Miss Hall. Audrey stepped forward with quick strides, curiosity burning in her heart. What would she see? The trembling, shuddering cabinet suddenly went still. A few seconds later, the door creaked open, and another Audrey stepped out. She looked dazed, panicked, and as confused as the real Audrey. She stood there, unmoving, simply staring at her counterpart. Everyone watched in astonishment. Am I afraid of myself? Or perhaps, what I fear is the version of me from the past, the girl who had never known the mystical world, who had been pampered by her parents, expected to marry some prince or aristocrat, and spend her life as a socialite, just like her mother. Like a bird that had once soared freely through the open sky, only to be shoved back into a gilded cage. Tap. Audrey gently tapped her counterpart's head with the tip of her dragonbone wand and smiled faintly. Sorry. That kind of thing doesn't scare me anymore. Are you going back on your own, or should I use a spell to help you along? The next moment, the boggart twisted and shrank into a puff of smoke before flying back into the cabinet. The students exchanged confused glances, unsure what had just happened. Well done, Snape said coolly. Take your seat. Malfoy. Draco Malfoy visibly flinched. He raised his pale face. Professor, I suddenly have a stomachache. I think I need to go to the hospital wing. Snape narrowed his eyes at him. Repeat that, Malfoy. I. Shall I fetch you myself, Draco Malfoy? Goyle and Crabbe shot him odd looks, the kind that said, Malfoy, seriously. The ever-arrogant pureblood is actually a coward. And Harry Potter, was he laughing at him with Ron? No. If this keeps up, how am I supposed to maintain my status in Slytherin, or Hogwarts at large? Draco drew in a deep breath, straightened his back, and walked up to the platform like a man going to the gallows. What are you afraid of, Malfoy? Snape asked with a faint trace of mockery on his lips. I'm not afraid, Professor. Malfoy gripped his wand tightly. Come on. I'm ready. Creak. The cabinet door swung open. Out stepped a man with pale blonde hair, icy gray eyes, and a pointed, aristocratic face, like an older, grander version of Malfoy himself. He held a cane and stared down at Draco with a sneer of absolute superiority. Draco, the man said coldly. As of this moment, you are expelled from the Malfoy family. You are no longer a member of the Sacred 28, no longer a noble pureblood wizard. From now on, you will live the rest of your wretched life as a disgrace, like the filthy half-bloods and mudbloods you so despise. Oh, and by the way, you were never pureblood to begin with. I picked you up from a muggle trash heap. You're just a defective mongrel. With every sentence, he stepped closer, pushing Draco back, inch by inch, until he was practically whispering the last line into Draco's ear. Draco was frozen with shock. He didn't even blink, let alone raise his wand. Snape stared coldly at the blonde spectre, and only when he reached to choke Draco's neck did the professor raise his wand and banish him back into the cabinet. The classroom fell into a silence so deep, you could hear a pin drop. Up until Malfoy's turn, the boggart had only ever tried to frighten the students with appearances. But this time, it had shifted tactics, resorting to verbal assault. After a long pause, Goyle and Crabbe exchanged glances and muttered. That was Malfoy's dad, right? Do you think what he said was true? That Malfoy was picked up from a muggle garbage dump. And here he is, always going on about being a pureblood. Harry muttered under his breath, so that's what Malfoy's really afraid of, losing his bloodline. He cares about that so much. But, blood doesn't make you worth anything, does it? Swish. In an instant, 2 or 3 dozen pairs of eyes turned to look at him, including Ron. Audrey couldn't help but laugh. Who would have thought Harry had the makings of a hunter? At that moment, Snape clasped his hands and said, his voice laced with dark amusement. Starting today, the boggart will be a regular presence in this class. You will continue practicing with it until each and every one of you is capable of facing fear head-on, defending yourself and striking back during live scenarios. He paused, his gaze sweeping over a few individuals. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to lock you in a room with the boggart all night long. A few of the more faint-hearted girls nearly fainted on the spot. You may be students, Snape continued, but you're also wizards. Don't delude yourselves into thinking the wizarding world is safe. Don't count on wizard law to always protect you. If the day ever comes when you run into a dark wizard and you're killed without even fighting back, then what difference does it make if the Aurors catch him afterwards? Will it bring you back? Will your families be comforted by that? I want you to remember, this class is called Defense Against the Dark Arts. What you must learn here is how to stay alive in the face of danger. Don't wait until you're dead, only to leave behind a gravestone that reads, "He was a coward." That would just make you look pathetic. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 196, Chapter 196, The Prince Isn't So Arrogant Anymore. It was a rare occasion for Snape to speak for such a long stretch without interruption. Afterwards, he waved his wand, levitating the wardrobe and striding swiftly out of the classroom. He left behind a group of young witches and wizards, all exchanging baffled glances. Audrey stood up and quickly followed. Professor Snape. Snape turned back with a frown. What, you have objections to what I just said? Of course not. I completely agree with your views, Professor. He stared silently at Audrey, waiting for her to continue. It's like this, would you be willing to teach me the Patronus charm? Snape's pupils contracted slightly. Why do you suddenly want to learn that? Audrey gave a slightly embarrassed smile. You probably already know, Edward, for some reason, still can't manage to cast a Patronus. I just thought that if I could learn it, I might be able to help him next time we run into Dementors. Snape's eye twitched slightly. After more than 10 seconds of silence, he finally gave a nod. Fine. Thank you, Professor. After lunch, the students quickly returned for their afternoon classes. Hermione, carrying a thick stack of books, hurried beside Audrey, speaking rapidly. Audrey, do you remember during the welcome feast, when Headmaster Dumbledore specifically warned everyone not to go near the right-hand corridor on the 4th floor? What about it? Well, some time ago, we accidentally wandered in at night. Accidentally. Hermione's expression turned slightly awkward. That's not important. What matters is, in one of the rooms, there's a gigantic, 3-headed dog guarding something. Oh. Audrey's interest was instantly piqued. Guarding what? We don't know. We were so scared we ran off immediately. She lowered her voice. But later, we asked Hagrid about it and learned that the enormous dog is actually his pet. Forgive me, I still can't reconcile its appearance with the word pet. Hagrid was really nervous. He shouted, forget the dog, forget what it's guarding, that's between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel, and then he clapped a hand over his mouth. But that alone was enough. With Harry's reminder, I finally found some information in the library. Nicholas Flamel is the only known creator of the Philosopher's Stone. Audrey looked surprised. The Philosopher's Stone? What's that? Ron, walking nearby, couldn't help chiming in proudly, it's an artifact of ancient alchemy with incredible powers. It can turn any metal into pure gold and also produce the elixir of life, making the drinker immortal. Thanks to the stone, Nicholas Flamel and his wife have lived for over 600 years and are still alive today. At that, Ron's face lit up in dreamy fascination. Endless gold and eternal life, what could be better? Harry muttered, yeah, and yet it has absolutely nothing to do with you. Audrey looked thoughtful. So, the 3-headed dog is probably guarding the Philosopher's Stone. Remembering Edward's earlier conversation with Dumbledore, the theory seemed even more plausible. That place might very well be Dumbledore's trap, using the Philosopher's Stone as bait to lure Voldemort. Audrey looked at the trio and asked, so, why are you telling me this all of a sudden? You're not planning to steal the stone, are you? Of course not. Hermione shook her head fervently. It's because we heard that a group of dark wizards recently tried to break into Hogwarts to steal something. I suspect it might be connected to the Philosopher's Stone. That sounds like something the professor should be handling, don't you think? But what if one of the professors is a spy for the dark wizards? Audrey paused. Who? Hermione glanced around furtively before whispering, Snape. Audrey pressed a hand to her forehead and sighed, did you all forget I'm in Slytherin? The three of them froze, they, apparently really had. Harry said earnestly, but you defeated Voldemort with your own hands. Ron interrupted with a hiss, oh no, don't say the name. Anyway, you're different from the other Slytherins. Well, I'll take that as a compliment. But why do you think Professor Snape is the spy? Because that night, while the other professors were either protecting the students or fighting the intruders, Snape snuck off during the chaos, straight to the room with the 3-headed dog. Luckily, he got bitten and failed. Audrey tapped her chin thoughtfully. But isn't it also possible that Professor Snape went there to protect the Philosopher's Stone? The trio was stunned once more. My suggestion is, if you're that worried, you might as well tell Headmaster Dumbledore. I'm sure he'll take care of everything. As they chatted, they stepped into the Transfiguration classroom. No sooner had they entered than they heard a group of Slytherins whispering. Did you hear? Malfoy's about to be kicked out of his family. Malfoy was picked up by his dad from a Muggle trash heap. What? You mean Malfoy's not even his parents' real son? His mum and dad had a falling out. Did you know? Malfoy is actually the son of his mum and... Malfoy clenched his fists, his expression darkening by the second. Suddenly, he jumped to his feet and shouted, shut your mouths. There was a brief silence, then the whispers resumed. Tut, lost his temper. Must be true then. I always said, even though we Slytherins care about blood purity, there's no need to talk about it non-stop like he does. Exactly. For the first time, Harry felt a genuine flicker of sympathy for Malfoy. After hesitating a moment, he couldn't help but say, the image a boggart turns into is always fake. So whatever it says is fake too. A few Slytherins immediately shot him disdainful looks. Mind your own business. Is the savior trying to cozy up to Malfoy now? Wasn't there a rumor just recently that he beat the Dark Lord again? Harry opened his mouth to speak but was yanked down into his seat by Ron. Let 'em fight like dogs, mate. Why do you care? I just think, no matter what, it's not right to insult someone's family. They're going too far. Audrey glanced at Malfoy and said coolly, and how many times has he insulted other people's families without a second thought? Hopefully, this time he learns his lesson. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. The classroom instantly fell silent. Everyone sat up straight, expecting their Transfiguration teacher, Professor McGonagall. But to everyone's surprise, it wasn't McGonagall who entered, it was an older student holding a textbook. Smiling pleasantly, he walked up to the teaching podium and placed the book down. Professor McGonagall has been very busy lately, so I'll be covering some of her classes from time to time. Harry, Hermione, and the others who recognized Edward looked completely stunned. Those who didn't immediately began whispering. Who's that? 6th or 7th year? Is he a prefect? Edward raised his wand and wrote a word in the air. I'm sure some of you already know me, but today let's all reintroduce ourselves properly. I'm Edward, and I'll be your substitute Transfiguration teacher. As he said the last sentence, Edward looked directly at Audrey with a smile. Audrey puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. Just at lunch she had asked Edward why Professor McGonagall was looking for him, and he'd said it was about Lilith. And now, without a word, he'd turned into a substitute teacher. Humph. Lying Pinocchio. The students all looked around at each other, bewildered, especially when they heard that this upperclassman was only a 3rd year. Their astonishment broke into hushed murmurs again. To be honest, Edward said, spreading his hands, I'm not thrilled about Professor McGonagall's decision either. You all know, classes are never fun. Whether you're sitting in the seats or standing at the front. Every time I walk into a classroom, I feel sleepy. He even yawned dramatically as he spoke. Must be nice being a teacher, can take points off whenever they feel like it, a student muttered under his breath. Edward clapped a hand to his forehead. Thank you for the reminder. I actually forgot to ask Professor McGonagall whether I have the authority to deduct points. Why don't I try it now? How? The student asked. Edward extended his hand. May I ask which house you're in? The student shrank back. Gryffindor. Excellent. 1 point to Gryffindor. The student froze, then blurted, No. I'm in Slytherin. Edward folded his arms. So you just lied, Mr. Malcolm Baddock of Slytherin. The boy flushed crimson. You know me. Of course I do. Before teaching, I made sure to memorize everyone's names, faces, and houses. After a short pause, Edward smiled. So, Malcolm, did you lie just now? A chorus of grumbles rose from the Slytherin section. Sorry. Owning up to your mistakes is good. Let's award 1 point to Slytherin too, then. The student looked stunned, then pleasantly surprised. Edward gave a satisfied nod. Looks like I really do have the authority to give and take points. So, everyone, be careful, don't give me an excuse to deduct points. After all, I'm a Hufflepuff. If I dock points from you, it just boosts Hufflepuff's score. Isn't that delightful? Oh, right. Edward suddenly thought of something. Since I've already handed out points, it wouldn't be fair to leave Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff out, would it? Let's give each of them 1 point too. You can tell your housemates after class that 1 point toward the house cup this year came from you. A few students chuckled at that. Edward clapped his hands. All right, back to business. According to Professor McGonagall's notes, today's lesson is about transforming a snuffbox into another object of the same size. Doesn't matter what it becomes, as long as it changes, it counts. Has anyone already learned how to do this? Raise your hand and tell me. No one raised their hand. Not even you, Miss Granger. Hermione's cheeks flushed. She'd been so preoccupied researching Nicholas Flamel that she hadn't had much time to study, especially for something that couldn't be solved by memorization alone. Ron muttered under his breath, I still can't turn a matchstick into a needle properly. Audrey raised her hand. Edward, Professor. Yes, Miss Audrey Hall. From what I've observed, many students struggle with transfiguration. Even among the 6th and 7th years, most just barely pass. I'd like to ask, what's the secret to learning transfiguration well? Edward tapped his wand lightly against his forehead and thought for a moment. Before I answer that, let me ask all of you a question. What determines whether a spell can be cast successfully, and how powerful it is? Note, 140 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. And if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Thank me later. Link, p-a-t-r-e-o-n.c-o-m/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 197, Chapter 197, The Aura of That World. Incantation speed. The way you move your wand. Spell proficiency. The students chimed in one after another. Edward nodded. That's right. All of those are correct. But there's one more extremely important factor, emotion. Or rather, the strength of your mind. The stronger the emotion, the faster the spell is cast, and the greater its power. Of course, that's not just my opinion. A wizard as powerful as Professor Dumbledore once told me that himself. Harry Potter's eyes widened instantly. Who was it? That's unrelated to today's lesson, Harry. If you're really curious, you can ask me after class. Edward continued, there are many things that influence emotion, your purpose in casting the spell, your target, your mood at the time, your belief, and so on. But what does that have to do with transfiguration? A lot, Miss Granger. Have you forgotten? Transfiguration is also a form of magic. Hermione suddenly understood. So, maintaining strong emotions during transfiguration can increase the success rate. Exactly. Edward nodded in approval. But here's the thing, even when people understand that, many still struggle to evoke emotions during transfiguration. Do you know why? No one answered. Because of something that's both ridiculous and real, they don't actually believe the snuff box in front of them can turn into a brick, a chicken leg, a golden snitch, or a cat. If you don't believe it yourself, how can you expect to summon any emotions? Audrey silently agreed with a nod. Actually, over the years, I've realized that this disbelief doesn't just apply to transfiguration, it affects all magic. Take this example, say someone has wizard blood but never encountered magic until age 30. Then one day, they receive a Hogwarts acceptance letter and begin learning magic from scratch. That person will likely learn far slower than you all. Why? Because 30 years of experience have taught them not to believe in magic. At this point, Edward steered the discussion back to transfiguration. So if transfiguration is just like other spells, dependent on emotion, belief, and the mind, why do people who are great at other spells still struggle with transfiguration? In my opinion, it's because transfiguration spells are far more vague and broad in scope compared to most other spells. He suddenly waved his wand at a desk, making it dance on its legs. Then, with another flick, he petrified the desk, shattered it into pieces, and promptly restored it with a final spell. See. Most other spells follow a one-to-one principle, one spell, one result. But transfiguration isn't like that. One spell can lead to countless outcomes. Turning a matchstick into a needle. That's Vera Verto. Turning a snuff box into a brick. Also Vera Verto. Turning Harry Potter into Ron Weasley. Still Vera Verto. Ron grinned at Harry. Ha. Harry, he actually said you could turn into M-A-H-H-H. He suddenly let out a scream and jumped back in horror, pointing at Harry with wide eyes. You. Everyone finally noticed, at some point, Harry Potter had transformed into an exact copy of Ron Weasley. From appearance and clothing to expression, the two were completely indistinguishable. Several Slytherins were utterly stunned. They understood just how powerful it was to cast a silent spell that changed a person's appearance so flawlessly. Harry, meanwhile, was touching his own face in confusion, completely baffled by what had happened. Edward once again flicked his wand, returning Harry to normal, and continued his explanation. That's why some wizards can easily transform one specific object into another, even non-verbally and without a wand, but struggle when it comes to a different object entirely. This is the reason. So how do you overcome that? I can't help you with that, you'll have to start by believing in yourselves. At that, he clapped his hands. All right, theory is useless without practice. Let's see what you've got. Try transforming the snuff box in front of you into whatever you want it to become. Snuff boxes floated down in front of each student. The young witches and wizards instantly furrowed their brows, glaring at the snuff boxes as if sheer force of will might compel them to change. Hermione was the first to succeed, transforming her snuff box into a needle. Edward's explanation had inspired her. Since she couldn't yet freely transform objects at will, she decided to recall the memory of turning a matchstick into a needle, and simply apply that same intent to the snuff box. It worked instantly. Audrey thought it over for a good 10 minutes before she acted, ultimately transforming her snuff box into a pocket watch. Edward stood at the lectern, silently observing his students' progress, breathing a small sigh of relief. The first class was finally going smoothly. Everything he'd said so far had been drawn from his own experience learning transfiguration, but whether it would apply to everyone, he honestly wasn't sure. Just then, he noticed Draco Malfoy sitting there in a daze, murmuring incantations under his breath but clearly not actually practicing. Before class, Edward had assumed this guy would be the biggest troublemaker of the day, but to his surprise, Malfoy had stayed quiet the entire time. Could it be because of that secret he was carrying? But he hadn't seemed like this during dinner yesterday. 20 minutes later, the bell rang to signal the end of class. All right, that's it for today's transfiguration lesson, Edward announced. Let's give a round of applause to Hermione, Audrey, Goyle, Harry, and the other 9 students who successfully cast the spell and completed the transformation. Each of them has earned 2 points for their house. The applause was scattered and light. Well then, see you all next lesson. Edward gave a slight bow, exchanged a look with Audrey, and turned to leave the classroom. I've got something to do, I'll head out first, Audrey said to Hermione before hurrying after him. Do you have any more classes this afternoon? Edward asked, taking the books from her arms. Nope. Why? Then come wander the castle with me for a bit. I want to interview a few ghosts and the people in magical portraits, nearly headless Nick, the Grey Lady, the Fat Friar, and some of the former headmasters. With their help, compiling a record about Hogwarts should be much easier. Sure. The two walked side by side. Edward asked again, by the way, what's going on with Malfoy? Oh, that's because of this morning's defense against the dark arts class, Audrey explained. She recounted the incident with the boggart turning into Lucius Malfoy, and then added, and then Harry quietly muttered, blood doesn't make you worth anything, does it, which immediately drew hostile glares from all the pure-blood students. He's definitely suited for the hunter pathway. Edward rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Yes, you're right. Then let's give him the assassin potion. Huh. Aren't assassin and hunter adjacent pathways? He can switch back later. Audrey narrowed her eyes suspiciously. You're scheming something again, aren't you? No, I just want to see how Snape reacts when faced with a Harry who's turned into a witch. You're so evil. Ha, I'm just kidding. Hogwarts was home to many ghosts, most of whom had been alive 4 centuries, some even over 1,000 years. Nearly headless Nick, for example, had been a noble in the 15th century. The Grey Lady's background was even more remarkable. Her real name was Helena, daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw herself. Then there was the Bloody Baron, the Fat Friar, and many others. The first person Edward sought out was Helena Ravenclaw. Compared to the others, she undoubtedly knew the castle best. The two of them first spoke with Professor Flitwick and, with his permission, proceeded to the entrance of the Ravenclaw common room. Why did Prometheus steal fire from the sun god Apollo to give to mankind? Asked the eagle-shaped bronze door knocker, its voice soft and musical. Audrey thought for a moment and answered, because fire brought light to mankind, and with light came hope. With hope came progress, and with progress, a future. The bronze knocker was silent for a few seconds. A textbook response. And you, sir? It asked Edward. Perhaps he simply didn't want humans to eat raw meat anymore. After all, cooked food is far tastier. The eagle beak on the bronze knocker replied, that's also an acceptable answer. You may enter. The Ravenclaw common room was a large, circular space. Elegant arched windows lined the walls, draped in blue and bronze silks. Through the windows, one could always see a stunning view, whether day or night. Directly opposite the door stood a tall white marble statue in a niche, the founder of Ravenclaw House, Rowena Ravenclaw. The students inside the common room showed little reaction to the arrival of two strangers, continuing about their own business. The pair made their way to the top of the Ravenclaw Tower, where they soon spotted a tall, long-haired ghostly woman floating a few inches off the ground, gazing out the window. Excuse me, Lady Grey, Edward called gently. The woman turned, raising a brow with an air of haughtiness. What is it? Well, I'm compiling a record on Hogwarts, and I've heard you've resided in the castle ever since its construction. I was hoping you could share some of your memories with me. Her lips curled into a cold, dismissive smile. Not interested. She turned and began to float away. Wait, do you still remember this? Edward pulled out the Ravenclaw diadem. Helena froze midair, a look of shock crossing her face. The Coro. It's a long story, Edward said quickly. But to summarize, Voldemort, Tom Riddle, learned its whereabouts from you, took it, and turned it into a Horcrux. I later recovered it. No. She shook her head violently. This diadem, why does it carry the aura of that world? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 198, Neville's Expectations. Edward and Audrey were both taken aback at the same time. That world. Edward quickly asked, Lady Grey, when you say that world, what exactly do you mean? Could you please tell us? It's very important to us. She was silent for a moment before replying, the world of the dead. Back when the Baron stabbed me to death, my soul drifted away from my body and arrived at a very strange place. It seemed to be the entrance to another world. After a period of confusion, I came to understand, it was the world of the deceased, the afterlife. But just as I was about to enter it, some strange energy sent me back. Since then, I've been a ghost. However, I remember that world's aura very clearly. A look of confusion crossed her face. But why does that same aura exist on this diadem? Edward's mind raced. Within seconds, he had formed two possible hypotheses. 1. It could be residual traces from when Voldemort made it into a Horcrux. A Horcrux is something that lets one defy death, break free from the world of the dead, so perhaps the two became somehow connected through that process. 2. The aura came from the grey fog absorbed by the diadem, the aura of the Sapphire Castle from the world of the Lord of the Mysteries. The afterlife of the Harry Potter world. The Sapphire Castle of the Mysteries world. How could these two possibly be connected? Suddenly, the two of them exchange glances, both thinking of Slytherin's secret. Gods are real in this world. As long as one could find the entrance to a deity's dwelling, anyone could become a god. And considering that the clues to Death's dwelling had always pointed toward the Deathly Hallows, could there truly be a death that resided in the afterlife? But then again, how could the death of the Harry Potter world have anything to do with the Sapphire Castle from the world of the Mysteries? Edward thought hard about it but couldn't make any sense of the connection. Lady Grey, may I ask, did you know Salazar Slytherin? She nodded. Of course. What kind of person did you think he was? I don't know. But my mother once said that he wasn't as cold and harsh as he appeared. Everything he did was to protect the children of the wizarding world. She paused for a moment, then frowned. But later on, he seemed to change. He suddenly lost interest in Hogwarts, in the wizarding world itself. It was like he was searching for something. When my mother asked him, he said he had found another path to ensure wizards would never be persecuted again. After that, he had a huge argument with my mother and the other 3 founders, then left Hogwarts and never returned. Did the other 3 ever speak of him again? They all said Salazar had gone mad. Gone mad. Well, thank you for sharing that. Edward let out a slow breath and smiled. Then, Lady Grey, could I trouble you a little longer and ask you more about this ancient castle? She glanced at the Ravenclaw diadem, then at Edward. After a moment of reluctance, she gave a small nod. Ask, then. Over the next hour or two, Edward asked every question he could think of about Hogwarts, its architectural style, design philosophy, all the odd stories and curious lore he could remember. He took diligent notes, soon filling up nearly half a notebook. By the time the sky had darkened, he finally closed it. Thank you, Lady Grey. She hesitated for a few seconds, then said, and thank you, for retrieving my mother's diadem and removing the soul fragment within it, so it would no longer be defiled as a Horcrux. With that, she drifted through the tower wall and disappeared. Audrey let out a sigh. That's the first time I've ever found listening to stories so exhausting. Are you going to keep going? Edward nodded. Yeah. There are still some gaps in my understanding of the castle, maybe the other ghosts can help fill them in. She tapped her forehead. Ah, sorry, I won't be able to go with you. I'm playing the role of a psychologist tonight. No worries, let's both do our best. The two left the Ravenclaw common room and went their separate ways. Edward then sought out the Bloody Baron, the Fat Friar, and several of the former headmasters in their portrait frames. It wasn't until after 10 o'clock that he finally completed his research on Hogwarts Castle. And with that, his progress as a scribe advanced a little further. Afterwards, he headed to the Room of Requirement, spent all his recorded ability, then recorded new ones again. It had to be said, compared to the other sequences before it, playing the role of the scribe was far easier for him. The next morning, Edward and Audrey ran into each other in the Great Hall and were surprised to see the same thing on each other's face, sheer exhaustion. You. They spoke at the same time. Audrey sighed. I really didn't expect so many children to have psychological problems. Ah. Edward was taken aback. At this age, no matter how old or young, kids usually resisted therapy. But judging by what Audrey said, it sounded like a lot of students had come to her for help. She gave a wry smile. I just gave psychological counseling a new name. Said it was a kind of magic that lets you peer into the heart and that I needed volunteers for some research. The kids were practically lining up to be part of it. Several of them had serious issues. Like Neville Longbottom from Gryffindor and Harry, both of them have experienced things since childhood. Then there were a few half-blood students in Slytherin who've been subjected to discrimination after getting sorted there. Quite a few Ravenclaw students are suffering from anxiety, though your Hufflepuffs, seem like they just don't care about anything. The good news is, the potion of the psychiatrist is progressing well. The bad news is, I might need therapy soon. As she said that, she cast a glance toward the Gryffindor table. The worst case is Neville. His parents went insane right after he was born, and he was raised by his grandmother, who's particularly strict with him. For a boy who's already emotionally fragile, that lack of safety and comfort only made things worse. As for Harry, he has a strong desire for recognition. He treasures his friendships deeply, rejects his family, and expressed very clearly that he never wants to return to them. But because you specifically told me not to delve too deep into his psyche, I didn't dig further. That was something Edward had asked of her before they returned, considering Harry's status as a Horcrux. Edward couldn't help but recall Harry's experiences in the original story. From birth, he had been saddled with the role of the Chosen One. Aside from Hermione and Ron, no one had ever really cared about what he truly thought or needed, not even Dumbledore, who was more concerned with protecting his physical safety. By the end, Harry had grown stronger, but he'd also lost most of the people he loved. Thinking of that, Edward felt a growing sense of guilt, how he'd borrowed the invisibility cloak left to Harry by his father, with nothing more than a revolver and a bullet. Sorry, Harry. I'll return the cloak to you. Consider this year's Christmas present my way of making it up to you. What about Malfoy? Weren't you planning to pry his secrets out of him ever since we got back? Audrey shrugged. He's been doing everything he can to avoid me, let alone agree to any therapy sessions. I mean, I can't exactly knock him out with a stunning spell and then perform legilimency on him. She paused, then locked eyes with Edward. They both spoke at the same time. Actually, that would be a method. Ha ha ha. The two of them burst into laughter. By the way, where's Lilith? Still running wild somewhere. Other than showing up to sleep at night, she's pretty much vanished during the day. Same with Susie. The two of them sighed in unison. Kind of nice, though. Once we go back, the two of them won't have this kind of freedom anymore. True enough. As they chatted, the Weasley twins at the Gryffindor table suddenly slammed the table and shouted in fury. That damned reporter. Complete nonsense. What's going on? Harry leaned over curiously, full of energy and inquisitiveness, especially after his chat with Audrey yesterday. She'd used some kind of magical technique that gave him the best night's sleep he'd ever had. He felt lighter than ever. One of the Weasleys said, "Look at this. The Daily Prophet just published an article accusing Professor Dumbledore of running for Minister of Magic just to grab attention. They're claiming he's doing it so the wizarding world won't forget him, that he wants to control both Hogwarts and the Ministry, that he's trying to follow in Grindelwald's footsteps and plunge our world into chaos." The other added angrily, "It even says that his schemes will eventually be crushed by the Sacred 28, and that he'll be tried and thrown into Azkaban." Harry's face darkened as he snatched the newspaper. Who wrote this load of rubbish? He scanned it quickly until he found the name of the journalist, Rita Skeeter. Ron, munching on a chicken leg beside him, growled, "Just let me run into her. I'll show her what real chaos looks like." Yeah. Audrey turned to Edward. Rita Skeeter, do you know her? Professionally, she's a very capable journalist. Morally, she's a trashy hack who blurs fact and fiction. Audrey frowned. Sounds like someone people would love to hate. Just then, a slightly pudgy boy hesitantly walked over. He was nervously wringing the hem of his robe, unable to meet anyone's eyes. "You're here to see me, Neville?" Audrey asked gently. "And no." He started by shaking his head, then suddenly nodded. "Yes. Yes, I am." Neville looked up at Audrey. "Miss Hall, what you said yesterday, about being able to cure my mom and dad, is that true? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated." Chapter 199, some good old face-slapping. There was hope and desperation in Neville's eyes, as though he had just grabbed hold of a lifeline. But the more desperate he looked, the less Audrey could bring herself to give a definitive answer. "Neville, what I said was that it's worth a try." Then that means there's still hope." Audrey nodded. "I'll do my best." Thank you. Can I tell my gran?" Trying to treat the Longbottoms would of course require the consent of Neville's grandmother, so Audrey said, "Of course you can." "Thank you, Miss Hall." Neville thanked her once again, then ran off eagerly. Edward let out a soft sigh. "I really hope you can cure his parents. To the wizarding world, Frank and Alice Longbottom are heroes. But to Neville, he doesn't need heroes, he just wants his mom and dad." "You can tell," Audrey said with pursed lips. "I only realized yesterday that Neville is still using his father's wand. A wand that's been through countless battles, nearly falling apart. He refuses to replace it because he believes that only when he's holding that wand can he feel connected to his parents." After breakfast, the two went off to their respective classes, one as a student, the other as a substitute teacher. And Edward, coincidentally, was substituting for third-year Transfiguration, Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, his own class. Elsewhere, Lilith and Susie were crouched in a corner outside the headmaster's office, eyes fixed on the stone gargoyle at the entrance. "Miss Lilith, isn't this kind of not okay? What's wrong with it? We're just borrowing a few feathers from Big Bird. Don't you want to grow bigger?" Susie shook her head. "Not really." Lilith immediately turned her head. I do. Exactly. Only when you grow bigger can you become stronger. And only when you're stronger can you better protect Edward and Audrey." Got it. Just then, Lilith's ears twitched. "Someone's coming. Get ready to sneak in." "Okay." Soon, Professor McGonagall walked up and, after saying the password, "Honeydukes," ascended the spiral staircase into the headmaster's office. Go. At Lilith's command, the two tiny creatures were just about to dash out, when Susie suddenly stopped Lilith. Wait. What's wrong? Lilith turned back in confusion. Susie stared unblinkingly at the office entrance. Just now, a beetle flew in right behind Professor McGonagall. Huh. Lilith tilted her head, looking puzzled. That beetle had a human aura. When Edward stepped onto the platform holding his textbook, most of the students, Cedric included, looked blank. Except for a few who had already heard, everyone else was baffled. Why are you standing there, Edward? Hello, everyone. I'm sure you all know me, right? Even though I'm extremely low-key, we've shared classes for 2 or 3 years. If you don't know me by now, I must have done something wrong. Cedric leaned back in his chair. Edward, what are you doing? Edward smiled. Let me reintroduce myself. I'll be your substitute teacher for Transfiguration today, and for the next while, I'll be in charge of this class. Cedric was stunned. You're serious? Ha ha ha, have you ever seen Professor McGonagall show up late? True, on any normal day, Professor McGonagall would arrive before most of the students. So, your dorm mate is now your teacher. What a surprising development. The Hufflepuffs in the room were a bit shocked, but not overly fazed. Their general attitude was something like, my classmate is now our substitute teacher. Wow, unexpected but impressive. Though he's a few years older than us, so, makes sense, I guess. Edward glanced at the textbook McGonagall had left him. Today's lesson will continue from where we left off, turning teapots into turtles. I'll let you in on a little secret, this year's Transfiguration exam will apparently include this spell. So, everyone better work hard today. He waved his wand and sent a teapot to each student. As third years, you all probably know the basics of Transfiguration better than most, so I won't go into the theory. Then don't. A sudden voice cut in. It came from a Ravenclaw girl with long blonde hair and a haughty expression. We've always thought Transfiguration is useless. You can just sit there quietly until the period ends, don't get in the way of our real studying. Cedric turned to look at her and scoffed, Hema, did you forget that Transfiguration is part of the OWL exams in 5th year? Oh, is it? She casually waved her wand, transforming the teapot in front of her into a slowly crawling turtle. To be honest, Transfiguration isn't hard for me. I've already got the skills to pass the OWLS. I just think this subject is pointless. She paused, then looked straight at Edward. Besides, I don't think a classmate of ours is qualified to teach us. Even if he's a few years older. She's right. I'd rather study on my own. If being older made you qualified, he shouldn't even be in our year. The other Ravenclaws chimed in support. Edward raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. A faint smile played on his lips. So basically, you just don't think I'm fit to substitute teach? He nodded slightly. Fair enough. I've always trusted the Ravenclaw's ability to learn independently. Like I said just now, today's class is about turning teapots into. As he said this, Edward lightly touched his forehead. Oh right, Miss Hema's Transfiguration spell just now was quite well done. 1 point to Ravenclaw. Since everyone doesn't seem to like me, I'll just wait outside in a bit. Let's pretend Professor McGonagall came in, assigned the lesson plan, and then had to leave for urgent business. That sounds alright. Don't be fooled by the 2 most prominently featured Ravenclaws in the original books, Cho Chang, a romance-driven character, and Luna Lovegood, a delightful eccentric. In reality, Ravenclaw students could be even more prideful and arrogant than those from Slytherin, some of them practically saw themselves as superior to the world. Edward had no intention of lowering himself to argue with a bunch of brash teenagers. That's not it. The Ravenclaw girl named Hema shouted, I genuinely think Transfiguration is useless. TCH. So you're hellbent on slapping my face, huh? What grudge do you have against me? I'm just subbing for a class. Was this really necessary? Well then, when you say it's useless, which part are you referring to? Edward casually waved his wand, transforming the lectern into a chair and plopping down on it. With another flick, his outfit shifted to a different ensemble. Actually, I think Transfiguration is one of the most practical types of magic in everyday life. And what are you going to do when you meet a dark wizard or an enemy? Turn a chair into an invitation to tea and beg for mercy. Or change your outfit and hope they don't recognize you. Several Ravenclaws chuckled at that. Didn't expect so many combat pragmatists in our year of Ravenclaws, Edward said mildly. I'm sure Headmaster Dumbledore would be absolutely thrilled. Hema frowned. You still haven't answered my question. Edward tilted his head in thought. All right then. How about this, try attacking me, use any and all spells you know. He paused, his gaze sweeping over all the Ravenclaws. No, actually, why don't all of you attack me at once? The room went still. Cedric gaped. You're serious? Immediately, the Ravenclaw students bristled with indignation. If there was one thing they couldn't stand, it was being called bookworms who only knew how to study. Edward's challenge struck a nerve. You sure about this? Edward gave a small smile. I'm sure. Hey, you say that now, but don't come crying to us if you get hurt. Edward gestured toward the Hufflepuffs, who were watching in fascination. They can be our witnesses. Everything I'm doing is part of the lesson. He opened his arms. Go ahead, if you really think transfiguration is so useless, show me. Hema glanced around, and after confirming everyone's agreement with nods, she drew her wand and said seriously, then get ready. I'll count to 3. Don't worry, we won't use spells that can actually injure you. Gee. Thanks. 1, 2, 3. Expelliarmus. Stupefy. Petrificus totalis. Locomotor mortis. Relatio. In an instant, spells of all sorts shot toward Edward. At the same moment, a desk flew up in front of him, transforming into a steel plate that blocked every incoming spell. A flurry of thuds and clangs echoed through the classroom. You see. A simple levitation charm combined with transfiguration can render all your spells completely ineffective. Edward's voice came calmly from behind the steel plate. The Ravenclaws reacted swiftly, leaping from their seats to flank Edward from both sides, continuing their assault. Hema even teamed up with a friend to levitate herself and attack from above. But once again, the steel plate transformed, this time into a full steel dome that covered Edward entirely, rendering every angle of attack useless. You're just going to sit in there like a coward? Hema shouted. What if we switch to fire spells? We could heat that metal dome and roast you alive. Oh. So you're saying you want me to attack? In that case, allow me to oblige. Vermiculus. In the blink of an eye, every Ravenclaw's wand turned into a length of rope that shot toward their own bodies. Some reacted quickly, tossing their wands and dodging back, but then they realized their clothes were changing too. Several girls shrieked in panic, I surrender. I surrender. Everything froze. The Ravenclaws were stunned, faces pale and wide-eyed. Transfiguration, how could it be this terrifying? He actually, at that very moment, transformed not only our wands, but our clothes, and even attempted to bind us. All at once. How is that even possible? Just then, Edward gently restored the desk to its original form and placed it back in front of him. Folding his arms, he said coolly, what you just witnessed, that was offensive transfiguration. I can turn your wands and robes into chains to bind you, or into weapons sharp enough to pierce your throats. His gaze swept over the stunned Ravenclaws. That is the practical use of transfiguration. Hema opened her mouth, paused, and then bowed deeply. You're right, no, your transfiguration is what's powerful. I apologize, Professor Edward. We were wrong earlier. Sorry. The rest of the Ravenclaws followed suit, bowing in unison. Cedric finally shook off his shock and, grinning, raised his hands to applaud, only for Edward to bark, no applause in this classroom. The Hufflepuffs, who had been about to join in, froze mid-motion, then discovered with horror that they literally couldn't clap. Their hands refused to come together, as if cursed. Cedric yelled, what kind of spell is this? Just think of it as a sound-blocking spell. Edward waved his wand, returning all the desks to their proper places. Take your seats. He turned to Hema. Now then, Miss Hema, I'd like to ask you something. Smiling, he continued, I completely understand the discomfort of being bossed around by a classmate who's usually a nobody. But surely that alone doesn't justify the level of hostility you all showed toward me today, does it? The Ravenclaws might be proud when it came to academics, but they weren't stupid, especially not stupid enough to openly challenge a substitute teacher. No, this hadn't been just a challenge. Even after Edward clearly backed down, they had pressed harder and harder, as if deliberately trying to provoke him into failure, to make him lose respect. Note, enjoy the extra chapter and sorry for the delay. I thought I posted the chapter but I forgot. LOL. 280 Power Stones for another one tomorrow, today. And if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Thank me later. Link, p.n.c.o.m/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 200, Chapter 200, Susie, we were just taking a stroll. Hema's cheeks flushed slightly. Because we saw in the paper that Professor Dumbledore has long been misusing public funds to send you traveling around the world on academic exchanges. We felt that such a valuable opportunity should be awarded through a transparent, public selection process. And now you're even standing in to teach classes, which made us even more upset. Realizing how that sounded, she quickly added, but now, I truly believe you're more than qualified to represent Hogwarts in international exchanges. Edward frowned slightly, thinking it over before asking, all this, just because of what you read in the papers. She paused in surprise, then said, actually, people have been quietly talking about this since a couple of weeks ago. Some even claim that over the years, much of the money donated by the school's board of governors has been embezzled by Headmaster Dumbledore. And you, as someone so close to him, supposedly benefited from it. They say you've taken opportunities that should have gone to others, and that this substitute teaching is just a way to pad your resume. So it really was someone stirring the pot behind the scenes. Was this the Ministry of Magic subtly extending its influence into Hogwarts, starting with an effort to tarnish Dumbledore's reputation? I see. Thank you. Edward clapped his hands. Well then, if no one else has any objections, let's resume practicing Transfiguration. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me anytime. All right. This time, the response was loud and unified. TCH. No matter what world you're in, whether you're facing pirates or students, if you want them to behave, sometimes you just have to beat a little sense into them first. The rest of the lesson proceeded peacefully. As soon as class ended, Cedric dashed over and slung an arm around Edward's shoulders. Man, when did you get so powerful? Edward gave a small smile. I've always been this strong. I just had to hold back before, pretend to be ordinary, so I could be friends with you. Are you calling me ordinary? Ha ha ha. Cedric suddenly turned serious. So someone's deliberately trying to ruin Headmaster Dumbledore's reputation among the students. Exactly. Is it because he's running for Minister of Magic? I believe so. Cedric sighed. Ugh, why would he do that now? The pureblood families already hate how much control he has over Hogwarts, and now he's running for minister too. No way they'll stand for that. Edward gave him a surprised look. Huh, didn't think you were paying attention to that sort of thing. Cedric shrugged. You forget, my dad works at the ministry. I hear this stuff all the time. He shook his head. Well, not like there's anything we can do about it. Let's just focus on class. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Hey, tomorrow's Saturday. Got any plans? I might go to Hogsmeade with Audrey. His face turned gloomy. Audrey again. Then you'd better pick up the pace and win over Cho Chang already. Cedric pouted and didn't respond. Early the next morning, Draco Malfoy had already returned to his usual confident, arrogant self, and successfully regained the loyalty of his two lackeys. During potions class that morning, after managing to cost Gryffindor another 10 house points thanks to Harry, Malfoy was in high spirits. As he headed back toward the common room, he turned a corner and spotted Harry being surrounded by a few older Slytherin students. Malfoy recognized them, most were a year or two above him, and he remembered seeing them before at banquets he attended with his father. Potter, let's have a chat. Hermione stepped in front of Harry protectively. I don't think we have anything to talk about. That's right. Ron mustered his courage and chimed in loudly. A tall boy shoved Ron aside. What's it got to do with you two? We're here for the famous boy who lived. He leaned in closer to Harry. We heard you had another run-in with you-know-who. And once again, you supposedly defeated him. Harry's face darkened. Yeah, so what if I did? Ha 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 ha. The tall boy burst into laughter and turned to his companions. This guy's been lying so much he started to believe it himself. If he's really that amazing, why didn't the ministry award him an Order of Merlin? Why are they trying to interrogate him instead? Harry's mind flashed back to that moment in the headmaster's office, how several people had questioned and mocked him, and how even Dumbledore had ultimately been forced to back down. But he also knew there was no evidence of what happened in the Chamber of Secrets. So he could only glare coldly and say, that has nothing to do with you. Get out of our way. Oh, but it does. The tall boy sneered. You know, I really can't stand your type. Acting all high and mighty just because of your savior title. Stirring up trouble wherever you go, spreading lies about defeating you-know-who just to soak up attention. He sneered even more as he glanced at Harry's friends. And look at your little entourage. A mudblood and a freak. Are you using them to make yourself look more noble, Mr. Savior? Harry instantly whipped out his wand and pointed it at the tall boy. Apologize. Apologize to Hermione and Ron right now. Oh, look everyone. The great savior wants to attack me now. I'm so scared. The tall boy pointed at himself with mock fright and sneered, Go on, savior. Use that spell you used to defeat the Dark Lord on me. Or why don't you just admit you've been lying all along? You're nothing more than a pitiful brat who barely escaped that night 11 years ago thanks to your parents. You should have died back then. Hermione quickly grabbed Harry's hand. Harry, don't fall for it. Put the wand down. Harry's eyes stayed locked on the boy, his hand trembling violently as it held his wand. Just then, a voice rang out from behind them. Snape is coming. The tall boy's expression changed instantly. He hastily waved at his companions and took off. Just before disappearing around the corner, he turned back to sneer at Harry one last time. I'll be seeing you again, Savior. Ron tugged at Harry frantically. Come on. If Snape really shows up, we'll all be getting detention and losing house points again. Relax. Snape's not coming, drawled a voice. Malfoy emerged from the shadows, arms crossed. I was just scaring them off. The trio blinked, startled. Ron looked particularly flabbergasted. Why would you do that? None of your business, Weasel. Harry hesitated for a second, then said sincerely, thanks, Malfoy. TCH. Malfoy glanced at him with a sideways look, lifted his chin, and turned to leave. As soon as he rounded the corner, his expression darkened. He had shouted earlier partly because Harry had defended him the day before, but more than that, it was the nightmares that haunted him. He saw with terrifying clarity, driving a dagger into a serpent's eye. He saw his own hand casting the killing curse again and again. He'd heard people call him Master, the title Death Eaters used when referring to Voldemort. More than anyone, Draco believed the Dark Lord had returned. And more terrifyingly, he suspected that he himself might have been controlled by the Imperious Curse, and forced to commit those acts. So, more than anything, Draco hoped Harry Potter had not been lying. He hoped Harry really had defeated Voldemort once again. That way, he wouldn't have to lie awake at night, dreading the moment someone took control of him again, and forced him to do something even more horrible. Bloody, Dark Lord. He muttered under his breath. At lunch, the moment Edward stepped into the Great Hall, he could feel numerous surprised gazes fall on him. It was clear that news of his performance that morning had already spread. Fortunately, his previous act as a madman had long since trained him to ignore such stares. Be it astonishment, suspicion, disbelief, or contempt, he faced it all with a calm, steady smile. Just as he sat down at the table, Audrey walked over. She scrutinized him with narrowed eyes, one hand on her chin, and said with mock admiration, Edward, you really are the quiet type that stuns everyone when you act. I remember Emperor Roselle mentioned something like this in one of his novels, something about face-slapping those who doubt you. Edward shot her an unamused glance. Those kids were just being used. The real target was Dumbledore. Yeah, I heard. There are more and more rumors going around about Professor Dumbledore, and a lot of them seem to be coming from the pureblood kids in Slytherin. Looks like Fudge has decided to fully side with the purebloods to crush Dumbledore's election bid. Audrey frowned slightly. If this were in Loan, Dumbledore's chances would basically be dead in the water. He must have his own plans. After all, the wizarding world doesn't revolve around the Ministry of Magic and the pureblood families, and even the ministry itself isn't entirely unified. Just then, Susie suddenly ran over. She quickly gave the two of them a meaningful look and gestured for them to follow. The two immediately stood up and went after her, leaving the Weasley twins, who had been about to come over to join the fun, thoroughly disappointed. Susie walked ahead at a steady pace, easily navigating the labyrinth and rotating staircases up to the 8th floor. Once they reached a quiet, empty corridor, Audrey lowered her voice and asked. What is it, Susie? Susie turned around and said, Lilith caught a beetle. Huh. Susie quickly added, but it's not just an ordinary beetle, I sensed a human aura coming from it. I think it's actually a person who transformed. Edward suddenly chuckled in realization. I think I know who that beetle is. Remember that nonsense article in the Daily Prophet this morning smearing Dumbledore? Audrey thought for a moment. Rita Skeeter. Edward nodded. Exactly. She's actually an unregistered animagus. She transforms into a beetle, small and hard to detect, so she can sneak into private places, snap photos, and steal secrets, and then write her little exposés. Susie, where exactly did you find this beetle? Outside the headmaster's office. Edward frowned. Why were you two there? We were just. Susie had barely said a word when she quickly raised a foot and covered her mouth with her hand, then shook her head firmly. Just strolling by. Yep, just taking a stroll. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated.